You clearly awakened a legendary all-attribute profession, but you didn't choose it. Instead, you chose the ordinary life profession of a teacher. People around you all suspect that you are a lunatic. Even the head teacher thinks you've wasted your life. They don't know that you possess a divine-level writing system, which makes you stronger just by writing books. And after becoming a teacher, the books you write will not only help readers comprehend the skills inside, but also provide feedback to you, allowing you to instantly learn and comprehend. The more people understand, the higher the skill level. As you continue to write and improve, a profession unique to China, the warrior, emerges. While other countries are in a state of unease, you are preparing to start writing. At this moment, you put down the pen, shook your slightly sore hand, looked at the manuscript you just finished writing, and sighed with some emotion. The system is great in every way, except that the books must be handwritten. You went to the computer, put the manuscript into the scanner, and turned the scanned images into text. As the progress bar completed, you posted the text online while praying for attribute points as a reward. After you clicked to confirm the publication, the system prompt sounded, successfully published the work new version of the Eagle Shooting Heroes, 10,000 words, and obtained 1 free attribute point. You excitedly snapped your fingers, then unhesitatingly added the attribute point to your physique. As the physique points increased, your slightly sore hand instantly recovered. You returned to the desk, intending to write a little more, when suddenly the door rang. You were a bit puzzled who could be visiting you so late, especially since the place you live is quite remote. Just then, a somewhat familiar girl's voice sounded from outside the door. Lin Feng, are you there? It's me. You, Teacher Su, were slightly stunned, then opened the door, and curiously asked, Teacher Su, what brings you here? Su Chenyan furrowed her eyebrows and looked at you blocking the door, saying, home visit. Can't I come in? You somewhat helplessly stepped aside. Of course, come in. After Su Chenyan entered, she glanced around and nodded to herself. The house is not big, but it's quite tidy. However, when she saw the desk with a few sheets of paper and a pen, she furrowed her brow, then turned to you and said, Lin Feng, I don't oppose your writing to earn money and improve your quality of life, but now you are a senior student. The job transition ceremony is not far off. At this point, your focus should be on leveling up and strengthening your attributes. Hearing this, you smiled and reassured, don't worry, teacher. I haven't fallen behind on schoolwork. I will definitely reach level 10 before the job transition ceremony. Su Chenyan said somewhat irritably, what about your attributes? If you don't participate in the training after class, how will you improve your attributes? With such low attributes, you won't be able to obtain high-quality professions. In the test 2 months ago, your mental attribute had only just reached the passing line of 10 points. With such attributes, let alone epic quality professions, you won't even have hope of obtaining rare quality professions. Looking at the serious expression of Su Chenyan, your almost imperceptible smile adjustment, I have to say, Su Chenyan is a good teacher. But how could you not know these things? The requirement to participate in the job change ceremony is level 10. During the ceremony, 3 career options will appear randomly. The quality of the career that appears depends on the individual's attributes. With average attributes of 9 to 11 points, only ordinary quality careers will appear. There is a chance of rare quality careers appearing with 12 to 14 points, and an extremely small chance of epic quality careers appearing. At 15 to 18 points, rare quality careers will definitely appear. The higher the attribute points, the greater the chance of epic quality careers appearing, and there is even an extremely small chance of legendary quality careers appearing. When it reaches 19 points, epic quality careers will definitely appear, and the chance of legendary quality careers appearing will also increase. There is no record of anything above 19 points, it has not appeared on the entire blue star. Before reaching level 10, the average attribute of all 4 aspects reached 20 points. And now your 4-dimensional attributes have reached 18 points, but your level is only at level 9. After leveling up, all attributes will increase by 1 point, reaching the current highest record of an average of 19 points for all 4-dimensional attributes. Moreover, there is still half a month until the job change ceremony. During this half month, it's not difficult to raise all 4-dimensional attributes to 20 points through the rewards from the divine level writing system. Even reaching 21 points seems almost certain to you. In this situation, those who train for half a month may only be able to increase by 1 point through post-class training. Your brain must be damaged to do this, not to mention the training that can only improve up to 15 points, you said very sincerely. Teacher Su, in fact, those after-school training is not useful for me anymore. Hearing your words, Su Chenyan's face showed a bit of disappointment, then she spoke about those trainings. They are all designed by professionals, even if the attributes reach 10 points, they can still be improved, how can they be useless? You explained with a wry smile, "Teacher, those after-school training that can only improve attributes to 10 points, 5 points, are really useless for me. My thinking attributes have exceeded 15 points. Su Chenyan took a deep breath. Lying about this kind of thing at dawn is meaningless. Disappointment filled her eyes. Then she stood up and said, "Come to school early tomorrow and find me." You paused and said, "Teacher Su, isn't tomorrow Sunday?" Su Chenyan walked to the door, glanced back at you, and said, "Didn't you say all 4 of your attributes exceeded 15 points? Come to school tomorrow for an attribute test. I'll cover the money for you. If you don't reach 15 points, I hope you can give up writing and participate in after-school training like you did 2 months ago." You sighed slightly. If it wasn't for the divine level writing system, indeed, as Teacher Su said, how could you write a book at such an important time? But you couldn't explain about the system. But it's also good, after testing the attributes, Teacher Su should not stop you from writing, but the money must not let Teacher Su trap you. You came to the computer, just released the latest chapter of The Legend of the Condor Heroes. The computer screen still showed the authors backstage. When the divine level writing system was first activated, it gave you a beginner's gift package, the Memory Palace. All your memories on Earth have been organized and stored in the Memory Palace in your mind. As a fan of martial arts and immortal cultivation, all the countless martial arts novels and immortal cultivation websites you've read are naturally stored there word for word. So at that time, without hesitation, you chose the classic of classics, The Legend of the Condor Heroes. The system also recognized the things written in this way, which made you, who had no writing foundation, breathe a sigh of relief. Due to the start of the era of popular culture, the entertainment industry on Blue Star did not flourish, and there was only one novel website. Both the number of works and readers were pitifully few compared to Earth, but even so. Now, after spending 2 months writing most of The Legend of the Condor Heroes, you still earned over 400,000 in royalties. Now, The Legend of the Condor Heroes has become the flagship work on the only novel website in the Hua country, and the subsequent royalties should continue to increase. However, it's probably unrealistic to achieve financial freedom just by relying on this book. With the start of the popular culture era on Blue Star, all sorts of treasures and wonders abound. Especially the items designed to enhance the strength of professionals. Their prices are exorbitant, and even with money, they may not be obtainable. On the contrary, if you are strong, you can easily obtain them without spending money. Moreover, you write not to make money, but to become stronger. With this in mind, you continue typing. Meanwhile, Su Chenyan opened the door somewhat angrily, muttering to herself as she walked into the living room. "You have one last chance tomorrow. If you don't make an effort, I won't bother anymore." At this moment, he saw his brother, Su Feng, reading a novel. Immediately he thought of you, couldn't help but angrily scolded, "You, a world-class warrior, don't go to training, don't go to the lower abdomen, waste time here reading novels." Su Feng was somewhat puzzled by what his sister said, and asked cautiously, "Have you encountered something recently? You're so angry." Su Chenyan sat down on the other side of the sofa and told Su Feng about the early morning incident. After listening to his sister Su Chenyan, Su Feng swiped on his phone a few times and then handed it to Su Chenyan. He is probably attracted by this. Su Chenyan looked at the phone screen and was slightly stunned. Monthly manuscript fee of 100,000 for the popular serialized novel The Legend of the Condor Heroes. Writing pays so well. Su Feng took back the phone and sighed, "I haven't looked into it, but this book is really good. Do you want to take a look?" "No need, I'll go rest first," Su Chenyan said as she got up and headed upstairs. Returning to her room, Su Chenyan took out her phone and silently searched, "Can you make money by writing books?" After a moment, she threw her phone on the table, muttering, "These damn gimmicky ads should be banned." Just now she checked, The Legend of the Condor Heroes makes money, but the others are far behind. Not to mention tens of thousands, even a few thousand are difficult. Why did I suddenly start writing a book in the early hours? It must be because of these ads deceiving me. Su Chenyan had already planned how to persuade you tomorrow. After throwing herself heavily onto the bed, Su Chenyan turned to look at the moon outside the window, lost in thought. If it were another student doing this, she would advise or reprimand, but probably couldn't do it as earnestly as she does with you. The reason is probably because you are an orphan, right? Su Chenyan, who lost her parents at a young age, always shows a different kind of care for orphans. The next morning, you in front of the computer desk uploaded the handwritten manuscript you wrote online, then stretched lazily. With a bit of physical enhancement, you regained your composure. After writing all night last night, you, who were planning to take a short nap, suddenly froze. Turning to look at the clock on the wall, your face suddenly changed. "Oh no, I almost forgot I have to go to school today." Baisha City No. 1 High School, as the best high school in Nanhu Province, not only attracts students from the entire Nanhu Province, but also the most talented students. It also has the most complete facilities. Among them, the attribute testing device, which is crucial for assessing talent, is naturally indispensable. In the testing room, the person in charge, Tang Xian, finished reading the latest chapter of The Legend of the Condor Heroes with relish, then looked somewhat helplessly towards the door and said, "Teacher Su, it's finally the weekend, and you're not going to play a trick on me, are you? It's almost 10 o'clock, and the students you mentioned for the test, are they coming or not?" With a hint of apology, Su Chenyan said, "I'm sorry." After Teacher Tang finished speaking, he took out his phone and dialed again, only to hear the same switched-off tone. "It's been almost an hour since 9 o'clock, and it's one thing if the person hasn't come, but to turn off the phone?" Su Chenyan's expression looked unpleasant. It seems that Lin Feng is ready to give up on himself. Not even the courage to come over for the test. Thinking of this, Su Chenyan sighed, then turned to Tang Xing and said, "I'm sorry, Teacher Tang, about the student." But before he could finish, a voice sounded at the door, "Sorry, Teacher Su. Sorry for being late." Su Chenyan took a deep breath, held back the reprimand for being late, and waved, saying, "Go for the test." He doesn't want to say too much now. Let's wait for the test results to come out before discussing everything. Tang Xing on the side also stood up and said, "Lin Feng, right? Come over quickly. I need to go back after the test." After speaking, he took out a faintly glowing crystal. This is a first-order energy crystal. Every use of the attribute detector requires one. The market price of this first-order energy crystal is 10,000. Although the crystal was taken out generously, the money will be deducted from Su Chenyan's salary. Su Chenyan looked calm on the side, but there were a lot of things she wanted to say. "I'll wait for you to finish the test and expose your lies, to give you a profound lesson." Unexpectedly, you spoke up, "Teacher Tang, don't turn on the device yet. This is a first-order energy crystal, right? The results obtained this way won't be accurate enough. Let's use a second-order one for the test." Tang Xian paused for a moment, looking puzzled, and asked, "Classmate, using a first-order energy crystal is completely sufficient. Could it be that you can surpass the first-order attribute limit? Reach over 15 points. Su Chenyan on the side, with a somewhat indifferent and slightly angry expression, said, "From dawn until now, you still want to continue avoiding. Didn't you say you were over 15 points? Using a first-order test, if you really are over 15 points, you can also get another answer that exceeds the limit. If that's the case, I'll pay for you to use a second-order test." The corner of your mouth slightly raised, "No need. On the way here, Teacher Su, I bought a second-order energy crystal." Second-order energy crystal? Seeing the crystal shining in Lin Feng's hand, Su Chenyan was dumbfounded, completely dumbfounded. Wasn't he speaking earlier to avoid it again? But really, to use the second order for testing? But Su Chenyan felt her mind was a bit confused. On the other hand, Tang Xian clicked his tongue twice and said, "Classmate, I didn't expect, you're quite rich. A second-order energy crystal, worth 100,000. Lin Feng just casually took it out, making Tang Xian somewhat surprised. And when Su Chenyan heard this 100,000, her already confused mind became even more confused. 100,000? She hadn't reacted before, but Lin Feng is an orphan. Where did he get 100,000? However, this is not the most important thing now. He wants to use a second-order energy crystal for testing? Could it be that what he said before was true? Not an escape? A thought rose in Su Chenyan's mind that even she found it unbelievable. Has Lin Feng really exceeded 15 points in all four-dimensional attributes? Teacher Tang. Lin Feng handed the second-order energy crystal to Tang Xian, then stood in front of the attribute detection instrument and said, "Let's start the test." Tang Xian narrowed his eyes. This kid, so confident? Maybe one of the attributes really exceeded 15 points. If that's the case, as long as the other attributes are not too many, then the school will have produced another genius. Tang Xian placed the second-order energy crystal in the energy compartment of the attribute detection instrument, then operated it and started the instrument. The detection process was quick. A beam of light scanned Lin Feng, then on the screen of the attribute detection instrument, Lin Feng's attributes appeared. First order, level 9, occupation, none, strength, 18, agility, 18, constitution, 19, spirit, 18, note, average four-dimensional attribute points 18. Talent evaluation, legendary. Tang Xian looked at the 3 18s and 1 19 on the screen. Even as a teacher, he couldn't help but burst out, "Damn, is this instrument broken?" The average four-dimensional attribute points are 18, 25 points, and still at level 9. When he reaches level 10, won't it be a solid 19 points? Just like the strongest genius in the history of Hua country? And, aren't these attributes too balanced? Most people's attributes have highs and lows. There are those who break through 15 points, and there are many who are below 10 points. This Lin Feng. All above 18. This. Tang Xin muttered, it must be. The machine is broken. It must be. Lin Feng on the side heard this and felt speechless, preferring to believe the machine is broken rather than believe that my attributes have really reached so many points. He looked to the side, a pair of beautiful eyes staring at Su Chenyan without blinking, and said, Teacher Su, don't you believe it too? Su Chenyan's originally confused thoughts became extremely clear after Lin Feng spoke. She looked at Lin Feng with a complex expression, her red lips parted. I believe. He didn't lie to me. Yes, I should have seen it long ago. If he lied to me, why would he deliberately bring a second-order energy crystal for testing? If tested with a first-order energy crystal, for any attribute above 15 points, it will only show a question mark. With all 4 attributes exceeding 15, then his attributes will all be question marks. In that case, not to mention Tang Xin, I would also suspect if the machine is broken. Su Chenyan took a deep breath, turned to Tang Xin, Teacher Tang, inform the principal. Tang Xin also came to his senses at this time. He went to the front of the attribute detection instrument and fiddled with it, then suddenly turned to Lin Feng. The instrument is not broken. You. Su Chenyan shook her head and reminded again, Teacher Tang, inform the principal. Tang Xin also reacted and hurriedly took out his phone, dialing a number as he spoke. Yes, we need to inform the principal about the legendary genius. Our school actually has a legendary genius. Su Chenyan took a few steps forward and came to Lin Feng, who was already a head taller than her. She said, I didn't believe you before, so I should apologize to you first. Lin Feng waved his hand with a smile, Teacher Su, there's no need to apologize for this matter. He pointed to Tang Xin, who was talking on the phone, it's not that easy to believe. Su Chenyan turned to look, and Tang Xin, who was on the phone, still had an incredulous expression on his face. Suddenly, she held back a laugh and burst out laughing, like a blooming spring flower, brilliant and charming. Her fair cheeks blushed slightly with a smile, adding a touch of charm. Su Chenyan glanced at Lin Feng with a hint of coquetry and said, Where did you borrow that second-tier energy crystal from? Borrow 10,000 from me later and pay it back. As Lin Feng's class advisor, Su Chenyan had some understanding of Lin Feng's situation. Even tuition and living expenses were subsidized by the Huagua government. How could he come up with 10,000 yuan? Lin Feng looked at the beautiful teacher in front of him and said with a smile, No need, Teacher Su. Su Chenyan furrowed her brows lightly. It's not good to owe others. Repay it first, and if nothing unexpected happens, the school will cover the testing fees this time. Tang Xin, who had just finished the call, also spoke up, Yes. Lin Feng, right? Don't worry, the school will definitely cover the cost of the second-tier energy crystal used for testing. Hearing Su Chenyan and Tang Xion's words, Lin Feng was moved. He hadn't thought of this before. Since that's the case, why not take advantage of it? If it can be reimbursed, then this is for you. Lin Feng took out a receipt and handed it to Su Chenyan. Here, this is the receipt for the second-tier energy crystal purchase. Su Chenyan took it without paying much attention and instead said suspiciously, Who did you borrow the 10,000 yuan from? In her impression, students like Lin Feng were relatively isolated and didn't have many friends at school. Before Lin Feng could answer, Su Chenyan felt that something was wrong with the receipt in her hand. It seemed like there were 2 receipts stuck together. She rubbed her fingers, separating the 2 receipts that were originally stuck together. Su Chenyan glanced at them and was stunned instantly. One receipt was for the second-tier energy crystal, and the other was a credit card transaction receipt. On the credit card receipt, it clearly stated a balance of 334,567.12. As a third-tier professional, Su Chenyan even carefully counted it and confirmed that it was over 300,000. She looked up sharply at Lin Feng, Over 300,000? Where did you get over 300,000? No, where did you get over 400,000? Lin Feng also saw the 2 receipts in Su Chenyan's hand and was speechless for a moment. He hadn't noticed before that in this world, credit card receipts actually showed the card's balance. It was truly unbelievable. Did you do something shady? Could it be? Su Chenyan seemed to have realized something and asked urgently, Did you sign a training agreement with a company? For people with high attributes and good talents before changing careers, there are some companies engaged in dungeon material trading that invest in advance. However, this kind of thing is not common in Huagua. On the contrary, in foreign countries, almost all geniuses rise in this way, and even after growing up, they still work for the companies that invested in them for a long time. Even the entire career development path is controlled by the company. Su Chenyan was worried that Lin Feng might go astray. Lin Feng sighed and explained, "Teacher Su, rest assured, I will not accept that kind of investment." How could Lin Feng sign a so-called investment contract, which is actually a form of selling oneself? "This money is the advance payment for my book." Lin Feng didn't think there was anything to hide about the legitimate source of the money, and this kind of thing is easy to investigate, so there's no point in hiding it. Advance payment for writing a book? Su Chenyan was stunned. An advance payment of over 400,000? How is that possible? She had specifically looked into the issue of making money from writing books yesterday, and the answer she got was that there might be hundreds or thousands, but tens of thousands would be difficult. After all, not all books are like that. Wait. Su Chenyan thought of a possibility. No, she should say the only possibility. She asked, "Did you write The Legend of the Condor Heroes?" This time, it was Lin Feng's turn to be surprised. "Huh, Teacher Su, you've read it? Did you write The Legend of the Condor Heroes?" Su Chenyan hadn't spoken yet, but Tang Xian beside her looked at Lin Feng in utter shock. Unlike Su Chenyan, he was a loyal reader of The Legend of the Condor Heroes. Just this morning, he was reading the newly released chapters of The Legend of the Condor Heroes. "Yes, I wrote it." Seeing Lin Feng nod, Tang Xian was even more surprised. This incident was almost as shocking to him as when he saw Lin Feng's test results just now. Lin Feng. Su Chenyan was at a loss for words for a moment. You see, yesterday she was all prepared to educate Lin Feng properly today. However, all these preparations were unnecessary. If he didn't participate in the after-school training, all of Lin Feng's attributes would be above 18 points, and those could only be trained up to 15 points at most, which was indeed meaningless for him. If she thought writing a book was a waste of time for him, 40,000 in 2 months was much higher than Su Chenyan's salary. Su Chenyan's expression was extremely complicated. However, at this moment, a loud noise rang out from outside the testing room. Bang! It sounded as if something heavy had fallen to the ground. Su Chenyan and Lin Feng were both startled, but Tang Xian's mouth twitched slightly. Without surprise, the door of the testing room had been opened, and a white-bearded old man with a muscular body walked in wearing a vest. It was Wang Quan, the principal of Baisha 1 Middle School. Principal. Tang Xian opened the door that had been pushed open and saw outside that the originally paved bluestone ground was already cracked, and there was even a sizable pit. Combining the sound just now and the arrival of this person, it was clear that Wang Quan had come in too hastily and stepped on it. After Wang Quan walked over, he raised his hand and closed the door of the testing room, then stared at Lin Feng and said word by word, "Lin Feng, have all your attributes reached 18 points?" Lin Feng nodded, yes. Wang Quan took a deep breath, took out a second-order energy crystal. "Lin Feng, this is a matter of great importance, so, can I trouble you to test again?" "Sure." Lin Feng nodded indifferently. When Tang Xian was about to take the crystal to start the machine, Wang Quan interrupted, "Wait." He walked to the computer and pressed a few times. "Tang Xian, I have authorized it. Activate the monitoring of the testing room. Connect to the Education Bureau of Nanhu Province. Activate the data upload mode of the detector." Wang Quan said, then turned to look at Lin Feng. "Lin Feng, if your attributes are really above 18 points, then this is something that must be reported. But don't worry, reporting is definitely a good thing for you." Lin Feng nodded. There was no point in hiding attributes like this. After all, a few days before the official job transition ceremony, there would be a large-scale attribute detection that everyone would participate in. Now, hiding it would also be exposed later. Under Tang Xian's operation, a camera above the detection room that was originally not turned on emitted a faint light. At the same time, the attribute detector lit up again, and circles of light scanned Lin Feng's body. Soon, Lin Feng's attributes appeared on the screen of the attribute detector. At the same time, because it was connected to the Nanhu Province Education Bureau, the summer detector also issued a very formal electronic synthesis prompt, average 4-dimensional attribute points 18. 25. Talent evaluation, legendary. Data and monitoring video uploaded. The cold electronic synthesis sound did not hinder Wang Quan's excitement at this moment. The muscles on the old man's arm bulged piece by piece due to excessive excitement. He took 2 steps forward, preparing to pat Lin Feng's shoulder and shout, "Hey!" A slender hand fiercely slapped Wang Quan's raised arm. Su Chenyan looked at Wang Quan with some vigilance. "Principal, were you trying to pat Lin Feng just now? He's only at the first stage." Having a berserker brother, Su Chenyan knew the berserker's style too well. When emotions ran high, it was easy to lose one's mind. Although Wang Quan was the principal, he was also a berserker. Ahem. Wang Quan coughed slightly with a slightly embarrassed expression. The excitement that was originally present had now subsided a bit. He looked at Lin Feng and said in a gentle tone, "Lin Feng, do you have time later?" A school principal asking his own student if he had time later? This extremely discordant scene made Lin Feng's mouth twitch slightly, but Su Chenyan and Tang Xian on the side thought it was quite reasonable. With Lin Feng's four-dimensional attributes all reaching 18 points, there was no doubt that his future would be bright. It might even elevate the provincial key high school they were in to a higher level. Wang Quan continued, "It's getting late, let's have lunch together? People from the Provincial Education Bureau are probably coming soon, and there will probably be a lot of things to do. But, Lin Feng, rest assured, I guarantee in the name of the principal of Baishano, 1 middle school, these things are definitely good for you." "Absolutely," Lin Feng said somewhat helplessly. "Principal, I was writing a book last night and haven't slept yet. As for eating, can I take a nap first?" "No problem." Wang Quan quickly nodded. "The student dormitory is too noisy. You can go to my..." Wang Quan hesitated a bit. The place he lived in was quite quiet, but there was a little grandson who had just started walking at home, which might disturb Lin Feng's rest. Su Chenyan suddenly spoke up, "Go sleep in my room." Teachers at Baishano, 1 middle school would have a single-person dormitory on campus, which was convenient for living during class days. Su Chenyan was like this, and today being the weekend, the teacher's dormitory was still quiet. At Su Chenyan's unhesitant request, Lin Feng directly lay down on her bed, closed his eyes comfortably. Su Chenyan looked at Lin Feng somewhat strangely, then walked out of the dormitory quietly and closed the door. At the school gate, Wang Quan saw Su Chenyan and asked softly, "Xiao Su, Tang Xian just told me that he wrote The Legend of the Condor Heroes?" Su Chenyan nodded, looked at Wang Quan strangely, and said, "Principal, do you also read novels?" Wang Quan shook his head and sighed, "I don't read novels, but I read The Legend of the Condor Heroes. This book is well written. The word hero is used well." Su Chenyan looked at the emotional Wang Quan, then glanced at Tang Xian who was nodding in agreement beside him, feeling very curious in her heart. "What exactly is The Legend of the Condor Heroes about? Hunting? I'll check it out when I have time. Xiao Su, can you introduce me to Lin Feng's situation?" As the principal, Wang Quan naturally could not know the situation of every student. Su Chenyan nodded and began to explain. As she spoke, the look of shock on Wang Quan's face became even stronger. "I thought he was from a prominent family or the descendant of a high-ranking expert. I never expected him to be an orphan." Without the strong financial resources and environment to cultivate him from a young age, he managed to increase his strength, agility, and spirit to 18 points each before changing jobs, and his constitution even reached 19 points. "It's simply unbelievable." Su Chenyan hesitated slightly and then said, "Principal, 2 months ago, his four-dimensional attributes averaged only 10. Wang Quan shook his head and said, "That must have been a problem with the equipment." During the collective test that thousands of students participated in 2 months ago, the attribute detection equipment was running continuously. Occasionally, 1 or 2 malfunctions occurred, which is not unprecedented. I wonder why he didn't mention it at the time. One can check their own attributes at any time. There is no need for attribute detection equipment. Su Chenyan thoughtfully said, "He was born an orphan and is relatively reclusive. Perhaps he didn't want to talk about it." "Reclusive?" Wang Quan asked with some doubt. Although he didn't talk to Lin Feng for long just now, from the few exchanges they had, Lin Feng seemed open and not reclusive at all. "He has changed a lot in the past 2 months. Su Chenyan explained, "Perhaps it's because of writing books." Wang Quan nodded without paying much attention to this matter. Tang Xian suddenly spoke up, "Principal, are we just going to wait here? Shouldn't we inform the Provincial Education Bureau?" "Inform them?" Wang Quan grinned, showing a very proud smile. "Right, it's lunchtime now. They might not have seen the data yet. Anyway, Lin Feng needs to rest well since he's going to sleep. Let him rest well." After that, Wang Quan turned to Su Chenyan and said, "You stay here and watch over Lin Feng, don't let anyone disturb his rest." With that, he walked outside with Tang Xian. He couldn't speak loudly here for fear of disturbing Lin Feng, but how could he not speak loudly to inform the Provincial Education Bureau? Not only did he have to speak loudly, but he also had to laugh arrogantly. "One of my students, a genius worthy of being recorded in history, and I can't even laugh arrogantly?" At the gate of City First High School, Wang Quan looked at a car speeding towards them, his mouth lifting into a smile. "Ah, here it comes." Tang Xian looked curiously at the approaching car and asked, "Is Director Ding coming?" "Definitely." Wang Quan grinned, "If it were just a legendary level genius, it would be fine. Lin Feng's attributes have the potential to surpass the highest records on record." Tang Xian nodded. "Principal, should I go wake up Lin Feng?" "Why do you want to wake him up?" Tang Xin was stunned for a moment and said, Chief Ding, you will definitely need to test again when you come, right? What's the rush? Wang Quan glanced at Tang Xin and said, Xiao Tang, we should treat students like our own children. Lin Feng is in the stage of growing now, how can he not sleep well? So what if Chief Ding comes? Wasn't there surveillance before? Just check the surveillance. Tang Xin opened his mouth, not knowing what to say for a moment. However, what happened next also left him dumbfounded. Ding Ju, the director of the Education Bureau of Nanhu Province, got out of the car. After hearing the same words from Wang Quan, he also nodded in admiration and said, Principal Wang is right. Lin is in the stage of growing now, it's normal to be sleepy. Let him sleep. Maybe, sleeping a bit more can increase his attributes again. Let's go to the monitoring room first. By the way, Principal Wang, you also tell me in detail about Lin Feng's situation. After that, Ding Ju took the lead and walked towards the school. Tang Xin, who followed, was stunned. The director of the Education Bureau of Nanhu Province personally came, and he didn't even think sleeping was important for Lin Feng. Oh my god. Once again, he realized the value of a legendary level genius. Lin Feng woke up from his deep sleep. It must be said that Su Chenyan's bed is really comfortable, especially the faint fragrance, very conducive to falling asleep. Awake? Su Chenyan, who had been watching Lin Feng absent-mindedly, noticed it as soon as he woke up. Lin Feng subconsciously responded, then suddenly felt something was wrong. He sat up abruptly, pressed the thin blanket hard on his lower body, and then looked somewhat confused at Su Chenyan. Teacher Su, why are you here? Su Chenyan rolled her eyes and said impatiently, This is my dorm, my bed. Why can't I be here? If you're awake, get up, there are many people waiting for you outside. Lin Feng said awkwardly, Teacher Su, can you go out first? Su Chenyan was stunned for a moment, then glanced at the place where Lin Feng was covering fiercely. A few blushes appeared on her fair cheeks. You. Hurry up. After speaking, she got up and walked outside. Lin Feng sighed helplessly, young body, strong temper. Plus, the faint fragrance on the bed kept teasing him, how could he resist? Lin Feng put the thin blanket aside, got off Su Chenyan's bed, stretched his body slightly, stabilized his emotions, and when the little brother calmed down, he also opened the door and went out. Su Chenyan, who was waiting outside the door, although still a bit shy in her heart, maintained a calm expression. While thinking to herself, I am a teacher, she calmly said to Lin Feng, let's go. Lin Feng nodded and asked, Teacher Su, where are we going? Testing attributes again? After Su Chenyan nodded, she explained, don't worry, this is the last time. Director Ding of the Education Bureau of Nanhu Province specially came to witness it, that's the main purpose. Lin Feng nodded, so that's how it is. With such a high-level figure as a witness, it saves others from questioning. Otherwise, even if Lin Feng didn't have to pay for the attribute test himself, even if the test only takes a few seconds, it's still a bit troublesome to test for no reason. The teacher's dormitory is inside the school, not far from the testing room, and the two of them arrived in no time. Outside the testing room, a refined middle-aged man saw Lin Feng and smiled. You must be Lin Feng, right? On the side, Wang Quan also spoke up at this time and introduced, Lin Feng, this is Ding Ju, the director of the Education Bureau of Nanhu Province. Lin Feng nodded and said, Director Ding, hello. Ding Ju smiled and said, Lin Feng, I'm also troubling you. He didn't mention at all that he had been waiting for over an hour, and went straight to the point, saying, let's not waste everyone's time, let's start right away. Lin Feng nodded and skillfully approached the attribute detection device. Tang Xin on the side immediately activated the instrument that had been prepared with a second-order energy crystal. A few seconds later, accompanied by the cold electronic synthesis sound, Lin Feng's attributes appeared on the screen of the device. There was a hint of excitement in Ding Ju's eyes. Even though he already knew and believed that Wang Quan couldn't deceive him with this matter, seeing all of Lin Feng's attributes truly reaching 18 points still made him excited. All attributes have reached 18 points, and the physique has even reached 19 points. The most crucial thing. Ding Ju looked at Lin Feng with a pleased smile and said, you're only at level 9. With a physique of 20 points, you're already rock solid. A legendary profession in terms of physique. When Lin Feng heard this, he was a bit puzzled and didn't quite understand the meaning. Wang Quan on the side spoke up, Lin Feng, haven't you eaten yet? You can't starve yourself. I've already prepared food. During this critical period of growth, not getting enough rest or food can lead to the attributes that could have grown no longer increasing. Director Ding, have you not had lunch either? Let's eat and chat at the same time. Ding Ju also agreed with a nod. Although what Wang Quan said was a bit exaggerated, there were indeed such examples. Due to poor rest for a long time, it could happen that during the upgrade, the mental attribute that could have increased by 1 point did not increase. Since the two big shots had spoken, the others naturally had no objections, and everyone turned to the school cafeteria. In the private room on the second floor, Ding Ju casually took a few bites before putting down his chopsticks. He looked at Lin Feng, who was still eating, and said with a smile, "Lin Feng, I have something to tell you." Ding Ju raised his hand and said, "You continue eating, I'll talk about my thing, you eat yours. First of all, I want to tell you about the transfer ceremony. If the average of the four-dimensional attributes reaches 18 points, and one of the attributes breaks through 20 points, then in the three professions you can choose from during the transfer ceremony, there will almost certainly be a legendary profession in one direction. For example, if your physique reaches 20, then it's almost certain that you will have a legendary profession in the physique direction for you to choose." Lin Feng, who was eating, was stunned. He really didn't know about this news before. To be precise, he only had a superficial understanding of the professions that would appear during the transfer ceremony. After all his energy and time were almost entirely focused on writing books to obtain system rewards. The reason why it's almost, Ding Ju continued, is because such examples are too rare, so it's not completely certain. However, Lin Feng, you getting a legendary profession is basically a sure thing. In our Nanhu Province Education Bureau, we also have some good things. With proper training, on the basis of your current attributes, it is possible to increase 1 or 2 points in one of your attributes. Ding Ju said with a very serious smile. Now, it depends on which path Lin Feng wants to take. Which path to take? Lin Feng put down his chopsticks and fell into contemplation. Su Chenyan on the side spoke up. "Lin Feng, you may not be very familiar with legendary professions. Many epic professions that specialize in dual attributes are similar. Even legendary professions, even if they specialize in one attribute, will inevitably be supplemented by 1 or 2 other attributes. For example, the legendary profession Imperial Fortress, which specializes in physique, also has certain requirements for strength. For example, the legendary profession Divine Knight, although also specializing in physique, has requirements for both strength and spirit. As a class advisor, and also able to lead the senior class of high school, Su Chenyan naturally has knowledge in terms of professional information." Ding Ju nodded with a smile. "Yes, but Lin Feng, rest assured, the requirements for auxiliary attributes of these legendary professions are not high. With your current 19 points of attributes, it is completely sufficient. However, time is a bit tight. You need to make a decision quickly." A middle-aged man who had been silent before, dressed in a suit, took out a document and handed it to Lin Che. Then he said in a deep voice, "All known legendary professions and some related abilities are listed here." He glanced at Su Chenyan sitting next to Lin Feng, and then said to Lin Feng, "This information cannot be disclosed." Su Chenyan conscientiously moved aside. This kind of information is not something that anyone can see, the level of confidentiality is not low. Lin Feng nodded, took the information and started reading. Not looking, not knowing, a shock upon seeing it. Originally thought to be extremely rare legendary professions, there were close to 50 recorded here. Ding Jun then spoke, "Of course, this is only a part of the information we have collected, not complete. And even if you choose a certain profession, it may not necessarily appear when you officially transfer. So, Lin Feng, you mainly need to consider the general direction." Lin Feng nodded. He naturally understood Ding Jun's meaning. Strength, agility, physique, and spirit, the 4 attributes correspond to different career directions. Lin Feng quickly scanned the recorded legendary professions, then frowned. It was fine if there were no professions related to cultivation, but there weren't even any related to martial arts? Initially, Lin Feng was also puzzled by this because he did not find professions like warrior or knight among the common combat professions, let alone professions like Chi cultivator or immortal cultivator. At first, he thought it was because these professions were too powerful and rare, which made them uncommon. After all, even the unique profession of the Sakura Kingdom, the ninja, existed. How could there not be unique professions in the Hua Kingdom? But now, seeing over 50 legendary professions, and even the confidential information provided by the Ministry of Education, there were no martial arts or immortal cultivation professions. Lin Feng couldn't help but ask, "Are there no martial arts professions? Martial arts?" Ding Jun was stunned. He had never heard of this term before. Tang Xin was not present due to insufficient status, otherwise, he, who had read the legend of the Condor heroes, would know what martial arts were. Ding Jun shook his head. "I have never heard of such a profession." Lin Feng was stunned. Wow, it really doesn't exist. And if there are no martial arts professions, then there's no need to ask about immortal cultivation professions. For a moment, Lin Feng was a bit dumbfounded. Originally, when he crossed over to this world, his biggest goal was to fulfill a martial arts dream and an immortal dream that he couldn't achieve on Earth. As a result, there were no similar professions. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. It seems that even if he crossed over, fulfilling his dreams can only rely on writing books. He closed the booklet in his hand and handed it back to the middle-aged man in a suit, then looked at Ding Jun and said, "Director Ding, I have no bias towards professions. No matter if it's a warrior class profession or a mage class profession, these extremely Western fantasy-oriented professions, Lin Feng does not particularly favor any one type. Since there are no martial arts or immortal professions, then whatever." Ding Ju heard this and showed a smile. "Since that's the case, then we need to change our plan. Originally, I was planning to have you focus on a certain profession's main attributes, reaching 20 or even 21 points before you switch. Now it seems we'll work hard to have all your attributes reach 20 before the job change." Ding Ju's eyes revealed a rare enthusiasm: strength, agility, physique, spirit, all 4 attributes reaching 20. Maybe there will be a powerful profession that has never been seen before. Lin Feng nodded with some lack of interest, then picked up his chopsticks and continued eating. "Lin Feng, I heard that you're writing a book?" Ding Ju smiled and said, "Having some extracurricular hobbies is also good. And I heard you earned over 400,000 from writing a book." "But, Lin Feng," Ding Ju's tone became serious, "with such strong talent, you can't waste time on this. At least, in the half-month before the job change ceremony, don't do it." Hearing this, Lin Feng put down his chopsticks again, looking somewhat helpless at Ding Ju. "Director Ding, those after-school training sessions are no longer meaningful to me. Anyway, I'm just idle." "Lin Feng," Ding Ju shook his head, "because of your talent, the Education Bureau will provide some extremely precious treasures to enhance your attributes again. But since you haven't changed jobs yet, you won't be able to digest these things for a while. So, we will arrange some special training based on your absorption rate to ensure the improvement of your strength, agility, and spirit attributes. Therefore, time will be a bit tight. Even the school's courses will be suspended for now." Lin Feng was stunned. If even the normal school courses were to be suspended, then there would be no time left for those originally meant for after-school hours. "In that case, where would I find time to write a book? Without writing a book, where would the rewards come from?" Lin Feng furrowed his brows slightly. "Director Ding, I want to ask, to what extent can my attributes be improved by doing this? I've already mentioned before, it seems Lin Feng doesn't quite understand." Ding Ju continued to explain without any impatience. "At the very least, we will increase 2 of your strength, agility, and spirit attributes by a bit. And if we work hard, maybe we can increase all 3 attributes by a bit. In this way, along with the 1-point increase after reaching level 10, all your attributes can reach 20 before the job change ceremony." Su Chenyan beside them showed a complex expression, feeling joy for her student's high talent, envy for Lin Feng's high starting point, and even a hint of loss. All attributes reaching 20 points. Such a character, after the job change, will soar to great heights. Compared to her, they would probably be completely different worlds. Just as Su Chenyan's emotions were extremely complex, she heard Lin Feng say, "Director Ding, let's not do it." Su Chenyan was suddenly stunned, unable to resist asking directly, "Lin Feng, what did you just say?" Wang Quan beside them also looked at Lin Feng in disbelief, and even the middle-aged man who had been silent in his suit for a long time showed a puzzled expression for the first time. As the director of the Education Bureau of Nanhu Province, Ding Ju's face remained calm, but his heart was still not quite calm. Did he just refuse? Lin Feng turned his head and glanced at Su Chenyan, then smiled and said, "No need to bother the Education Bureau, let those precious treasures be left to others. I don't have time for targeted training." As he spoke, Lin Feng also felt speechless in his heart. It would take half a month of effort to increase by at most 3 points. Forget it. You see, with the help of the divine level writing system, Lin Feng was able to increase his 4-dimensional attributes from 10 points to 18 points in 2 months. 2 months? That means an increase of 8 points in half a month. Not to mention, as the attributes improve, Lin Feng's writing speed is also accelerating. Even though the system rewards attribute points based on probability, conservatively estimating, 8 points should be no problem. With 8 points on one side and 3 points on the other, only someone with a problem in their head would choose 3 points. Ding Ju looked at Lin Feng with a serious expression and asked, "No time? Is there something going on?" "If so, the Education Bureau will help you solve all problems." Lin Feng shrugged and said, "Director Ding, I want to write a book." Ding Ju was stunned. Even he couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this reason. Write a book? What the heck? Su Chenyan couldn't help but speak up. "Lin Feng, what are you thinking? 20 points. Create history, surpass the previous 20 points. Is writing a book more important than that? It seemed that Su Chenyan had figured something out and said somewhat reproachfully, is it because of money? Even if you're the legend of the Condor heroes can earn $1 million, or even more, so what? And it's only half a month. After changing jobs, even if you want to write, no one will stop you. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. He hadn't expected that after revealing his talent of 18 points and attributes, he could write books in peace, and maybe even not have to attend classes and write all day long. But now, things have turned out differently. However, no matter what, I can't tell them about my system, right? Lin Feng cleared his throat, glanced at the people present, and said solemnly, I can't leave my readers hanging. What does can't leave my readers hanging mean? Everyone in the private room looked puzzled. They rarely read serialized novels and couldn't understand at all. For a moment, the entire private room fell silent, with only slightly hurried breathing sounds, and this sound came from Su Chenyan. It wasn't even the end of the day, but her mood had experienced several ups and downs, and finally, after Lin Feng rejected Ding Ju and the Education Bureau's arrangements, she fell into a low point. At this moment, Su Chenyan looked at Lin Feng with eyes full of disappointment, complete and utter disappointment. Ding Ju looked deeply at Lin Feng, then said, since that's the case, we won't disturb Lin Feng anymore. With that, he stood up and walked out of the private room. Wang Quan suddenly stood up beside him. He looked at Lin Feng and advised, Lin Feng, think it over carefully. After speaking, he followed Ding Ju out of the private room. Until they reached the school gate, Wang Quan, the principal of Yizhong, who had been extremely excited and showing off before, slightly bowed to Ding Ju and said with a hint of flattery, Director Ding, the child doesn't know any better. Rest assured, I will have a good talk with him. Tomorrow. At the latest tomorrow, I will definitely take him to the Education Bureau. Wang Quan was the principal of Yizhong, as well as a teacher. He could call out the name of Ding Ju, the director of the Education Bureau of Nanhu Province, after producing a top genius. He could also speak kindly to his students with a somewhat servile attitude and respectful tone. Ding Ju looked at Wang Quan's appearance and smiled, shaking his head, Old Wang, do you think I would be angry because of this? Wang Quan hurriedly waved his hand and said, No. The director is magnanimous, how could it be? Definitely not. Ding Ju looked at Wang Quan somewhat speechlessly and said, Lao Wang, if you were Lin Feng, facing such a situation, what would you choose? There's no need to say. Wang Quan's expression became serious, and he said in a more authoritative tone, it would definitely be to listen to the organization, obey the organization's arrangements. Ding Ju smiled and said, normal people wouldn't refuse this kind of help without any conditions, right? But Lin Feng refused. Have you ever thought about one thing? Wang Quan raised his eyebrows, somewhat thoughtfully, and said, Director, are you suggesting that Lin Feng has a problem? Ding Ju glared at Wang Quan impatiently and said, it means he has a better choice. Don't you remember that he confirmed multiple times before, obeyed our arrangements, and in this half month before the transfer ceremony, how much his attributes increased? As the director of the Education Bureau, Ding Ju was naturally skilled at understanding human nature. He hinted, that kid, when I mentioned that his attributes could increase by 3 points, he didn't show any surprise. He even seemed indifferent. What does this indicate? Don't you understand? Ding Ju got into the car and then somewhat anxiously advised, don't try to uncover other people's secrets, especially geniuses like Lin Feng. This is prohibited behavior in Huagua. The more of a genius, the more space they should be given. After saying that, the car drove away. Wang Quan stood there somewhat bewildered. What does this mean? Could it be that behind Lin Feng, there is someone guiding him? But, isn't he an orphan? Inside the car, Ding Ju sat there, looking out the window at the gradually receding gate of Yizhong School. The middle-aged man in a suit suddenly spoke, Director Ding, should we report this matter to the higher-ups? Ding Ju was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. Anyway, there's only half a month left until the transfer ceremony. Let's wait until after Lin Feng's transfer before discussing it. Reporting it now wouldn't make much sense. It's better to wait until Lin Feng's profession is confirmed. Xiaohua, remember to have the relevant personnel who know about this sign a confidentiality agreement. Also, find out where Lin Feng lives and arrange for some security forces. Yes. Xiaohua in a suit and leather shoes nodded in agreement. Oh, remember, it's security, not surveillance. Director, rest assured, I understand. Ding Ju nodded, took out his phone, and started swiping on it. What was the name of that book the kid wrote? Oh, right, The Legend of the Condor Heroes. In the private room, everyone had left, leaving only Lin Feng and Su Chenyan. Seeing the situation, Lin Feng also stood up and said, Teacher Su, if there's nothing else, I'll leave now. I've rested well, eaten well, and it's time to go back and write. Su Chenyan responded coldly with a grunt, not saying anything more. Faced with Director Ding's unconditional offer of training resources and plans, which Lin Feng directly refused, what use would a high school teacher like her have in persuading him? Not long after Lin Feng left, the door of the private room opened, and Wang Quan came in and asked, "Xiao Su, where's Lin Feng?" "He left." Su Chenyan pursed her lips and said, "Maybe he went back to write his book." Wang Quan nodded, pulled out a chair and sat down, picked up his chopsticks and started eating. He had been busy all day and hadn't eaten yet. On the side, Su Chenyan saw him acting as if nothing had happened, with a slight frown on her eyebrows. "Principal, Lin Feng's matter." He. Wang Quanwei said with a smile while eating, "Xiao Su, you are still too young." Wang Quanwei raised his eyebrows, somewhat complacently saying, "Is Lin Feng stupid? Is there something wrong with his brain?" The sudden two questions left Su Chenyan directly stunned, but Wang Quanwei had no intention of waiting for her to answer, continuing, "He is not willing to accept the half-month 3-point attribute growth plan, even." Wang Quanwei said with ulterior motives, "There are some things he doesn't care about." "What does this indicate?" Su Chenyan murmured, "Does it mean he has a problem with his brain?" "Ahem." Wang Quanwei, who was drinking soup, choked. After a while, he said impatiently, "He looks down on the half-month 3-point attribute growth. It means he has a better way." Xiao Su, behind Lin Feng, there is probably someone guiding him. Wang Quanwei did not mention this was Ding Jun's original words, with an expression as if he had already seen through everything, then ordered, "Send a message to Lin Feng. For the next half month, if he has something, he can take leave. He doesn't need to attend those regular classes. Of course, as his class advisor, if you have nothing to do, you should still check on him more, buy him some. Well, buy some fruits and snacks. I'll cover the expenses." Su Chenyan looked somewhat dazed. To be precise, after Wang Quanwei said, "Someone is guiding Lin Feng," she crashed. The ups and downs of today made Su Chenyan feel her brain was not enough. When Lin Feng returned home, he first charged his phone. He was in such a hurry earlier that he didn't notice his phone was out of battery. After the phone turned on, a message popped up, "Teacher Su, Lin Feng, starting tomorrow, you don't need to come to school, focus on your own matters." Seeing this message, Lin Feng was stunned. "Is she completely fed up with me because of what I did before?" Lin Feng sighed helplessly, "But this is also good. At least, now no one is disturbing me from writing my book." Lin Feng went to his desk. "There is still half a month. If I write quickly, completing around 20 system tasks rewards shouldn't be a problem." "System, with 20 tasks coming up, give me 8 free attribute points, isn't that fair?" Lin Feng picked up a pen and started writing on paper. Judging by the rewards he received for completing the previous writing tasks, the probability of getting free attribute points was about 50%, which wasn't low. 20 tasks, 8 times attribute point rewards, shouldn't be a problem. In a deserted deep forest in a certain province in Nanhu, a well-equipped army is guarding a light curtain. This is the entrance to the dungeon. Normally, dungeon entrances are equipped with well-built defense and supply buildings, but that is for dungeons that have already been explored. However, for this newly appeared level 40 Evil Dragon's Lair dungeon, these have not been done yet. Su Yuanfeng was organizing his equipment while saying to the burly man beside him, "Luo Hong, the legend of the Condor heroes that you recommended to me is really good." Luo Hong smiled and said, "Of course." He showed a hint of infatuation. "If there were a woman like Huang Rong in real life, I would pursue her even if I had to die." "Huang Rong?" Su Yuanfeng disdainfully glanced at him, raised his hand and slapped Luo Hong's chest. "Aren't you afraid of Guojing using the dragon-subduing palm to kill you?" Luo Hong staggered after being hit, but he was not angry. Instead, he raised his middle finger at Su Yuanfeng and said, "The 18 dragon-subduing palms consist of 18 moves. Haven't you read the book?" Su Yuanfeng showed a longing expression and said, "Of course, I know, but, unfortunately, I don't have the internal strength described in the book." Luo Hong looked at Su Yuanfeng strangely and said, "Yuanfeng, it's just a novel, you don't take it seriously, do you? These things are all fictional. How could there really be such martial arts as the 18 dragon-subduing palms, or skills? And, I've never heard of internal strength." Luo Hong seemed to think of something and said maliciously, "You don't have internal strength, but you have fighting spirit. As a 4th-tier berserker, you can separate your fighting spirit. At that time, try to shape the fighting spirit into the form of a dragon, and then strike it out. Remember to shout, 'The dragon regrets its arrogance.' Otherwise, otherwise others won't know you're using. The 18 dragon-subduing palms." While Luo Hong laughed wildly, he managed to finish his words. Su Yuanfeng, with a bad temper, hit him with the 18 dragon-subduing palms again. "Alright, stop messing around. In front of them, a man with a determined expression turned around and said, "Get ready, we're entering the instance. I emphasize again, this is a pioneering run, so stay focused and be safe." Su Yuanfeng and Luo Hong immediately stopped fooling around and replied seriously, "Yes." The team of 5 people began to enter the instance one by one. Su Yuanfeng walked into the light curtain in front of him, waiting for the teleportation to end, while contemplating how to shape the fighting spirit into a dragon form. But that kind of dragon with raised wings on its back, bulky body, and spitting flames didn't seem quite suitable. Just then, the teleportation ended. After the 5-person team entered the instance of the evil dragon's nest, the sky above the instance world suddenly became overcast, and thick lightning bolts struck down towards a certain location. At the same time, a sound of a wild beast's painful howl, never heard before, rang out, sounding like a chant. At the same time, some information about the instance appeared in their minds: Evil Dragon's Nest, Level 40 Epic Instance, Instance Description: An evil dragon about to transform, struck by divine punishment, dies on the spot, its blood splattering throughout the nest, driving countless dragons crazy. Clearance objective: kill the new evil dragon before it reaches the dragon transformation stage. Note, when the evil dragon reaches the dragon transformation stage, it will trigger divine punishment again, resulting in instance failure. Luo Hong narrowed his eyes. It seems this instance has a time limit for strategy. He turned to Su Yuanfeng and said, "We need to speed up." Yuanfeng? Luo Hong saw Su Yuanfeng looking dazed, so he raised his hand and patted him. "Are you okay?" Su Yuanfeng shook his body, looked at the gradually calming thunder in the sky, and muttered, "Dragon. Like the dragon. Of the dragon." Lin Feng stretched lazily, stood up from the desk, scanned and uploaded the manuscript, then clicked on Publish. The system's notification sound rang out. Successfully published the new 10,000-word work, The Legend of the Condor Heroes, received 1 free attribute point. Lin Feng snapped his fingers and added a little more attribute points. It had been 5 days since he returned from school. In these 5 days, Lin Feng, who hardly went out, wrote 50,000 words at home and completed 5 system tasks, just receiving the attribute points. He had already obtained 3 free attribute points. If the Education Bureau people knew, they would probably be confused. Lin Feng's mouth slightly raised. According to what Director Ding of the Education Bureau said, it was both a rare treasure and a training target. It would take half a month and could only guarantee an increase of 2 points in his attributes. To reach 3 points, more effort was needed. But now, Lin Feng only spent 5 days, and already obtained 3 attribute points. Lin Feng returned to his desk, ready to continue writing, but he found that although his spirits had recovered through attribute points, his body still felt empty, a sense of being drained. These 5 days, with plenty of time, were spent mostly writing, which made Lin Feng realize a problem: writing a book, or rather, writing to complete the tasks of the divine writing system, would greatly consume his physical and mental energy. The more he wrote, the more he consumed. In the end, even writing a single word became an extremely strenuous task. Perhaps, this is a limitation. Lin Feng somewhat helplessly put down his pen. He felt it was quite normal because with his attributes far surpassing ordinary people and a writing method that didn't require much thinking, if there wasn't such a strong consumption, he could easily write tens of thousands of words in a day. In that case, the system tasks would probably be completed quickly by him. But now, it was just over 10,000 words a day. Maybe it will be better after changing jobs. Lin Feng had some judgment on this. Forget it, the food at home is almost gone, I should go buy some food. Lin Feng had just stood up from his desk when the door suddenly knocked. Thud, thud, thud. Just as Lin Feng was puzzled, a familiar and pleasant female voice came from outside the door. "Is Lin Feng there? Teacher Su?" Lin Feng opened the door somewhat dazed, looking at the lively Su Chenyan standing at the door. He asked in confusion, "Why are you here?" Su Chenyan rolled her eyes beautifully. "What? Can't I come? Let me in first, it's heavy." Hearing this, Lin Feng realized that Su Chenyan not only came but also brought 2 huge bags. Lin Feng raised his hand to take them, but Su Chenyan pushed him with her shoulder. "No need, let me in. I'm a 3rd-tier professional after all." Lin Feng smiled helplessly and stepped aside. Su Chenyan walked in with 2 big bags. Although it was only her second visit, she seemed very familiar as she headed straight to the sofa, slowly placing the 2 bags of things on the coffee table. And with this opportunity, her eyes looked around, noticing no one else. The furnishings in the house were the same as last time. The expert behind Lin Feng was not at his home? But according to what people outside said, he hadn't left the house in these 5 days. Oh well, maybe that expert comes and goes without a trace. Su Chenyan's eyes turned. She restrained her gaze and expression. After putting away the things from the bags, she sat directly on the sofa and said, "This is food I brought for you." There are also some nutritional supplements inside. Lin Feng walked over, somewhat puzzled, and asked, Teacher Su, aren't you very disappointed in me? Su Chenyan looked at Lin Feng unkindly and said, you know it too. You missed such a good opportunity. Forget it. Anyway, you are my student. Su Chenyan didn't want to continue this topic. She pointed to one of the bags. This bag is full of supplements. The principal asked me to bring it. It's very expensive. Su Chenyan stood up from the sofa, walked towards the window while saying, although the principal may seem a bit reckless at times, that's because of his berserker profession. He takes great care of you students, even us teachers. Su Chenyan walked to the window, pulled open the curtains, and said, if you stay at home usually, remember to open the windows for some fresh air. Then she raised her hand and opened the window as well. Then she returned to the sofa. The remaining bag is some fruits I bought for you. Thank you. Lin Feng was at a loss for words at this moment. He thought that Su Chenyan would be cold towards him after he rejected the Education Bureau's training program. Maybe she would ignore him from now on. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng looked at Su Chenyan and said, Teacher Su, how about I treat you to a meal? Su Chenyan smiled and shook her head. No need, I came this time just to bring you something. And also, to check on your situation. After saying that, she stood up. You go about your business. I'll be leaving now. Without waiting for Lin Feng to stop her, Su Chenyan directly opened the door. Before leaving, she paused at the door and said, Lin Feng, there are 10 days left until the job transfer ceremony. Don't forget. Even if you are writing a book, you still have to attend the job transfer ceremony. Lin Feng nodded. Of course, Teacher Su, rest assured. Oh, by the way, that book you wrote is pretty good. After leaving these words, Su Chenyan walked away without looking back. Lin Feng watched her leaving figure with a slight trance. Then after a while, he smiled and shook his head. She really is a good teacher. Back in the room, he opened the 2 bags brought by Su Chenyan. One bag contained various fruits, and the other bag contained small nutritional supplements. Lin Feng picked up his phone and checked. Name, first-tier energy supplement. Function, replenish consumed energy and stamina. Note, can be reused, but effectiveness will decrease. It is recommended to wait at least 5 hours before continuing to use. Price, 10,000. After seeing the final price, Lin Feng was stunned for a moment. He looked at the neatly arranged 12 energy supplements in the bag. This bag was worth 120,000? And it was from the principal's own pocket? He had no reservations about rejecting Director Ding Jun's plan before. Now thinking about it, it seemed a bit inappropriate. He could have refused more tactfully. However, Lin Feng smiled. By the time he transformed into a legendary profession, he should be able to repay this favor. Thinking of this, he raised his hand and took one to drink. Not long after taking the energy supplement, Lin Feng's eyes slightly lit up. The empty feeling in his body due to writing slowly disappeared. Could this be effective for writing? Lin Feng couldn't wait and sat down at the desk, picked up the pen, and continued writing. With each word, he wrote over 1,000 words. Feeling the empty sensation returning to his body, Lin Feng reluctantly put down the pen. Wow, a 10,000 yuan first-tier energy supplement can only support me to write 1,000 words. Lin Feng checked his bank card balance on his phone. The school had transferred the 100,000 yuan for the second-tier energy crystal he bought the day before. Now there was still over 400,000 yuan in the card. Leave a little to maintain daily life. I can buy 40 supplements, which means I can write an additional 40,000 words. As for later, after the job transfer ceremony, the manuscript fee will be paid, right? Lin Feng opened the writer's backstage and checked his manuscript fee. Originally not paying much attention to the fee, now he was a bit more concerned. However, when Lin Feng saw the data on the backstage, he was stunned. The data was simply explosive. Lin Feng roughly estimated that he would receive over 800,000 yuan in the next payment. Mr. Jean is truly a great talent. Even in the era of the national transfer job, the entertainment industry is very scarce and the Blue Star, the legend of the Condor heroes, still dominates the scene. Inside the evil dragon's lair dungeon, Luo Hong spat fiercely, sat down on the ground. Damn, this level 40 dragon is really difficult to kill. The teammate beside him agreed. That's right, I've never seen such a big snake before. And it's so fast. Their captain, a man with a determined face, also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, their combat power on land is not strong. It's a good thing we found them early. The captain's words made everyone show expressions of fear. In the previous battle with the dragon in the water, they almost wiped out the entire team. Yuan Feng, what are you looking at? Su Yuan Feng didn't reply, but stared blankly at a huge stone wall. Luo Hong got up from the ground, came to his side and also looked at the stone wall. On the stone wall, there were several murals depicting the creature they had just killed. A dragon? Luo Hong blurted out. Su Yuanfeng shook his head and pointed to the bottom of the stone wall. That is the dragon. Then, he looked somewhat excitedly at the upper middle part of the stone wall, where there was a creature with horns on its head, 5 claws on its belly, moving through the clouds. Su Yuanfeng murmured, "This is a dragon." 10 days passed quickly under Lin Feng's crazy writing. Although he had 52 first-order energy supplements, as the book approached the later stages, it became more difficult to write. At 7 in the morning, Lin Feng finished writing the last word of this task, feeling somewhat exhausted. He forced himself to place the manuscript on the scanner, scanned and uploaded it, and published it. After everything was done, Lin Feng took a long breath, and at that moment, the system's notification sound rang out. Successfully published the work The Legend of the Condor Heroes with a new draft of 10,000 words, received 1 free attribute point. Lin Feng's eyes lit up at the mention of the attribute point. Without hesitation, Lin Feng added the attribute point to agility. Lin Feng, level 10, occupation, none strength, 22 agility, 22, 21 plus 1, constitution, 22 spirit, 22 as Lin Feng had expected, 8 points for attributes. At this point, Lin Feng's 4-dimensional attribute average officially reached an astonishing 22 points. It should be noted that although the highest recorded 4-dimensional attribute average was 19 points, not everyone was as evenly distributed as Lin Feng, so their highest attributes would exceed 19 points. However, including all recorded information, the highest single attribute before the job change was only 21 points, and Lin Feng has now broken that record. And not just one, but all 4. With the increase in attribute points, Lin Feng, who had regained some energy, kicked his phone and walked out. The job change ceremony was about to begin, and if he didn't leave now, he would be late. At 8 in the morning, on the square of Baisha No. 1 middle school, it was already crowded with people. Although there were only about 1,000 high school graduates from Baisha No. 1 middle school, there were many people from the entire Baisha city and surrounding schools. However, under the organization of the Education Bureau and the teachers of No. 1 middle school, everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. On the platform next to the central square, Ding Jun, the director of the South Lake Provincial Education Bureau, sat in the central position. He glanced at the orderly queue below the platform where the job change was taking place, then turned to Wang Quan and asked, "Where is Lin Feng?" Wang Quan replied somewhat helplessly, "He's here, he's already at the school gate." Ding Ju nodded, as long as he came, although he didn't know to what extent his current attributes were. But, even if he didn't rise, there was a great chance of appearing a legendary profession. At this moment, a commotion arose in the crowd on the square. On the central stone monument, a purple light was shining at this moment. Epic profession. Is this the first epic profession today? It's Mo Bingyu, the school flower of Izhong, Mo Bingyu. Accompanied by countless discussions, 3 light balls flew out of the transfer monument, suspended in front of the girl in front of the monument. After a moment, the light balls exploded and turned into 3 figures. One was shining white, holding bandages and medicine bottles, a life profession, a physician. One was shining blue, surrounded by one after another water flow, a rare quality combat profession, a water mage. And the last one was shining purple, with hands open, holding 2 thunderballs. On the high platform, Ding Ju nodded in satisfaction. Epic profession, Thunderer, is a good profession. Wang Quan, however, said with some regret, her name is Mo Bingyu, also a very outstanding student, with an average of 15 in all 4 attributes. Ah, it's a pity, didn't get a legendary profession, Thundermaster. Ding Ju looked at Wang Quan somewhat speechlessly. What are you thinking? A legendary profession with 15 points? The probability of this is not higher than that of a genius with 19 points, right? In the whole of Huagua, there are not many who can obtain a legendary profession with an average of 15 attributes over the years. The principal of Urzhong couldn't help but hear Wang Quan's words. Wang Quan, is it so easy to get a legendary profession? Wang Quan raised his eyebrows and retorted without hesitation, what's wrong? Is it very difficult? He thought with Lin Feng as a backup, he was even more confident. I'll lay it out today. In this transfer ceremony, my school, Izhong, will definitely produce a legendary profession. With this statement, the other principals sitting on the high platform all looked sideways. Is this Wang Quan crazy? Not to mention Baisha City, even the entire Nanhu province may not produce a legendary profession. Where does he get his confidence? Ding Ju's mouth twitched imperceptibly and he spoke up, alright, Lao Wang. Seeing the director speak, Wang Quan didn't continue, but although he didn't say anything, his expression still looked very smug, as if what he had just said would definitely come true. On the high platform, Mo Bingyu, under the envious eyes of everyone, reached out to touch the epic profession Thunderer's figure, then the purple figure merged into her body, and a faint electric arc shot out from her eyes. transfer successful. At the same time, at the entrance of the square, Su Chenyan looked helplessly at Lin Feng and said impatiently, "Do you forget today is the transfer ceremony if I don't call you?" Lin Feng glanced at mobbing you on the platform and smiled. "How could I, Teacher Su, when you called me, I was already out." Su Chenyan rolled her eyes, raised her phone. "At 7:30, you updated the latest chapter. Lin Feng, you've never been so diligent when you were in school." Looking at the directory of The Legend of the Condor Heroes on Su Chenyan's phone, Lin Feng smiled dumbly. "I made it here on time." Su Chenyan rolled her eyes, naturally raised her hand and pulled Lin Feng's arm to walk forward. "Come with me. The principal instructed that when you arrive, go straight up for the transfer." Inside the Evil Dragon's lair dungeon, Luo Hong looked somewhat desperate at the level 40 boss Evil Dragon in front of him. In the 5-person team, besides him and Su Yuanfeng, the other 3 had completely lost their combat effectiveness at this point. And he and Su Yuanfeng were also almost exhausted. Originally, according to their plan, they were supposed to lure the Evil Dragon boss out of the water onto land for battle, and they had a stable winning chance. However, plans always change. The level 40 Evil Dragon boss unexpectedly summoned rain. Under the pouring rain, the combat power of the Evil Dragon boss kept rising. "Yuanfeng, you go first." Luo Hong gritted his teeth and said. Although Su Yuanfeng was also seriously injured, as a berserker, he still had a powerful skill with significant side effects, the blood rage frenzy that he had not used yet. Using that skill could bring Su Yuanfeng back to his peak state for half a minute. Although this half a minute was not enough to defeat the boss, it was enough to escape. Su Yuanfeng shook his head. He was looking up at the towering evil dragon and softly said, "Luo Hong, I know what the dragon in the descending dragon 18 palms refers to now." As his words fell, a crisp dragon chant emanated from within him, echoing for miles. Luo Hong stared in amazement as the once fierce evil dragon boss retreated under Su Yuanfeng's attacks, especially as Su Yuanfeng waved his palms. One after another shadow somewhat resembling a dragon spewed out from his palms. The golden shadows made the evil dragon boss dare not even touch them, frantically dodging. After a moment, the evil dragon boss let out a sharp scream and decisively fled. Su Yuanfeng also collapsed on the ground as if exhausted. Luo Hong hurried over. "Yuanfeng, are you okay?" Su Yuanfeng shook his head. "It's just the side effects of the blood rage frenzy. I'm drained." The remaining 3 also recovered some mobility after catching their breath and walked over. After helping Su Yuanfeng up, Luo Hong asked, "What skill did you just use?" "Descending Dragon 18 Palms." "What?" Luo Hong was completely stunned. As the one who recommended The Legend of the Condor Heroes to Su Yuanfeng, he naturally loved the book. How could he not know the famous Descending Dragon 18 Palms from the book? "You really used the Descending Dragon 18 Palms with Qi?" Luo Hong exclaimed in amazement. Su Yuanfeng smiled and replied, "Sort of. It's just that this dragon is not the kind of flying lizard." Su Yuanfeng turned to look into the distance and said, "It's the dragon of the evil dragon. A golden dragon with double horns on its head and 5 claws on its belly." The other 3 also rushed over at this moment and heard their conversation. Their team leader asked with a slightly surprised expression, "Is Descending Dragon 18 Palms a new skill you learned?" Luo Hong, on the side, somewhat speechless, explained, "Captain, Descending Dragon 18 Palms is a novel." Before he could finish his sentence, he heard a definite answer. "Yes." Luo Hong turned abruptly and asked, "Yes to what? Isn't this something you made up based on the novel's description? How did it become a skill?" Su Yuanfeng looked at Luo Hong with a hint of pride and said, "Don't worry, let's leave the dungeon first. Captain, I don't have much combat power in the short term." The captain nodded. "Let's go, leave the dungeon, we'll talk as we go." Although this expedition was doomed to fail, fortunately, there were no casualties. Dungeon clearing was not something that could be accomplished in one go, and the captain was already satisfied with the situation where they had fought the final boss. A group of people walked unsteadily towards the exit of the copy, and the captain spoke up at this moment. "What is the situation with the dragon subduing 18 palms that you mentioned?" Su Yuanfeng no longer beat around the bush at this time, explaining, "Captain, this is a skill. The effect is to unleash a dragon-shaped palm wind to cause damage. Is the damage very high? It actually made that boss very afraid." "Well, I just obtained it. It's only level 1, how high can the damage be?" Su Yuanfeng explained with a somewhat helpless expression. "The boss is probably very intimidated by this skill against dragon-type creatures." The captain asked thoughtfully, "Is it a control-type skill?" Su Yuanfeng shook his head. "No, this is a very pure attack skill, but my berserker profession is not very compatible with this skill. To make it truly powerful, you must use inner strength, not like me now, forcibly activating it with fighting spirit." "Inner strength? I've never heard of it." The captain shook his head, then asked, "Where did you learn this skill? If it can be obtained repeatedly, it would greatly help in clearing this copy. Moreover, since it is an attack skill, if the acquisition channel is not expensive, it can be promoted." No one would complain about having too many skills. However, learning skills, apart from the profession's inherent skills, whether using extremely precious skill books or training day and night with the help of professionals as skill trainers, is very troublesome. At least, not everyone can afford it. On the side, Luo Hong couldn't help but ask directly, "Yuan Feng, is it really the dragon subduing 18 palms from the legend of the Condor heroes?" Su Yuanfeng nodded, "Yes." Luo Hong took a deep breath. "My goodness, can you learn skills from novels? Even if it's a textbook written by a top skill trainer, without the explanation and guidance of the skill trainer himself, you can't just learn the skill by reading the textbook. And the one who learned this skill is a berserker who is not very smart? Wait, not very smart. Gui Jing, darn. Could this be the condition for learning the skill? What are you talking about? The legend of the Condor heroes? The captain was completely puzzled. Su Yuanfeng grinned and said, "Captain, weren't you asking me if learning this skill is expensive?" Hee, it's free." Free? Including the captain, the other three people looked over. Is there such a good thing? The captain took a deep breath and said, "After leaving the copy, you take us to learn the skill. It's free, and it has a deterrent effect on dragons, so what's there to hesitate about? After all 5 of them have learned it, clearing this copy will be much easier, won't it?" On the square of Baisha No. 1 middle school, Lin Feng somewhat helplessly said to Su Chenyan who was pulling him, "Teacher Su, don't worry, I won't run away." Su Chenyan turned around and gave him a white look. "I'm not worried, you have a precedent, just go and change jobs honestly." "All right." Lin Feng could only comply. Due to the height difference and the crowded flow of people on the square, Su Chenyan's hand, which was originally holding Lin Feng's forearm, slowly slid down, ending up at the wrist, making it look like Su Chenyan was holding hands with Lin Feng. Under Su Chenyan's guidance, the two of them smoothly arrived at the central location where the job change monument was located. At this time, Mo Bingyu, who had just completed the job change, happened to turn around to leave. When she saw Su Chenyan and Lin Feng, Mo Bingyu's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. "Teacher Su, Lin Feng." Su Chenyan nodded and smiled. "Well done, with the epic profession, you can choose any prestigious school in the entire Hua country." Mo Bingyu was also her student, so she was naturally happy to obtain the epic profession. Mo Bingyu nodded, about to say something, but inadvertently caught a glimpse of Lin Feng and Su Chenyan holding hands, which seemed to be linked together. Mo Bingyu's body trembled slightly, but the words "Lin Feng, you also work hard" were held back. Them? No way? Although Lin Feng graduated after changing professions today, but holding hands in front of so many people. Aren't they too brazen? Mo Bingyu's surprised and puzzled expression was not noticed by Su Chenyan. She let go of Lin Feng's wrist, slapped him on the back, and said impatiently, "Go quickly, touch the profession transfer steel. If you don't get a legendary profession this time, don't worry." Lin Feng turned around and smiled. "It's just a legendary profession. It will definitely come out." The conversation between the two was not loud, but every word was heard by Mo Bingyu, who had just obtained the epic profession. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Legendary profession? Will it definitely come out? Didn't his attributes test only 10 points 2 months ago? A legendary profession will come out? How is that possible? On the high platform, Ding Jun's expression changed when he saw Lin Feng on stage. "He's here." Wang Aquan beside him grinned and glanced triumphantly at several other school principals next to him. Just wait and see. Under their expectant gazes, Lin Feng walked up to the profession transfer steel, looked at the stone steel engraved with countless mysterious patterns in front of him, raised his hand slowly to touch it, and then, a golden light that had never been seen before burst out from the steel. Golden, legendary. The square that was still discussing Mo Bingyu's acquisition of the epic profession fell silent, followed by a louder commotion. "Oh my god. Legendary profession. A legendary profession actually appeared. I actually saw the appearance of a legendary profession with my own eyes. Who is that person? Why haven't I seen him before? Lin Feng. How is that possible? His attribute test was only 10 points before." Mo Bingyu, who was still in the center of the square and had not left, stared blankly at the golden light emanating from the steel, completely stunned. A legendary profession actually appeared. What they just said is actually true? No. A terrible thought arose in Mo Bingyu's mind. Did Teacher Su and Lin Feng anticipate the appearance of the legendary profession? In that case, there is only one possibility. Lin Feng's attributes have reached the level where a legendary profession is guaranteed to appear? This is too unbelievable. Mo Bingyu's initial joy at obtaining the epic profession was now completely gone, leaving only shock filling her heart. On the high platform, Wang Aquan slammed the seat heavily, stood up abruptly, and the wooden seat turned into pieces with his hit. He didn't care about it, but clenched his fist and waved it fiercely in the air. Good. Ha ha ha, good. The other school principals beside him were also stunned as they looked at the steel glowing with golden light. A legendary profession actually appeared, and it was a student from Ijong. The principal of Urjong said enviously, Wang Aquan, you've hidden it well. The fact that a legendary profession appeared indicates that the young man in front of the steel must have high attributes, but they had received no information about it before. Wang Quan's smile was extremely proud. Not bad. This kid finally didn't let me down. Ding Ju heard this and his mouth twitched imperceptibly. It sounds like you raised him. This Lin Feng even directly rejected the Education Bureau's training program, let alone you. But being able to have a legendary profession is not bad. Just then, the stone tablet trembled slightly, and 3 balls of light shot out from the stone tablet, transforming into 3 figures in front of Lin Feng. 2 of them were emitting a golden light. Two. I must be seeing things. Am I seeing things? It must be my eyes playing tricks on me. How? How is this possible? 2 legendary professions? How is that possible? Damn, why not just make all 3 of them legendary professions? All 3 legendary? Are you kidding me? Among the 3 professions, one must be a mundane profession. There's no legendary quality mundane profession. Right. The remaining 2 combat professions are legendary. My god, I envy JE to death. On the high platform, Wang Quan was no longer happy at this moment, but ecstatic. 2 combat professions, both legendary quality, this is unprecedented. This is a historic event. The other principals, seeing this scene, were no longer envious, but jealous. The legendary professions that others could only dream of. This kid from Baishano, 1 middle school, today, has 2. In other words, 1 legendary profession is destined to be wasted. Legendary profession. Wasted. My god. The principal of No. 2 middle school sighed deeply. Damn, if only it could be transferred. Although the other principals knew this was impossible, they all agreed, if only it could be transferred. Ding Ju looked at all this, a flash of surprise in his eyes. He took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, Xiaohua, let's go. After speaking, his figure disappeared from the high platform, and standing beside him, the well-dressed Hua Manglin also disappeared. Wang Quan couldn't hold back either. He exerted force with his legs, stomped fiercely, leaped up, and jumped towards the center of the square. And at this moment, in the center of the square, Lin Feng looked at the 3 figures, feeling a little confused. He directly ignored the white figure on the far left holding a scroll, leaving the other 2. Lin Feng. Ding Ju and Hua Manglin's figures appeared, followed by the sound of breaking air. Wang Quan also landed heavily. Ding Ju pointed at Hua Manglin. He specializes in researching professions. He can give you some advice. Old Wang, give the stone tablet 10 energy crystals to delay the selection time. Wang Quan nodded, took out 10 energy crystals shimmering with a faint light, and threw them into the stone tablet. In front of Lin Feng, the originally blurry figures became more solid due to the integration of the crystals. Originally, the profession selection only had a short 30 seconds. If you didn't choose, you would receive a profession at any time. But now, after the injection of 10 energy crystals, the selection time was extended to 5 minutes. This was the maximum extension possible. Hua Manglin took a step forward, looked at the figure on the far right, and said, Divine Knight, a known profession, specializing in physique, with secondary focuses on strength and spirit. Extremely strong defensive capabilities, possesses a status-type skill God descends to earth, which makes them nearly invincible within the same tier for a short period of time. Lin Feng nodded. He had seen this profession in the booklet given to him by Hua Manglin before. Hua Manglin looked at the profession in the middle, his expression becoming serious, and a purple light appeared in his eyes. He was using a skill to investigate. Unknown profession, preliminary judgment. Hua Manglin's expression changed. Somewhat unbelievably he said, specializes in all attributes. As soon as these words were spoken, the few people present were all stunned, followed by expressions of surprise. Hua Manglin continued, holding a 2-handed sword. It is estimated to belong to an offensive profession. Ding Ju on the side spoke up. Lin Feng, I suggest you choose this profession in the middle. Mainly focusing on all attributes, although it consumes a lot of resources. At the same time, the combat power far exceeds other professions, because this kind of main attribute profession has almost no weaknesses. As for resources, rest assured, the Hua Kingdom will spare no effort to cultivate you. Wang Quan on the side also restrained his ecstatic expression at this time, becoming extremely solemn. He looked at Ding Ju and then said, Lin Feng, today is the day of high school graduation. Graduation also means that you are officially becoming an adult. It's time to make your own decisions. Lin Feng fell silent, looking at the three figures in front of him, starting to contemplate. Ding Zhu's words were actually based on the considerations of the Hua Kingdom. The legendary profession focusing on all attributes is bound to be very strong, without a doubt. But this kind of profession, whether it's related training or the materials needed for future advancement, will far exceed other professions. In simple terms, if Lin Feng chooses this, he will have to rely on the support of the Hua Kingdom to go further in the future. It's something he cannot afford on his own. Therefore, Wang Quan spoke up, emphasizing that he should make his own decision. Lin Feng let out a slow breath. In fact, he had a good impression of the Hua Kingdom. The Hua Kingdom on this blue star is not only powerful and just, but also very enlightened. The iron law that emphasizes the public's right to privacy, no one shall be forced to inquire into the secrets of others, made Lin Feng feel much more at ease. Should he choose to focus on all attributes? After all, having crossed over, he is already a citizen of the Hua Kingdom, and being alone, if he doesn't rely on the country, who should he rely on? It's just a bit of a pity. Lin Feng glanced at the figures in the middle and on the left. These two combat professions were full of Western fantasy style. I don't like Western fantasy. Lin Feng felt somewhat helpless. Not to mention cultivating immortality, he would never choose these two martial arts professions. However, there was no way out now. Just as Lin Feng had just made up his mind and was about to choose the unknown profession focusing on all attributes, a system prompt sounded in his mind. System prompt. Su Yuanfeng has comprehended the skill, Dragon Subduing 18 Palms, from your work, The Legend of the Condor Heroes. System reward, skill, Dragon Subduing 18 Palms. Lin Feng was stunned, completely frozen. What the hell? Dragon Subduing 18 Palms? Damn! However, at this moment, countless system prompts sounded in his mind. System prompt detected that the host has triggered the transmission of knowledge and skills, unlocking the transmission of knowledge and skills mission in advance. Mission, transmission of knowledge and skills, prologue, mission objective, become a teacher. Mission reward, special passive skill, teacher. Skill description, teacher allows readers to automatically learn the skill after comprehending it through your work. The more readers comprehend, the higher the level and quality of the skill. Note, teachers have the occupational skill textbook, and works designated as textbooks will increase the likelihood of readers comprehending skills. After accepting the system prompts, Lin Feng slowly turned his head and looked at the figure on the far left that he had not paid much attention to before. It was a figure with one hand behind its back, holding a scroll emitting a white light. A teacher. Lin Feng's thoughts raced in his mind. The skill mentioned by the system just now, teacher, can allow me to gain skills when others comprehend my work. Just like the Dragon Subduing 18 Palms earlier. In that case, what about internal skills? The Art of Inner Strength, 9 Yang Divine Art, 9 Yin Manual, Sunflower. Damn! I can't write about those things. So, even if I change my career to become a teacher, I can still have internal skills and martial arts techniques similar to those of a martial artist. In that case, why would I choose to be a knight or some unknown all-around profession? Lin Feng's eyes lit up slightly. The biggest difference between combat and non-combat professions lies in attributes and skills. After changing to a combat profession, the attributes obtained with each level up will be higher than those of a non-combat profession. But for Lin Feng, this is not even a concern. With the freedom attribute points bestowed by the divine level writing system task, as long as he persists in writing, he will never lack attributes. As for skills, with the arrival of the system's master title, will he still lack skills? The thought of Lin Feng using his left hand for the Dragon Subduing 18 Palms, his right hand for the Lone Sword of Dugu, and his feet for the lightness of being technique made him excited. What? You say you can't use two different martial arts at the same time? Have you heard of the left-right mutual combat technique? And Lin Feng's face revealed a hint of uncontrollable longing. I can still write cultivation novels. By then, I will wield my sword energy across 3,000 miles, with one sword light chilling 19 continents. This seems to be from the old man. Oh well, let's not worry about that for now. Lin Feng took a deep breath to calm his emotions. Beside him, Hua Manglin saw his gaze shift to the far left and spoke. This is a non-combat profession, a teacher. It's also relatively rare. Lin Feng nodded, then turned to look at Principal Wang, slightly bowing and saying, Principal, sorry. Wang Quanwei was taken aback for a moment, waving his hand. Why are you apologizing to me? Hurry up and choose your profession. Time is running out. Have you made up your mind? Lin Feng nodded. I have. Then, without hesitation, he reached out his hand towards the left. Wait. Everyone in front of the stone tablet, upon seeing Lin Feng's action, was startled. Reach out to the left? Lin Feng. Wang Quanwei hurriedly said, now is not the time to joke around. Without looking back, Lin Feng touched the figure representing a teacher, saying, Principal, rest assured, this is a decision I have carefully considered. Amidst the puzzled looks of everyone, the teacher's figure, glowing white, merged into Lin Feng's body. The other two golden legendary profession figures began to slowly dissipate. The entire square fell silent. Are you kidding me? At the entrance to the evil dragon's nest dungeon, the captain of the 5-person team, Guansu, said to Su Yuanfeng in a bad mood, Can you learn skills from reading novels? What nonsense are you talking about? His expression turned serious. Yuanfeng, this is important, and now is not the time to joke around. Su Yuanfeng smiled bitterly and spread his hands. Captain, I'm not lying to you. He seemed to think of something, took out his phone and quickly swiped, then showed it to Guansu, saying, Look, it mentions the dragon subduing 18 palms here. After glancing at it, Guansu still frowned and said, This is too far-fetched, I can't believe it. Luo Hong on the side also spoke up, Captain, it's true. I introduced the legend of the Condor heroes to Su Yuanfeng, and the skill Su Yuanfeng just displayed is very similar to the one described in the book. Guansu shook his head, maybe you were just inspired and created a skill yourself. Su Yuanfeng continued to explain with a bitter smile, Captain, I'm only at the 4th rank, how could I have the ability to create a skill? Moreover, self-created skills can be named by oneself, but this dragon subduing 18 palms was learned directly. On the side, Luo Hong spoke up, Captain, it won't take much time to read a novel anyway, why not give it a try? Guansu seemed to have figured something out and looked at him, saying, Luo Hong, didn't you read it too? How come you didn't learn? Luo Hong was stunned for a moment, then helplessly said, Captain, I'm a ranger, a long-range archer. But the dragon subduing palm is a close combat skill. Guansu frowned, lost in thought. Su Yuanfeng's mind stirred, and he said, Captain, why don't we apply to the higher-ups and find the author of this book? Maybe he also knows the dragon subduing palm, then it would prove that I learned it from reading, right? Guansu's eyes lit up, that could work. At Baisha No. 1 middle school, on the square, almost everyone was stunned by Lin Feng's decision to abandon 2 legendary professions and choose the life profession of a teacher. However, this state of confusion did not last long. Those who reacted quickly exclaimed, What is he doing? Legendary professions. 2 of them. Just like that. Gone. Damn, is this kind of waste even possible? Is this guy out of his mind? At this moment, Lin Feng paid no attention to the commotion because the system prompt in his mind was ringing. System prompt, mission, teaching and educating, prologue, completed. Reward, special passive skill, mentor. Lin Feng felt his body enveloped in an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. The weakness brought on by his previous writing was swept away. Lin Feng immediately checked his own attributes. Lin Feng, level 10, profession, teacher, strength, 27, 22 plus 5, agility, 27, 22 plus 5, constitution, 27, 22 plus 5, spirit, 27, 22 plus 5, textbooks, 0/3, professional skill, textbook, can set a self-written textbook as a textbook to improve reading and learning efficiency. Special passive skill, mentor, readers who comprehend skills through your works will automatically learn that skill. The more people who comprehend it, the higher the skill level and quality. Skill, dragon subduing palm, current quality, normal, potential, legendary. Current level, 1, skill description, mobilize internal force, unleash a dragon-shaped palm wind, causing 50% internal damage. Has a strong deterrent effect on dragon-type creatures. Note, as the quality and level increase, the skill effect and damage will also increase. Internal force? Lin Feng was taken aback, he didn't have that either. However, the system prompt that sounded again made Lin Feng raise an eyebrow. Mission, teaching and educating 1, mission objective, complete a comprehensive worldview long martial arts novel, mission reward, warrior profession system energy, internal force. Warrior? Internal force? Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat, then his mouth twitched slightly. It seemed like his choice was not wrong. Although his profession was a teacher, he was a teacher with strong attributes, many martial arts techniques, and even internal force. What's the difference between that and the warrior profession mentioned by the system just now? Just as Lin Feng was feeling somewhat surprised. Not far away, Ding Jun took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, Lin Feng, can you give me a reason? Lin Feng pondered for a moment, glanced at the few people in front of him at the moment, Ding Jun, Hua Manglin, Wang Quanwei, and Su Chenyan. Lin Feng's expression became serious, and he said sincerely, give me some time. By then, you will understand why I chose to be a teacher. If it were before, Lin Feng probably wouldn't have explained, but in the past half-month, the principal Wang Quanwei and the class advisor Su Chenyan's attitude and behavior towards him, Lin Feng had noticed. Although there must be a reason why Lin Feng displayed attributes and talents far beyond the average person, but being good to him is being good to him. So Lin Feng did not leave directly, but instead sincerely asked them to give him some time. Lin Feng's eyes flashed slightly. Really, just need a little time. By then, as more and more people comprehend various martial arts techniques through the legend of the Condor heroes, they will naturally understand why they chose to be teachers. After all, the role of a teacher's professional skills textbook is not a secret. At that time, it will be clear at a glance who is more important between a teacher who can teach many combat skills to countless combat professionals in Huagua, and a legendary profession that may take many years to grow. Ding Ju looked at Lin Feng with a complex expression and said, "In that case, I look forward to Lin Feng bringing me surprises in the future." Although he said so, anyone could hear that there was no expectation in Ding Ju's tone. Before the job change, Lin Feng was a rising star of hope, shining brightly. And now, as a professional in life, even if his initial attributes are high, he will still be overshadowed by others. At this moment, Ding Ju was slightly relieved. Fortunately, Lin Feng's matter was not reported to the higher-ups before. Otherwise, it would be a joke. Ding Ju turned and walked towards the high platform, looking at the crowd still discussing below, sighed in his heart, this matter will definitely not be kept secret. The higher-ups will eventually know. By then, he might be held accountable. However, this is indeed his own fault. Such a talented person was not properly guided. When Lin Feng wanted to write a book, he just let him go and write it. He even suspected that there was someone behind him. Now it seems that all this was just his own mistaken speculation. Damn it! He should be held accountable. Ding Ju returned to the high platform expressionless, and the several principals of the schools beside him, seeing his expression, dared not speak for a while. In front of the stone tablet, Wang Quan sighed deeply. "Lin Feng, I'll say it again, you are now an adult. The decision is yours to make." He came to Lin Feng, raised his hand and gently patted Lin Feng's shoulder. "Since the decision has been made, go forward firmly. Don't care about what others think." After speaking, Wang Quan turned and walked towards the high platform. Unlike the exuberance when he came, Wang Quan's figure at this moment seemed a bit desolate. Lin Feng looked at Wang Quan's figure, feeling a bit emotional. He thought Wang Quan would be angry, blame him, be indignant, but he didn't expect his principal to comfort him, and reminded him not to care about what others think. For a moment, Lin Feng had a different perception of the principal, or rather, of the teacher, once again. "What are you standing there for?" Su Chenyan walked over. "Others are still waiting to change jobs, let's go." Once again, she reached out and grabbed Lin Feng's arm, just like before, pulling him through the crowd, under the gaze of everyone, amidst the continuous discussions, all the way out of the square. Su Chenyan finally let go of Lin Feng's arm. She looked up at the young man who was a head taller than her eyes showing undisguised disappointment, but she said similar words to Wang Quan, "Don't care too much about what others say. Since you've made your choice, just do it well." Su Chenyan sighed slightly and continued, "Go back. Now, no one will disturb you from writing your book. Good luck." After saying that, Su Chenyan turned around and took only a few steps before seeming to remember something. She turned back and said, "Lin Feng, don't forget, come to the school in 2 weeks. By then, based on the situation, we will assign you to a university." After saying that, Su Chenyan walked towards the entrance of the square. Watching her figure, Lin Feng suddenly spoke up, "Teacher Su." Su Chenyan stopped in her tracks, turned around, and looked back. The next time we meet, your eyes won't be disappointed anymore." After saying that, Lin Feng turned around and left. 2 weeks is enough. Even if the matter of learning skills from watching the Legend of the Condor Heroes hasn't been revealed, I can still finish writing the Legend of the Condor Heroes and possess inner strength. By then, I will be able to prove to myself that my choice was not wrong. Su Yuanfeng and their team of 5 boarded the car back to Baisha City. Although they were in a hurry to explore, their current condition was better suited for returning to Baisha City for recovery with the help of professional medical practitioners. At the same time, it was also a good opportunity to report the matter of the dragon subduing 18 palms to the higher-ups. The team leader sitting in the front passenger seat, Guan Su, turned around and said, "Yuanfeng, try to contact that author. After returning to Baisha City later, I will report to the bureau first and then to the bureau chief. I will also mention this matter at that time." The Exploration Bureau they belonged to was an official institution of Huagua. Whether it was a problem with the progress of exploration or the matter of learning skills from reading novels, they had to report to the bureau. Su Yuanfeng nodded, took out his phone, and slid for a while, somewhat helplessly saying, "There is no contact information for the author on this novel website. Moreover, this Jin Gu Liangwen doesn't seem like a real name either. On the side, Luo Hong said somewhat speechlessly, "Do you understand pen names? Who writes books using their real name?" As for contact information, Luo Hong's mind suddenly had an idea. Isn't there a tipping function? If you tip more money, asking for contact information shouldn't be a problem. Su Yuanfeng nodded, makes sense. Then he started to operate it. Luo Hong, who was on the side, watched his operation and suddenly exclaimed, 100,000? Damn, are you that rich? Su Yuanfeng quickly paid the money, wrote a message saying, "Author, please provide contact information," and naturally said to Luo Hong, under normal circumstances, learning a combat skill costs at least a few million. Just 10,000, consider it as tuition. Guan Su, who was sitting in the front passenger seat, quietly opened his phone, downloaded the Tomato Novel website app, and started reading The Legend of the Condor Heroes. As partners who had cooperated many times, Guan Su knew Su Yuanfeng very well and knew that he wouldn't lie about such matters. Although the higher-ups might not believe it, Guan Su already did. So, not only him, but the entire team of 5, except for the driver who couldn't, were using their phones to read The Legend of the Condor Heroes, completely engrossed in it. On the day of the job change ceremony, it was the busiest day for the teachers of Baishano 1 Middle School. They were busy until the sky completely darkened, and Su Chenyan returned home dragging her somewhat tired body. If it was just fatigue, it would be fine. The key was the matter of Lin Feng, which also made Su Chenyan feel uncomfortable. Su Chenyan, who opened the door, was slightly stunned. She turned to look at the sofa in the living room. "Brother?" Su Yuanfeng, who was completely absorbed in reading through the novel, suddenly looked up. "Oh, Yen Yen, you're back." Su Chenyan replied weakly, and then sat down on the sofa with a tired look. Su Yuanfeng looked at his sister's exhausted appearance and said with some distress, "Yen Yen, why are you so tired today? The students didn't listen to you?" Su Chenyan said weakly, "Today is the job transfer ceremony." "Oh, no wonder," Su Yuanfeng reacted, "but after you finish leading this group, you can relax for a while." "So, did anyone outstanding come out this time? Any legendary professions?" Hearing this, Su Chenyan sighed slightly and said, "No. It's normal not to have any. Legendary professions are not easy to come by." "Yeah, they're not easy to come by." Su Chenyan thought to herself, only 2 came out. That guy Lin Feng actually left 2 legendary professions untouched and chose to be a teacher. Su Chenyan changed the subject, as she didn't want to continue talking about it, fearing she might end up going to Lin Feng's house to scold him. "Weren't you supposed to be in the dungeon? Why are you back?" Su Yuanfeng's expression stiffened slightly, then he calmly said, "I came back to rest for a few days before going back." "Rest?" Su Chenyan sat up abruptly from the sofa, squinted at Su Yuanfeng, and said sternly, "You're not going back to participate in clearing again, are you?" "Let me tell you, Su Yuanfeng, if you participate in clearing again, I won't consider you my brother." Su Yuanfeng quickly waved his hand. How could I go clearing again? It's just, a little accident happened." The reason why Su Yuanfeng and Su Chenyan, these 2 siblings, didn't have parents was because their parents died in a dungeon clearing operation. So although Su Chenyan was a combat profession, she didn't want to go back to the dungeon, instead becoming a high school class advisor. On the other hand, Su Yuanfeng, keeping it from his sister, firmly carried on his parents' will, continuing to work on clearing operations. Su Yuanfeng took out his phone, looked at the screen, and sighed. "It seems that Master Jin Gulianwen is not going to respond to me." This sentence successfully diverted Su Chenyan's attention. Jin Gulianwen? Su Chenyan felt that the name sounded familiar. "He's the author of The Legend of the Condor Heroes." Su Yuanfeng explained, "I paid him a reward of 100,000 yuan, hoping to get his contact information." Su Chenyan's eyes widened suddenly. 100,000? Contact information? She looked at Su Yuanfeng strangely. "Brother, can this money be refunded?" Su Yuanfeng waved his hand. "What, do you think I'm spending money recklessly?" He. Su Yuanfeng smirked, very pleased with himself. "Didn't I mention that a little accident happened? This little accident is that I comprehended a skill." Seeing the complex expression of surprise and confusion on his sister's face, Su Yuanfeng explained, "It's a skill I comprehended from reading The Legend of the Condor Heroes. It's a primary combat skill. To learn this kind of skill, you need to spend at least millions, and there's no guarantee you'll have the opportunity to learn it." Su Yuanfeng said proudly, "So I just gave a reward of 10,000 yuan, it's nothing. Even if I gave a reward of 10,000, just to get a contact information, this master still didn't pay attention to me." Su Yuanfeng sighed, "But it's normal, just by reading a novel, I was able to comprehend a skill. This master Jin Gulianwen is probably a hidden expert. It's just a bit of a pity if I can't find him in person, some things will indeed be difficult to pursue. After talking for a while, Su Yuanfeng realized something was wrong. Why was his sister not responding at all? He turned to look and found his sister sitting on the sofa, staring blankly, her eyes unfocused, as if she was in a daze. Yan, are you okay? Su Chenyan's eyes were still lifeless, and she murmured, brother, wait, my mind is a bit confused. Let me sort it out. Su Yuanfeng didn't know who the author of The Legend of the Condor Heroes was, but Su Chenyan did. The master in her own brother's mouth was her student Lin Feng. If it was just that, Su Chenyan wouldn't be so confused, but what Su Yuanfeng said about understanding skills from reading The Legend of the Condor Heroes made Su Chenyan somewhat unable to understand. She had read The Legend of the Condor Heroes and naturally knew what the dragon subduing 18 palms were. Brother, are you sure that the skill you learned is the dragon subduing 18 palms from The Legend of the Condor Heroes? Su Yuanfeng nodded, yes, I'm sure. Su Chenyan took a deep breath. Scenes from the daytime kept appearing in her mind. The young man who, in a situation where no one understood, gave up 2 legendary professions and chose the profession of a life teacher. The young man, in front of the stone tablet, said to them, give him some time. Time. Su Chenyan seemed to have figured something out, and asked, brother, when did you understand that skill? It was today, right? Today? Su Chenyan's heart began to race. She felt like she should know why Lin Feng chose the profession of a teacher and how he wrote books. What time exactly? Su Yuanfeng pondered for a moment and said, around 8 or 9 in the morning. 8 or 9 o'clock? Su Chenyan suddenly stood up. The time matched. The principal was right. After Lin Feng chose the profession of a teacher, her own brother immediately understood the skills from the book The Legend of the Condor Heroes. Teacher. Writing books. Imparting skills. No wonder Lin Feng abandoned the legendary professions and chose the profession of a life teacher. Although Su Chenyan still couldn't understand why Lin Feng knew that after becoming a teacher, the skills he wrote in his book could be understood, but she could just ask him. Su Chenyan got up and walked towards the door. Su Yuanfeng, sitting on the sofa, asked in confusion, Yan, what's wrong? It's so late, do you have something to do outside? Su Chenyan, who had already reached the door, urged as she opened the door, brother, come quickly. Ha, don't you want to meet that Jin Gulian one? I'll take you to see him. Su Yuanfeng? A off-road vehicle driving on the road came to a stop with a screech sound. Inside the car, Su Yuanfeng, who was driving, turned to Su Chenyan beside him and said, Yan, are you kidding me? Lin Feng, your student, wrote The Legend of the Condor Heroes? At 18 years old? How is that possible? In Su Yuanfeng's view, anyone who could write a book like The Legend of the Condor Heroes must be an elderly person with a wealth of knowledge and experience. But his own younger sister told him that her student wrote the book. In a surge of emotions, Su Yuanfeng slammed on the brakes and stopped the car on the side of the road. Su Chenyan beside him showed a helpless smile. Yes, he wrote it. Why would I lie to you? And, if you knew what he did today, you would probably find it reasonable. Su Yuanfeng frowned and asked, what did he do? Today, at the transfer ceremony of Baisha No, 1 middle school, 2 legendary professions appeared. Su Yuanfeng's eyes widened. 2? Yes, to be precise, it was the same person who triggered 2 legendary professions. The same person? Wait, are you saying, Lin Feng? Su Chenyan nodded, and with a very complex tone, continued, however, he did not choose those 2 legendary professions. Su Yuanfeng was dumbfounded upon hearing this, and asked in utter confusion, why not? Su Chenyan sighed and said, originally, I didn't know why, but now I understand a little bit. Because the profession he chose is a life profession, a teacher. As if afraid that her own brother couldn't understand, Su Chenyan explained, the professional skill of a teacher is the textbook, which needs to be written independently, and can help people better understand the content. Inside the car, there was silence. Su Yuanfeng didn't rush to continue driving. He pondered for a long time, shook his head, and said, it's impossible. I don't think that teaching textbook skills have the effect of imparting skills. This point has already been verified. Su Chenyan turned to look out the window, with some emotion, saying, but, aren't you the one who overturns this conclusion? Let's go. Su Chenyan urged, we can ask when we meet again, isn't that better? Su Yuanfeng stepped on the gas pedal, driving the off-road vehicle forward, saying, yes, let's talk when we meet again, but, Yan, there are some things that shouldn't be delved into. Don't forget the iron law of Huagua. Su Chenyan said impatiently, you can't casually inquire about other people's secrets. I know. In that case, shall we go back? Su Yuanfeng was speechless. It was impossible to go back. This matter had to be clarified, as it had a significant impact. But if Lin Feng denied it, it would be difficult. Don't worry, brother. Su Chenyan remembered what Lin Feng had said to her outside the square. Next time we meet, there will be no disappointment in your eyes. Her voice was somewhat complicated as she said, if it's really as I think, he will tell me. Su Yuanfeng nodded, and pressed harder on the gas pedal. The off-road vehicle sped along the road. In the Development Bureau dormitory, Luo Hong lay somewhat helplessly on the sofa. Like Su Yuanfeng, he had not been injured, so there was no need to seek treatment from a physician. Holding his phone, after reading the latest chapter of The Legend of the Condor Heroes, Luo Hong got up and walked out of the living room. Although this was a dormitory, it was actually a separate small courtyard. The nature of the Development Bureau's work was extremely dangerous, and the corresponding benefits were naturally good. Using independent small courtyards as dormitories was unique among various institutions. Luo Hong stood in the courtyard, looked up at the moon hanging high in the sky, and thought to himself, Yuan Feng is a close combat type berserker, and there is a kind of fighting spirit in his body that is somewhat similar to internal energy. In addition to what he told me, the reason he was able to comprehend the 18 dragon subduing palms was because he particularly liked this martial art when reading books. Particularly liked. Luo Hong picked up a stone from the ground and, unlike others who were somewhat skeptical about Su Yuanfeng's skill comprehension from The Legend of the Condor Heroes, as someone who also loved The Legend of the Condor Heroes, he truly believed in it, even with anticipation. If we're talking about preferences, my favorite must be the Divine Finger Flick. Luo Hong held the stone and flicked it with force. The stone hit a nearby big tree at a very fast speed, embedding deeply into the trunk. Luo Hong shook his head. This wasn't the Divine Finger Flick, it was propelled by his own powerful attributes. I don't have a fighting spirit similar to internal energy, but can concentration work? Concentration is a special energy of the ranger, used to activate some professional skills and can also be attached to arrows to increase their damage. Luo Hong squinted his eyes, focusing intently on the trunk of the big tree in front of him. At this moment, his concentration was gathered on the stone in his hand, and finally, he flicked his finger. Swish! This stone, at a speed far exceeding countless times before, with a breaking sound, headed towards the tree trunk. The sturdy tree trunk could not hinder the stone at all, and even the courtyard wall behind the big tree was pierced by this stone's fierce shot. At the same time, Luo Hong's face showed a look of ecstasy. He had just received a hint. He comprehended the skill of snapping fingers. Luo Hong's excited hand trembled slightly, picking up a small stone and snapping it out again. Time and time again. In the small courtyard, the breaking sound continued to ring out. After a while, Luo Hong stopped his actions, his brow slightly furrowed. He was excited before because he was surprised that he had actually comprehended the skill of snapping fingers, but after continuous attempts, he found that the power of this skill seemed not as powerful as he had imagined. No, it should be said that it was not as powerful as described in the Eagle Shooting Heroes book. Internal energy. It should be internal energy. After carefully examining the skill, Luo Hong came to the conclusion. He had noticed it when he used it just now. Compared to using the skills of his own profession, using the skill of snapping fingers felt even a bit awkward. If I use internal energy to activate the skill of snapping fingers, it should not feel awkward, and the power should be far greater than this. But where does this internal energy come from? Comprehension of internal skills? After pondering for a while without results, Luo Hong suddenly raised his hand and slapped his head. Damn, now is not the time to be tangled up in this. He quickly ran back to his room, picked up his phone, and dialed the Captain Guan Su's number. At the first moment the call was connected, Luo Hong excitedly shouted, Captain, I've comprehended it too. On the other end of the phone, Guan Su's voice sounded, comprehended what? The 18 dragon subduing palms? No. Luo Hong said with a hint of pride in his tone, the skill of snapping fingers, Huang Yaoshi's skill of snapping fingers. I just learned the skill, snapping fingers. He's not here? Su Chenyan looked at the middle-aged woman next to her and confirmed again, Sister, do you know where he went? The middle-aged woman looked at Su Chenyan and Su Yuanfeng with some suspicion. Who are you? To Lin? Su Chenyan took out her phone and swiped it, showing it to the middle-aged woman. Sister, I am a teacher at Baishano 1 Middle School, Lin Feng's class teacher. After carefully looking at it, the middle-aged woman smiled and said, Oh, so your teacher Su. Lin said he went out to relax. I don't know where exactly. If I hadn't come back and happened to run into him, I wouldn't have known he wasn't at home. After speaking, the neighbor sister of Lin Feng asked, By the way, you're his teacher, why didn't you just call and ask? Su Chenyan explained helplessly, his phone is off. Sister, did he say when he would be back? The middle-aged woman shook her head. I don't know about that. Okay, thank you, sister. After thanking the middle-aged woman, Su Chenyan looked somewhat helpless at Lin Feng's tightly closed door and returned to the car with Su Yuanfeng. Is there any other way to contact him? No. Seeing Su Chenyan shake her head, Su Yuanfeng also felt helpless. Just then, his phone rang. Luo Hong? What's up? Yuanfeng. I learned it, the skill of snapping fingers. Su Yuanfeng's eyes widened. The skill of snapping fingers? Lin Feng sat in the car, his writing hand paused slightly. In his mind, the system's prompt sounded. System prompt, Luo Hong has comprehended the skill of snapping fingers from your work, The Legend of the Condor Heroes. System reward, skill, snapping fingers. Snapping fingers? Lin Feng's mouth slightly curved. Indeed, after The Legend of the Condor Heroes was set as a textbook, the chances for readers to comprehend skills from it increased significantly. Lin Feng checked the information of the skill, snap of the finger, skill, snap of the finger, current quality, normal, potential, legendary. Current level, 1, skill description, activate internal energy, release a thread of finger force, causing 20% internal damage. Can be used to shoot small hidden weapons, enhancing the speed and damage of hidden weapons. Note, with the improvement of quality and level, the skill effect and damage will also increase. It was also a level 1 normal quality, just like the dragon subduing palms. Lin Feng pondered, if according to the setting in The Legend of the Condor Heroes, whether it's the dragon subduing palms or the snap of the finger, their power and effects are definitely more than this. However, thinking about some concepts in the martial arts world, Lin Feng felt it was somewhat reasonable. Martial arts, after all, require practice over a long period of time to become powerful. When just learned, the power may be a bit lacking, but it's normal. However, I don't need to practice. Lin Feng's mouth slightly curved. With the system reward skill master, as long as more people know it, the proficiency, level, and quality of these skills will automatically increase. Lin Feng looked at the scenery outside the window, and asked, Master, how much longer until we arrive? The middle-aged man driving looked at the navigation and said, about an hour. In a hurry? If so, I can drive a bit faster. Not in a hurry, safety first. After saying that, Lin Feng continued to gaze out the window in a daze. After completing the job transfer ceremony, Lin Feng did not relax, but because he told Su Chenyan, next time we meet, your eyes will no longer be disappointed. He was even more eager to finish writing The Legend of the Condor Heroes quickly and complete the system task to gain internal energy. But there were still 300,000 words left in the entire 1 million words of The Legend of the Condor Heroes. Under normal circumstances, even with energy supplements, Lin Feng could not finish writing in 2 weeks. Moreover, based on previous writing experiences, the later it gets, the more it consumes mental energy. So Lin Feng deliberately searched for a way to replenish mental energy that was as effective as energy supplements but without conflict. Unexpectedly, after a search, he really found it. Wendin Resort. This resort, about 300 kilometers from Baisha City, is a well-known place among combat professionals. Inside, there is a natural spiritual spring, where you don't even need to soak. Just staying near the spring can restore mental energy. Although the effect is not as immediate as an energy supplement, the advantage lies in its duration and lack of side effects. To put it simply, staying near that spiritual spring for a day is equivalent to the effect of 2 to 3 energy supplements. So after confirming the arrival of his manuscript fee, Lin Feng immediately booked a room and set off. After a moment of distraction, Lin Feng gathered his thoughts, picked up his pen, and started writing again. Mr. Lin, welcome to the resort. In the large and elegantly decorated lobby, a beautiful woman in uniform bowed slightly to Lin Feng and said, I'm Bai Feng, your exclusive butler. If you have any questions, you can find me 24 hours a day. Mr. Lin, if there are no issues, shall we proceed with the check-in procedures? Lin Feng nodded, and under Bai Feng's guidance, he began the registration and payment process. Wendin Resort was built because of the effect of the spiritual spring, so the room rates were naturally not cheap. Lin Feng booked a standalone small courtyard near the spiritual spring, with a daily room rate as high as 80,000. Even if Lin Feng booked for 10 days at once, he still paid 700,000 in one go. This is also why Lin Feng wanted to make sure the manuscript fee was received. Fortunately, this time the manuscript fee reached more than 900,000, allowing Lin Feng to have extra money to buy 20 energy supplements. After completing the procedures, under the guidance of Bai Feng, Lin Feng arrived at his own small courtyard. Mr. Lin, my contact information is next to the landline in the room. If you have any questions, feel free to call me at any time. Lin Feng called out to Bai Feng, I need a small scanner. Bai Feng was taken aback, but quickly nodded and said, no problem, I will arrange for someone to bring it over right away. Just a few thousand yuan for a small scanner, it's no big deal. Thank you. You're welcome. If there's nothing else, I won't disturb your rest. After Bai Feng left, Lin Feng also walked into the courtyard. The ancient style of the small courtyard's decoration did not catch Lin Feng's attention. He was not in the mood to study these things now. The effect of Lingquan is slow and continuous. Although not visible to the naked eye, the effect is indeed felt. Lin Feng's mouth slightly curved. Under the frenzy of writing on the way here, he had already felt a sense of emptiness in his body. But after entering this small courtyard, that sense of emptiness was noticeably relieved. Lin Feng walked into the house, sat at the desk, and couldn't wait to take out paper and pen to start writing. 10 days, 300,000 words, the task is not light. In the office of the director of the Education Bureau of Nanhu Province, Ding Zhu raised his hand to pinch his brow. Even though he was already a fifth-tier professional, he was feeling a bit tired at the moment. Physical strength was not a problem, but it was mainly mentally exhausting. After the annual job transition ceremony, the Education Bureau would enter its busiest period. This director was no exception. Just as he had opened a document and was about to continue working, there was a knock on the door. "Come in." An employee walked in and said, "Director, the director of the Development Bureau and the president of the Professional Association are here." Ding Zhu's eyes narrowed, furrowing his brow, and asked, "Looking for me?" "Yes." Ding Zhu walked into a meeting room and looked at a middle-aged man in a sturdy outfit and a kind-looking old man sitting inside. "Why did you come to me? Is there something important?" The kind-looking old man smiled and said, "The director told me something quite important. Knowing that you are busy now, we came over." Giving a glance at the employee at the door, Xiangshan said, "Let them go out first." Ding Zhu was taken aback, his expression becoming serious. He waved his hand to dismiss the employee and closed the door, then casually pulled out a seat and said, "What's the matter?" Xiangshan spoke in a deep voice, "Old Ding, do you read novels?" Ding Zhu was taken aback, then shook his head and said, "I don't have time for that." "Have you ever heard that by reading novels, you can comprehend or learn skills from the novels?" Ding Zhu furrowed his brow, somewhat puzzled, and said, "How is that possible?" "Xiangshan, what are you trying to say? Just say it." Xiangshan took a deep breath and said solemnly, "In one of my clearing teams, 2 members claimed that they learned a skill from a novel by reading it. One is a 4th-tier scout who learned a skill called finger snap magic. The other is a 4th-tier berserker who learned a skill called dragon subduing 18 palms." Hearing this, Ding Zhu shook his head and said, "I haven't heard of this, but why are you telling me this?" Ding Zhu looked at the kind-looking old man. "This kind of thing?" asked President Shi. The vice president of the Professional Association, Xin Yanping, shook his head and said, "The director has consulted me before, but I have never heard of such a thing. That's why I came to ask you. After all, you are known for being knowledgeable. But since you don't know, let's forget about it." Xin Yanping sighed slightly. "We still don't know if it's true or not. If it is true, then it's a big deal." Beside him, Xiangshan said to Ding Zhu, "Is Hua Menglin here? Let him accompany me for a walk. He might be able to analyze whether those 2 skills are really like the ones described in the novel The Legend of the Condor Heroes." Ding Zhu nodded and said, "He's here, I'll inform him." "Wait." Ding Zhu suddenly stopped, staring at Xiangshan intently, and said word by word, "What did you just say?" "What novel?" Xiangshan was taken aback for a moment, but after seeing Ding Zhu's expression, he quickly reacted and said in a deep voice, "The Legend of the Condor Heroes. It appeared 2 months ago and is now the most popular novel on Tomato Novel Network. Lao Ding, do you know anything about this?" Ding Zhu remained silent, his eyes slightly unfocused, countless thoughts churning in his mind. The Legend of the Condor Heroes? Written by Lin Feng? Allowing others to comprehend skills? Ding Zhu couldn't help but recall the scene that happened at the job change ceremony before. Lin Feng gave up 2 legendary professions and chose the life profession of a teacher. Teacher. The professional skill is teaching from textbooks. No way. Ding Zhu muttered to himself, but if that's the case, him giving up 2 legendary professions would make sense. Xiangshan and Xin Yanping, who were beside him, heard this and looked at each other in surprise. Giving up 2 legendary professions? What is going on? Lao Ding. Xiangshan asked directly, "Do you know something about this?" Ding Zhu took a deep breath, his expression extremely complex, and said, "There was an incident at yesterday's job change ceremony that you may not have heard about yet." Xiangshan and Xin Yanping were slightly surprised when Ding Zhu suddenly mentioned the job change ceremony, but they didn't say anything and continued to listen. A high school senior named Lin Feng from Baishanou. One high school appeared with 2 legendary professions during the job change. "What?" Xiangshan exclaimed, while Xin Yanping stood up directly, urgently saying, "He got legendary professions, and you didn't notify me?" "Stay calm." Ding Zhu continued with a complex tone, "He didn't choose those 2 legendary professions." Upon hearing this, Both Xi Nianping and Xiang Shen were stunned. He chose the life profession of a teacher. Xi Nianping took a deep breath and looked at Ding Ju, the principal of Baishano. One high school is one quan, right? I've said it before, a berserker is not suitable for educational work. How is he teaching students? Leaving two legendary professions unchosen? Legendary professions. Such talent, wasted like this. Ding Ju raised his hand to stop Xi Nianping's indignation. What if I told you that this student named Lin Feng is the author of the novel The Legend of the Condor Heroes? Xi Nianping was stunned, then his originally somewhat dull eyes suddenly lit up. As the vice president of the professional association, even with a life profession, he still had some understanding. Are you saying the textbook? Before he finished speaking, Xi Nianping shook his head. No, even if the novel is set as a textbook, it wouldn't have the effect of allowing readers to gain skills. Ding Ju slowly spoke. What if, before his job change, he awakened a special skill or talent? Otherwise, why would he so decisively leave two legendary professions and choose to be a teacher? There's more. He was looking for him half a month before he changed jobs. I represent the Education Bureau and will spare no effort to train him, using all kinds of rare treasures. He just needs to participate in the training set by the Education Bureau. Beside him, Xiang Shen suddenly spoke. He refused? Ding Ju nodded and said, yes, he refused. The reason for his refusal is that he wants to write a book. Bang! The sound of a chair falling to the ground rang out. Xiang Shen, who stood up suddenly, looked at Ding Ju and said, Lao Ding, where is he? What do you want to do? Xiang Shen said in a deep voice, long-term matters can be discussed later. Now, there is a problem with clearing the level 40 Evil Dragon's Lair instance. And at present, there is a solution to this problem, which is the martial arts from the novel The Legend of the Condor Heroes, the skill of the dragon subduing 18 palms. In this era of popular games, every instance is a significant resource, and instances also have a life cycle. After a certain number of clearances or when the time is up, they will disappear. At the same time, new instances will continue to appear. However, after a new instance appears, it must be cleared successfully quickly, or it will disappear. The level 40 Evil Dragon's Lair instance is only less than a month away from disappearing. As the director of the Nanhu Province clearing team, Xiang Shen is naturally anxious. But Ding Ju shook his head and said, these are all just our speculations. Moreover, Lin Feng is just a first-tier teacher who has recently changed jobs. If he has any special talents or abilities to directly impart skills to others, why would he go to the trouble of writing a book? Xiang Shen, your anxiety is useless. Otherwise, arrange for the members of the clearing team to spend more time reading The Legend of the Condor Heroes during this period. Xiang Shen interrupted impatiently, it's already arranged. Not only that, when Su Yuanfeng comes back, he will also try to guide others to comprehend. I want to see Lin Feng for another reason. On the side, Xi Nianping also spoke up, I also need Director Ding to introduce me. I also want to meet Lin Feng. Ding Ju took out his phone somewhat helplessly. Okay, I'll ask for the address. In the principal's office of Baishano. One middle school, Wang Quanzheng looked at Su Chenyan with a speechless expression. You mean, your brother read the novel written by Lin Feng and comprehended the skills inside? Xiao Su, are you okay? Wang Quanzheng asked with some concern in his eyes. Have you been too tired recently? Do you need a day off? Su Chenyan sighed. She knew that how could a normal person believe such a thing? Plus, she couldn't contact Lin Feng and didn't know where he had gone. This guy, is he really going to come back in 2 weeks? Forget it, principal. Su Chenyan sighed again. Let's just forget what I said. It's better to wait for Lin Feng to come back, or, as more and more people learn skills through The Legend of the Condor Heroes, everyone will understand why Lin Feng chose to be a teacher of a practical profession instead of two legendary professions. Just then, a figure rushed over in a hurry. It was Tang Xian from the testing room. The door of the principal's office was not closed, and he stood at the door panting. Wang Quanzheng frowned and asked, Tang Xian, what's wrong with you? Weren't you supposed to have a day off today? Tang Xian finally calmed his breath a bit, but his face still showed obvious shock and disbelief. Principal, I comprehended a skill. Tang Xian's words stunned Wang Quanzheng, but Su Chenyan's eyes lit up. In her expectant gaze, Tang Xian continued, Toad skill, I learned the toad skill. Toad skill? Wang Quanzheng was puzzled. What is this? Su Chenyan was somewhat delighted and said, Ouyang Feng's toad skill? Tang Xian was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, yes, that toad skill. He looked at Wang Quan and explained, Principal, I learned it from watching The Legend of the Condor Heroes. This toad skill is a martial art in the novel. Wang Quan's mouth twitched slightly. He looked at Tang Xian and then at Su Chenyan. Are you two conspiring to tease me? It's a busy time now, I don't have time to play with you. Tang Xin looked at Su Chenyan, not quite understanding what Principal Wang meant by his words. Principal, I really learned the toad skill. I'll demonstrate it to you. Just then, Wang Quan's phone rang. When he saw the caller's name, Wang Quan frowned and made a quiet gesture to Tang Xin and Su Chenyan, then answered the call. Director Ding, what instructions do you have? Hearing Wang Quan say this, Tang Xin and Su Chenyan glanced at each other and quietly walked out of the principal's office. But before they could close the door, they heard Wang Quan exclaim, is this really happening? Tang Xin and Su Chenyan, come back. After calling out to the two, Wang Quan continued on the phone. Director Ding, our school's teacher Tang Xin and Su Chenyan's brother have both learned the skills from the legend of the Condor heroes. After that, Wang Quan put the phone on speaker and asked Su Chenyan, Xiao Su, do you know Lin Feng's address? Su Chenyan nodded and then smiled bitterly. I know, I went to look for him too, but he's not at home. The neighbor said he went out to relax. In the phone, Ding Ju's voice sounded, is his phone off? It's turned off. For a moment, everyone fell silent. Su Chenyan seemed to have figured something out and said, Principal, Director Ding, Lin Feng promised me that he would come to the school when the university assignments are made. Wang Quan calculated and said to the phone, Director Ding, it's only about 10 days left. After a moment of silence on the phone, Ding Ju's voice came again, that's too long. If you can contact Lin Feng, remember to inform me. After saying that, the call was hung up. At this moment, Wang Quan finally breathed out slowly. He looked at Tang Xin and said, did you really learn that what's it called, the toad skill? Toad skill. Tang Xin explained with a wry smile, it's a skill that requires accumulating power and then bursting out. The effect is average, but, after all, it's a skill. Average effect? Yeah, this kind of skill should be activated with inner energy, but I used a warrior's fighting spirit. Naturally, the effect is just average. Whether it can be used in actual combat is hard to say. Wang Quan's expression changed slightly, let's go to the martial arts field and test it out. In the Education Bureau meeting room, Ding Ju put down his phone and said to Xin and Xi Yanping, you heard it too, Lin Feng went out to relax. If we want to find him, we'll have to wait a few days. Xin shook his head and said, that's too long. How about this, I'll apply to the higher-ups. If the higher-ups agree, as long as Lin Feng hasn't left the country, he can still be found through some means. Ding Ju nodded, the Development Bureau can make such a request due to its special nature, but the Education Bureau doesn't have much reason to do so. Alright, then I'll go see him with you when the time comes. Xi Yanping also spoke up, I'll go too. Shen looked at Xi Yanping with some speechlessness. It was normal for Ding Ju to go, after all, Lin Feng is still a student at Baishano, one middle school, and even if he graduates and goes to university, he still falls under the jurisdiction of the Education Bureau. But what's the point of a professional association member joining in the fun? Xi Yanping looked at Xiang Xin and smiled, explaining, don't just blame me. If more people learn skills from reading novels, then in the future, it won't just be our professional association wanting to meet Lin Feng. This will have a huge impact, you can imagine. What do you think, should we inform the higher-ups and control the spread of this matter? Learning skills from watching The Legend of the Condor Heroes is something that naturally needs to be reported. But before waiting for a response from above, this matter exploded on the internet. Initially, it was just a comment in The Legend of the Condor Heroes where someone wrote, I learned the dog beating staff technique. Originally, everyone thought this person was joking, but once someone started, numerous similar comments emerged. I learned the 18 dragon subduing palms. Oh my, I actually learned the one finger from the book. Why did I learn the toad skill? Feels useless. Mine is even worse, iron palm. As the comments under The Legend of the Condor Heroes escalated, similar messages appeared throughout the internet. Until a renowned skill training master, Tong Yifan, posted an article, can you learn skills from reading novels? Yes, but it's not practical. Recently, I have received many messages about people learning skills from reading The Legend of the Condor Heroes. I deliberately found many examples, and even found someone who learned the finger flicking technique and the toad skill in real life, and conducted some related tests. First, let me state the conclusion, this is true. But these skills are not practical. The finger flicking technique cannot be used on arrows or darts, only on small stones. The attack enhancement effect is not strong. As for the toad skill, leaving aside the weird posture when activated, the effect is decent, the power of a charged strike is good. But there are side effects, and if the charging time is too long, it can cause chaotic energy in the body, leading to direct severe injuries. Attached is the test video, link. I hereby declare that I have immense respect for the author of The Legend of the Condor Heroes, Master Jean Guliangwen. The ability to impart skills through literary works is something I, Tong, am inferior to. Tong Yifan, an already famous skill training instructor. Once this article was published, it quickly gained popularity. For a while, countless netizens who were previously unaware of The Legend of the Condor Heroes rushed to Tomato Novel website to read it. Although, as Tong Yifan said, the skills were somewhat flashy but impractical, having an extra skill is not a bad thing. In Baisha City, 2 small buses drove out, and the destination of these 2 buses was the Windin Resort where Lin Feng was located. On the first bus, Xiangshan said somewhat speechlessly, after searching for so long, it turns out he really went to relax. Beside him, Su Chenyan smiled and said, maybe he just found a more comfortable place to write his book. Sitting a bit in front, Ding Ju looked at his phone and said, the higher-ups have taken action. On his phone screen was the article written by Tong Yifan. How could the higher-ups not take action on such a matter? But I originally thought they would block the news. I didn't expect them to actually fan the flames. Ding Ju looked out the window and said, President Xi, have your people tested the effectiveness of the skills? Is it the same as what Tong Yifan said? Su Chenyan nodded and said, indeed, the effect is average, but there is a key factor in all this. I also read The Legend of the Condor Heroes these past few days and found that all the martial arts in the book require a type of energy called inner strength to activate. This inner strength is obviously not the common fighting spirit or magic power. They use energy like Do Chi and magic to activate. The effect is naturally much worse. This time, it's just right to ask, what's the deal with this internal force? Beside him, Xiangshan also nodded. Although the dragon subduing palm has a deterrent effect on the evil Jiao, the damage is too low when activated with Do Chi. Clearly an attacking skill, it has turned into a semi-control skill. If the damage of the dragon subduing palm can be increased, even if only Su Yuan Feng can do it, there should be no problem in taking down the evil Jiao instance. Wender Resort. Bai Feng was a bit bored playing with her phone in the office. The business of the resort has been average during this period. Finally, when she had a guest to take care of, the result was that after the guest asked for a scanner at the beginning, he never contacted her again. Even, he rarely left his room. You know, he's a young man, it's strange to stay in the room all day without coming out. However, strange as it may be, Bai Feng didn't want to pry into the guest's privacy. Just when she was feeling a bit bored, her phone rang. Bai Feng quickly took it out and saw that it was a call from the front desk. Hello? Yes, I have a guest. What? What? Hearing the voice on the phone, Bai Feng was stunned, thinking the front desk was joking. Don't tease me, how could someone of that level come here? The voice of the front desk sounded helpless on the phone. I'm not joking, come over quickly. 10 minutes later, with a look of shock still on her face, Bai Feng hurried to the Moonspring courtyard. She gently knocked on the courtyard door and respectfully asked, Mr. Lin Feng, sorry to disturb you. Someone is looking for you. The courtyard was not large, and the tall Bai Feng could even see inside the small house in the courtyard, where a young man was sitting at the window writing something. Hearing her voice, Lin Feng put down the pen in his hand and looked up. Looking for me? Who? In order to focus on writing, he even deliberately turned off his phone, and since he didn't know anyone here, how could someone be looking for him? Just as Lin Feng was somewhat puzzled, Bai Feng said somewhat awkwardly, Director of the Education Bureau, Director of the Development Bureau, and Vice President of the Professional Association, they want to see you. Bai Feng thought she had seen some big scenes before, but now even her voice was trembling. Who is this young man after all? The big shots of the 3 major real power departments in Nanhu province came to see him in person. And, upon learning where he was, they didn't come in directly, but let her come and inquire first. It seemed that if this young man didn't see them, the 3 big shots would immediately back off, as if they didn't dare to disturb him. Oh, what if he doesn't see them? What should I do if those 3 big shots blame me? Bai Feng was a little flustered for a moment, while Lin Feng, who was sitting in the room at this time, frowned slightly. Director of the Education Bureau, President of the Professional Association, looking for him is one thing. After all, in the past few days through the system, Lin Feng also roughly understood that many people learn skills by reading the book The Legend of the Condor Heroes, but what's the situation with the Director of the Development Bureau? Forget it. Lin Feng said, please bring them over. Watching Bai Feng leave with a sense of relief, Lin Feng shook his head and tidied up the things on the desk a little. It had been 4 days since he arrived at the resort, and the effect of the spiritual spring in the resort was indeed good. With the use of energy supplements timed to replenish, Lin Feng wrote 150,000 words in 4 days. There were only 150,000 words left to complete the Divine Eagle. However, as he thought, the closer he got to completion, the harder it was to write, and the more mental and physical energy it consumed. Today's speed has clearly slowed down. It must be said that the Director of the Education Bureau and the Vice President of the Professional Association came at the right time. Lin Feng's mouth slightly raised. He was not prepared to hide anything. For the effect of the divine level writing system and the skills of the teacher, the more people read the book he wrote, the greater benefits he would receive. The fact that the director of the Education Bureau and the vice president of the Professional Association came to find him indicates that the matter of acquiring skills from reading The Legend of the Condor Heroes has been completely exposed. Now, it depends on their attitude. Lin Feng. Just as Lin Feng was contemplating, a familiar voice sounded. Led by Bai Feng, Ding Zhu led the way into the courtyard, followed closely by Xiang Shen, the director of the Land Reclamation Bureau of Nanhu Province, and Xin Yanping, the vice president of the Professional Association of Nanhu Province, both dressed in sturdy attire and looking like an elder. Behind them were 5 men dressed in similar sturdy attire, led by Su Yuanfeng and his land reclamation team. Lin Feng stood up and said, "Director Ding, please come in." Ding Zhu walked into the courtyard and did not enter the house directly. Instead, he introduced, "This is Xiang Shen, the director of the Land Reclamation Bureau of Nanhu Province. This is Xin Yanping, the vice president of the Professional Association of Nanhu Province." Lin Feng nodded and said, "Hello, please come in and have a seat." Ding Zhu and the other 2 entered the house, while outside, Bai Feng was preparing to follow them in, but was stopped by Guan Su at the door. "I'll go pour tea." "No need, thank you." Although the captain of the land reclamation team, Guan Su, had a blank expression, his tone was still polite as he said, "If there is nothing urgent, please step aside for now." "Okay. Alright." Inside the house, Ding Zhu went straight to the point and said, "Lin Feng, did you write The Legend of the Condor Heroes?" Although this question had already been confirmed through official channels, Ding Zhu asked again. Seeing Lin Feng nod, Ding Zhu's expression became serious. He said word by word, "Do you know about acquiring skills from reading The Legend of the Condor Heroes?" Suddenly, not only Xiang Shen and Xin Yanping in the room looked over, but also the 5 members of the land reclamation team outside the room were all ears, paying close attention. "I know." Lin Feng's mouth slightly raised as he looked at Ding Zhu and said, "Before, during the job transition ceremony, Director Ding asked me for a reason, right?" "This is the reason." Ding Zhu fell silent. Then, to the surprised looks of Xiang Shen and Xin Yanping, he slightly bowed and said, "This was my mistake in work. I deeply apologize for this." Lin Feng was stunned for a moment, then helplessly said, "Director Ding, it's not necessary." As the director of the Education Bureau of Nanhu Province, he was already one of the most powerful figures in Nanhu Province. Apologizing to a student who had just completed a job transition almost made Lin Feng speechless, because he didn't really suffer any harm. If you had to say, it was just the discussions and incredulous looks of the people in the square on the day of the job transition ceremony. But for Lin Feng, these things were nothing at all. You have to know, how many people were there in the square? Not even a fraction of the readers of The Legend of the Condor Heroes. "This is not your fault either," Lin Feng said with a smile. "Besides, it's also my own reason." Before he could finish speaking, Ding Zhu raised his hand to interrupt. "Lin Feng, there's no need to go into specifics. In Huagua, it is forbidden to inquire into others' secrets without permission." Lin Feng nodded. It was precisely because of the existence of this iron rule that he had no qualms about directly publishing the completed The Legend of the Condor Heroes on the Tomato Novel website. "Lao Ding, if you don't have anything urgent, let me speak first." Suddenly, Xiang Shen on the side spoke up. "Hello, Lin Feng, I am the director of the Development Bureau, Xiang Shen. I wonder if you can directly teach the skill of the 18 dragon subduing palms to others?" After a slight pause, Lin Feng decisively shook his head. "No, at least not now." Upon hearing this response, Xiang Shen's face darkened slightly. He continued to ask, "Then how can one comprehend the internal skills mentioned in The Legend of the Condor Heroes? Or rather, how can one obtain the inner strength mentioned in the book?" Lin Feng shook his head. "Right now, it's probably not possible. Inner strength, without any surprises, is an energy system that only martial practitioners can possess." This information was deduced by Lin Feng from the Divine Level Writing Systems mission, Teaching and Guiding 1. Currently, there are no martial practitioners on Blue Star, so how can one obtain this inner strength? Lin Feng has no idea at the moment. Upon hearing him say this, Xiang Shen let out a long sigh. "I see. Then there's no way." He then explained, "Lin Feng, the reason I asked this is because of a new level 40 instance that has appeared. The boss in this instance is extremely fearful of the 18 dragon subduing palms. But the member of the development team who comprehended the 18 dragon subduing palms is a berserker. His use of the dragon subduing palms powered by Qi is somewhat lacking in power." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. "This thing can still be activated by Qi?" Xin Yanping on the side smiled and said, "Director Xiang, why not let Su Yuanfeng demonstrate in front of Lin Feng? Maybe Lin Feng can give some pointers. Xiangshan was taken aback but then realized, yes, I didn't think of that. Lin Feng, Su Yuanfeng is outside, would you like to see? Lin Feng nodded and walked outside. Su Yuanfeng, the first person to comprehend a skill from the legend of the Condor heroes and trigger the system's teaching mission ahead of time, was actually a member of the development team. Several people arrived in the courtyard, and Su Yuanfeng, who had heard the conversation inside the house earlier, was already prepared. When Lin Feng came out, without saying a word, he raised his hand and struck towards the sky. A dragon shadow composed of fiery red qi accompanied by the sound of a dragon's roar flashed by. Lin Feng frowned slightly upon seeing this. Seeing his reaction, the others present all fell silent, not daring to disturb him. Luo Hong from the development team even clenched a stone, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Lin Feng walked up to Su Yuanfeng and tapped his arm a few times. When you release the qi from your arm later, try to let the qi pass through these areas. Also, although the 18 dragon subduing palms are powerful, you shouldn't use full force. The key is to strike with 3 parts of your strength and reserve 7 parts. Lin Feng shook his head. It's obvious you haven't read carefully, all of this is written in the legend of the Condor heroes. For a moment, Su Yuanfeng tensed up, instinctively bowed and said, I'm sorry, teacher. As soon as the words left his mouth, he himself was stunned, mainly because Lin Feng's teaching style just now was too much like a teacher. And Lin Feng, naturally, was not speaking without reason. Due to the increasing number of people who have comprehended the 18 dragon subduing palms, the quality of his technique has reached epic quality, and the level has also reached level 10. Currently, Lin Feng does not have inner strength or any energy similar to qi in his body, otherwise, he would have demonstrated it directly to Su Yuanfeng. Su Yuanfeng took a deep breath and began to try to mobilize the qi in his body according to the method Lin Feng had just mentioned. Qi is different from inner strength, extremely violent, and very fast. Fortunately, Su Yuanfeng's strength is not weak either. His 4th order strength allows him to forcibly control the fighting spirit, passing through several positions pointed out by Lin Feng, and then he strikes out with a palm. A clearly smaller dragon-shaped fighting spirit appears than before, although smaller, but in the originally blood-red fighting spirit, a few strands of golden light appear for the first time. The most crucial thing is that the dragon-shaped fighting spirit did not dissipate rapidly like before, but instead circled in the air. The members of the pioneering team present at the scene, upon seeing this scene, all showed expressions of surprise. Such momentum! The pioneering of that instant's dungeon now has hope. Su Yuanfeng was also very surprised. After striking out with this palm, he found that his dragon subduing 18 palms skill not only had been upgraded to level 3, but also its quality had advanced from common to rare. Thank you. Su Yuanfeng said somewhat embarrassedly, I still didn't control it well just now and exerted only 80% of my strength. Lin Feng nodded and said, this cannot be achieved overnight, it can only be practiced slowly. Xiangshan also spoke up, Su Yuanfeng, how about it? Are you confident in pioneering now? Su Yuanfeng pondered for a moment and said, let me try to control the dragon-shaped fighting spirit to stay a little longer after I follow Lin Feng's advice and exert only 30% of my strength. As long as it can stay a little longer, the evil Jiao boss will be easier to deal with. The main function of the dragon subduing 18 palms is still intimidation. The longer the dragon-shaped fighting spirit exists, the longer the evil Jiao boss will be controlled. Naturally, it will be much easier to deal with. Xiangshan nodded, turned to look at Lin Feng, and said, thanks for this time. I wonder if there is anything you need, Lin Feng? Ding Ju suddenly spoke up from the side, give Lin Feng some pioneering points yourself. After a brief consideration, Xiangshan nodded and said, all right. Seeing Lin Feng looking puzzled, Ding Ju explained with a smile, pioneering points can be exchanged for many good things in the treasure trove of the Pioneering Bureau. You can even use them to exchange for entry permits to some precious instances. At this time, Xi Nianping on the side also spoke up, Lin Feng, can we have a chat? After the few people returned to the room and sat down, Xi Nianping spoke up, Lin Feng, after changing professions, have you not registered your professional identity yet? Seeing Lin Feng shake his head, Xi Nianping smiled and said, then, Lin Feng, how about registering with our South Lake Province Professional Association? Ding Ju on the side cleared his throat and said, Lin Feng, although I am also from South Lake, I suggest you think carefully about this matter before deciding. The treatment in each professional association varies. Combat professions are better, but life professions. Ding Ju suddenly chuckled halfway through and said, but for you, the treatment in the professional association doesn't matter much. Your royalties from the legend of the Condor heroes must be quite substantial. Seeing Ding Ju, Xi Nianping shook her head with a wry smile and said, Director Ding, are you trying to set me up? Not caring about the treatment, there is no need to register specifically with the South Lake Province Professional Association. As long as it is in Huagua, it doesn't matter where you register. And if the South Lake Province Professional Association wants to keep Lin Feng, they will have to pay a price. Don't be fooled by Lin Feng's current first-order status. The book, The Legend of the Condor Heroes, which can teach others skills, has already shown everyone Lin Feng's potential. You should know that a teacher's professional skill textbook is not limited to just one. Lin Feng, do you have any needs? Su Chenyan asked. Just let us know. Lin Feng pondered for a moment. Needs. There is indeed one, President Xi. I wonder if there is something similar to an energy supplement, with a stronger effect, or something like the spiritual spring in this manner. As soon as Lin Feng spoke, Ding Jun on the side laughed and said, "Ha, I was planning to bring it out later, but now you've taken the lead." Then he took out a pen with a faint golden glow and handed it to Lin Feng. Name, Spirit Pattern Ancient Pen, Rank, None, Quality, Legendary, Attribute, increases focus by 50% when writing, reduces energy consumption by 50% when writing. Note, for use by teachers, attribute effects enhanced by 50%, it turned out to be a legendary quality item. Lin Feng was stunned. Then, seeing the attribute of reducing energy consumption of this pen, Lin Feng's eyes lit up slightly. Good stuff. This would be of great help to him. A 50% reduction in energy consumption. It could be called a writing artifact. Seeing Lin Feng's reluctance to let go of the pen, Ding Jun smiled and said, "I specifically asked before coming. The profession of a teacher is extremely draining in the process of creating textbooks. Some teachers may not even create a textbook in their entire lifetime. So I wanted to bring you a pen that you can use. This is also the help that the Education Bureau should give you." Seeing Lin Feng hesitating, Ding Jun continued, "Lin Feng, just the impact caused by your current book The Legend of the Condor Heroes, this pen is rightfully yours. Moreover, not only that, whenever you have free time, the Education Bureau will arrange for combat professions to take you to dungeons for leveling up." Beside him, Xiangshan said disdainfully, "Do you still need the Education Bureau to arrange such things? Lin Feng, let's exchange contact information later. When you have time to level up in dungeons, contact me anytime. In the field of dungeons, who can surpass our pioneering team?" After hearing Ding Jun and Xiangshan's words, Su Chenyan showed a wry smile and said, "Alright then. When I go back, I will apply for a set of auxiliary professional equipment for Lin Feng. At the same time, as long as you are willing to register with our association, we will give Lin Feng legendary treatment." Legendary treatment is almost the highest treatment, and the value of auxiliary professional equipment is definitely not low. Lin Feng nodded. "President Tong, I will consider this and give you an answer when I go back." Actually, it didn't matter to Lin Feng where to register, but he still had to consider the factor of university. In case he didn't study in Nanhu province, it would be more convenient to register with the association in the place where the university is located. This is also the choice of most people. Su Chenyan smiled helplessly, but there was nothing he could do. Ding Jun spoke up. "Alright, it's time to talk about another matter." With that, Xiangshan stood up and walked out, while Su Chenyan's expression turned serious. "Lin Feng, do you know about the talent development plan?" Lin Feng was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. Ding Jun explained, "The talent development plan is jointly launched by the Huagua Education General Administration and the Huagua Vocational Association headquarters. As the name suggests, Huagua will spare no effort to develop anyone on the training list. The intensity of the training is beyond description." Su Chenyan took over and continued, "Similarly, the requirements for entering the list are very high. Even if you change to a legendary profession, you may not be able to get in." Ding Jun nodded and said, "Even among legendary professions, there are differences. Do you remember what I told you last time about the main attribute?" Lin Feng nodded. "The biggest difference between legendary professions and other quality professions is the main attribute. Most legendary professions mainly focus on 2 or 3 main attributes. The more main attributes there are, not only will the required experience for leveling up increase, but the difficulty of advancement will also increase, becoming more apparent as one progresses. The minimum requirement to enter the list is a legendary profession specializing in 3 attributes. A legendary profession specializing in 3 attributes, this is actually the minimum requirement?" Lin Feng was slightly surprised, then he looked at Ding Jun and remembered the training plan Ding Jun wanted to arrange for him before the job change ceremony. Seeing Lin Feng looking over, Ding Jun also showed a somewhat bitter smile and said, "That's right, when I arranged the training plan for you back then, I wanted you to challenge the talent development plan. It's what we often call the genius list." Ding Jun looked at Lin Feng somewhat helplessly. At that time, he thought Lin Feng refused him for writing reasons because there were experts behind him who would have better training methods, but he didn't expect he really went to write a book. However, he wrote a book that was unprecedented, a book that could teach skills. Director Ding, in that case, why are you telling me this? Lin Feng looked at Ding Jun and said speechlessly. Xi Nianping took over the conversation and explained, Lin Feng, the talent development plan is not only for combat professions, some rare life support professions, or some people who awaken special talents before changing jobs, will also be selected. So that's how it is. Lin Feng nodded thoughtfully and said, was I selected? Xi Nianping shook her head, no. Damn. Lin Feng almost cursed, but fortunately, Xi Nianping seemed to realize it was inappropriate and quickly explained, you are about to be selected. Oh? Xi Nianping no longer beat around the bush and explained in detail, nowadays, there are quite a few people who have comprehended skills from your book The Legend of the Condor Heroes, but apart from the dragon subduing 18 palms, which has miraculous effects in the evil dragon instance, the rest are not very useful. And the main reason, I'm sure you also know, is that detailed research has been conducted. The energies don't match. Hearing this, Lin Feng nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, just now he also saw Su Yuanfeng using the dragon subduing 18 palms forcefully with qi, and to be honest, it felt extremely awkward. Even Su Yuanfeng said that using qi to activate the dragon subduing 18 palms would make his blood and energy boil, and he couldn't use it too many times. As for other martial arts techniques, Lin Feng didn't need to think about it to know that there would definitely be various problems. Lin Feng, how much longer will it take to finish The Legend of the Condor Heroes? It will be finished in the next few days. Hearing Lin Feng say this, Ding Jun's eyes lit up and said, then for your next book, can you write a book focusing on warriors, mages, and priests? One that can teach skills from it. Lin Feng was slightly stunned, understanding Ding Jun's meaning, you mean, qi? Ding Jun nodded, yes, qi is currently the main energy for warrior professions. If you can write a book that can teach qi skills, Ding Jun said very seriously, you will definitely be selected for the talent development plan. Hearing this, Lin Feng fell into contemplation. He originally thought he just needed to quietly write books, and with the help of the divine writing system, he would naturally become stronger over time. But now Lin Feng has realized that the further he writes into the book, the more effort it takes. To be precise, as the worldview becomes more complete, the consumption of mental and physical energy in writing increases. In this way, Lin Feng's demand for resources has increased. No matter if it's reducing the consumption of spiritual energy items or replenishing spiritual energy potions, the demand is high. Lin Feng's eyes flickered slightly. Although writing books can earn a lot of manuscript fees, many high-level items and equipment cannot be bought with worldly money. Talent development plan? It seems that it is necessary to be selected for this development plan and obtain resources. However, it seems that there are also books on Duki, but Lin Feng's mouth twitched slightly. That book Playing with Fire After Divorce has 5 million words. When will this be finished? Just then, a system prompt sounded in Lin Feng's mind. System prompt, Li Danio has comprehended the skill, Iron Sand Palm, from your work, The Legend of the Condor Heroes. System reward, skill, Iron Sand Palm. Lin Feng's mouth twitched slightly. He was very curious, how did this guy comprehend it? Copying the Iron Sand Palm by hand? However, the system prompt continued, System prompt, the number of people who have comprehended skills through The Legend of the Condor Heroes has reached 100, unlocking the Meridian Theory task, System task, Meridian Theory, task objective, reach 1000 people who have comprehended martial arts skills, task progress, 100 out of 1000, task reward, Human Meridian Studies, note, mastering Meridian Studies is a prerequisite for comprehending internal martial arts skills. Meridian Studies? Comprehending internal martial arts skills? Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Since he can comprehend internal martial arts skills, why bother writing novels about Duki? Just continue recklessly towards the direction of martial arts. Director Ding. Lin Feng looked at Ding Jun and said, if nothing unexpected happens, the title of my next book will be The Divine Eagle. The second part of the trilogy, The Divine Eagle, is also a martial arts work. The Legend of the Condor Heroes can help people comprehend martial arts skills, so naturally The Divine Eagle can too. The goal of having 1000 people comprehend martial arts skills should not be difficult to achieve. Divine Eagle? Ding Jun was stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly. Is it another book like The Legend of the Condor Heroes that uses internal energy? Seeing Lin Feng nod, Ding Jun fell silent. Xi Nianping, who was beside him, said somewhat puzzled, Lin Feng, why not write something useful? Do you know the country? Before he could finish, Ding Jun raised his hand to interrupt. I know, how about this? Over at the Talent Development Plan, I will help you fight for it as much as possible. Since you surprised me last time, I look forward to you surprising me again, or rather, surprising the entire Huagua. Ding Jun stood up. we won't disturb you writing here anymore. When you return to Baisha, remember to contact me." Lin Feng nodded, okay. After the few people left, Lin Feng returned to the desk, took the spiritual pattern ancient pen given by Ding Jun, and started writing. After writing a few words, Lin Feng stopped, raised the spiritual pattern ancient pen in his hand in surprise. The effect was better than he had imagined. Originally, even with the help of the recovery spring at Wenden Resort, Lin Feng could only write over 30,000 words a day, but now with the help of the spiritual pattern ancient pen, these last 150,000 words. Lin Feng estimated slightly, 3 days. No, if I push it, it will be almost 2 days. Thinking of this, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a bit excited. Internal energy. After finishing The Legend of the Condor Heroes, he will receive the system reward of exclusive internal energy for martial artists. Outside the resort, 2 small buses drove out. Inside the bus, Xi Nieping spoke somewhat puzzled. "Director Ding, why not advise him more? After all, he is just a teenager who has just graduated from high school. He was just about to use some artistic language, using huagua, using morality, etc. to persuade." In his opinion, Lin Feng, a high school graduate, could not withstand this kind of talk. One said one accurate. But he was interrupted by Ding Ju directly. "President Xi, you cannot measure Lin Feng with normal circumstances. If you carefully read the book The Legend of the Condor Heroes and see the latest chapters, you will not think so. Lin Feng has great love in his heart. For such a person, you just need to choose to believe in him, that's all." In the small bus, Xi Nianping fell into silence. He indeed did not read The Legend of the Condor Heroes carefully. After all, those flashy but not practical skills could not attract him, a 5th-level expert. However, since Ding Ju said so, Xi Nianping was somewhat interested. On the side, Xiang Shen was the same. He said to the driver Su Yuanfeng, "If you can comprehend skills through The Legend of the Condor Heroes, you must have read it carefully, tell us." After a moment of silence, Su Yuanfeng said with some admiration, "Director, I cannot evaluate the entire book The Legend of the Condor Heroes, but the protagonist Gui Jing inside made me admire him." As soon as he spoke, Xi Nianping sitting in the back seat also showed an interested expression. "Admiring a character from a novel?" Su Yuanfeng continued. "Gui Jing, who grew up in Mongolia, was unwilling to become a general, a marshal, or a royal consort, took risks to travel south, and together with Huang Rong defended the important city of Xiangyang, and cooperated to repel the Mongolian siege. I see a strong patriotic spirit in him, so I admire him." Hearing this, Ding Ju smiled. This was also what he felt when reading The Legend of the Condor Heroes. To be able to write such a book, with a protagonist so patriotic. Lin Feng's character needs no more words. Xi Nianping on the side was also stunned for a moment, then he looked at Ding Ju, apparently understanding the meaning of Ding Ju's previous words. It was Xiangshan who sighed meaningfully. "I probably know why you can comprehend skills. You can admire the characters in this book, and even empathize with them, right?" Seeing Su Yuanfeng nod, Xiangshan sighed, "Because in your heart, the world depicted in The Legend of the Condor Heroes is real. The characters inside are also real. So, those martial arts moves are also real." Su Yuanfeng, who was driving, nodded thoughtfully, "Yes, director." Then he realized something and opened his mouth in surprise. In that case, as long as the team believes that The Legend of the Condor Heroes depicts a real world, they can comprehend the 18 dragon subduing poems? Ding Ju in the back seat shook his head. "It's not that simple. Just believing in 2 words is extremely difficult. Not to mention, empathizing with the characters in the book like you did. Even if you both do that, with so many martial arts moves in the book, it's not certain that you can comprehend the 18 dragon subduing poems." Xiangshan added, "There's not much time left for the evil dragon's lair dungeon. You are the only experienced team that has encountered the boss during the dungeon clearing. There's no time to try it out. Fortunately, your 18 dragon subduing poems have improved a bit. Prepare when you get back. We are about to start the second round of dungeon clearing." Su Yuanfeng's expression turned serious. Yes. Lin Feng, with the spirit rune ancient pen, wrote flyingly, and online readers were also thrilled. Of course, many people came because they could learn skills from reading books, so understanding tens of thousands of words in a day, and with extremely high quality, is such a terrifying thing. Until, after Lin Feng got the spirit rune ancient pen, he wrote and published 50,000 words in a day. Under the extremely lively book reviews of The Legend of the Condor Heroes, a new comment emerged and received countless likes. The first sentence of the comment was, "Master, are you human?" It sounded like an insult, but there was a sense of respect in it. The content below made numerous readers go crazy with likes. "I am one of your earliest readers. 2 months ago when The Legend of the Condor Heroes just started, there were updates of around 10,000 words per day. I thought you had a backlog. However, half a month ago, the updates reached 15,000 words, sometimes even 20,000. A few days ago, it directly reached close to 40,000. And today, you updated with 50,000 words. If this masterpiece is already completed by you, please, update a bit more, I beg you. The most crucial part was that after writing 50,000 words, the somewhat bored Lin Feng checked the book reviews for the first time. Seeing the top comment urging for more updates, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. He casually left his reply in the comments, Jean Gulian 1, no backlog, but there should be another 10 to 20,000 words today. By the way, tomorrow this book will have its grand finale. The author's appearance caused countless readers to explode with excitement. They replied, there's a new chapter today? Master is mighty. It's ending so soon? Please, Master, write a bit more, not enough to read. How can one comprehend skills? I've understood, but the effect of using internal energy is very poor. What is the internal energy described in the skill? Master, is the world you wrote about the ancient times of Blue Star? Is it real? Lin Feng was taken aback by the sudden influx of replies. It seemed that the popularity of the Legend of the Condor heroes was higher than he had imagined. However, with so many readers, why were there only a few hundred who comprehended skills? Lin Feng furrowed his brows slightly. Just then, he saw a comment. What is the martial world? Who are the heroes in the book? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, pinned the comment to the top, and replied, Jean Guliang 1, the first question, the world in the book is the martial world. As for the second question, the greatest heroes act for the country and the people. Shortly after replying, Lin Feng's mind was filled with system prompts, all indicating that someone had comprehended skills. Fortunately, most of the system prompts were recorded and saved, only displaying when Lin Feng actively wanted to check. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to sleep. After checking the system upgrades, in just a short while, the number of people who comprehended skills increased by more than 20, reaching a total of 127. It seems I was right. Comprehending skills requires empathy. Believing it to be true, empathy, and a strong sense of immersion will increase the likelihood of comprehending skills. Lin Feng furrowed his brows slightly. Wait, in that case, how did the Toad skill practitioners comprehend it? Immersing themselves in Ouyang Feng? After pondering for a moment and finding no answer, Lin Feng put down his phone, stretched lazily, and just then, he heard Bai Feng's voice outside, Mr. Lin. Outside the courtyard gate, Bai Feng spoke respectfully, do you have a moment? This is the manager of our Wendingshan Manor. What's the matter? Beside Bai Feng, a well-dressed middle-aged man respectfully said, Mr. Lin, there was a promotional event at the manor recently, and our front desk staff forgot about it. It led to an overcharge of your room fee. As a gesture of apology, this time your room fee is completely waived. Bai Feng wasn't surprised that her boss was trying to waive Lin Feng's room fee in a roundabout way. Joking. 6 of the top figures in Nanhu province came, 3 of them just to see this young man, although they didn't know the background of this young man, but his status was definitely not low. If they could make friends by waiving the room fee, the owner of the villa would probably wake up with a smile in his dreams. Looking at the rich middle-aged man outside the courtyard, Lin Feng smiled and shook his head. No need, but my schedule has changed a bit, I have to leave early the day after tomorrow. The rich middle-aged man immediately spoke up, Mr. Lin, rest assured, I will have someone refund the remaining room fee to your card. Lin Feng nodded, whatever is normal is fine. This owner of the villa suddenly came to waive his room fee. Lin Feng could understand without thinking, for example, the arrival of Director Ding and the others, which made the villa a bit confused. After realizing this, he quickly came to please himself, the person sought after by the 3 big shots. However, Lin Feng didn't want to accept this favor. A few days' room fee, for him now, was really nothing. With the current popularity of The Legend of the Condor heroes, next month's royalties would reach a very considerable level. Even after it ends, as long as people continue to read it, the royalties will naturally not be less. Lin Feng looked at the rich middle-aged man standing at the door, hesitating to speak, and said with a smile, this boss, rest assured, I am not a big shot. If there's nothing else, why not have someone bring some food over? I'm a bit hungry. Upon hearing this, the rich middle-aged man nodded quickly, Mr. Lin, rest assured, I will arrange it immediately. Then he left with Bai Feng. As the person in charge of the villa, he naturally had the ability to observe and understand people. Just now, he was waiting at the gate, and Mr. Lin didn't say a word to invite him in from start to finish, so he naturally understood what that meant. And sending food. That was already included in the room fee as basic service. But, Mr. Lin deliberately mentioned it, obviously because he had previously refused the room fee, which was a reassuring gesture. Thinking of this, the rich middle-aged man sighed and said, Mr. Lin, although you look young, you are very sophisticated in handling things. In Huaguai Yanjing, inside the Ministry of Education, Minister of Education Li Shueshan took the file handed to him by the staff and began to flip through it. Has the legend of the Condor heroes finished? The staff nodded. Yes, Minister, it just finished. Li Shueshan asked as he flipped through the file, how many people have mastered the skills so far? 503 people. Oh, Li Shueshan was slightly surprised. Alright, I got it, you can leave now. Later, Li Shueshan continued to flip through the file until he saw the sentence on the document, why a hero? The greatest hero is for the country and the people. He was stunned, and after a while, he said, good. What a great hero. A great hero, for the country and the people. Li Shueshan stood up with a somewhat moved expression, paced in the office for a moment, then returned to his desk, picked up the landline and dialed a number, call a meeting to draft the new list for the talent development plan. I nominate Lin Feng. When to resort, Lin Feng wrote down the 3 words the end with a tired expression, feeling a bit sentimental. Finally, it's done. He placed the manuscript on the scanner, then uploaded and published it. After a familiar operation, the system's prompt sound rang out. System prompt, mission, passing on knowledge and skills 1, completed. Reward, warrior profession system energy, inner strength. Originally, due to writing the book, Lin Feng had consumed a lot of energy and spirit, but his body suddenly shook. A gentle energy slowly emerged in the lower abdomen. Inner strength. The body, which originally felt extremely empty, became more fulfilled due to the appearance of inner strength. At the same time, countless information flooded into the mind, revealing the true methods of those martial arts techniques. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly, raised his hand lightly, and an invisible force shot out, creating a small hole on a thick tree trunk in the courtyard silently. Instant finger technique. If Luo Hong saw this scene, he would probably be shocked, because Lin Feng's instant finger technique at the 1st level was already close to Luo Hong's instant finger technique at the 4th level, and it was even more concealed, making it difficult to detect. After gaining inner strength, the martial arts techniques that were previously criticized by netizens as flashy but impractical finally revealed their true power. Lin Feng had no intention of entering a dungeon, otherwise, with his current strength, he could easily solo a dungeon of over level 10, and even a level 20 dungeon would not be impossible to tackle. After trying out the instant finger technique, Lin Feng did not continue to experiment, but instead checked his own attributes. Perhaps because his attributes had reached a certain limit, most of the rewards he received for completing the task of writing 10,000 words for the system in recent days were experience points. Lin Feng, level 13, occupation, teacher, strength, 35, agility, 35, constitution, 35, spirit, 35, inner strength, 50. Note, 1 point of inner strength is equivalent to practicing the great circulation for 10 days, textbook, 1/3, occupational skill, textbook, can set a self-written textbook as a textbook to improve reading and learning efficiency. Special passive skill, teacher, readers who comprehend skills through your work will automatically learn that skill. The more people who comprehend it, the higher the skill level and quality. Skills, dragon subduing palm, instant finger technique, toad skill, iron sand palm. Note, inner strength can be increased through internal skills. Can inner skills be improved through internal skills? Looking at the attribute panel, Lin Feng pondered. It seemed that he had to wait until he completed the system's meridian theory task and gained knowledge of human meridians before he could figure out how to comprehend internal skills. After checking his own attributes, Lin Feng looked at the new system task, passing on knowledge, part 2, task objective, continue to create a long martial arts novel, perfect the martial arts worldview. Current progress, January 3rd, task reward, awaken talent, pathfinder. Note, this talent can guide others to change professions to martial artists and other professions. Change professions to martial artists. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He had this idea before. Some tasks of the divine level writing system always seemed to lean towards the profession of martial artists. Now that this new task had come out, it confirmed Lin Feng's speculation. The task objective is to write 2 complete martial arts worldview novels. No need to rush, though. After some contemplation, Lin Feng got up to pack his things. He had been here for a week, and it was time to go back. With the ancient spirit pen in hand, the effect of the spiritual spring in this vacation mountain villa seemed less pronounced. Not to mention the inner strength, although he had not experimented yet, Lin Feng believed that this thing would definitely be helpful in writing. After packing up, Lin Feng also took out his phone, which had been turned off for a long time. As soon as he turned it on, the phone seemed to explode with countless messages rushing in. Lin Feng shook his head slightly. It seemed that he needed to change his phone number. Too many missed calls and messages. Lin Feng was too lazy to look at them, so he deleted them all. Just then, a call came in. Lin Feng hesitated for a moment before deciding to answer. As soon as he picked up, a pleasantly surprised female voice came through the phone. Jingaju, you finally answered the phone. I am the editor of Tomato Novel Network, and also your editor, Hua Ji. Yes, what's the matter? Jingaju, it's like this. Editor Hua Ji began speaking in a very polite tone. Due to the explosive popularity of The Legend of the Condor Heroes and its magical effects in comprehending skills, the novel network's traffic has surged, and the company's market value has increased significantly. The original 50-50 profit-sharing contract is no longer suitable for The Legend of the Condor Heroes, so the novel network has decided to give all the income from the book to Lin Feng without deducting any operating costs. Not only that, they will also provide an additional 1 million completion bonus. Lin Feng nodded and said, okay. He was not going to refuse this money. After all, the novel network did benefit greatly from The Legend of the Condor Heroes. Money may not be able to buy high-level materials or props, but not having it is also troublesome. Editor Hua Ji's voice continued to come through the phone. Jingaju, your book is completed. When are you planning to start a new book? Tomorrow. Oh, taking a break is also. Editor Hua Ji paused, then exclaimed, tomorrow? After Lin Feng responded with a simple yes, he heard the sound of a table and chair collision before editor Hua Ji's voice returned, trying to sound calm. So, Jingaju, are you planning to continue publishing on our novel network? Rest assured, we will discuss the contract and renewal terms in a meeting soon to ensure your satisfaction. After a nonchalant yes from Lin Feng, he hung up the phone. The entertainment industry in this world is extremely lacking, and the entire Hua country only has this novel network with some traffic. Lin Feng chose this novel network because it was convenient and could earn him some manuscript fees. Just as he was about to put down his phone, it vibrated slightly. Glancing at it, he saw a text message confirming the transfer of over 2.3 million. This novel network is quite fast. The money arrived as soon as he hung up the phone. After quickly tidying up his things, Lin Feng walked out of the courtyard. As he reached the front desk of the villa, he met Bai Feng and the well-dressed middle-aged man who seemed to have been waiting for him, the manager of the villa, Sun Zhao. Sun Zhao greeted him respectfully and said, Mr. Lin, your car and driver are ready to be sent. To prevent any misunderstanding, Sun Zhao explained, this is a service that the villa already provides. Bai Feng couldn't help but marvel at Sun Zhao's professionalism, thinking that he truly lived up to his position as the manager. Lin Feng nodded and said, in that case, thank you. Sun Zhao tactfully handed him a business card and said, I am Sun, the manager of Windingshan Villa. Lin Feng accepted the card and replied, thank you, Mr. Sun. You are too kind. After seeing Lin Feng off to the car, Sun Zhao finally relaxed. Bai Feng, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but ask, Mr. Sun, do we really need to go to such lengths? Sun Zhao smiled and said, you are still too young. Opportunities are for those who are prepared. Bai Feng nodded thoughtfully, unaware that many years later, as the manager of the villa, she would look back on this day with emotion. At that time, the effect of the Lingquan in the mountain villa had long disappeared, but relying on the sign of being the place where the legend of the Condor Heroes was completed, it still attracted countless people to come. The vacation villa's car took Lin Feng all the way to the building he rented in Baisha City. Lin Feng carried his backpack and glanced at the surroundings. With over 2 million in his account now, he could consider moving to a more comfortable place. As he walked into the building, Lin Feng pondered. He had promised teacher Su that he would go to the school to participate in the university allocation. But, did he really need to go to university? The Blue Star University in the era of the whole people was different from the Earth. Combat professions required various prestigious school entrance tests. If passed, one could enroll. As for life professions, most were directly assigned. Forget it, let's go. As he reached the door of the house, Lin Feng, who was pondering while opening the door with the key, made a decision. Although he could quietly write books to become stronger, if he didn't go to university, his understanding of this world would still be somewhat lacking. Shaolin? Just as Lin Feng opened the door, the neighbor next door happened to come out and said upon seeing Lin Feng, you're back from your trip? Yes, Zhang Jia, I'm back. Someone came looking for you last time, said to be your teacher, and she's very pretty. I know, thank you, Zhang Jia. After entering the house and casually putting down his things, Lin Feng took out his phone and dialed Su Chenyan's number. Baisha No. 1 Middle School, Principal's Office. Wang Aichuan sighed slightly and said, Xiao Su, are you really not considering it anymore? Su Chenyan, with a smile on her face and a firm tone, said, I didn't want to go to Yanjing before, it was avoidance. But now, I don't want to avoid it anymore. Wang Aichuan nodded and said, yes, with your talent, staying at Baisha No. one middle school would be a waste. Compared to Su Yuanfeng and Wang Aichuan, who were common epic warrior professions specializing in strength, Su Chenyan was a rare epic swordmaster profession specializing in strength and spirit. Originally, she was supposed to go to Yenjing University to study under a fifth-order strongman who was also a swordmaster. But because her parents didn't return from an expedition, Su Chenyan suddenly lost her direction in life. So she returned to her hometown of Baisha, wandering around like a walking corpse all day. Fortunately, Wang Aichuan found out and persistently invited her, eventually persuading Su Chenyan to reluctantly accept the position of teacher at Baisha No. 1 Middle School. Influenced by numerous energetic students, Su Chenyan's mood gradually improved, especially with the matter of Lin Feng and the book The Legend of the Condor Heroes. This made Su Chenyan make up her mind to return to the path of a combat professional. If you go to Yenjing University, you can go with Lin Feng. Wang Aichuan's words made Su Chenyan pause for a moment. Lin Feng is also going to Yenjing University? Yes, Director Ding just told me the news. Wang Aichuan said with a very proud expression. If Lin Feng is willing, Yenjing University warmly welcomes his arrival, with direct admission without examination. As long as Lin Feng is willing, he can be admitted without an exam? When did Yenjing University, as the top institution in Huaguo, lower its standards like this? Su Chenyan used to be a student at Yenjing University and naturally understood it well. She was a bit puzzled and said, but Yenjing University only recruits combat professionals. I've never heard of Yenjing University having teachers of life professions. If Lin Feng goes there, he won't learn anything useful. Wang Aichuan looked at Su Chenyan with a strange expression and said, do you think, as a teacher, what else does Lin Feng need to learn? Most people who work as teachers can't write a textbook in their lifetime. And you know the effect of Lin Feng's God sculpture. You are also a student of Yen University. Yen University is not only strong in professional courses, but also in open classes on various knowledge, various training equipment, and that inheritance copy, which is what Lin Feng needs. Su Chenyan nodded, saying that makes sense. She asked curiously, did Director Ding talk to Yen University? After all, no matter what, Lin Feng is also a professional. It was really surprising for Su Chenyan that Yen University could break the precedent and admit him without an exam. Wang Quanwei smiled and shook his head. Xiao Su, do you know that the shooting eagle has been completed? Seeing Su Chenyan nod, Wang Quanwei continued, do you know that the official personally commented on the shooting eagle and recommended it? Hearing this, Su Chenyan widened her beautiful eyes. Official recommendation? How is that possible? The Shooting Eagle is a novel belonging to the entertainment category. Just then, Su Chenyan's phone rang. She picked up the phone, looked at it, and immediately answered, Lin Feng, are you back? Lin Feng's voice came from the phone, yes, just got back. Zhang Jie said you came to see me, is there something? Su Chenyan was speechless, didn't you read the message I sent you? Too many messages, I just deleted them all. Wang Quanwei suddenly spoke up, it's just noon now. If Lin Feng is free, let's have lunch together. After conveying to Su Chenyan, she got Lin Feng's confirmation and hung up the phone. After sending the restaurant's location to Lin Feng, Su Chenyan looked up at Wang Quanwei, who had already stood up, and said, Principal, what do you mean by official recommendation? You can check it online on your way. Let's go, we can't keep our great writer waiting. In the car, Su Chenyan, who checked her phone, finally understood why Yenjing University said that Lin Feng could be admitted without an exam. The official authoritative account of Huaguo reposted the hot search for the completion of the Shooting Eagle and added a few words, the great hero, for the country and the people. Suddenly, the popularity of the Shooting Eagle exploded completely. If the previous popularity of the Shooting Eagle came from its ability to comprehend skills, the current popularity comes from the content of the book itself. As Su Chenyan looked at her phone, her eyes became more and more complicated because with the official repost, other authoritative institutional accounts, and some renowned masters in their respective fields, all forwarded and commented with praise and admiration. Seeing these big shots respectfully calling Lin Feng's pen name a master, Su Chenyan couldn't help but feel a bit strange in her heart. Has he, who just changed careers to become a first tier, already become a master in the eyes of others? Just as Su Chenyan was staring blankly at her phone, the online popularity of The Shooting Eagle also reached its peak. As a result, the novel website serializing The Shooting Eagle crashed. In Yenjing, in the office building where the novel website is located, everyone was as busy as ants on a hot pan. Zhang Sunming, the person in charge, also stayed in the office lobby, anxiously looking at the technical director operating the computer in front of him and asked, how is it going? Can it be restored to normal? The technical director replied with a bitter smile, Mr. Zhang, it's impossible in the short term. Why? Is it under attack? No. The technical director said helplessly, it's just that there are too many visitors, and the server crashed. Zhang Sanming frowned. When the official promotion came out, his website hosting The Shooting Eagle actually crashed. This is not a small matter. Shut down all other business of the company. Centralize all servers and fully supply the novel website. At the same time, allocate all the bandwidth of the data center to the novel website. Zhang Sanming decisively gave the order. You should know that the novel website is just one of his industries, not even the most important one, but now he can't care about that much. The technical director nodded and started to operate. He had been paying attention to the situation of The Legend of the Condor heroes and the novel website these days. How could he not know the current situation? He was not surprised by Zhang Sanming's request. He had even made some preparations in this regard yesterday. However, after all servers and bandwidth were used for the novel website briefly recovered. For 10 minutes, and then crashed again. I said all. Zhang Sanming repeatedly emphasized when he saw the situation. The technical director helplessly said, Mr. Zhang, it's all servers and bandwidth are being used. Then why did it still crash? Too many people. The technical director looked at the data in the background and said with some disbelief, almost half of the Huagua people are visiting our website at the same time. Among them, there are also many from abroad. Zhang Sanming was stunned, and he directly ignored the last sentence. Half of the Huagua people. My God. Although he knew that the effect of the official recommendation should be good, he didn't expect it to be this good. Just then, a staff member hurried over and whispered a few words in Zhang Sanming's ear. What? Zhang Sanming exclaimed, and then the technical director also excitedly shouted, It's back, the website is back. Just as he finished speaking, he asked with some confusion, But, I didn't do anything, how did it suddenly recover? Behind him, Zhang Sanming said in a very complicated tone, The authorities have taken action. It's the authorities helping us, no, not helping us, but letting more people see the legend of the Condor heroes. In Baisha City, Lin Feng, who had just entered the restaurant mentioned by Su Chenyan, suddenly felt puzzled. What's going on? How did the number of people comprehending skills suddenly skyrocket? Originally, there were only about 300 people, but now, it's 500 people? And it's still rapidly increasing. Lin Feng. Su Chenyan's voice brought Lin Feng back to his senses. Since he didn't know why the number of people comprehending skills suddenly exploded, he decided to ignore it for now. Anyway, it's not a bad thing. The task goal of the system's meridian theory is to reach 1,000 people. After sorting out his thoughts, Lin Feng looked at Su Chenyan and raised his eyebrows. Teacher Su. A simple address, but it made Su Chenyan a little distracted. Too many thoughts suddenly filled Su Chenyan's mind, with feelings of achievement for Lin Feng, pride in her students' remarkable progress, and even a complex mix of emotions about the imminent change from teacher-student to classmates with Lin Feng. There was even a hint of joy in seeing Lin Feng that she hadn't noticed herself. Su Chenyan took a deep breath, suppressed the myriad thoughts, and looked at Lin Feng with a complex expression, saying, You did it. A week ago, outside the square, this young man said to himself, after meeting again, there will be no disappointment in my eyes. He did it. Lin Feng was stunned for a moment, but then he quickly reacted. When Su Chenyan first tested the attributes, she knew that The Legend of the Condor heroes was written by herself. Now she must be able to impart skills to readers through The Legend of the Condor heroes, knowing the reasons why she gave up the legendary profession and chose the profession of a teacher. After all, the effects of a teacher's professional skills textbook are not a secret. Teacher Su, as long as you are no longer disappointed in me, how could I be, my great writer? As the two were chatting, Wang Quan walked out of the private room with some helplessness. Can you two continue chatting in the private room? Or if there's something you don't want this old man to know, you can wait until after dinner for me to leave and then talk slowly. Wang Quan joked, after all, I am a fourth-tier combat professional, I can hear everything at the door. Su Chenyan's cheeks showed a slight blush that was not easy to detect. Lin Feng, come in. The three entered the private room, and as soon as they sat down, Wang Quan pointed to the table full of dishes and said, Let's not be formal, let's chat while eating. Lin Feng nodded, feeling a bit hungry. He picked up his chopsticks and started eating. After eating a few bites casually, Wang Quan put down his chopsticks and said seriously, Lin Feng, are you planning to go to college? Without waiting for Lin Feng's answer, he advised, Lin Feng, this world is much more complex than what you currently understand. Although high school also teaches a lot of knowledge for professionals, the truly important and specialized knowledge can only be understood and learned in college. Combat professionals pursue prestigious schools, seek better resources, and strive to become stronger. Life professionals obey allocations, learn professional skills, and pursue a higher quality of life. In this era of universal access on the Blue Star, the importance of college is self-evident. Lin Feng also nodded. Don't worry, principal, I will go to college, I just don't know which school I will be assigned to. Wang Quan breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. It's good that you will go. As for where you will be assigned, Wang Quan smiled and said, Yenjing University. Lin Feng, who was eating, was stunned. Yenjing University? Even though Lin Feng had never deliberately searched for this kind of thing, he knew about the existence of Yenjing University. This institution was too famous in the entire Hua country, deserving the title of the top university. But, Lin Feng furrowed his brows slightly. Doesn't this school only accept combat professionals? Seeing him frown, Wang Quan quickly said, yes, but they have expressed a very warm welcome for you to go, and you can enter without an exam. Lin Feng, as your teacher and principal, I highly recommend you consider it. Not only does it have a strong team of mentors and various training facilities, but it is also the most profound institution in the Hua country. Wang Quan raised an eyebrow, lowering his voice slightly. In Yenjing University, there is an extremely special inheritance instance that no one has cleared to this day. It is said that there are many secrets hidden inside. An inheritance instance? Lin Feng also showed some interest. After pondering for a while, Lin Feng said, in that case, principal, I will go to Yenjing University. Great! Wang Quan clapped his hands in delight. He then took out a bottle of wine from under the table. Today is a happy occasion, care for a drink? Su Chenyan, who had been silent all along, suddenly cleared her throat. Principal, Lin Feng is still a student. What's wrong with the student? It's not like they're underage. Wang Quan turned to Lin Feng and raised his eyebrows. Want a drink? Lin Feng nodded. Although he didn't like drinking, tasting the world's alcohol was fine since his attributes far exceeded those of ordinary people, making it hard for him to get drunk. Seeing his agreement, Wang Quan didn't hesitate and poured a full glass, but just as he was about to hand it to Lin Feng, Su Chenyan intercepted. He's a writer, how can he write if he's drunk? Su Chenyan turned to Lin Feng and said seriously, drinking is not a good habit, don't learn from the principal. Lin Feng didn't mind and continued to eat, as he didn't like drinking anyway. After a few bites, Lin Feng asked, Principal, when should I go to Yenjing University? Originally planning to buy a better house in Baisha to write, it seemed unnecessary now. After taking a sip of wine, Wang Quan said, I'll talk to Director Ding later, and then. He glanced at Su Chenyan, then little Su will take you there. As a time traveler, did he really need a teacher to send him to college? Lin Feng twitched his mouth slightly, no need, I can go by myself. Hearing this, Su Chenyan's eyes lit up with a smile. What, are you embarrassed to be seen with me? Su teacher misunderstood, I just don't want to bother you. No bother. Lin Feng was a bit tongue-tied for a moment, while Wang Quan on the side smiled and said, little Su is also going to Yenjing University, so she can take you there together. Wang Quan's smile took on a deeper meaning. Little Su, you must take good care of Lin Feng when the time comes. Lin Feng was puzzled for a moment. Little Su is going to Yenjing University. Ahem. Su Chenyan coughed lightly, interrupting Wang Quan's words, then looked at Lin Feng with a slight smile. I'm being transferred to Yenjing University. In the private room, under Su Chenyan's deliberate guidance, Lin Feng finally understood that Su Chenyan was going to Yenjing University to become a teacher. I see, congratulations, Su teacher. From Baisha First Middle School to Yenjing University as a teacher, it was definitely worth congratulating. Lin Feng didn't think too much about it. Wang Quan was momentarily stunned, but then he showed a strange smile and didn't expose Su Chenyan's deliberate guidance. You can leave together when the time comes, for mutual support. Lin Feng nodded, so they would naturally go together. It had been almost 3 months since he came to this world. Apart from going to the vacation resort, he hadn't left Baisha City. It wouldn't be bad to go with Su Chenyan. After discussing the most important matters, Wang Quan said with emotion, Lin Feng, the impact of the Legend of the Condor heroes is not small now. By the way, do you know that Tang Xin, in charge of the testing room, Teacher Tang, has comprehended the toad skill in his hands? Lin Feng nodded. Tang Xin had comprehended it quite early, and he had known about it through the system's prompts. Su Chenyan also spoke up, my brother has comprehended the dragon subduing 18 palms. Lin Feng was surprised and looked at Su Chenyan, your brother? Yes, my brother is called Su Yuanfeng, and he's also a 4th-rank berserker like the principal. So it was him. Lin Feng nodded, so he's your brother. Ha? You've met him? Yes, he and Director Xiang and Director Ding from the Exploration Bureau came to see me before. Lin Feng said with a smile, I didn't expect that Su teacher's brother is actually a member of the exploration team. Bang! The teacup that was originally in Su Chenyan's hand suddenly fell on the table and shattered into pieces. Su Chenyan looked at Lin Feng in disbelief and asked word by word, "You just said, the pioneering team?" Lin Feng felt a little puzzled in his heart but still nodded and talked about the previous things at the mountain villa. After all, there was nothing to hide. However, when he mentioned that Su Yuanfeng, who had improved the effect of the dragon subduing 18 palms, expressed confidence in the success of pioneering, Su Chenyan suddenly stood up. She took a deep breath and said, "Principal, Lin Feng, I have something to do, I'll leave first." After speaking, she hurriedly walked out of the box. Just when Lin Feng was a little confused about the situation, Wang Aquan sighed beside him and explained, Su Chenyan's parents used to be part of a pioneering team, but they didn't come back after a pioneering mission. After the accident, she returned from Yanjing to Baisha, her brother. And her brother continued to pioneer, and most likely, he has been hiding it from her. Seeing Lin Feng's wry smile, Wang Aquan shook his head and said, "It's not your fault. She will know sooner or later. The sooner she knows, the sooner she can resolve her inner struggles, which might be better for her." Wang Aquan saw that Lin Feng had almost finished eating, so he stood up and said, "I have to go to the Education Bureau later. I need to inform Director Ding of Yanjing University's situation. Will you come with me?" Lin Feng shook his head and said, "I'll go back to write my book. Is it really okay with Teacher Su?" Wang Aquan waved his hand and stood up. "Let her calm down first, let's talk in a couple of days." He looked at Lin Feng and said, "If you're not going to the Education Bureau, then I'll leave first." Lin Feng nodded, watched Wang Aquan leave, then focused his mind and checked the progress of the meridian theory task. System prompt: when the number of people who have comprehended skills from the Legend of the Condor heroes reaches 100, unlock the meridian theory task. System task: meridian theory. Task objective: reach 1000 people who have comprehended martial arts skills. Task progress: 851/1000. Task reward: human meridian studies. Note: mastering meridian studies is a prerequisite for comprehending internal skills. In the time it took to finish a meal, the number of people who comprehended skills increased by 600? What's going on? Could it be because The Legend of the Condor Heroes has finished, and the novel website is promoting it vigorously? Lin Feng was puzzled, so he picked up his phone and searched. Then he saw the repost from the official authoritative account that was trending at number 1, so that's how it is. Lin Feng looked thoughtfully at the information on the phone screen and speculated in his mind, when the official account personally promotes it, the effect is naturally the best. With more people watching, naturally more people will comprehend skills. Moreover, it also includes the most core sentence from The Legend of the Condor Heroes: the greatest hero is one who serves the country and the people. This undoubtedly increases the empathy between readers and the characters in the book, naturally increasing the chances of comprehending skills. After understanding the situation, Lin Feng sighed in his heart. It seems that, just like I thought, staying secluded to write books and rejecting all cooperation didn't turn out well. By cooperating with the official account, firstly, I can speed up the writing process and complete more system tasks. Secondly, it can attract more readers, leading to more people comprehending skills. And I can also gain more free attribute points, as well as various skills that can automatically level up. Lin Feng stood up and walked outside. It seems that I need to strive for that talent development program. As The Legend of the Condor Heroes continued to ferment on the internet, more and more netizens paid attention, and even other countries began to study it one after another. Cherry Blossom Country, the head of the intelligence team, Yuichi Inamura, looked at the investigation files on The Legend of the Condor Heroes in his hand and said to the intelligence personnel below, "The official Manhwa country is actually promoting it vigorously. Could it be that there are still secrets to this Legend of the Condor Heroes?" The intelligence personnel respectfully lowered their heads and said, "Team leader, we have been following up on this matter. Currently, apart from understanding skills, we have not found any other effects. Are those skills effective?" "Yes, team leader." Hearing this, Yuichi Inamura disdainfully threw the file aside. "Since that's the case, there's no need to pay too much attention to it. Just a few useless skills. Relying on some imaginary inner strength, it will never amount to anything in the end. By the way, if this Jin Gu Liangwen starts writing warrior or knight novels, remember to inform me." "Understood." At the same time, the director of the Eagle Sauce Investigation Bureau, Pierre, put down the files in his hand and said to the bureau's detectives, "Don't be nervous, this is just a common tactic used by Hua country. It seems that not having their own exclusive profession for so many years has made our friend a bit uncomfortable." Pierre said with a smile, "This spirit called a hero, I simply cannot understand it at all." The detectives also nodded in empathy. In the Eagle Sauce, which advocates personal heroism, the concept of serving the country and the people as a hero, even if translated into plain language, they could not understand. Mr. Pierre, do I still need to continue monitoring? No need. Instead of wasting time and money on this, it's better to pay attention to that magical instance in Hua country's waters that seems to never disappear. The detective asked in confusion, are you talking about the level 60 Dragon Palace instance in Hua country's waters? My dear detective, watch your words. Although Pierre was smiling, his tone was somewhat cold. The sea belongs to our entire Blue Star, not just Hua countries. When Lin Feng returned home, it was already late. Turning on the light and sitting at the desk, Lin Feng picked up a pen and wrote on the paper, The Divine Eagle. Writing this book was something Lin Feng had decided on from the beginning. Coupled with his current desire to compete in talent development plans, writing The Divine Eagle was the most suitable choice. Because there was a special martial art inside, the art of ambidexterity. Are those skills just superficial because there is no inner strength? Then, what about martial arts techniques that can be used without needing inner strength? Lin Feng took out the spirit rune ancient pen and began writing rapidly on the paper. With inner strength, Lin Feng no longer directly consumed his mental and physical energy while writing, but prioritized consuming his inner strength. As the night fell completely, Lin Feng put the freshly written 10,000-word manuscript into the scanner. Looking at the upload progress bar, Lin Feng frowned slightly. Such a large consumption? 50 points of inner strength were depleted, and only 10,000 words were written. Either the quality of inner strength without the support of internal skills is insufficient, or the consumption of writing has increased. Thinking of this, Lin Feng went back to the desk, picked up a regular pen, and started writing swish swish. After writing 1,000 words, Lin Feng put down the ordinary pen with some exhaustion, showing a bitter smile. The consumption has increased. When writing the legend of the Condor heroes before, the consumption kept increasing. Lin Feng thought it was because the book was in its later stages. As a result, deliberately not using the spirit rune ancient pen, coupled with the depletion of inner strength, in this state, after writing 1,000 words of the Divine Eagle, it was discovered that the consumption was even higher than in the later stages of writing the legend of the Condor heroes. It seems to have nothing to do with the book but with how much has been written. Lin Feng rubbed his fingers and started to think. Since that's the case, the choice of future works is very important. Originally, I was planning to finish the martial arts trilogy and then write the story of playing with fire and divorcing, but now it seems like it's not possible. The story of playing with fire and divorcing is over 5 million words, which could be turned into 4 or 5 martial arts books. But, no matter what, let's finish this trilogy first. It's also a good opportunity to gain the talent guide for system rewards. Thinking of this, Lin Feng felt that the importance of talent development plan had increased again. After all, the consumption of writing books was increasing, and if he wanted to quickly finish the remaining 2 books, he would need a massive amount of energy supplements and equipment to reduce consumption. While scanning and uploading 1,000 words of manuscript, Lin Feng was thinking, I have some free time tomorrow, maybe I can go to the professional association. The vice president mentioned before that if I register with him, he will give me a set of auxiliary equipment. I just don't know if the auxiliary equipment can reduce the consumption of writing. I guess it's worth a try. After uploading all the manuscripts, Lin Feng logged into the back end of the novel website, created a new book directly, and then uploaded the manuscript. After finishing, Lin Feng returned to his desk, ready to continue writing. Just as he was about to start, his phone vibrated, and he looked at it, feeling somewhat surprised. It was a 2 million deposit message. Lin Feng looked at the sender, and it turned out to be the novel website. Payment? But didn't they just pay me? Just then, an information from the editor Hua Ji came. Jean Guju, thank you for choosing to continue publishing your new book on our platform. We have already paid you a 2 million renewal fee, and we will not take a single penny of the profits from this Condor Heroes. What do you think? If you agree, I will send you the contract. This efficiency. Lin Feng smiled and shook his head in amazement, then replied okay. Editor Hua Ji immediately sent a series of compliments and thanks, followed by the signed contract. After Lin Feng finished dealing with it, he took a deep breath, came to the desk, prepared to write some more manuscripts before going to sleep, but just as he picked up his pen, there was a knock on the door. Lin Feng looked up at the clock on the wall, frowned slightly. It's already midnight, who could it be? Knowing that not many people knew his address, Lin Feng sighed, put down his pen, and walked to the door. As soon as he opened the door, he was stunned. A familiar figure was standing at the door. Su Chenyan. Teacher Su? Su Chenyan looked at Lin Feng, her expression somewhat desolate as she uttered a word. Let's go. Ha? Where to? Yanjing. Lin Feng looked somewhat puzzled at the beautiful teacher at the door dragging a suitcase, but soon he remembered what Principal Wang said to him after Su Chenyan left. He sighed slightly and comforted her. "Teacher Su, don't worry, your brother will be fine with the land reclamation." Su Yuanfeng had been able to retreat unscathed before, and now with his guidance, the deterrent effect of the dragon subduing 18 palms had become even better, theoretically making it even less likely for him to encounter danger. However, after hearing Lin Feng's words, Su Chenyan's eyes dimmed even more. At this moment, she no longer had the confident and decisive demeanor she had in front of Lin Feng before, but instead appeared unusually fragile. But after a moment, a hint of determination reappeared in Su Chenyan's eyes. "Then I'll go first." She decisively turned around with her suitcase. "When the time comes, you ask Principal Wang to arrange it again." As the conversation was not finished, Su Chenyan felt a hand holding her arm, a familiar feeling, but previously, it was she who held Lin Feng's hand and crossed the crowd, and this time, it was Lin Feng who held her. "Teacher Su, I didn't say I wouldn't go, but can you give me some time to pack my luggage?" Hearing Lin Feng's words, a few stars appeared in Su Chenyan's eyes. She turned to look at Lin Feng and nodded gently. "Okay." Since it was too late, there were no flights available. Lin Feng and Su Chenyan chose to take the train. The deluxe sleeper on the train was a compartment for 2 people. After closing the door, it was quiet. Lin Feng placed the luggage properly and naturally occupied the seats and table in the compartment. Su Chenyan sat on the bed opposite the table, watching Lin Feng take out paper and pen, and couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you going to sleep?" It was already 2 or 3 in the morning, and even on the quiet train, let alone just leaving Baisha City, there was no daytime hustle and bustle. Lin Feng shook his head, placing the paper on the table and said, "I'm not tired. I'll write a bit more while I'm still energetic." After the energy is depleted, it can be replenished through sleep and eating. Since he was still in good condition, it didn't seem worth it to sleep now, Lin Feng thought. Su Chenyan, sitting on the bed, watched as Lin Feng quickly began writing on the blank paper with a pen. She was a bit surprised because in her impression, writing a book should involve thinking, writing a bit, and then thinking again. Even if you have a draft in mind, it shouldn't be possible to write so fast. Seeing Lin Feng's hand holding the pen almost leaving a trail, Su Chenyan couldn't help but be amazed. After a while, she couldn't help but ask, "Lin Feng, why don't you type on a computer? Wouldn't that be faster? If you must use paper, you can also print it out." Su Chenyan was not out of touch with the world. Compared to writing stroke by stroke with a pen, typing on a computer was obviously much faster. Lin Feng stopped writing, feeling a bit helpless. Did he not know that typing on a computer was faster and easier? But what he typed on the computer, the system wouldn't recognize. After all, it was a divine-level writing system, not a divine-level typing system. However, Lin Feng could accept it to some extent now. You know, if you type, you can't use the spiritual pattern ancient pen that reduces the consumption of energy and spirit. It just so happened that it could also be used as an excuse. Lin Feng handed the pen to Su Chenyan, saying, "It's not about being fast or slow. Writing a book consumes a lot of mental energy for me. With this, I can write a bit more every day." Su Chenyan looked at the attributes of the spiritual pattern ancient pen. Even though she was well informed, she was also surprised. It was a legendary level item. Even as an auxiliary tool for a teacher profession, its value was not low. Su Chenyan returned the spiritual pattern ancient pen to Lin Feng, saying, "You're right, I won't disturb you." Lin Feng took the pen and looked at the somewhat idle Su Chenyan, asking, "Teacher Su, aren't you going to sleep?" Su Chenyan shook her head, "I can't sleep." She then forced a smile and said, "It's okay, don't mind me. After all, I'm a third-tier combat professional. It's fine for me to stay up all night." After a brief thought, Lin Feng took out 2 ordinary pens from his bag, then divided some of the white paper on the table and placed it in front of Su Chenyan. "Teacher Su, have you read The Legend of the Condor Heroes?" "Yes, I have. I'm currently writing a new book called The Legend of the Condor Heroes. Remember to read it." Su Chenyan nodded and said yes, then took the 2 pens handed to her by Lin Feng, and asked with some confusion, "What is this?" Lin Feng raised his hand and pointed to the paper in front of her, with a slight smirk at the corner of his mouth. "Teacher Su, can you draw a circle with your left hand and a square with your right hand? Both hands, at the same time." After saying that, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a bit excited. This was his attempt to guide Su Chenyan to understand the art of using both hands. The first step, of course, was to start with practicing drawing circles with the left hand and squares with the right hand. With Su Chenyan's third-order attribute, it shouldn't take much time. Lin Feng opened his eyes, and just as he finished speaking, Su Chenyan started drawing. He originally thought it would fail, but the result. Looking at the paper, there was a perfectly drawn circle and a square. Lin Feng was a bit stunned. Is she really this skilled? Does having a high attribute allow one to multitask? After finishing, Su Chenyan looked at Lin Feng's somewhat stunned expression. A smile appeared on her originally desolate face. Lin Feng, Su Chenyan said with a faint smile, my profession is a magic swordsman specializing in strength and spirit. Using various spell skills while wielding a sword in battle is the most basic operation. After saying that, she pointed to the circle and square on the paper. Although she didn't say it, the meaning was clear. This was too simple for her. Along with the rise of a hint of dawn on the horizon, the train slowly headed towards Yanjing. Su Chenyan sat in her seat, gazing out the window in a daze. Previously, after her parents passed away due to pioneering, Su Chenyan, who had originally aimed to join the pioneering team, suddenly harbored hatred towards pioneering and even dungeons. She even forbade her brother, Su Yuanfeng, from joining the pioneering team, afraid that she would lose her brother just like she lost her parents. But who could have imagined that her brother, who had always doted on his younger sister, would lie in front of her for the first time? So when Lin Feng inadvertently revealed Su Yuanfeng's identity in the pioneering team, Su Chenyan was extremely panicked. When she returned home, she couldn't find Su Yuanfeng, nor could she contact him. However, in her brother's room, she saw a photo. It was a family photo of her parents, brother, and her, with a sentence written on it, Mom, Dad, wait for me, I will join the pioneering team and enter the Dragon Palace dungeon. The level 60 Dragon Palace dungeon is a special dungeon in the waters of Huagua. It is an extremely special dungeon that does not disappear even if the pioneering fails. However, it is only open once a year. Su Yuanfeng and Su Chenyan's parents perished in this dungeon. So when Su Chenyan saw this sentence again, she instantly understood her brother's purpose. In an instant, her original blame and worry turned into desolation. Originally, this was something she should have done. With her talent better than her brother's, she was more likely to meet the conditions to enter the Dragon Palace dungeon than her brother. But she had been avoiding it all along. That's why she was so eager to return to Yanjing University yesterday to resume her studies and improve her strength. Su Chenyan withdrew her gaze from the window and fell on Lin Feng, who was resting with his eyes closed. Unknowingly, he had grown from a youth into a true adult. Su Chenyan felt emotional. Who would have thought that Jin Duliangwan, the author of The Legend of the Condor Heroes, who was hailed as a master by countless people online, was just a first-order teacher who had recently changed careers? Who would have thought that this guy, by living as a profession, was admitted to Yanjing University without an entrance exam? His future achievements will surely be great, right? At least higher than this useless teacher of mine. Sensing Su Chenyan's gaze, Lin Feng, who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened his eyes. Teacher Su, you're not sleepy yet? Su Chenyan shook her head. I'm not tired, you can continue resting. Lin Feng sat up from the bed, raised his hand to rub his hair. I've rested well, have we arrived yet? Not yet, but we're almost there. Teacher Su, I haven't asked before, did you go to Yanjing University with this year's freshmen? Hearing Lin Feng's question, Su Chenyan's face showed a somewhat strange expression. Why? Don't want to continue being my student? Of course not. Lin Feng smiled. Su Chenyan has always been a very competent and responsible teacher in his mind. However, Su Chenyan suddenly smiled and said, it's not possible, you can't be my student anymore. Ha! Su Chenyan raised her hand with a smile, reaching out to Lin Feng. It wasn't until Lin Feng reacted and reached out to hold her hand that Su Chenyan gently shook it. Hello, nice to meet you again. I'm Su Chenyan, a senior student at Yanjing University. Lin Feng? Yanjing, the official office building, a high-level meeting with few participants is taking place. The 6 people present are the heads of the 6 major power institutions in Huagua. The Director General of the Ministry of Education, Su Chenyan, looked at the others and said thoughtfully, I agree to Sun Lu's selection for the Talent Development Program. At the same time, I nominate again, Lin Feng, hoping that everyone present will consider it carefully. Director Lu Xiaohong, the head of the Logistics Resources Department, spoke up, didn't we just vote to select Sun Lu? Lu Chenyan nodded, yes, but there is no restriction on the talent development program that only one person can be selected each time. Xiaohong shook his head but didn't say anything more. Although there was no restriction, every additional person on the talent development program list would increase the resources that Huagua needed to invest. And it's not a small amount. How about this? President of the Professional Association, Jianshang, spoke up, everyone has seen the information about Lin Feng. First of all, since he was able to write the book The Legend of the Condor Heroes and the phrase, the great hero acts for the country and the people, everyone should be quite confident in his character. Moreover, the way Lin Feng allows readers to gain skills through novels is indeed amazing. The others in the meeting room nodded, showing no objections to these 2 points. Jiancheng continued, but, as you have seen, Lin Feng's second book did not write about other genres, but continued to write about this martial arts. So we don't know if his ability is only limited to martial arts books, whether he can't write books with common professions like warriors and mages as protagonists, and allow readers to comprehend the skills within. Hearing Jiancheng's words, Li Shuishan sighed slightly in his heart, however, since Director Liu insists. Why not set up an alternative quota? What? Why are you all looking at me like that? Jiancheng smiled and said, do you think I was being selfish before and didn't let Lin Feng be selected? Jiancheng pointed at Li Shuishan teasingly, I've read the entire The Legend of the Condor Heroes. I dare say, Director Li definitely hasn't finished it. Li Shuishan also smiled and shook his head. He indeed hadn't finished it, as this period was the busiest time for the entire Huagui education system. The meaning of an alternative is? Compared to the full-fledged training of formal members, the alternative will slightly limit the resource allocation. Li Shuishan nodded and added, if Lin Feng writes books on common professions and skills in the future, and allows readers to comprehend them, then he will be converted to a formal member. No! Jiancheng shook his head and said seriously, if that's the case, a simple talent development plan is no longer suitable for him. If a book that can comprehend extremely practical skills can be written, Lin Feng cannot be called a talent, but a crucial tool for the country. The others in the meeting room pondered for a moment, then nodded in agreement. In that case, I have no objections. Agreed. Agreed. However, the heads of the 6 major power institutions in the meeting room probably never thought how soon the matter of comprehending extremely practical skills would come under Lin Feng's deliberate guidance. They would never have imagined that the internal force they never mentioned, thought to be impossible, had already appeared within Lin Feng's body. Yanjia, did we come too early? Upon hearing the term Yanjia, Su Chenyan glared at Lin Feng irritably. This guy, ever since he found out that she wasn't coming to Yanjing University to be a teacher, his way of addressing her changed immediately. But that's fine too. Otherwise, being called a teacher by him at Yanjing University, Su Chenyan felt it was better to be called Yanjia by him. They haven't started school yet. Su Chenyan explained, normally, they won't start school for another month. Although Su Chenyan had left in a hurry before, it was because her parents had passed away during the pioneering action in Huagua, so Yanjing University naturally wouldn't heartlessly expel her but instead kept her student status and told her she could come back anytime to continue her studies. Your enrollment may still depend on President Wang and Director Ding. Lin Feng nodded indifferently. Although they had come a bit early, he was going to write a book anyway, so it didn't matter where he wrote it. It was also good to come early and get familiar with the environment. Led by Su Chenyan, the two arrived at the office building where the guidance office was located. A middle-aged woman, upon seeing Su Chenyan, ran over excitedly and hugged her, saying, Yan Yan, long time no see, are you doing well? Teacher Yang, I'm fine. Yang Guiyan let go of Su Chenyan and sighed, it's good that you're back, it's good that you're back. Then she looked at Lin Feng beside her and asked, is this your boyfriend? Seeing Lin Feng's tired expression due to writing the book, without waiting for Lin Feng and Su Chenyan to explain, she pulled Su Chenyan aside and whispered, Yan Yan, why don't you find a boyfriend with a bit more strength? Although she spoke softly, there were only the 3 of them in the guidance office, and Lin Feng on the side could hear everything clearly. Look at how you've worn him out. Be a bit more restrained in some matters, don't cause any trouble. Su Chenyan hadn't reacted yet, but Lin Feng understood. Damn, he was actually called weak by someone. Lin Feng tried to salvage his pride, I just didn't sleep well last night. Yang Guiyan looked at Lin Feng with some speechlessness. Didn't sleep well? He looked like he hadn't slept all night with how worn out he was. At this moment, a confused Su Chenyan looked at Lin Feng's tired face and then at Yang Guiyan's meaningful expression. In an instant, she suddenly understood what Yang Guiyan meant by be a bit more restrained. With a whoosh, Su Chenyan's fair cheeks instantly turned red. Teacher Yang, you misunderstood. He is my. Su Chenyan hesitated for a moment, but in the end, she was too embarrassed to say the word student out loud. Yang Guiyan had a look of oh, I see on her face. Seeing Su Chenyan's shyness, she didn't mention the matter again, took out a stack of documents, alright, everything is ready. Just sign and register here. Just half a month ago, your mentor entered the instance. I estimate it will take at least another half a month for her to come out. Su Chenyan was stunned for a moment, then said somewhat distressed, no wonder she didn't reply to my messages, I thought she was mad at me. How could that be? She cares about you too much. Su Chenyan sighed, since that's the case, I won't disturb Teacher Yang, I'll leave first. Originally prepared to come back to find her mentor, but didn't expect her mentor to enter the instance. For a moment, Su Chenyan also felt a bit lost. Walking out of the guidance office, Lin Feng asked, "Teacher Su, where are we going now? If there's nothing urgent, I need to find a place to sleep. Oh, and I need to eat something, I'm so hungry my face is turning pale." "This won't do." Thinking of Teacher Yang's words, "Restrain yourself a bit," Lin Feng's mouth twitched. Su Chenyan looked at their luggage and said, "Let's go home first." "Go home?" Lin Feng was puzzled. "Just like that, back to Baisha?" Seeing Lin Feng's puzzled expression, Su Chenyan chuckled, and her pretty face, still blushing from shyness, became even more charming with that smile. "Back to my home in Yanjing. It's not far from the university." After saying that, seeing Lin Feng still standing there dumbfounded, Su Chenyan raised her hand and grabbed Lin Feng's arm. "Let's go." Just as the two took a step, Yang Gian's voice suddenly came from behind, still saying, "You're not a couple. You need to restrain yourselves." Before she could finish her sentence, watching Su Chenyan and Lin Feng running away like they were fleeing, Yang Guiyan shook her head and sighed. Young people these days. Due to the nature of combat professions, Yanjing University is located in the outskirts of Yanjing, occupying a large area. The home Su Chenyan mentioned earlier is a villa located not far from Yanjing University. Although somewhat remote, it is very quiet. "Why are you standing outside? Come in." Su Chenyan, who had entered the yard, turned back to see Lin Feng still outside and urged, "During this time, you can stay here." Lin Feng outside the door hesitated slightly. "Is that appropriate?" Su Chenyan glared at him, walked up to Lin Feng, and very familiarly grabbed his arm, pulling him inside. "What's not appropriate about it? You're not familiar with this place. I can't leave you alone in Yanjing. Just stay here for now." As she spoke, Su Chenyan had already dragged Lin Feng into the house. After arriving at a room on the second floor, she opened the door and said, "You can rest, or write, whatever you like. I'll tidy up the house." Seeing Su Chenyan's insistence, Lin Feng didn't say anything more, dragged his luggage into the room, turned to Su Chenyan at the door, and said, "Let me help you." "No need." Su Chenyan smiled and pointed to the bed in the room. "This house is regularly cleaned. It's not dirty, just hasn't been lived in for a while. Some things need to be tidied up. You don't have to worry about it, write or sleep. My great writer." After saying that, Su Chenyan directly closed the door on Lin Feng. Lin Feng felt a bit helpless, but he put his things away. The room was spacious, with a separate bathroom and a very large desk. The window next to the desk faced the courtyard of the villa, offering a wide view. "I'll rest for a bit today. Tomorrow I need to go to the city to buy some energy supplements." Lin Feng sat at the desk, pondering, "I wonder if there's a quick way to replenish internal energy. Oh, I should contact Director Ding and ask about the talent development plan." Just as Lin Feng was about to take out his phone to contact Ding Jun, a system prompt sounded in his mind. System prompt: the number of people who have comprehended martial arts skills has reached 1,000. The meridian theory task is completed. Task reward: human meridian studies. Instantly, countless information appeared in his mind. Although Lin Feng's physical condition was extraordinary in all aspects now, it took him a while to come back to his senses. Lin Feng closed his eyes, and a bit of internal energy was restored in his body. Under his control, it actively surged out from his dantian. After understanding the major meridians and their functions, Lin Feng was no longer afraid of any problems caused by the erratic flow of internal energy. Coordinating with his internal vision, he controlled the internal energy to circulate within his body. Lin Feng opened his eyes, revealing a pensive expression. "So that's how it is. The reason for the high consumption of internal energy in writing is due to insufficient meridian circulation. A large amount of internal energy is wasted on the subconscious expansion of meridians. This situation will improve to some extent after the meridians are expanded to a certain degree." Lin Feng spread a large piece of paper on the table, then picked up a pen and started drawing on the paper. "It looks like I need to figure out a way to cultivate internal energy." Half an hour later, Lin Feng looked at the several sheets of paper depicting the major meridians of the human body in front of him and nodded in satisfaction. "Yan Jie!" Lin Feng shouted towards the window, where Su Chenyan was tidying up in the yard. She looked up and asked, "What's up? Are you free?" Su Chenyan nodded, then stomped her foot and leaped up, appearing at the window next to Lin Feng. With her legs bent and eyes on the windowsill, she asked with a hint of confusion, "What's the matter?" Lin Feng stood at the window, Su Chenyan crouched on the windowsill. The distance between them was very close. Looking at Su Chenyan so close, Lin Feng's mouth twitched slightly. "Yan Jia, can you come down and talk?" Su Chenyan glanced at Lin Feng with a hint of coquetry. "Then you should help me down. Support me down." Lin Feng raised his hands and helped Su Chenyan down from the windowsill, then pointed to the paper on the table. "Yan Jia, do you know about meridians?" "I do." Su Chenyan looked curiously at the paper depicting numerous dots and lines on a human figure. Didn't you write about it in the Legend of the Condor Heroes? What did you draw here? Su Chenyan picked up a sheet and examined it carefully. After reading some small words on the drawing, she exclaimed in surprise, "Governor Vessel? Is this the meridian chart you drew?" Su Chenyan put down the white paper. "Did you call me here just to see this? It's drawn quite well. It looks quite authentic." Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. "Yan Jia, do you want to write about martial arts?" Su Chenyan was stunned for a moment, then shook her head. "No, the skills in your book are not suitable for me." Lin Feng smiled. "Those skills are all show and no substance, right?" Hearing him say that, Su Chenyan fell silent for a moment. After a while, she sincerely said, "Although I don't understand why you don't try writing novels about knights or warriors, I still believe in you. You have your own judgment and decision." Lin Feng smiled and pointed to the white paper depicting the meridians on the table. "What if this is real?" Seeing that Su Chenyan didn't understand what he meant, Lin Feng raised his hand, and internal energy surged, gathering in his palm. Then, accompanied by a crisp dragon roar, a golden dragon-shaped internal energy surged out. Descending dragon palm. The dragon-shaped palm energy struck the ground in the courtyard, directly shattering a large piece of bluestone on the ground. Su Chenyan looked at this scene alone. She had seen Su Yuanfeng perform the 18 dragon-subduing palms before, but even when Su Yuanfeng at the 4th level performed it, the dragon-shaped palm energy could not reach out so far and still possess such great power. And Lin Feng was only at the 1st level. The 18 dragon-subduing palms performed at the 1st level were even stronger than when Su Yuanfeng performed it at the 4th level. In fact, this level of power was already comparable to some 1st-level combat skills. No, even stronger. How is this possible? Isn't the 18 dragon-subduing palms just flashy but not practical? However, Lin Feng's demonstration was not over yet. He tore off a small piece from a useless piece of paper, crumpled it into a small paper ball, and then flicked it with his fingers towards a large tree in the courtyard in front of Su Chenyan's bewildered eyes. The speed of the paper ball was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it fiercely drilled into the trunk of the tree. Finger flicking technique. Seeing that the small paper ball did not penetrate the tree trunk, Lin Feng said somewhat awkwardly, "My inner energy is depleted, otherwise it would definitely penetrate the tree trunk." Yesterday, when he was writing a book, Lin Feng's inner energy was completely depleted. After a day, he had recovered a little, but during the full-force strike of the 18 dragon-subduing palms, it was depleted again. This resulted in the finger-flicking technique being somewhat underwhelming due to insufficient inner energy. However, Su Chenyan, beside him, trembled all over when she heard the words inner energy. She turned her head in disbelief and looked at Lin Feng, saying, "What did you just say? Inner energy?" Having read the entire The Legend of the Condor Heroes and occasionally checked some information online, Su Chenyan naturally knew that the most regrettable issue for outsiders was that the skills learned from The Legend of the Condor Heroes were flashy but not practical. However, precisely because of this, many people found it reasonable. After all, being able to learn skills by reading a book was too unbelievable. If this skill was still powerful, then it would be completely incomprehensible. Of course, there were still many loyal fans of The Legend of the Condor Heroes who said that it was not that the skills were not powerful, but that you did not have inner energy. Haven't you read what the book says? No matter how exquisite the moves are, without inner energy, it's all talk. This line of thinking also garnered agreement from countless netizens, but with agreement naturally came opposition. The online debate about inner energy was intense. Su Chenyan looked at the young man in front of her and confirmed once again, "Did you just say inner energy?" Seeing Lin Feng nod, Su Chenyan's beautiful eyes widened in shock. You. Su Chenyan took a few deep breaths, tried to calm herself as much as possible, then looked at Lin Feng with a complex expression and said, "Is it true?" "It's true." "Oh my god." Su Chenyan couldn't stand still, pacing back and forth in the room. After walking back and forth several times, she suddenly stopped, raised her hand to grab Lin Feng, and said urgently, "I'll take you to the Professional Association headquarters. Or the Ministry of Education." Seeing Lin Feng calm, she couldn't help but feel anxious and said, "Lin Feng, do you know what the appearance of inner energy means? And do you know what it means for you, a civilian occupation, to have inner energy? This matter is too significant. We can't handle it." As a transmigrator, Lin Feng had not yet realized how much change his civilian occupation having inner energy would bring, which was normal. But Su Chenyan was different. During her 3 years at Baisha No. 1 middle school, she had just filled in her knowledge of the entire professional system of Huagua. Baisha No. 1 middle school was a key high school in Nanhu province, the best high school in the entire Manhwa province, but even so, not all high school seniors would become combat professionals. The number of professional life practitioners far exceeds that of combat professionals by countless times. The biggest difference between life professions and combat professions lies in attributes, skills, and energy systems. But now, if Lin Feng can expand the internal force he possesses, then life professions can also have an energy system that can be used for combat, and can even learn combat skills by reading Lin Feng's The Legend of the Condor Heroes. The key point is that these seemingly impractical combat skills, when driven by internal force, become extremely powerful. In this way, apart from the difference in attributes, life professions and combat professions are almost the same. This is a big deal. After hearing Su Chenyan's explanation, Lin Feng also understood, but he didn't care much. Internal force is not easy to cultivate. Even if cultivated, it's not easy to become stronger. Lin Feng raised his hand and gently patted Su Chenyan's hand on his arm, comforting her. Chenyan, don't get too excited. It's not easy to expand internal force. Besides, even if we want to report this to the authorities, we need evidence. Not everyone believes in me as much as you do. Internal force is something that cannot be detected by any instruments at the moment. Moreover, if only Lin Feng possesses it, it is indeed difficult for others to believe. After all, his dragon subduing palm and divine finger flick are stronger than others, which is reasonable. After all, he is the author. Su Chenyan also understood this point, and her emotions calmed down a bit. So, what should we do now? Lin Feng smiled and pointed to the paper on the table. Now, of course, we need to find a way for you, Chenyan, to comprehend internal martial arts skills. Comprehend internal martial arts skills? Yes, but... Su Chenyan looked a bit embarrassed and said, when I read The Legend of the Condor Heroes, I tried my best, but I didn't comprehend any skills, let alone internal martial arts skills. It's okay. Lin Feng waved his hand and said, maybe you couldn't empathize with the characters in The Legend of the Condor Heroes. Or maybe you didn't like those characters in it. But it's okay, you can try reading my new book, The Divine Eagle. In fact, even on Earth, women tend to prefer The Divine Eagle a bit more. Also, Chenyan, you should memorize these meridian and acupoint charts first. Su Chenyan didn't quite understand, but nodded, okay. Some things she had discovered before had made her trust Lin Feng completely. Plus, Lin Feng had just revealed that he possessed internal force, which stirred her emotions. For a moment, Su Chenyan, with an empty mind, obediently sat at the desk, looking at the meridian chart in front of her, listening to Lin Feng's explanations and teachings one after another. For a moment, Su Chenyan felt like she was back in school. Wait a minute, that's not right. I am his teacher. How come it feels like I have become his student now? Inside the level 40 Evil Dragon's Nest dungeon, Su Yuanfeng was panting heavily, his eyes bloodshot, and his forehead covered with bulging veins. He raised his palms and poured the last trace of fighting spirit into his body, unleashing the dragon subduing palm. Accompanied by a dragon's roar, the blood-red dragon-shaped fighting spirit rushed out, blocking the evil dragon boss that was about to escape into the water. Even at the critical moment of life and death, the evil dragon boss chose to retreat in the face of that dragon-shaped fighting spirit. This retreat left it with no possibility of turning the tables and escaping. Guansu, who was ready long ago, rushed up with the remaining team members. Before long, the evil dragon boss let out a wail and turned into a corpse. At the same time, at the entrance of the evil dragon dungeon, a stone stele appeared out of thin air. On it were the names of the team members who cleared the dungeon for the first time. The director of the Manhwa Province Exploration Bureau, Xiangshan, slapped his thigh vigorously when he saw the stele appear. He shouted loudly, "Great! It really succeeded!" And this time, the speed was much faster than before. Almost the same as estimated by Guansu and the others. It shows. This time it was completely according to the plan set earlier. And the most crucial part of the previous plan was the dragon subduing palm. Lin Feng really helped a lot this time. Xiangshan let out a long sigh. Now that the 40th level Evil Dragon Nest exploration was successful, all 4th tier combat professionals in Manhwa province, or even the entire Huagua, would benefit. Whether it's material equipment or experience, the more dungeons, the better. However, Xiangshan's mouth slightly curved up, revealing a smile. He thought that to enter this dungeon, there might be a hard condition, which is to learn the skill you guys called a flashy but impractical dragon subduing palm. In the dungeon, Su Yuanfeng sat on the ground, not even wanting to move. He even felt like just taking a nap. But at that moment, a cry from Guansu came from where the evil dragon's body was. Damn. Su Yuanfeng was startled, struggled to stand up, but he sighed in relief when he saw that it wasn't the boss resurrecting or anything like that. He weakly took steps towards Guansu and the others. Guansu, seeing him approaching, handed him something with a shocked expression. Yuan Feng, something big happened. There really is inner strength. Inner strength? Su Yuanfeng took the thing handed over by Guansu with some confusion, then his body shook. Item, Evil Dragon's Gallbladder, Level, 49, Quality, Epic, Function, Increase Inner Strength Limit by 100 points. Note, ineffective for those without inner strength. Increase inner strength limit? Su Yuanfeng was completely stunned. Inner strength. Does it really exist? Yes, it should be. If it didn't exist, how could there be such an item? However, damn. Why do you need inner strength to use it? Su Yuanfeng, who realized this, sighed and handed the evil dragon's gallbladder back to Guansu, saying, if this item could give inner strength to those without it, then its use would be significant. Guansu took it back and shook his head. No, even now, this item is still very useful. Let's hurry up, collect the equipment and materials, and then leave the dungeon. Guansu felt a sense of urgency. This item must be delivered to the director quickly, the country must be informed sooner, and preparations must be made. Thinking that inner strength might exist, those skills learned from watching the legend of the Condor heroes might transform from flashy but impractical to extremely practical combat skills, Guansu became even more anxious. On the other hand, Luo Hong spoke up to advise, Captain, don't rush. This kind of inner strength must be a type of energy system, and energy systems are often linked to professions. So inner strength is definitely not easy to learn. Even if it is, we don't know if the two energy systems can be compatible. Su Yuanfeng also nodded in agreement. Right, Lin Feng, who wrote the legend of the Condor heroes, doesn't have inner strength either. If the author doesn't have it, then others certainly won't either. But, it's still important to inform the director quickly. Su Yuanfeng's face showed a hint of longing. I do have an idea, maybe. A new combat profession is about to emerge. A brand new combat profession based on inner strength as an energy system. Guansu remained silent. He also thought of this possibility, but the likelihood is too low. A new profession. It's been a long time since a new profession has emerged in the entire Blue Star. In the office of the director of the education department of Nanhu province, Ding Jun, who was correcting documents, answered the phone when he heard his own ringtone. Xiangshan, what's up? Xiangshan's solemn voice came through the phone. Lao Ding, where are you? I'm in my own office. Wait for me, I'll be right there. The phone was then hung up. Ding Jun furrowed his brow. Could it be that the development failed? But if it failed, why would they notify me? Shaking his head slightly, he continued to review the documents, but not long after, a staff member entered with the vice president of the professional association, Xin Yanping. Director Ding. Xin Yanping greeted and sat down on the sofa. President, you has something? I'm fine. Xin Yanping helplessly shrugged. Director Xiang asked me to come over. Oh? Ding Jun put down the documents in his hand and stood up. It seems that something has really happened. Just then, hurried footsteps sounded. Xiangshan pushed open the office door, saw Ding Jun and Xin Yanping inside, turned to the outside and ordered, watch out, don't let anyone in. After giving the order, Xiangshan closed the door tightly, approached Ding Jun and Xin Yanping, without further ado, directly took out the gallbladder of the evil dragon. Ding Jun took a look and his pupils contracted instantly. He took a deep breath and handed the gallbladder of the evil dragon to Xin Yanping, saying to Xiangshan, is this the product of that evil dragon instance? Xiangshan nodded. The development was successful. This is the drop from the evil dragon boss. Xin Yanping, who had examined the properties of the gallbladder of the evil dragon, let out a long sigh and exclaimed, I didn't expect there to be such a thing as inner strength. But how is this inner strength cultivated? And what kind of energy system does this profession belong to? Ding Jun pondered for a moment, took out his phone directly. Let's ask directly. Then, under the gaze of Xiangshan and Xin Yanping, he dialed Lin Feng's number. Director Ding? Lin Feng's voice came through the phone. Lin Feng, the development of the evil dragon instance was successful. Oh, that's good news. The boss dropped a consumable item called the gallbladder of the evil dragon. Ding Jun paused for a moment and said seriously, this item can increase the maximum inner strength by 100 points. Maximum inner strength? Lin Feng's voice carried a hint of joy. Can you sell me this item? At this, Ding Jun's body shook violently. Xiangshan and Xin Yanping also exchanged glances, both seeing a look of shock in each other's eyes. Ding Jun asked in a serious tone, Lin Feng, do you have inner strength? Yes. For a moment, the three people in the office were all stunned. After a while, they finally reacted. Ding Jun said excitedly, Lin Feng, where are you now? In Yanjing, Su Chenyan, who had just finished cooking, knocked on Lin Feng's door. Time to eat. Coming. Lin Feng walked out of the room with his phone. Okay, see you then. After hanging up the phone, Su Chenyan asked with some confusion, is something wrong? No, the director Xiang from the Nanhu Province Development Bureau will come to see me tomorrow. Su Chenyan frowned, opening up the Wilderness Bureau? Lin Feng said with a smile to Su Chenyan, the evil dragon instance was successfully cleared. I asked for you, your brother is fine. Su Chenyan pretended to nod absent-mindedly, turned and walked towards the dining room, but her steps became noticeably cheerful. Sitting at the dining table, Su Chenyan curiously asked, why did the bureau chief come to see you? After Lin Feng took a bite of rice, he said, an item that can increase internal energy limit has appeared in the evil dragon instance. They came to ask me about the situation of internal energy. Su Chenyan was suddenly stunned, an item that increases the internal energy limit? Isn't this the best evidence? It can prove the existence of internal energy. It can prove that the martial arts skills like the dragon subduing poem are not just empty talk, right? Lin Feng glanced at her, smiling. At the same time, he will also take me to meet the president of the professional association and the director of the education bureau, to help me apply for a talent development plan. Su Chenyan repeated in a daze, talent development plan. Yes, with your abilities, you will definitely be on the list for the plan. After saying that, Su Chenyan's eyes dimmed slightly, but she smiled and said, congratulations, Lin Feng. This way, I don't have to comprehend internal energy skills. Lin Feng placed the bowl and chopsticks on the table, looked seriously at Su Chenyan and said, Yan Jia, just an item, still doesn't prove anything. But if you possess internal energy, it will be completely different. And Lin Feng thought of what Wang Quan had told him before, Su Chenyan's past, and after spending these days together, he understood Su Chenyan's thoughts. She no longer avoids, she wants to become stronger, she wants to enter the Dragon Palace instance that her parents couldn't return from. Yan Jia, trust me, possessing internal energy is just the first step. I will make you stronger. Lin Feng felt that he had no reason not to help his teacher who had taken care of him before, now taking care of him and trusting him as a senior sister. And helping her could indirectly prove his potential, gain recognition and development resources from Hua country. Make me stronger? Su Chenyan looked at Lin Feng with a complex expression. Yes, now he has that ability. But for a moment, Su Chenyan didn't know how to respond. She could only point to the food on the table and say, eat quickly, it will get cold. Seeing this, Lin Feng stopped talking and started eating. After a while, Su Chenyan watched as Lin Feng finished the meal she had prepared, and her originally somewhat melancholic mood became joyful. She couldn't help but show a happy smile and asked, is it delicious? Lin Feng gave a thumbs up, delicious. I didn't expect Sister Yan's cooking to be so delicious. I just reheated it, all of this was bought from outside. Lin Feng praised forcefully, the reheating was just right. Su Chenyan rolled her eyes at Lin Feng, as if remembering something, she asked, is the latest manuscript finished? Seeing Lin Feng nod, Su Chenyan couldn't help but say, let me see. The plot of the Condor Heroes has now reached the crucial 6th chapter, the Heart Sutra of the Jade Maiden. Su Chenyan had long known what would happen between Yang Guai and Xiaolongnu. Compared to Guojing and Huang Rong, she preferred Yang Guai and Xiaolongnu, and even after Yang Guo became a disciple of Xiaolongnu, Su Chenyan specifically asked Lin Feng. When she learned that Xiaolongnu was the female lead, Su Chenyan couldn't help but feel a strange feeling in her heart. Yang Guai and Xiaolongnu, they are master and disciple too. Could it be? He's implying something? With this little idea, Su Chenyan naturally became more looking forward to the following plot. Lin Feng looked at Su Chenyan with a strange expression. The latest script is written, but the part about Xiaolongnu. Out of respect, Lin Feng did not change the plot from the original work. Let her take a look and see her reaction. Lin Feng took out the script from the room and handed it to Su Chenyan, then said, Yan Jia, you take a look first, I'll go out for a walk. Su Chenyan nodded, waved her hand indifferently, and then started reading the latest script of The Legend of the Condor Heroes. After walking out of the villa, Lin Feng didn't go far, just strolled outside the courtyard wall, turned his head to look at the villa, and muttered to himself, Master Jean was criticized so harshly back then, but he didn't delete or change this part of the plot. However, not changing it does make sense. With the character settings of Yang Guo and Xiaolongnu, if it weren't for that part of the plot, they might not have ended up together. And Lin Feng's mouth slightly curved up, the suffering experienced by book friends on Earth, how can we not let friends on Blue Star also experience it? The entertainment industry on Blue Star is lacking, they shouldn't. Curse me, right? Just as he was thinking, Lin Feng suddenly heard Su Chenyan's voice full of meaning, Lin Feng, how could you write this? At the same time, a system prompt appeared in his mind, system prompt, Su Chenyan has comprehended the internal skill Jade Maiden Heart Sutra from your work The Condor Heroes. System reward, internal skill, Jade Maiden Heart Sutra. Internal skill. Finally, there is an internal skill. Just as Lin Feng was feeling emotional, the method of practicing the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra internal skill appeared in his mind. After a moment, Lin Feng, who had absorbed the information, checked the attributes of the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra. Internal skill, Jade Maiden Heart Sutra, current quality, ordinary, potential, legendary. Current level, 1, skill attributes, increase internal energy limit by 50 points, increase all attributes by 5 points, internal energy effect amplification by 10%. Note, with the improvement of quality and level, skill attributes will also increase. Looking at the skill attributes, Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. After all, this is only level 1, and the quality is only ordinary. When more people comprehend it in the future, as the level and quality increase, the skill attributes will definitely strengthen. Just as Lin Feng finished reading the attributes, a figure leaped from the second floor of the villa and came to Lin Feng. Su Chenyan's face was filled with excitement and a hint of resentment as she said to Lin Feng, I have comprehended the internal skill, Jade Maiden Heart Sutra. Baisha City, Office of the Director of Education of Nanhu Province, after finishing the call with Lin Feng, Ding Zhu and Xiangshen, as well as Xin Yanping, did not leave but stayed to discuss the follow-up matters. How about I go with you? Ding Zhu looked at Xiangshen, somewhat worried. Lao Ding, now is the time for the allocation of senior high school students. Do you have time to go to Yinjing now? Xiangshen waved his hand. Don't worry, am I going to harm Lin Feng? Ding Zhu thought for a moment and realized that he couldn't leave. I have already communicated with President Shang of Yinjing University. Don't forget to take Lin Feng there when the time comes. Don't worry, no problem. As for the Education Bureau and the headquarters of the Professional Association, you can rest assured. Xiangshen stood up, somewhat helpless. I will bring Su Yuanfeng and Luo Hong. One has comprehended the skilled dragon subduing palm, and the other has comprehended the skilled divine finger technique. And, even if something comes up, I will call you. I'm leaving now. Without waiting for Ding Zhu to respond, he walked straight out the door. Ding Jun sighed helplessly, and Xin Yanping beside him also sighed along with him. He looked at Ding Jun with a wry smile and said, I originally wanted Lin Feng to register in our branch, but now it seems like a luxury. Hearing this, Ding Jun smiled and said, alright, even if he really registers in your branch, so what? Now that Lin Feng is on the talent development plan list, there should be no problem. Once he is on the list, with his increased confidentiality level, even if he registers in your branch, it will have to be cancelled. Why bother? That's true. Xin Yanping nodded, stood up and said, since things are already settled, I won't disturb Director Ding anymore. Outside the Ministry of Education compound, Su Yuanfeng hesitated for a moment before speaking. Director, is it urgent? Xiangshen looked at the time and said, yes, if we delay any longer, we'll miss the flight. What's wrong? Do you have something to do? Su Yuanfeng picked up his phone and saw that his sister, Su Chenyan, still hadn't replied to him. Feeling somewhat worried, he said, my sister hasn't replied to my message. I was planning to go back and check on her. Xiangshen smiled and said, if I remember correctly, Su Chenyan is a third-rank magic swordsman, right? She's also a teacher at Baisha No. 1 middle school. What danger could there be in Baisha City? Luo Hong, who was driving, also spoke up. The teachers at Baisha No. 1 middle school are busy. Maybe she didn't see your message. Xiangshen said, tomorrow, we'll go to the headquarters of the professional association first. After we're done, you can come back directly, it won't take long. Hearing the director say this, Su Yuanfeng could only nod helplessly and say, okay. However, he didn't know that his sister was not in Baisha at the moment, but in Yanjing, where he was about to go. I now have 50 points of inner strength. Su Chenyan raised her chin proudly, raised her hand and pressed it against the wall next to her, seemingly light and effortless, but left a palm print on the wall very easily. Lin Feng nodded and asked, how are your attributes? 50 points of inner strength limit, 5 points of attributes, and a 10% increase. I don't know what it's for. It should enhance the effects of skills that require inner strength to use. Su Chenyan nodded, then asked curiously, how do you improve internal skills? Normal combat skills can be leveled up through continuous use, and the quality of their skills can also be improved under the targeted training of auxiliary professional skill trainers. But she really didn't know how to improve internal skills. Lin Feng was slightly stunned and asked back, you don't know how to improve internal skills, don't you know the cultivation method of this internal skill? When he obtained the internal skill of the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra, he also obtained the cultivation method of the Jade Heart Sutra, but it seemed that Su Chenyan did not. After hearing Lin Feng's question, Su Chenyan was also stunned. Cultivation? The cultivation method of the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra? Thinking of this, she couldn't help but think of the cultivation method mentioned in the latest draft of the Condor Heroes, where men and women are naked, with their palms pressed against each other. Suddenly, Su Chenyan's face turned red. She bit her silver teeth, caught in a dilemma in her heart. Seeing her cheeks suddenly blush, Lin Feng was also a little confused. Yan Jia. Just as Lin Feng was about to explain, Su Chenyan suddenly turned around and ran into the house like a streak of smoke, saying as she ran, "I figured it out, wait for me." "No, don't come in." Lin Feng stood in the courtyard, watching Su Chenyan run into the house, and said with a wry smile, "What is she going to do?" After waiting for more than 10 minutes, just as Lin Feng was about to speak up to inquire, Su Chenyan opened the door, revealing a triumphant smile and said, "I'm ready." Then, without waiting for Lin Feng to ask, she directly pulled him into the first-floor bathroom. Just as Lin Feng was looking somewhat puzzled at the two cushions placed on the bathroom floor, Su Chenyan raised her hand and pulled the water curtain aside, instantly separating the two cushions with the curtain. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng's mouth twitched, especially when he saw the two small holes on the water curtain. His mouth twitched even more violently. Now he understood what Su Chenyan was up to. This is a modern version of the replication. Yang Guai and Xia Longnu practicing the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra. How about that? Am I amazing? There was still a hint of blush on Su Chenyan's pretty face, looking extremely pleased as she said, "Didn't you write in your book that the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra requires two people to face each other with their palms, and they have to be naked? Now like this, there's no problem." After saying that, Su Chenyan ran to the other side of the curtain, pulled it closed, and then stuck her head out, glaring ferociously at Lin Feng. "No peeking. Don't open the curtain." With that said, before Lin Feng could respond, her head had already retreated behind the curtain. Lin Feng was speechless. That's fiction. Lin Feng, who had obtained information on how to practice the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra, naturally knew that this internal skill could be practiced alone. Of course, practicing together with someone else might increase the skill level faster. But, just as Lin Feng was about to explain, there came the sound of clothes rustling from the opposite side, which immediately stunned Lin Feng. What they call an enchanting sound entering the ears, causing one's thoughts to wander. He now truly understood that feeling. Sensing the strange feeling rising in his heart, Lin Feng almost explained it at the corner of his mouth, but ultimately didn't say it out loud. "Alright, let's just practice like this." Guiding her in this way to practice is much more intuitive than verbal instructions. Internal skills, if mishandled, could go wrong. Lin Feng self-hypnotized himself with a reason, and just then, a pair of fair and tender hands along with arms as delicate as jade emerged from the two holes in the curtain. Su Chenyan's voice also sounded from the other side, "Hurry up." Originally hesitating about whether to undress, Lin Feng, in this coquettish tone, decisively stripped off his clothes, then sat cross-legged, placing his hands on Su Chenyan's hands. At first touch, Lin Feng was fine, but Su Chenyan's hands visibly trembled slightly. "Hold your breath and concentrate, rid yourself of distractions." Lin Feng spoke softly while adjusting his own emotions. Later, "Don't move, carefully feel my inner strength moving through your meridians." With a thought, the inner strength in Lin Feng's body turned into a trickle, slowly entering Su Chenyan's body, while the inner strength in Su Chenyan's body, under her control, obediently stayed in her dantian. Only after Lin Feng's inner strength completed a full cycle in her body did he slowly withdraw the inner strength. At the moment when the two inner strengths intertwined, both of them trembled. An unprecedented mysterious feeling emerged. The intertwined inner strengths automatically began to circulate uncontrollably, and the skill level of the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra for both of them started to increase. Due to her comprehension of internal skills, Su Chenyan temporarily stopped questioning the plot involving Xia Longnu. As she was practicing the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra, she had no time to investigate, but countless readers of the legend of the Condor heroes did. After the manuscript containing the plot involving Xia Longnu was published, a comment was quickly pushed to the top. The comment consisted of only 2 words and 3 punctuation marks, "Holy cow!" Rough and straightforward, but extremely intuitive in expressing the emotions of the readers after seeing that plot in The Condor Heroes. Of course, there is not just one comment on this plot. "Master Jingu, is this necessary? Please change it, or even delete it." This is considered somewhat restrained, while many more have even started cursing. In the office building of the novel website, the editor Hua Ji looked at the extreme comments on the computer screen with a wry smile. These are the comments after being blocked by the system. If they were not blocked, one cannot imagine what kind of words would appear. As Lin Feng's editor, Hua Ji naturally sees his drafts first. But when she saw that plot involving Xia Longnu, she realized that trouble was brewing. Master Jingu has portrayed Xia Longnu so perfectly, but wrote this plot, this. Sigh, I knew trouble was coming. Hua Ji sighed. What's wrong? Zhang Sanming's voice came from behind her. Did something happen as the operations team told me? Hua Ji nodded, operating the computer to enter the comments section of The Condor Heroes, and started explaining to Zhang Sanming. After listening to the cause and effect of the situation, Zhang Sanming showed a relaxed smile. I thought it was something major. Hua Ji was stunned. Manager Zhang, many readers are criticizing, this might affect the book's performance. So what? Zhang Sanming pointed at the computer screen and said, if you don't consider it as a novel, or don't see it as an online novel, then isn't this kind of plot normal? There is too much sadness and unresolved emotions in literary works. After saying this, in Hua Ji's bewildered expression, he ordered, remember what I emphasized before. In front of Master Lin Feng, just focus on your service work. Don't worry about the rest. After saying this, Zhang Sanming turned and left. In fact, there was one more thing he didn't tell Hua Ji, and couldn't tell her. Whether The Condor Heroes or The Legend of the Condor Heroes, whether these two books make money is not important. The last time the official promotion, and even later helping to stabilize the servers, made Zhang Sanming understand that this Master Lin Feng might be a talent cultivated by the authorities. Otherwise, how could there suddenly emerge someone who can write a book that allows readers to comprehend skills? For such a person, one should fully support them. At Yanjing Airport, Luo Hong, who had just landed, couldn't wait to open his phone and read the latest chapters of the Condor Heroes. Director Xiang Shen of the Exploration Bureau didn't mind at all. They were just an exploration bureau, not a disciplined military or security bureau. But as they had walked a few steps, Xiang Shen heard Luo Hong's exclamation, damn! Su Yuanfeng beside him impatiently slapped Luo Hong, be mindful of your surroundings. Luo Hong put down his phone, nodded indignantly, and when Su Yuanfeng saw his expression, he curiously asked, what happened? Luo Hong looked at Su Yuanfeng strangely and then said, nothing, you'll know later. It's better to see this kind of plot by oneself. It's not fun to know in advance. Thinking of this, Luo Hong's mood improved slightly. After the three of them left the airport, they got into a business car that had been waiting for a long time. The staff of the Exploration Bureau sat in the driver's seat and asked, Director Xiang, are we going back to the bureau? No. Xiang Shen shook his head, took out his phone, and muttered, go to the Xiujin Manor outside the 5th Ring Road. Do you know that place? The staff started the car and said, of course, it's not far from Yanqing University, and it's also a relatively famous old villa area. Xiujin Manor? Su Yuanfeng murmured, this place seems familiar. Oh, the house that my parents bought for Su Chenyan seems to be in Xiujin Manor too. Although it was bought for Su Chenyan, Su Yuanfeng had lived there for a while when he was in Yanqing before. What's wrong? Xiang Shen asked Su Yuanfeng. Nothing, just feels familiar. Xiang Shen nodded, didn't ask further, and said to the staff from the general administration, how long will it take us to get there? About half an hour. That's not far. Xiang Shen took out his phone. Since it would only take half an hour to get there, he decided to make a call. He looked at the time, it was already 11 o'clock at night. After hesitating for a moment, he swiped his phone to dial Lin Feng's number. Although it might disturb Lin Feng's rest, the matter of inner strength was too important. However, a minute later, looking at the unanswered phone, Xiang Shen reluctantly put away his phone. Luo Hong, who was beside him, asked, did you call Lin Feng? It's so late, he might be resting. How about we go tomorrow instead? Luo Hong raised his eyebrows, maybe he's out enjoying the nightlife. It might be a bit presumptuous to disturb him like this. Xiang Shen shook his head, anyway, it's not far, let's go take a look first. Seeing the chief say so, Luo Hong naturally had no objections, took out his phone, and started browsing online. Nothing is perfect, like Xia Longnu, I feel she is more three-dimensional. After the initial shock of seeing that plot, the current Luo Hong found it more acceptable, after all. His first love was Huang Rong. Xia Longnu, well, that's just how it is. The business car swiftly traveled on the road and soon arrived at Xiujin Manor. After showing their work permits, the staff from the general administration drove the car into Xiujin Manor, which was actually a villa community despite its name. However, the distance between the villas here was quite far apart. Su Yuanfeng looked out the car window, the road under the streetlights becoming more and more familiar, his expression gradually solidifying. Until the business car stopped in front of a villa that he was all too familiar with. Su Yuanfeng murmured, could it be? Xiang Shen opened the car door and got out, looked at the tightly closed courtyard gate and the dark house, frowned slightly, could he be asleep? At that moment, Su Yuanfeng took a step forward, directly opened the courtyard gate. Yuanfeng? Xiang Shen frowned, it's not polite to enter without permission. Su Yuanfeng turned his stiff expression and said, Chief, this is my home. Xiang Shen. Luo Hong. In the bathroom on the first floor, Lin Feng, who was in a mysterious state of cultivation, suddenly opened his eyes, and his cultivation state naturally came to a stop. He turned to look outside the bathroom window, there was light. Lin Feng, what's wrong? Su Chenyan, who had just awakened from her cultivation state, still had a hint of confusion. I don't know, maybe someone is here. Chenyan, you stop for now, I'll go check. Although Lin Feng's level was lower than Su Chenyan's, he was much stronger in internal strength. While Su Chenyan was still gathering the scattered internal energy in her body, Lin Feng had already put on a piece of clothing quickly and walked out of the bathroom. At that moment, Xiangshan's voice came from outside the house. Is Lin Feng there? It's me, Lin Feng, the head of the development bureau. Hearing this, Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. He had thought he was being robbed before. He turned on the lights in the first floor hall and then opened the door. Director Xiang, you're here so early? Xiangshan, outside the door, saw that Lin Feng looked a bit disheveled, with a hint of apology and a strange expression, and said, I'm sorry to disturb your rest so late, but this matter is too important. Lin Feng waved his hand nonchalantly. It's okay, I haven't slept yet. He was also curious about the item that increased internal power limit. Just as he was about to invite Xiangshan in, he remembered something, showed an apologetic expression to Xiangshan, and said, Director Xiang, sorry, please wait a moment. Then he closed the door. In the courtyard, standing behind Xiangshan, Su Yuanfeng, who Lin Feng had not noticed due to the dim light, took a deep breath. How naturally he closed the door. But before he could think about why Lin Feng was at his house, Lin Feng's voice came from inside the house. Yan Jia, it's Director Xiang from the Development Bureau. It's okay, you go put on your clothes first. Yan Jia? Su Yuanfeng seemed to have figured something out, his eyes widened, and even the fighting spirit inside him was rising uncontrollably. Xiangshan narrowed his eyes, disappeared, and instantly appeared next to Su Yuanfeng, placing his hand on his shoulder, directly pressing back the fighting spirit that was about to burst out of his body. Then, Su Yuanfeng heard Xiangshan whisper, although I don't know why Lin Feng is at your house, don't get excited. Lin Feng shouldn't be someone who takes others' belongings. There must be a reason. Director. Beside him, Luo Hong, with a very strange expression, spoke softly, Su Yuanfeng has a sister. Seeing Xiangshan looking over, the strange look on Luo Hong's face became even more intense. As Su Yuanfeng's best friend, Luo Hong naturally knew and recognized his sister. He whispered, Yuanfeng's sister is called Su Chenyan, she is a teacher at Baishano 1 middle school. Su Chen. Yan. Xiangshan repeated softly, then immediately reacted. As a 5th level expert, he certainly couldn't have missed the Jia Lin Feng had just mentioned inside the house. Plus, Su Yuanfeng had said earlier that this was his house. Oh my goodness. Xiangshan looked at Su Yuanfeng with a strange expression. Late at night, in the dark, with a man and a woman alone, plus Lin Feng's disheveled appearance and his words you go put on your clothes after closing the door. His sister and Lin Feng. Are they together? Just as Su Yuanfeng remained expressionless and the others looked strange, the door of the small building opened. Lin Feng, dressed neatly, smiled and said, Director Xiang, please. Before he could finish speaking, Su Chenyan, who curiously peeked out from behind Lin Feng, saw a very familiar figure in the light coming from inside the house. Brother? In the living room of the small building, the 5 people sat facing each other, the atmosphere somewhat awkward. Su Yuanfeng let out a slow breath, looked at Lin Feng, then hesitated for a moment before turning to Su Chenyan and said, Yan, I don't oppose you dating or having a boyfriend. But, Su Yuanfeng glanced at Lin Feng and then said, but the two of you are not suitable. Lin Feng was stunned for a moment, about to speak, but was suddenly grabbed by the arm by Su Chenyan next to him. Suitable or not, who are you to say? Su Yuanfeng gave a wry smile. Yan, you are his teacher, his class leader. This is not proper. With these words, even Xiangshan was stunned, while Luo Hong's eyes lit up. My goodness, is this the real-life version of Yang Wei and Xia Longnu? Ha! Su Chenyan smiled expressionlessly and said, that was before, now, I am his senior sister. Su Yuanfeng was taken aback. Senior sister? Thinking of his sister's unfinished education, Su Yuanfeng was somewhat surprised and said, are you planning to return to Yinjing University to continue your studies? He stood up suddenly and said, why didn't you tell me about such a big matter in advance? You didn't tell me about your return to the pioneering team either, did you? Hearing Su Chenyan's words, Su Yuanfeng smiled bitterly, but for a moment, he didn't know what to say. Ahem. Xiangshan cleared his throat and said, any pioneering work must follow personal wishes. I have no interest in the pioneering bureau or pioneering work. Su Chenyan said expressionlessly, even my parents left me forever during a pioneering operation. Lin Feng sighed softly, raised his hand and placed it on Su Chenyan's hand holding his arm. He spoke, is Director Xiang in such a hurry to come over because of the matter of internal energy? Xiangshan nodded. Seeing Lin Feng taking the initiative to change the subject, he also cooperatively took out a prop, which was the gallbladder of the evil dragon. After checking the attributes, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Indeed, there was such a good thing to increase the limit of internal energy. Director Xiang, can I buy this item from you? Xiangshan shook his head, smiling, and said, no, I'll give it to you. But Lin Feng, don't use it now. This thing will be useful at the Professional Association headquarters tomorrow. Lin Feng nodded and handed back the gallbladder of the evil dragon, but Xiangshan raised his hand to stop him. Just keep it with you. Xiangshan looked at Lin Feng with a meaningful gaze and said, if everything goes smoothly tomorrow and you are successfully selected for the talent development program. He pointed to the gallbladder of the evil dragon. At that time, if you still need this, the country will definitely organize manpower to provide you with this item. Seeing Lin Feng's pensive expression, Xiangshan smiled and said, Lin Feng, can you show us your internal energy? Su Chenyan raised another hand and placed it on the marble tea table. I can demonstrate it. Then, her palm emitted internal energy, and the surface of the marble tea table, as if made of tofu, her entire palm sank into it. Su Chenyan then casually lifted her palm, leaving only a deep palm print on the tea table. Looking at the palm print on the tea table, Xiangshan's eyes sparkled, and he murmured, without magical fluctuations, fighting spirit, or pure physical strength, it is impossible to achieve such a casual display. Is this internal energy? Xiangshan looked up at Su Chenyan and said very seriously, you also have internal energy? When Su Chenyan nodded, Xiangshan slapped his thigh suddenly, extremely excitedly shouting, great! Ah, great, great, great! This is fantastic! If only Lin Feng had internal energy, it would only prove the existence of this energy system. But if Su Chenyan has it, the concept is completely different. It means that this kind of internal energy can be taught to others. After suppressing his overwhelming excitement, Xiangshan asked seriously, is this internal energy taught by Lin Feng, or understood from reading? Understood from reading, the skill is called Jade Maiden Heart Sutra. Luo Hong, who was beside them, was stunned. As a loyal fan of the Legend of the Condor Heroes and The Return of the Condor Heroes, he immediately thought of the internal martial arts of the ancient tomb sect in the books, the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra. Later, the quick-thinking Luo Hong instantly remembered the phrase he had heard Lin Feng say outside the house, put on your clothes. The Jade Maiden Heart Sutra, when practicing, one must undress. He blurted out, were you practicing before? Su Chenyan hesitated slightly, then nodded, yes. Su Yuanfeng, who was beside them, felt a sense of relief upon hearing this. So they were practicing. However, when he saw Su Chenyan still holding hands with Lin Feng, his heart sank again. Even though Su Chenyan had resumed her studies and become Lin Feng's senior sister. But she used to be Lin Feng's class leader. This was still a bit awkward. Taking a deep breath, he turned to Lin Feng and asked, Lin Feng, do you also have inner strength? Lin Feng nodded, raised his hand, and placed it on the coffee table. Then, a new palm print appeared next to Su Chenyan's palm print. But it didn't end there. Lin Feng raised his hand and struck the corner of the hall with a palm strike. Accompanied by a crisp dragon chant, a golden dragon-shaped energy burst from his palm, circled the entire hall, and dissipated into nothingness. Descending Dragon. 18 palms. Su Yuanfeng's face showed a look of astonishment as he murmured, is this the true Descending Dragon 18 palms? Not to mention the power of the palm strike that Lin Feng just unleashed. Just the control to make the palm energy circulate in the hall and eventually dissipate into nothingness was something he couldn't achieve. Watching this scene, Xiangshan also showed a look of shock in his eyes. He had studied Su Yuanfeng's Descending Dragon 18 palms in detail, and with his 5th tier strength, he could easily judge that the power of Lin Feng's recent Descending Dragon 18 palms was stronger than Su Yuanfeng's, a skill used by a 1st tier surpassing that of a 4th tier. Was this the true power of this skill? Xiangshan's face showed a solemn expression. If that was the case, Lin Feng's value far exceeded his imagination. Lin Feng, are you free now? Xiangshan stood up. Let's go to the headquarters of the Professional Association. Lin Feng looked at the clock. It was already midnight. Now. Yes. Xiangshan nodded. He couldn't wait any longer. The matter of inner strength, the matter of those skills, and the importance of Lin Feng were enough to make the entire Huagua, no, the whole world amazed. Even though it was late at night, so what? Lin Feng looked at Xiangshan standing up and said somewhat helplessly, Director Xiang, can we go tomorrow instead? Xiangshan was taken aback. Do you have something to do, Lin Feng? Yes. Lin Feng nodded, smiled, and said, I still have to write a book. Having just practiced the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra with Su Chenyan all day, Lin Feng was in peak condition, both in spirit and inner strength. It would be a waste not to write a book at this time. However, what seemed natural to him stunned everyone in the room. Not just Xiangshan, even Su Chenyan, who was still holding hands with Lin Feng, was stunned. After confirming their visit to the headquarters of the professional association the next day, Xiangshan left the courtyard with Luo Hong and Su Yuanfeng. Yes, Su Yuanfeng also left. It was Su Chenyan who directly sent him away, citing the reason of not wanting to disturb Lin Feng writing his book. Of course, Su Yuanfeng understood that his sister was still angry with him. Yes, that must be it. Outside the courtyard, Xiangshan said to Luo Hong and Su Yuanfeng, "You two get in the car and find a nearby hotel to rest for a while. Remember to come early tomorrow." "Director, aren't you coming?" Luo Hong asked curiously, waved his hand towards Xiangshan. "Don't mind me, you guys go." Seeing his insistence, Luo Hong didn't say anything either, and pulled Su Yuanfeng into the car. Watching the business car drive away, Xiangshan's figure flashed and appeared on the roof of Su Chenyan's villa. He leaned against the eaves, looked at the silver moon hanging high in the sky, and then closed his eyes. After realizing the importance of Lin Feng, as the director of the South Lake Province Development Bureau, how could he just leave like that? Even though he knew that there was almost no security issue in Yanjing, Xiangshan still couldn't rest assured. It's better to stay here and guard for a night. After going to the headquarters of the professional association tomorrow, everything should be fine. Xiangshan thought to himself, by then, the headquarters will definitely send someone to protect Lin Feng secretly. Given his current importance, Xiangshan showed a very complex expression. I guess they will send a level 6 powerhouse to guard him. Thinking of this, Xiangshan suddenly opened his eyes wide. I almost forgot. He took out his phone, found the contact information of the head of the development bureau, and sent a message. "Director, can you give me the contact information of the head of the professional association?" In a hotel not far from Xiujin Manor, Su Yuanfeng asked with some confusion, "Why are you pulling me away?" Luo Hong replied impatiently, "The director is obviously planning to stay there overnight. What's the point of us staying there without recovering from the instance we just came out of? We might as well take a good rest." "Stay overnight?" Su Yuanfeng was stunned for a moment, but quickly realized, yes, with the abilities shown by Lin Feng, he is worth protecting. Thinking of this, Su Yuanfeng couldn't help but think of his sister and Lin Feng. For a moment, his expression became extremely complicated, and he even sighed deeply. Seeing this, Luo Hong took out 2 bottles of beer from the hotel's fridge, opened one and placed it in front of Su Yuanfeng. After Su Yuanfeng finished it in one gulp, he asked, "Yuanfeng, why do you oppose your sister being with Lin Feng?" Su Yuanfeng glanced at him. Are they suitable for each other? Why wouldn't they be suitable when he is talented and she is beautiful? They used to have a teacher-student relationship. It's a different era now, who cares about that, especially since they are no longer in that relationship now. Su Yuanfeng fell silent. In fact, this was a problem of not changing his mindset. If he didn't know about the previous relationship between Lin Feng and Su Chenyan, he would only wish them well. Luo Hong took a sip of beer and continued, "Do you know how high Lin Feng's future achievements will be?" Hearing this, Su Yuanfeng raised his eyebrows, grabbed the beer from Luo Hong's hand, and drank it all in one go. Luo Hong shook his head speechlessly. "Yuanfeng, have you forgotten that Lin Feng is a life professional?" Seeing Su Yuanfeng's expression change slightly, Luo Hong continued, "A life professional, with unlimited prospects, is definitely a talent that will receive key national protection. Even for legendary quality combat professionals, no one can guarantee that they won't die in some instance, right? But life professionals don't need to enter instances, and won't encounter any danger. Isn't it better for your sister to follow him than any combat professional?" Su Yuanfeng sighed deeply. He looked at Luo Hong and said, "You're right. Compared to combat professionals, life professionals are much safer." Just for this reason alone, Su Yuanfeng was willing to accept it. Seeing his buddy come to terms with it, Luo Hong also breathed a sigh of relief. Then he raised his eyebrows and said with a strange expression, "Have you not seen the latest plot of the Condor heroes?" "No. TSK, if you had watched it before, you wouldn't be so conflicted, you would just accept it." "Why?" Go and see how to cultivate the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra yourself, then you'll understand." In the villa, after everyone else had left, Lin Feng looked at Su Chenyan still sitting beside him, then lowered his head to look at the hand still holding his arm. Lin Feng cleared his throat and said, "Yan Jia, how about you switch hands and hold my left side? I need my right hand to write." In the living room, watching Su Chenyan, who blushed and fled after realizing, Lin Feng's mouth slightly curved up. He stood up and returned to his room, laying out paper on the table, picking up the spiritual pattern ancient pen, and starting to write a new draft of the Condor heroes. Practicing the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra together with Su Chenyan during the day actually directly raised the level of the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra to level 3. The main attribute of the level 3 Jade Maiden Heart Sutra is an increase in internal energy limit, from 50 points to 70 points. Now Lin Feng's internal energy has also reached 120 points. And most importantly, there was a hidden improvement in the cultivation process: the meridians were widened. Although it was only a little bit, it also reduced the consumption of internal energy during writing. However, Lin Feng consciously kept some of the internal energy still in his dantian. When it gets light, he must show it at the Professional Association headquarters. Lin Feng paused his pen slightly and thought to himself, it seems that in the future, changing the cultivation of internal energy can not only promote the recovery of internal energy but also have a significant effect on the recovery of spirit and energy. I wonder if my own cultivation has such an effect, if it requires cooperation between two people. Thinking back to the time in the bathroom before, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a strange feeling. Yan Jia should not mind continuing to practice together. In another room on the second floor of the villa, Su Chenyan threw herself heavily onto the bed, her beautiful face still blushing. Remembering what had just happened, especially when she took the initiative to hold Lin Feng's arm in front of her own brother, Su Chenyan's cheeks turned even redder. She lifted the blanket, buried herself fiercely under it, and muttered in a barely audible voice, Su Chenyan, what are you doing? He is your student. Somehow, she suddenly remembered the magical and special feeling when the two of them practiced together in the bathroom, making her feel extremely intoxicated. In the room, under the blanket, a barely audible voice came out, right now. I am his senior. In the office of the president of the Professional Association, it was already late at night, but for Jiansheng, working late into the night was a very common thing. If there are no issues, arrange for someone to inform Lin Feng tomorrow. He put down the documents in his hand, stood up from behind his desk, walked over to the sofa and sat down, saying to the Director General of the Education Bureau, Li Shueshan, Lin Feng is only at the first level, and as a member of the Talent Development Program, that status is enough. After all, he is just a life occupation, how many resources can he spend? Li Shueshan nodded and said, that's fine, let's implement some confidentiality measures first. If our writing master writes a novel that can comprehend mainstream energy system skills, it will be too late to keep it secret later. Jiansheng also agreed, that's a good idea, I'll arrange for someone to do it tomorrow morning. As soon as the words fell, Jiansheng's phone vibrated. As the president of a professional association, he naturally couldn't receive any harassing messages. After picking up the phone and taking a glance, Jiansheng's pupils suddenly contracted. His fingers quickly slid on the phone, and after a moment, the call was connected. Jiansheng's tone was extremely serious as he said, I am Jiansheng. Hello, President, I am the director of the South Lake Province Development Bureau. Upon hearing the voice on the phone, Jiansheng glanced at Li Shueshan and then put the phone on speakerphone, placing it on the coffee table between them. Director, Lu General's office is also here with me. Can you repeat the information you just sent me? Of course. A voice came from the phone, we just successfully opened up a copy and obtained an item that can increase the limit of internal energy. Li Shueshan, who was still somewhat puzzled, now had a serious expression. Before he could ask, Xiangshan explained, it's what Lin Feng mentioned in the book, the energy system required for the skills comprehended in those books, internal energy. Li Shueshan took a deep breath. Wow, so there really is internal energy. But what Xiangshan said next left him stunned. I have just confirmed that Lin Feng possesses internal energy. And besides him, there is another person who also has internal energy. She obtained internal energy by comprehending the internal martial arts skills mentioned in the book The Jade Maiden's Heart Sutra. Li Shueshan stood up abruptly from the sofa, his tone slightly urgent. Where is Lin Feng? Where is the person who comprehended the internal martial arts skills? They are all in Yanjing. Let them come to the headquarters of the Professional Association. We will immediately conduct an energy test. There was a slight pause in the voice on the phone, and then Xiangshan's somewhat helpless voice came through. General, Lin Feng said he wants to write a book tonight, so he will come tomorrow morning. Upon hearing this, Li Shueshan and Jiansheng exchanged a glance, seeing the confusion in each other's eyes. Write a book? At a time like this, still writing a book? But, thinking about the magical effects of Lin Feng's books, Jiansheng and Li Shueshan could only feel helpless. Alright, let's wait. The next morning, Luo Hong drove the business car to the villa early. As soon as Luo Hong got out of the car, he saw Director Xiangshan standing in front of him. As a fifth-tier combat professional, a sleepless night had no effect on him. Director, have you eaten? Luo Hong took out a breakfast from the car and handed it to Xiangshan. Xiangshan took it and ate a few bites casually. Did you bring it for them? I did. Su Yuanfeng came down from the car with the breakfast in a calm manner. At that moment, the door of the villa opened, and Lin Feng and Su Chenyan, dressed neatly, walked out. Xiangshan said, Lin Feng, let's get in the car and set off. Okay. Su Yuanfeng handed the breakfast to Su Chenyan and then got into the car without saying a word. Su Chenyan took the breakfast and naturally shared some with Lin Feng. Inside the car, Xiangshan turned around and asked, Lin Feng, did you bring the gallbladder of the evil dragon? Yes. Lin Feng nodded, took the food handed over by Su Chenyan again, and asked somewhat surprised, aren't you eating? Su Chenyan shook her head and said, I'm not hungry, you eat more. Su Yuanfeng in the front seat raised his eyebrows but didn't say anything. Meanwhile, Luo Hong, who was driving, glanced at Lin Feng and Su Chenyan through the rearview mirror and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The man is handsome, the woman is beautiful. Although Lin Feng was younger, the mature aura on him made him look quite mature. These two people really look quite compatible. Why don't I have a younger sister? The headquarters of the Professional Association is located in the center of the entire Yanjing city, occupying a large area. The number of people and vehicles coming and going is countless. However, with Director Xiang Shen from the Nanhu Province Development Bureau present, there naturally won't be any dog eyes looking down on people, or ignorant little brats trying to provoke. Lin Feng and his group entered the headquarters of the Professional Association smoothly. Director Xiang, hello, I am the steward of the association, Zhang Gong. A slightly chubby man very politely led the way in front. The energy detector you mentioned earlier is ready. Thank you. You're welcome, it's what we should do. Zhang Gong led Xiangshan and Lin Feng to a somewhat remote building. He raised his hand to open the door and said, Director Xiang, I won't go in, there are staff inside who will receive you, the president of the association is also waiting for you. Xiangshan nodded and led the way into the building. On the side, Luo Hong asked curiously, Director, what is this place? I've been to the headquarters of the Professional Association, but I didn't know there was such a place. Xiangshan glanced at him and said, Special Research Institute, Confidentiality Level 6. Don't say you haven't been here, I haven't been here either. Confidentiality Level 6, below Level 6, without special circumstances, it is impossible to know. Previously curious and looking around, Luo Hong immediately fell silent, his eyes lowered to the ground. Level 6 Confidentiality. It's better not to look, not to mention the bunch of confidentiality agreements that make your scalp tingle. Not long after, under the guidance of the staff, the group arrived at a spacious room. In the room, a well-proportioned, elegant middle-aged man smiled as they entered. Director Xiang, long time no see. President. Xiangshan slightly bowed, then turned to Li Shuishan next to O Jianqing and bowed slightly. Director Lu. His eyes showed some surprise, thinking that only President O Jianqing was here, but he didn't expect the director of the Education Bureau, Li Shuishan, to be here too. After nodding, Li Shuishan looked at Lin Feng and said with a smile, Master Jingu, I've heard so much about you. Xiangshan quickly introduced, Lin Feng, this is the director of the Education Bureau, Director Lu. This is the president of the Professional Association, President O. After a polite and simple greeting, O Jianqing went straight to the point, can I see the gallbladder of the evil dragon? Lin Feng nodded and handed over the gallbladder of the evil dragon. After O Jianqing and Li Shuishan looked at the attributes, Li Shuishan returned the gallbladder of the evil dragon to Lin Feng and said in a deep voice, Lin Feng, Director Xiang mentioned to us before that you have a way to teach others internal energy? Lin Feng nodded and took out the human meridian map he had prepared earlier. To be precise, it's a prerequisite. Only by learning and fully mastering this, can there be a chance to comprehend internal energy skills. For a moment, everyone present looked at the few sheets of paper in Lin Feng's hand. Li Shuishan took the paper with the human meridian map with a serious expression and carefully looked through it. O Jianqing on the side spoke, we have an energy detector here, is it convenient to test the energy called internal energy? Compared to the attribute detector at Baisha One middle school, the energy detector looks more like a pillar in appearance, but its value is completely different. There is only one in the entire Huagua, and it was obtained at a great cost from Eagle Sauce. Its core can only be produced in the exclusive mechanical fortress of Eagle Sauce domestically. Lin Feng, inject internal energy into it. Just as O Jianqing finished speaking, Su Chenyan stepped forward and said, let me do it. O Jianqing was slightly stunned, then nodded with a hint of deep meaning, this is naturally the best way. After receiving the message from Xiangshan late last night, O Jianqing contacted Li Shuishan and the two waited for Lin Feng at the headquarters of the Professional Association all night. Although this morning, when they saw Lin Feng, they appeared quite calm. After all, the time they spent together last night had already calmed them down a lot. The two of them talked about this matter for a long time, constantly checking various information about people and events, such as the current Su Chenyan, a third-tier full-level epic profession, specializing in strength and spirit as a magic swordsman. At the same time, she was the first reader to comprehend internal skills and possess internal energy as mentioned by Xiangshen. Le Shueshan, who was carefully examining the meridian chart, also raised his head and looked at Su Chenyan with great interest. In this way, under the gaze of everyone, Su Chenyan placed her hand on the energy detector, her mind moved, and internal energy surged. At the moment of contact with the energy detector, the entire detector emitted a red light. The cold electronic synthesized sound also rang out, unknown energy detected. Jianqing's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, although he already knew last night, confirming it with his own eyes still surprised him. Don't stop, continue inputting. Su Chenyan nodded, maintaining the input of internal energy. After consuming nearly 30 points of internal energy, the red light on the energy detector stopped flashing, and then a detailed report appeared on the screen of the detector. At the same time, the cold electronic synthesized sound rang out again. Energy quality level 5, potential level 9, evaluation, excellent. Su Chenyan was stunned for a moment. She didn't understand the terms quality and potential. On the other hand, Le Shueshan took a sharp breath. He looked at Lin Feng, who also looked puzzled, and said, Su Chenyan, right? Try inputting the magic power of your magic swordsman. Su Chenyan nodded, a hint of purple light flashed in her eyes, a stream of magic power emerged from her forehead, and with her hand, it was injected into the energy detector, magic power energy detected, belonging to the magic swordsman professional ability system. Jianqing on the side explained, magic power is not exclusive to magic swordsmen, many professions such as mages also use this energy system. However, the nature of energy varies between each profession. This device can not only detect what kind of energy it is, but also distinguish the level. After speaking, he turned to look at Lin Feng. All known energies can be distinguished. Lin Feng nodded, so that's how it is. This way, it avoids someone questioning whether internal energy is a certain known energy but has undergone special changes due to a particular profession. The cold electronic synthesized sound of the energy detector continued, energy quality level 6, potential level 8, evaluation, excellent. Le Shueshan explained, the quality and skill level depend on one's own level. Of course, there are also very few energies with naturally high quality. As for potential, it means that the energy quality has reached its limit. He looked at Lin Feng and said in a serious tone, among the known energies, the highest potential is 9. Seeing Lin Feng somewhat skeptical, Le Shueshan said with emphasis, Lin Feng, those with a potential of 9 are energies unique to legendary professions, while your internal energy can be learned even by ordinary professions. The difference is too great. Jianqing suddenly asked, Su Chenyan, can you use magic power and internal energy at the same time? Su Chenyan was stunned for a moment, then raised both hands, the left hand flickering with internal energy, the right hand boiling with magic power, but they did not appear simultaneously. After a moment, she frowned, put down her hands and said, no, I can only use one at a time. Jianqing and Le Shueshan glanced at each other, then sighed slightly. It seems we were greedy. Jianqing smiled and looked at Lin Feng. Can we take a look at those martial arts skills and their true power? Lin Feng nodded, and Xiangshin on the side spoke, Su Yuan Feng, Luo Hong, you two together. Bringing the two of them together was to demonstrate the difference between using internal force and other energy like fighting spirit. Following the sound of a dragon's roar, two completely different dragon-shaped palm forces appeared in the room. Su Yuanfeng's blood-red dragon-shaped palm force, even though he tried to control it with all his might, only paused for a moment in midair before striking the prepared iron stake. The iron stake shook upon impact, with its surface damaged but still intact. In contrast, Lin Feng's golden dragon-shaped palm force, like a spiritual dragon, circled the room before finally, under Lin Feng's control, crashing into the iron stake. Bang! The entire iron stake exploded into countless pieces. The effects of the two skills were clear at a glance. And most importantly, Su Yuanfeng was at the 4th level, while Lin Feng was only at the 1st level. The same applied to the finger-flicking divine skill. Luo Hong picked up a small fragment of the shattered iron stake and flicked it with the finger-flicking divine skill, causing a piercing effect almost comparable to Lin Feng's simple flick. Moreover, the finger-flicking divine skill activated with internal force was silent, invisible, and traceless. Even Xiangshen, who was at the 5th level, almost didn't notice it. Of course, this was also due to the fact that the target was not him, so he didn't raise any alarms. But regardless, just these two moves already made Le Shueshan and Jianqing show expressions of great surprise. Jianqing took a deep breath, beckoned a staff member, and said to Su Chenyan, I'll need your help later for a detailed examination of internal force. After Su Chenyan nodded, Jianqing looked at Lin Feng and said, Lin Feng, can we talk? 10 minutes later, in a lounge, Jianqing, Le Shueshan, and Lin Feng sat in front of a coffee table. Le Shueshan spoke first. Lin Feng, as the director of the Huaguai Education Bureau, I formally invite you to participate in the Huawei Talent Development Program. Are you willing to accept? Lin Feng nodded. I am willing. Le Xueshan smiled. I will arrange a dedicated liaison for you later. If you have any needs, you can discuss them with her. We will try our best to accommodate. Just go back like this? Outside the professional association headquarters, Luo Hong looked somewhat puzzled at Xiang Shen, who nodded matter-of-factly. The matter is already settled. Why stay in Baisha? But Lin Feng hasn't come out yet. Xiang Shen glanced at Luo Hong and said sternly, in the future, don't mention that name. Also, don't mention today's events to anyone. You are all veterans of the Pioneer Bureau, so I hope you won't make any fundamental mistakes. Luo Hong was taken aback. Why can't we mention it? Xiang Shen looked at Su Yuanfeng beside him and sighed. If nothing unexpected happens, the confidentiality level of Lin Feng's identity will be raised to level 7, and his pen name and his real identity will be separated. Luo Hong showed a shocked expression, then realized, as a 4th-level combat professional and a member of the Pioneer team, he naturally had some knowledge of certain things. Talent Development Program. Yes. In that case, Luo Hong turned to look at Su Yuanfeng. Isn't he going to live in obscurity for the rest of his life? Live in obscurity? Xiang Shen looked at Luo Hong strangely. The meaning of confidentiality is protection. When he no longer needs protection, naturally there will be no more secrecy. But he is a professional in life. Looking at Luo Hong strangely, what's wrong with being a professional in life? His skills are even stronger than yours. Su Yuanfeng on the side had a complicated expression, but in the end, he sighed slowly. It's good to keep it a secret. With his sister following him, at least there won't be any safety issues. At the headquarters of the Professional Association, in a lounge, after discussing some details about the talent development plan and methods for understanding internal skills, Le Xueshan looked thoughtfully at the meridian chart in his hand. So, without learning these, it's impossible to understand internal skills. And without internal power skills, skills like the dragon subduing palm cannot unleash their true power? Seeing Lin Feng nod, Le Xueshan also breathed a sigh of relief. Originally, we were planning to ask you not to continue publishing novels online. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Not publish? Oh, Jiancheng explained, if only we, the people of Huagua, learn those skills, it's fine, but it's not worth it to let people from other countries learn them for free. Hearing this, Lin Feng smiled. He had thought about this issue before, but as the system tasks continued to progress, he also received some relevant information. Under the influence of the divine writing system, only the people of Huagua could learn skills through Lin Feng's writing. Don't worry, both of you, Lin Feng said with a smile, foreigners cannot understand it. They cannot comprehend the romance that belongs solely to us, the people of Huagua. Oh, Jiancheng and Le Xueshan were both stunned for a moment, then smiled at each other. Since the author Lin Feng said so, what else could they worry about? Lin Feng, can we teach this meridian theory to others? Le Xueshan asked. Don't worry, we won't make it public. No, it can be made public. Lin Feng quickly said, jokingly, if you don't make it public, how will others understand internal skills? If others don't understand internal skills, how will I understand them? Lin Feng sometimes felt helpless. Others could learn skills by reading The Legend of the Condor Heroes and The Return of the Condor Heroes, but he could only automatically understand them after others did, and he couldn't learn by reading books. But this also had its advantages. At least, he didn't have to work hard to practice skills anymore. The more people who understand, the higher his skill level and quality will correspondingly be higher, including internal skills as well. This is not appropriate, right? Even Le Xueshan couldn't have imagined that Lin Feng would be so generous. Such an important thing, directly making it public? However, he then smiled bitterly. Wow, this way, he couldn't afford to treat Lin Feng poorly even more. If Lin Feng said to sell it to Huagua, it would be better. After all, there would be a price. But now, things that are free are the most valuable. There's nothing inappropriate about it. Lin Feng said with a smile, if possible, the Bureau of Education can help promote it even better. Meridian charts are not novels. If Lin Feng promotes it himself, even if people see it, they probably won't take it seriously. But if it's official, the concept is different. This is also why Lin Feng chose to accept the talent development plan in deep cooperation with Huagua. It's a win-win situation. Le Xueshan said seriously, Lin Feng, are you sure that foreigners cannot understand internal skills through your books? Other skills are one thing, but the impact of internal skills is too significant. After all, this will make life professions that originally had no combat ability become powerful. Not to mention being on par with combat professions, at least, they will have considerable combat power. And if the official personally promotes it, foreign countries will definitely take action as well. Lin Feng responded seriously, I'm sure. Lu Shueshan solemnly put away the paper with the meridian diagram and said, I understand, I will arrange this as soon as possible. On the side, Jiansheng, after discussing this matter, spoke up, Lin Feng, I wonder if there is a way to increase the chance of comprehension? Although there are already millions of people who have read your book, the number of people who can comprehend it is only a little over 1,000 according to statistics. Although comprehension through reading doesn't require any cost, the 1 in 1,000 chance seems a bit too low. Originally, Jiansheng naturally didn't care about the chance of comprehension, but now with internal skills, the situation is naturally different. After some thought, Lin Feng said, believing that the world in the book is real, empathizing with the characters in the book can increase the chance of comprehending skills. Jiansheng nodded, he knew about this method, but there weren't many who could do it. Believing that the world is real can be forced a bit, but empathizing with it is really hard to force. Or, when my level is higher, after the skill level of the teacher profession's textbook skills increases, it will increase the chance of comprehension. Hearing this, Jiansheng's eyes lit up, and he eagerly said, then I'll arrange for someone to help you level up. It might be a bit troublesome for the 4th tier, but reaching the 3rd tier can be done quickly. Lin Feng decisively refused, shaking his head, I want to write a book. In this era of national copies, there is no such thing as leeching experience. Even if someone leads, you still need to participate in the battle, which is time-consuming and laborious. Instead of going to the copy, it's better to write a book to brush the rewards of the divine-level writing system tasks. And Lin Feng found that although writing consumes more mental and internal energy, the experience points rewarded for a 10,000-word task are also increasing. Lin Feng has now reached level 15, and it is estimated that he can advance to the 2nd tier without finishing writing the Condor Heroes. The lounge quieted down. Jiansheng was somewhat helpless. Since Lin Feng refused to level up with him, he naturally couldn't force him. But in this way, he was at a loss for what to arrange for Lin Feng. After all, Lin Feng is still only at the 1st tier, and there are not many items and treasures that can be used at the 1st tier, especially since Lin Feng is a life profession. If it were a combat profession, it goes without saying that various items to enhance attributes and skill books to comprehend powerful combat skills could be used. However, Lin Feng had already been asked about these before, and he said he didn't need them. Attribute points are not lacking as he can earn them through task rewards, and he has already discovered that there is a limit to attribute points. At the 1st tier, the limit is 35 points. Even if he has free attribute points now, he can't add them. As for skills, let's not even mention it. Lin Feng now has more than a dozen skills, and as more people comprehend new skills, his number of skills is still increasing. Then, what do you need? Lu Shueshan also asked helplessly. Lin Feng smiled, waiting for this question. I need consumables that can increase the limit of internal energy like the gallbladder of the evil dragon. Equipment and items are also fine. I also need something to compensate for the consumption of mental and spiritual energy, as well as items or equipment that can reduce consumption. If there is something that can replenish internal energy, that would be the best. After Lin Feng finished speaking, the lounge fell silent. After a moment, Lu Shueshan said with a strange expression, is there anything else? After pondering for a moment, Lin Feng said, not for now. If these values are too high. Lin Feng hadn't finished speaking politely, but Jiansheng on the side interrupted with a strange expression, just these? Lin Feng was stunned for a moment, what did he mean? Aren't these enough? It's fine to supplement consumables, but reducing consumption equipment is quite valuable. Jiansheng said somewhat helplessly, Lin Feng, are you underestimating the talent development plan? This is a national level full support. Lu Shueshan on the side smiled and said, it's okay, we're just getting started. Lin Feng is only at the 1st level, so it's normal to have fewer demands. Then he took out a card-like thing and handed it over. Lin Feng took a look, name, space node card, description, a node made by a powerful space crosser. This is one of the foundations of our Huagua, made by a 7th level powerhouse. Carry it with you, and if there's danger, crush it or trigger it with any energy, and he will arrive instantly. Of course, if your mental attribute is strong enough, you can also trigger it in an instant with mental power. Lin Feng nodded, put away the card. Although there should be no safety issues in Huagua, having a 7th level powerhouse who can arrive at any time is also reassuring. The things you want will be discussed in detail with you by the connecting person later. Jiansheng left his contact information for Lin Feng and said, if there are no other needs, Li Zongshu and I will leave first. Seeing Lin Feng nod, Lu Shueshan also left his contact information and then said, Lin Feng, at Yenjing University, I will inform you. I suggest you read and understand the current world situation and the history of the past ruptures. Lin Feng nodded, he also had this plan. Since he came to this world, he couldn't just stay at home writing books all the time. He was curious about some things in this world. For example, why doesn't Huagua have exclusive professions? You know, even the stick country has professions exclusive to them. Although, they are pretty rubbish. After chatting for a while, Jianchang and Li Shueshan bid farewell and left. With their identities, they had almost endless tasks to deal with every day. Being able to wait for Lin Feng for a night and chat with him for half a day was already quite rare. After the two left, Lin Feng rested and closed his eyes. He had been writing manuscripts all night, so his mental state was average. Not long after, the door of the restroom was knocked, and Su Chenyan walked in briskly. Seeing Lin Feng half lying on the sofa, she immediately asked with concern, "Lin Feng, are you okay?" Lin Feng stood up and smiled, "I'm fine, just a bit tired." "Yan Jia, are you done over there? If you're done, let's go home." Hearing the words "go home" from Su Chenyan, a faint smile appeared on her lips. "Yes, let's go home." The two walked out of the restroom. Before they could leave the headquarters of the professional association, a tall and slender lady in association uniform appeared in front of them. She bowed to Lin Feng and said, "Mr. Lin, I'm Zhuang Na. Shall I take you two back?" "No need." Su Chenyan suddenly spoke up, looking at Zhuang Na with a hint of alertness that even she hadn't noticed. "We'll take a taxi ourselves." Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. "You're always." Zhuang Na nodded and gestured. "Mr. Lin, shall we talk in the car?" Seeing that Lin Feng seemed to have important matters, Su Chenyan remained silent. The two followed Zhuang Na out of the headquarters of the professional association and got into an inconspicuous ordinary sedan. As soon as the car door closed, the noisy sounds from outside instantly disappeared without a trace. Zhuang Na, sitting in the driver's seat, turned around with a hint of apology. "The lobby of the professional association headquarters just now is a public place, not very convenient for introductions." "Mr. Lin, hello, I am your contact person Zhuang Na." She handed over a card with a phone number on it, saying, "This is my phone number, you can contact me anytime for anything in the future." To prove it, Zhuang Na quickly sent a message on her phone. Soon after, Lin Feng's phone rang. The caller was Jianchang. "Lin Feng, Zhuang Na is the contact person arranged for you, rest assured." "Understood, thank you, President." "You're welcome." Su Chenyan on the side also breathed a sigh of relief, but the subtle hostility that she had not noticed did not disappear. As Zhuang Na started the car, she asked, "Mr. Lin, where are you going?" "Xiujin Manor." The journey was silent, and the car smoothly stopped in front of Su Chenyan's villa. After getting off the car, Zhuang Na took out a handbag from the back of the car. "Mr. Lin, this is for you, 10 epic quality recovery potions and 5 summoning incense sticks. Due to the rush of time, the reduced equipment and items have not been able to be found yet. After I go back, I will act immediately and deliver them to you as soon as I find them." Lin Feng took the handbag with some surprise, opened it and looked inside. Name, first tier recovery potion, quality, epic, function, greatly replenish consumed energy and stamina, note, reusable, name, first tier summoning incense, quality, epic, function, slowly replenish mental power, note, use after igniting. After checking the attributes of the two consumables, Lin Feng was very satisfied and closed the handbag. Zhuang Na also spoke up, "Mr. Lin, the summoning incense can be used continuously, 1 stick can be used for 5 hours after igniting. But even though the recovery potion is of epic quality and can be reused, the human body has its limits. Excessive use will cause some subtle aftereffects on the body. If Mr. Lin wants to use it for a long time, it is recommended not to exceed 2 doses per day." Lin Feng nodded, "Thank you. You're welcome. If you are not in a hurry to use it, I suggest waiting a few days for the recovery potion. I have already contacted the master alchemist to make legendary quality recovery potions. The after effects of using that quality of recovery potion will be much smaller." "Okay, got it. Well then, Mr. Lin, I'll take my leave now. If you have any new needs, feel free to contact me." After emphasizing once again, Zhuang Na bowed and left. Su Chenyan spoke up after she left. "Lin Feng, you have been selected for that talent development program." Her voice became somewhat low. "Are you still going to Yinjing University?" "Of course, I will go," Lin Feng said with a smile, raising his hand to hold Su Chenyan's arm and leading her into the villa courtyard. "Yan's sister. I'm hungry." Su Chenyan's lips curved up, her eyes softening. I'll make something for you. By the way, Lin Feng, are we still going to practice today?" "Practice?" Lin Feng smiled. "We'll practice after eating." At the headquarters building of the novel website, the editor Hua Ji looked a little nervous as she glanced at Zhang Sanming sitting beside her. "President Zhang, we didn't do anything wrong, did we?" Zhang Sanming looked at her speechlessly and said impatiently, "What are you thinking? If a crime is committed, the one to be contacted should be the Public Security Bureau, not the professional association. Just as he was speaking, the door was opened, and a slightly chubby man walked in. It was Zhang Gong, the steward who had led Lin Feng and the others to the headquarters of the professional association in the morning. Zhang Gong's face was serious as he took out his credentials and placed them in front of Zhang Sanming, saying, "I am Zhang Gong, steward of the professional association headquarters. Before discussing the matter, let me ask a question first. Is the true identity of Jean Goulian known only to the two of you?" Zhang Sanming took a deep breath, as expected. A novel that can help people comprehend skills, how could the authorities not intervene? After the official promotion and assistance last time, Zhang Sanming had a premonition of this day. "Hello, Steward Zhang. The company's database comes with encryption programs, I assure you, only she and I know the real name of that person. If it weren't for the initial need for the editor to sign the contract, even the editor wouldn't know Lin Feng's name." After a slight sigh, Zhang Sanming continued, "Rest assured, we will take down his works immediately." "Take down?" Zhang Gong frowned. "Why take them down?" Zhang Sanming was taken aback. "Didn't you come here to ask us to take them down? Such a miraculous work that can help people comprehend skills, even if the skills are somewhat impractical, the authorities cannot allow it to continue to be freely published online. The value of such a thing is no longer measurable in terms of money." However, just as Zhang Sanming was puzzled, Zhang Gong shook his head and took out two documents from his bag. "No need to take them down. These are confidentiality agreements and terms. In the future, you must not, in any form or manner, disclose his identity. Otherwise, the professional association will hold you accountable." Zhang Sanming and the editor Huaji exchanged glances, both seeing a look of shock in each other's eyes. "Sign it." At Baisha No. 1 middle school, in the principal's office, Wang Quanwei looked at Tang Xian, who was showing a shocked expression, and asked somewhat uneasily, "You didn't tell anyone, did you?" Tang Xian came to his senses, shook his head, and said, "No, I've been busy lately, I haven't left the school." Su Chenyan had left, and someone had to take over her work, and that person was Tang Xian. After quickly signing the document, Tang Xian handed it back to the stoic man beside him. It wasn't until he left that Tang Xian leaned over to Wang Quanwei and asked softly, "Principal, what's going on? It couldn't possibly be Lin Feng who committed a crime, right? You're the one who's in trouble." Wang Quanwei glared at Tang Xian unkindly, then sighed with relief. "Just remember to keep it confidential. If you let it slip, you'll be in trouble." "Don't worry, I also came from the organization, I know the rules." After saying that, Tang Xian raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Principal, didn't you say before that you wanted to include him in our school's list of distinguished alumni? Can't do it now, can you?" "Humph." Wang Quanwei snorted disdainfully. "What's the rush? Can't do it now, maybe in the future. Do you think there won't be a chance? By then, his name might be at the top. Go clear the instance?" Su Yuanfeng looked at Captain Guan Su in astonishment. "We are a rating team." As the name suggests, rating teams usually only go to new instances for rating, and even if they need to improve their strength and level up, it's rare for a 5-person team to act together in an orderly manner. Guan Su handed the sealed bag to Su Yuanfeng without a word. "It's a mission arranged from above. And, most likely, we will spend all this time in the evil dragon instance." Luo Hong, who was standing aside, showed a pensive expression. "Captain, are we going to challenge the evil dragon's courage?" Guan Su raised his hand and slapped Luo Hong on the back. "Keep your voice down. Did you forget the confidentiality agreement we just signed?" Luo Hong spread his hands in frustration. "Captain, are there outsiders here? So what, we still can't talk about it. I really want to say something when we enter the instance." Su Yuanfeng on the side also understood what was going on at this point. He opened the sealed envelope handed to him by Guan Su and glanced inside. "Meridian theory? This needs to be kept confidential?" Guan Su shook his head. "No, it's already public. But we were instructed that not only you, but all of us, must seriously study this." Meridian theory. Public? Su Yuanfeng was stunned. He had been to Yanjing and knew what the meridian theory was all about. His sister had comprehended internal skills after reading this meridian theory. It can be said that this thing is extremely precious, and it's just made public like this? Su Yuanfeng thought of the young man Lin Feng for a moment and then remembered what Shin had mentioned on the way, the core of the first book written by Lin Feng that was highly recognized by the Hua country, the legend of the shooting eagle, the greatness of a hero, for the country and the people. Is this what a hero is all about? Su Yuanfeng felt an indescribable feeling in his heart, a feeling of being choked up but unable to express it. In fact, if Su Yuanfeng had already learned to master the meridian theory at this moment, there was a high probability that he would comprehend internal skills at this moment. Luo Hong on the side didn't have such strong feelings about heroes. He took out his phone and searched for something, then exclaimed, "The official account is personally involved?" Today's Hua country, especially on the internet, was bustling beyond imagination. The reason for this was that the official authoritative account had reposted an article, and the expression in the article was about the meridian theory. What's more, at the very beginning, the official also marked, "It is recommended that all citizens of Hua country become familiar with and master it." In order to protect Lin Feng, this meridian theory, which was not signed by the author, was directly published online, leaving countless netizens confused. Even a comment saying "Has the account been hacked?" was quickly pushed to the top. However, soon, readers of The Legend of the Shooting Eagle and The Divine Eagle were extremely surprised and replied in the comments section, #name? If the meridians are not fictional, then the internal energy mentioned in The Legend of the Shooting Eagle is also real? Damn, meridians, internal energy. I'm going back to read the book. I want to learn the 18 dragon subduing palms. Extraordinary meridians, various acupoints, my goodness, even if it's made up, it seems so real. Even though the official account was personally involved, many people still maintained a skeptical attitude. Zheng Dawei shook his head while putting down his phone. Is the official account crazy? How can they directly release something without careful verification? Xie Geng, sitting next to him, smiled and said, "How do you know the official account didn't verify it? If the official account had verified it, how could we not know?" Zheng Dawei spread his hands. "Those meridians are inside the human body, right? If they had to verify it, how could they bypass us?" As a member of the Professional Association of Physicians, if there were relevant studies, he would definitely know about it. A setting from a novel can actually be promoted by the official account as real, sigh. Zheng Dawei sighed. Xie Geng on the side said, "What if reading that novel really allows you to comprehend skills?" Zheng Dawei was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and smiled. "How is that possible? Just some bookworms who went crazy from reading making up stories themselves." Xie Geng looked at him with a strange expression, hesitated for a moment, but ultimately didn't say anything, because he was one of those bookworms who went crazy from reading in Zhang Dawei's words, except he actually understood the 18 dragon subduing palms. But as a professional physician in life, even if he understood the 18 dragon subduing palms, he couldn't use it. So, even if he said it out loud, what difference would it make? There's no way to prove it anyway. Xie Geng sighed softly. When he changed careers back then, a rare blue combat profession appeared, which was a decent choice. But what he didn't expect was that the life profession that appeared was actually a doctor, a very popular life profession. Young Xie Geng, under the advice of his teachers and principal, chose to become a physician, but now, he regrets it a bit. Especially after reading the book The Legend of the Condor Heroes, he regretted it very much. If he had chosen a combat profession back then, even if he didn't have inner strength, he could have used martial energy to perform the 18 dragon subduing palms by now. Xie Geng sighed again, then continued to scroll on his phone. But as soon as he flipped through it, he froze. Dawei. Xie Geng muttered, "President, reposted." Zhang Dawei was stunned. The president posted? At this moment on the internet, a highly authoritative personal account, the president of the Physician Association's branch, Wei Yong Luo, reposted with a caption, "The marvels of the human body, truly amazing." The Physician Association has been tasked with researching this theory of meridians, and has already made some progress. It can be confirmed that meridians do exist. Zheng Dawei looked at the words on the phone screen, his face showing an expression of disbelief. It didn't matter to others, but Wei Yong Luo was their big boss. Xie Geng. What's the name of that novel you mentioned? Xie Geng was stunned for a moment. What? The one you mentioned, the novel that talks about meridians, what's it called? The Legend of the Condor Heroes. Why? The Legend of the Condor Heroes. Zheng Dawei said as he searched. President Wei said, "We must take a look." Xie Geng gave him a speechless look, then turned back to the phone screen, lost in thought. Since meridians really exist, does inner strength also really exist? Can I, with my life profession, understand inner energy skills? If I can. Xie Geng's eyes flashed with excitement. That would be great. Not only Xie Geng and Zhang Dawei were shocked by Wei Yongluo's actions. The topic of meridian theory exploded across the entire internet. Countless physician professionals discussed the meridians, trying to figure out what was going on. However, the story didn't end there. Just as the discussion on meridian theory was heating up, the official account of the Ministry of Education suddenly issued a statement. Official documents have been issued. Starting today, major universities and colleges will organize the study of meridian theory. This completely set off a storm. Damn, the Ministry of Education and the Professional Association jointly issued a statement? This confirms one thing, this meridian theory is definitely real. Crying. As a high school student, I found out during the holidays that there will be a new course next semester. Have you ever thought about one thing? If there really is inner strength, will skills like the 18 dragon subduing palms, which have been criticized as flashy but not practical, become very powerful? Damn! I'm going to read books, understand the skills first. Just when everyone thought things were about to settle down, the official account of the Exploration Bureau posted a recruitment notice, pushing the whole situation to a climax. Recruitment notice: those who have mastered the skilled dragon subduing palm in the Legend of the Condor heroes are required to be at the 3rd to 4th rank. Explanation: for those at the 3rd rank who are willing to accept related tasks, the Exploration Bureau will assist you in quickly reaching the 4th rank. For those at the 4th rank, task rewards include exploration points. Note, non-pure exploration tasks have extremely high safety factors. Instantly, netizens boiled over. This is something big is about to happen. 3 out of 6 departments have issued statements. Oh my god. Exploration points. Oh my god. The most precious exploration points. This reward is amazing, especially for those at the 3rd rank. The Exploration Bureau helps you advance. Damn it. Damn, I'm at the 3rd rank. No more words, I'm going to read. The 3 major official institutions issued a joint announcement. Zheng Dawei looked at his phone and sighed. It seems that they are talking about different things, but in fact, they are all talking about this novel. Zheng Dawei, who had previously looked down on the Legend of the Condor heroes, now had a great interest. Ah, Xiegung. Xiegung? Seeing Xiegung still staring blankly at the phone screen, Zheng Dawei raised his hand and patted him. Huh? Can you master skills in life occupations? Xiegung showed a slightly strange smile and said, maybe. Fortunately, Zheng Dawei only asked him a question, then continued to swipe on his phone. I have to take a good look, in case I master the dragon subduing palm. Maybe I can earn some exploration points. That thing used to be exclusive to exploration teams. You can't get it without participating in dungeon exploration. Zheng Dawei's words brought Xiegung, who had been absent-minded, back to reality. He gritted his teeth, stood up, and said, Dawei, I have something to do, I'll leave first. Without waiting for Zheng Dawei's response, he left the office directly. Xiegung walked all the way to the parking lot, got into his car, and then heaved a sigh of relief. He picked up his phone and dialed the number of the Exploration Bureau. Hello, I saw the recruitment notice you posted before. Is it just about mastering the dragon subduing palm? Yes, may I ask about your occupation and rank? And your name, province, and other information? Hearing the voice coming from the phone, Xiegung quickly provided all his information, then nervously asked, can skills be mastered in life occupations too? There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone. After a while, the originally pleasant female voice turned into a steady male voice. Hello, skills can also be mastered in life occupations. However, since the task is for the next level 40 dungeon, I suggest that you wait until you have mastered internal skills and reached a certain level of strength before taking it on. Okay. Thank you. The call ended, but Xiegung still sat dazed in the car. Life occupations can also master skills, but you need to master internal skills. This information revealed in the sentence made Xiegung excited and slightly trembling. Life occupations can also master internal skills. This is unbelievable. Sakura country, Inukara Yuichi slammed the table fiercely and reprimanded the intelligence personnel kneeling below. What are you doing? Such a big matter, not a single word of it beforehand? Meridians, inner strength, are these things that can be achieved overnight? A bunch of useless people. The intelligence personnel kneeling with their heads down dared not speak, but they felt somewhat helpless. At the beginning, when someone in the Hua countryside used the novel to master skills, he reported it immediately. But now, the intelligence personnel were at a loss. Investigate immediately. First, find out who Jin Gu Liangwen is. Second, find out what these meridians and inner strength are. Also, the most important thing, Inoue Yuichi stared fixedly at the intelligence personnel kneeling in front of him. Immediately arrange for all those who understand Chinese to study that meridian theory and read that book. Yes. The intelligence personnel stood up and bowed, preparing to leave. Inoue Yuichi spoke again. If you don't comprehend the skill after reading it once, read it twice. If twice doesn't work, keep reading until you comprehend the skill. The intelligence personnel hesitated. What if they never comprehend it? After all, although there were some who understood Chinese, there were not many. Of course, he couldn't ask these questions at this moment. The intelligence personnel nodded in agreement and left. Inoue Yuichi let out a long sigh and picked up the report on the table to read it again. Internal energy. Skills. What kind of monster has emerged from the Hua country? Moreover, being able to impart skills through text, the rank is probably not low. It seems that the Hua country has been planning this for a long time. But, Inoue Yuichi frowned. The thing that puzzled him the most was, if that was the case, why make it public? Wasn't the Hua country fond of keeping things hidden? To release something that could comprehend skills and possibly new energy systems online? This wasn't the style of the Hua country. There must be a problem in it. Inoue Yuichi furrowed his brow. It seems I need to report this to the president. Eagle Sauce, Pierre Jamal, after reading the investigation report on the meridians and internal energy related to the Hua country, casually said to his presidential aide, Errol Cooney, in front of the office desk, Mr. Cooney, don't worry, this is not a big problem. Errol Cooney said sternly, Director Pierre, I am now representing the president and will inquire about it. Please answer me truthfully, what is this sudden emergence of internal energy and meridians from the Hua country? Will it have any impact on us? Pierre sighed, Mr. Cooney, as you said, this emerged suddenly. We still need to investigate the specifics. But rest assured, if this internal energy and meridians are of great value, would the Hua country make it public like this? If you're not sure, Mr. Cooney, you can arrange for some Chinese speakers to read that book and try it out. After a moment of silence, Errol Cooney nodded, I will arrange this matter, but I also hope Director Pierre will be cautious, as the strength of the Hua country has been growing stronger recently. With that, he turned and left. Eagle Sauce, Director of Intelligence Bureau Pierre Jamal, shook his head only after he left the office. Even if that internal energy is real, it's still too early to popularize it. As for the Hua country? Without even having their own exclusive profession, how strong can they be? In Yanjing, Hua country, in a villa in the Shoujin Manor, Su Chenyan put down her phone and looked incredulously at Lin Feng, who was eating. The meridian theory has been made public? But there's no mention of you. Lin Feng smiled and said, Sister Yan, this is for my protection, after all, this world is not so peaceful. Su Chenyan suddenly realized, but still felt a bit unwilling, you handed over the meridian theory to the Hua country, and even got selected for that talent development program, but did they only give you a few doses of the elixir and a few sticks of incense? Speaking of incense, Su Chenyan seemed to think of something, her cheeks slightly red. That incense is quite effective, ask them to get you more. These days, when she and Lin Feng were practicing the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra, they lit the incense that summoned the gods, and the effect of the practice had clearly improved. Lin Feng nodded, you already told me before, it will be delivered soon. As soon as he finished speaking, his phone rang, and when he answered, Zhuang Na's voice came through the phone, Mr. Lin, are you available now? What's the matter? I'm outside, the things I mentioned to you earlier are ready, I've brought them to you. Lin Feng stood up and smiled at Su Chenyan, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Su Chenyan was puzzled and asked, who is the devil? Who is Cao Cao? Lin Feng waved his hand, you'll find out later. The literary value of the Three Kingdoms book is naturally high, but it seems like there are no practical skills in it. Writing seems a bit wasteful, but if there's a chance in the future, it wouldn't be bad to write it again when free. What if this book is not about learning skills, but summoning generals? After leaving the hall and seeing the car parked outside the courtyard gate, Lin Feng calmed his mind and walked over. Mr. Lin. Zhuang Na carried 2 large suitcases and said respectfully, let me help you bring them in, they're quite heavy. Perfect, let me introduce you as well. Seeing Lin Feng nod, Zhuang Na strode in without caring about the true owner of the villa, Su Chenyan's eyes showing a hint of vigilance. After the 3 returned to the hall, Zhuang Na placed the 2 huge suitcases on the ground and then opened them one by one, saying, these are 20 legendary quality healing potions, and 30 summoning incense sticks. This is paper made from a spirit rune wood. Staves made from spirit rune wood will have the effect of reducing magic consumption, so we made a batch first to see if it meets your requirements. Lin Feng took a slightly yellowed piece of paper handed to him by Zhuang Na, name, spirit rune wood paper quality, epic attributes, reduces writing consumption, extremely tough and not easily destroyed. Note, processed product epic? Lin Feng was slightly surprised. If it was just one piece, it would be fine, but he looked at the stack of papers in the box, at least tens of thousands of them. Zhuang Na said, since we don't know if it meets Mr. Lin's needs, we didn't make too many at once. Here are 1 million sheets. If you need more later, please let me know in advance, and I will arrange for more production immediately. Lin Feng nodded, thank you. Zhuang Na smiled and took out a box from the suitcase, Mr. Lin, please accept this. She didn't open the box but handed it over directly. This is a legendary quality equipment, it should meet Mr. Lin's requirements. Lin Feng opened the box and took out a silver tail ring from it. Name, Silver Moontail Ring Rank. First rank quality, legendary attributes, agility plus 10, constitution plus 5 active effect, increases body reaction speed by 50% for 30 seconds. Passive effect, slightly increases stamina and energy recovery speed, a legendary level equipment, and it's the first rank. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. The spirit rune ancient pen he had before could only be considered a prop. This silver moontail ring was the first equipment he had received, and equipment was different from props. The biggest difference was the usage rank restriction, and at the same time, each piece of equipment would have additional attributes. Zhuang Na explained as Lin Feng accepted the ring. Mr. Lin, equipment that reduces consumption, although not rare, generally requires a third rank to use. We have already collected a set of third rank legendary quality consumption reduction set for you. President O also asked me to convey that if you need it, arrangements can be made for someone to level up with you at any time. Lin Feng shook his head and said, "No need to level up, I don't have time." Zhuang Na's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. "Not talking about leveling up, Mr. Lin, the gallbladder of the evil dragon has already arranged for the pioneering team to brush it, and at the same time, the pioneering bureau is also recruiting other people who can use the dragon subduing 18 palms, but it will take some time. The gallbladder of the evil dragon, as an epic consumable item, is not guaranteed to drop every time you enter a dungeon. Sending out more teams can increase the chances of obtaining the gallbladder of the evil dragon." Su Chenyan on the side heard this and looked a bit strange. The pioneering team mentioned by Zhuang Na just now should be the one her brother Su Yuanfeng is in, without any surprises. Su Chenyan's mouth twitched uncontrollably. "You kept it from me, you went pioneering without telling me. Now, you have to honestly brush the dungeon that has already been successfully pioneered. Give Lin Feng the items." After delivering the items, Zhuang Na did not rush to leave, but instead reported on some recent actions taken by the authorities regarding meridians and internal energy. The professional association has already publicly discussed meridians, and the president of the medical division is organizing physicians and pharmacists to study meridian diagrams and repeatedly watch your book, trying to comprehend internal energy skills. As you mentioned before, the internal energy recovery potion may need to wait until they have internal energy before they can start researching. The Education Bureau has already included the study of meridians as an elective course in universities, and after a trial period, it will become a required course. The military has organized teams to collectively study meridians and repeatedly read your book. Currently, 56 people have comprehended skills, but there are no temporary comprehensions of internal energy skills. The actions of the Professional Association, the Education Bureau, and the Pioneering Bureau, Su Chenyan, who had been paying attention to online news, mentioned before, but the military was unaware. However, this is also a good thing. With the increase in the number of readers and the number of people comprehending skills, Lin Feng's skill level will also increase faster. "Thank you. This is what we should do." After giving the items and explaining the situation, Zhuang Na bowed and took her leave. It wasn't until she drove away that Su Chenyan spoke with some complexity. "I didn't expect the military to take action. It seems that the country still attaches great importance to this matter." Lin Feng smiled and shook his head. "Didn't you say before that the talent development program I was selected for was useless?" Lin Feng tidied up the 2 suitcases on the ground, took out more than 10 incense sticks and handed them to Su Chenyan. "Here are the incense sticks you wanted." Su Chenyan took them, rolled her eyes. "What do you mean you wanted, as if you don't need them?" Lin Feng said as he picked up the 2 suitcases. "I'll go write my book first. I'll practice again when my internal energy is depleted." Su Chenyan nodded, then followed Lin Feng all the way to the second floor room. After Lin Feng entered the room, he turned back with some confusion and asked, "Yan Jia, is there something wrong?" Su Chenyan leaned against the doorway, reached out her hand towards Lin Feng, and gestured with her slender fingers, "Give it to me." "Ha! The manuscript." Lin Feng walked to the desk somewhat speechlessly and handed the newly written manuscript to Su Chenyan. Su Chenyan took the thick stack of manuscripts with satisfaction. "You write the book, I will help you upload the new manuscript." After saying that, she closed the door. Now Su Chenyan seems to have become Lin Feng's assistant, scanning and uploading manuscripts to the novel website. Although not troublesome, it is still somewhat time-consuming and laborious. When Su Chenyan saw it, she took the initiative to take on this task. According to her, "You are wasting time, why not write more, finish writing early, and we can start practicing early." The 2 poems touched each other, and the mysterious feeling of internal force intertwining in their bodies made Su Chenyan somewhat unable to stop. Holding the manuscript, she came to another room. While organizing the manuscript for scanning and uploading, she looked at the latest manuscript. Apart from Lin Feng, she was the most eager to see the latest manuscript on the entire Blue Star. even earlier than the editors of that novel website. However, when she saw a certain description in it, she was stunned because the manuscript was describing Zhou Baodong teaching Xiaolongnu, the left-right mutual combat technique. Su Chenyan muttered to herself, left hand draws a circle, right hand draws a square. Left-right mutual combat technique. She instantly remembered that on the train to Yanjing, Lin Feng had asked her to do this. Left-right mutual combat technique. Is Lin Feng trying to make me comprehend this skill? Su Chenyan concentrated for a long time, then slowly exhaled. After all, she still lacked a bit of feeling. Now, not only has she comprehended the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra, but she has also comprehended the Jade Maiden Sword technique. She already has experience with the mysterious feeling of comprehending skills. She knew that this kind of skill comprehension required not only reading and empathy but also a sudden flash of insight as if a door had been opened. Take it slow. There's no rush with this. Su Chenyan put the manuscript into the scanner and continued scanning and uploading. In the room, Lin Feng laid a slightly yellowed spirit pattern wood paper on the desk, then took out the ancient spirit pattern pen. Just as he was about to write, Lin Feng paused slightly, looked at the pen in his hand and the paper on the desk. I didn't think about it before, but now it seems that this ancient spirit pattern pen is probably made of spirit pattern wood, right? In that case, this spirit pattern wood paper should have some effect. He lightly waved the pen on the paper, and small characters kept appearing on the yellowed paper. Half an hour later, Lin Feng stopped writing and looked with some surprise at the spirit pattern wood paper filled with words. It was effective, and not insignificant, almost catching up with the consumption reduction effect of the ancient spirit pattern pen. It should be noted that the cost-effectiveness of supplements is far from that of consumption reduction. With the help of supplements in recent days, combined with practicing the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra with Su Chenyan, Lin Feng not only accelerated his recovery rate but also increased his internal force limit. The writing speed has also greatly improved. In just about a week, he had written 500,000 words. However, as the word count increased, the consumption, as Lin Feng had expected, also increased. Originally, he could write 100,000 words a day, but now, he could write a maximum of 50,000 words a day. With the addition of the new legendary quality restorative potion and the equipment Silver Moon ancient ring that was sent over, Lin Feng estimated that he could easily write 80 to 90,000 words a day. I feel like I'm about to reach the third stage soon. The more he wrote each day, the more rewards he received from the divine level writing system tasks. Lin Feng has now entered the second stage. Lin Feng, level 24, second stage, occupation, teacher, strength, 61, agility, 60, constitution, 61, spirit, 61, internal force, 220, 320 points of internal force, with 50 points coming from the task reward of passing on the teachings, 100 points from the gallbladder of the evil dragon, and the remaining 60 points from the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra. Now Lin Feng's Jade Maiden Heart Sutra has also reached level 3. And even the quality has changed from common to rare. Internal skill, Jade Maiden Heart Sutra, current quality, rare, potential, legendary. Current level, 3, skill attributes, increase internal energy limit by 60 points, increase all attributes by 8 points, internal energy effect amplification by 11%. Note, with the improvement of quality and level, skill attributes will also increase. It's a pity that no one has comprehended the internal skill until now. Lin Feng felt a little regretful. Then he spread a piece of spirit patterned wood paper on the desk and began writing. Almost there. Write a little more. I estimate that when this book is finished, I will also reach the third level. By then, wearing that legendary set, I should be able to speed up a bit more. The warrior profession, almost there. The next morning, in the bathroom on the first floor of the villa, 2 naked men and women sat cross-legged on either side of a curtain, with Lin Feng and Su Chenyan pressing their palms against each other through the 2 small holes in the curtain. Since acquiring the internal skill, Lin Feng and Su Chenyan discovered that practicing internal skills had perfectly replaced sleep. It even restored their vitality and spirit better than sleep. In addition, with a wisp of smoke rising in the bathroom and the assistance of the incense, their spirits seemed to soar in the universe. However, at that moment, a figure swiftly approached from a distance, and before the person arrived, their voice preceded them, Chenyan. The voice seemed to come from an endless winter, but it carried a hint of joy. A figure dressed in white as snow appeared in the courtyard of the villa, her hair like silver frost in autumn, pure and dazzling white. Her appearance was enchanting and exquisite, exuding a cold and elegant aura. The person was Su Chenyan's mentor, the vice president of Yanjing University, a 6th-level magic swordsman, Nangong Ruo. Chenyan, come out and return to school with me. Nangong Ruo's voice rang out again. At the same time, in the bathroom on the first floor, Su Chenyan's calm mood was suddenly shaken upon hearing Nangong Ruo's voice. and her internal energy began to become chaotic. Lin Feng frowned, injecting his own internal energy into her to help stabilize it, and said, "Stay calm, don't get excited, relax, don't resist. Leave everything to me." Inside the courtyard, Nangong Ruo furrowed her brows slightly. As a 6th level expert, she naturally heard what Lin Feng said in the bathroom just now. A man? Could it be? Su Chenyan is in love? Nangong Ruo didn't oppose Su Chenyan being in love, but what did that just mean? Don't get excited, don't resist? Are they? Nangong Ruo's face turned cold, and she said in a cold voice, "You have 10 minutes. After speaking, she disappeared. In the bathroom, Lin Feng heard this, but he didn't have time to pay attention at the moment. Wave after wave of his internal energy flowed into Su Chenyan's body. Fortunately, they had practiced together many times before, their internal energy attributes were also the same, and with Lin Feng's internal energy much stronger than Su Chenyan's, a few minutes later, under Lin Feng's guidance, Su Chenyan's chaotic internal energy finally calmed down. "Chenyan, are you okay?" Lin Feng asked, opening his eyes. "I'm fine." Su Chenyan's weak exclamation sounded. Although her internal energy had calmed down, the previous chaos left her with no strength at the moment. Especially after Lin Feng withdrew his internal energy, Su Chenyan couldn't even maintain her sitting posture and slumped forward. The two were already close because they were pressing their palms against each other, and the light curtain between them couldn't support Su Chenyan's body at all. In fact, because Su Chenyan fell, the entire curtain was pulled up. Seeing that something was wrong, Lin Feng quickly raised his hand to prevent Su Chenyan from falling directly to the bathroom floor. And then, Lin Feng's internal energy almost became chaotic. This posture, this feeling, this cough. The bathroom fell into silence, and a cold voice sounded again, "Not better yet?" Lin Feng came to his senses, a rare flash of anger in his eyes. "You are." Before he could finish his sentence, Su Chenyan weakly interrupted him. "My mentor. Help me. Up. Help me." Su Chenyan's cheeks were red, but she still had to speak. "Help me put on my clothes." Nangong Ruo waited in the courtyard for more than 10 minutes, and the villa's door finally opened. Seeing Su Chenyan being helped out by a man, Nangong Ruo's forehead twitched. "Chenyan, I don't oppose you dating, but you can't indulge in this kind of lust. And you, why did you push her to this extent?" Lin Feng laughed directly in anger. "I pushed her? Clearly, it was you who pushed her. If you hadn't suddenly interrupted us and disturbed our cultivation, causing Su Chenyan's meridians to be disordered and her internal energy to surge, how could she have become like this?" Nangong Ruo was stunned because she could understand every word Lin Feng said, but when put together, she didn't understand. Cultivation? Meridian disorder? Internal energy surge? What are all these? Su Chenyan grabbed Lin Feng's arm and shook her head. "Don't blame the teacher. It's just that I haven't heard the teacher's voice for a long time, so I got a little excited. And, I'm fine now." After being given a legendary quality recovery potion by Lin Feng, Su Chenyan, who was originally weak due to the excitement of her internal energy, instantly felt much better. "Teacher, this is. Su Chenyan thought for a long time, but couldn't figure out how to introduce Lin Feng. Should she tell her teacher that he is my student? Or perhaps, he is a genius? Oh, Su Chenyan suddenly realized and said, "This is Lin Feng, a genius recently selected for the talent development program of Hua Country." With Nangong Ruo at the 6th level and her position as the vice president of Yenjing University, there was no need to hide anything from her about Lin Feng's situation. Even the list of talent development program participants was not a secret to her. It's just that Nangong Ruo had just come out of the copy and didn't know yet. Talent development program. Nangong Ruo's eyes narrowed, her expression becoming serious. She also looked at Lin Feng carefully and asked, "I misunderstood before, I'm sorry." Those who can be selected for the talent development program naturally have no character issues, otherwise Hua Country would have perished long ago. In this way, it was indeed her own fault before. Seeing her sudden change in attitude and direct apology, Lin Feng didn't know what to say for a moment. Then he heard Nangong Ruo ask, "I don't know what your profession is?" Of course, if it's not convenient to say, you don't have to. Those who can be selected for the talent development program should have a rare legendary profession, right? Nangong Ruo was a little curious. Lin Feng looked at Su Chenyan beside him, then at Nangong Ruo standing in the courtyard, and said, "Teacher." Nangong Ruo was stunned. "A teacher? Is it a new legendary profession? How come I haven't heard of it before?" "Wait, teacher?" Nangong Ruo's originally cold and beautiful face was full of astonishment. "Life profession, teacher?" Su Chenyan on the side showed a somewhat strange smile and said, "Yes, teacher, that teacher." "Teacher, this matter can't be explained in a short while, let's go inside and talk about it." Nangong Ruo looked deeply at Su Chenyan, then nodded, okay. The Education Bureau, the Office of the Director General, was correcting documents when Le Shueishan suddenly picked up the ringing phone. After checking the caller ID, he answered, Nangong, are you out? There's something I need to trouble you with. There will be a new student in your class, and I need you to pay special attention to protect him. You're talking about Lin Feng, right? Nangong Ruo said on the hands-free phone. A slightly surprised voice came from the phone. How did you know? He's sitting right across from me now. Le Shueishan fell silent for a moment, then smiled and said, that's good. I'll leave his safety to you from now on. After hanging up the phone, Nangong Ruo looked at Lin Feng with a complex expression and asked, can you trust me now? Lin Feng nodded. In fact, knowing that Nangong Ruo was Su Chenyan's teacher and the vice president of Yenjing University, he had no doubts that Nangong Ruo would harm him. Su Chenyan, who had been unable to contain herself, sat next to Nangong Ruo as soon as Lin Feng nodded, grabbed her arm, and began to chatter excitedly. From writing books that help readers understand skills, to discussing meridians, and then to inner strength. Nangong Ruo's expression became increasingly astonished. After a while, she stared blankly at the two palm prints on the coffee table and incredulously said, a new energy system. Is this being made public like this? These are chips in the game of mutual influence between countries. Hearing her say this, Lin Feng rarely explained, foreigners can't learn it. Whether it's martial arts techniques or internal skills, they can't learn it. Hearing him say this, Nangong Ruo breathed a sigh of relief. If someone else had said that, she might have doubted it, but since the author of the book said so, she had no reason to doubt it. So, were you practicing internal skills before? Seeing Su Chenyan nod, Nangong Ruo asked, can you show me? Su Chenyan hesitated for a moment, then raised her hand and asked, should I make another palm print? After a period of recovery and the continuous effects of the improved quality recovery potion, Su Chenyan was basically fully recovered by now. No. Nangong Ruo shook her head. As usual, you attack first. In the courtyard, Lin Feng sat at the door, watching the two people in the courtyard with interest. Su Chenyan raised her hand, and a long sword inscribed with runes appeared. Teacher, be careful. Then, she waved her hand and used the Jade Maiden Sword technique skill to attack Nangong Ruo. When the Jade Maiden Sword technique was used in reality, the long sword in hand would emit sword energy with each swing. Combined with the internal strength of the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra, the sword energy seemed to be covered with a layer of frost, and when hit, it would continuously slow down and eventually freeze under the stacked effects. This skill that combined control and attack was already rare and useful. However, she was facing Nangong Ruo, a 6th-rank magic swordmaster. Facing the incoming sword energy, Nangong Ruo did not dodge or evade, but instead raised his hand, and magical power surged, turning into a light screen that directly ended the sword energy. After carefully feeling the effect and power of the sword energy, Nangong Ruo frowned slightly and said, the power is decent, but it's not strong enough. Come again. A few minutes later, Nangong Ruo nodded and said, it's because you just learned the skill. Your level is not high enough, right? Seeing Su Chenyan nod, Nangong Ruo glanced at Lin Feng sitting at the door and said in a serious tone, for epic-level combat professions, internal strength and skills are somewhat helpful, but very limited. However, Nangong Ruo's eyes lit up with a hint of brilliance. If it's something that can be understood through professional life, this is something that can overturn the entire world. Lin Feng did not respond to her, nor did he unleash a move like the dragon-subduing palm he had shown to Xiang Shen before. Instead, he smiled and said to Su Chenyan, Yan Jia, why don't you join in? Ha! Use magic to activate the skills of the magic swordsman, while using internal force to drive the Jade Maiden Sword technique. Lin Feng paused slightly, and said meaningfully, dual-wielding technique. Su Chenyan was stunned for a moment, then took a deep breath. A purple light flashed in her eyes, and countless ice crystals appeared out of thin air by her side, converging into an ice crystal sword. Su Chenyan held the ice crystal sword in her left hand and the runic longsword in her right hand. The scene from the book where Zhou Badong taught Xialong flashed in her mind. Left hand draws a circle, right hand draws a square. Su Chenyan wielded the two swords and attacked Nangong Ruo. At the same time, Lin Feng received a system prompt. Su Chenyan has learned the skill, dual-wielding technique, from your work, The Condor Heroes. System reward, skill, dual-wielding technique. Lin Feng's mouth twitched slightly, success. Passive skill, dual-wielding technique, current quality, common, potential, legendary. Current level, 1, skill attribute, can simultaneously use two types of energy system techniques, consumption increased by 100%, using two attack techniques of the same energy system, consumption increased by 50%. Note, consumption will decrease with quality and level upgrades. After checking the attributes, Lin Feng focused on the battle ahead. Su Chenyan, holding two swords, approached Nangong Ruo. One sword, the ice crystal sword, with rotating ice spikes, slashed down from above towards Nangong Ruo, while the runic longsword pierced directly with a frosty sword aura. Two different attack skills, two different attack angles. For a moment, it seemed as if there were two Su Chenyans attacking Nangong Ruo, but they were still cooperating extremely well. Nangong Ruo's mouth twitched, revealing a very satisfied smile. Then, she raised a cold and sharp longsword, and as the sword appeared, the entire courtyard seemed to enter deep winter. Sitting at the door, Lin Feng shivered and looked surprised at the sword in Nangong Ruo's hand. Did it come with a domain-like sword? It seems that the top experts in this world are even stronger than he imagined. I wonder what it would be like for martial arts professions to reach high levels. In the courtyard, Nangong Ruo lightly waved the long sword she drew, and a thick ice wall suddenly appeared. Su Chenyan's two attacks hit the ice wall, causing several cracks to appear before it burst. Su Chenyan put down the two swords, breathing slightly. Looking at her sword-drawing teacher, she said excitedly, "Teacher, how was that?" Nangong Ruo nodded. "Your progress is much greater than I imagined. This strike has already reached the level of the 4th rank. Su Chenyan was only a 3rd-rank magic swordsman, but due to the emergence of internal force and the dual-wielding technique, she was able to unleash an attack equivalent to the 4th rank. However, it was just one strike, and the consumption was too great. Her magic power was fine, but her internal force was too little to withstand such extravagance." Su Chenyan, hearing Nangong Ruo's words, showed a very happy expression. She then put away the runic longsword and returned to Lin Feng's side, saying with great surprise, "I have learned the dual-wielding technique. Lin Feng, it's a passive skill that can be used by any combat profession. You are amazing." In the living room of the villa, Lin Feng and the other two sat down again. At this moment, Nangong Ruo's gaze towards Lin Feng was completely different, especially after learning about the skill of left-right exchange technique, which is extremely helpful in enhancing combat power, also learned from the book. Nangong Ruo hesitated slightly and asked, "Lin Feng, I wonder how to comprehend this left-right exchange technique?" Even though she is a 6th-level expert, even though she has no internal strength, this left-right exchange technique also greatly enhances her strength. I know. Su Chenyan preemptively said before Lin Feng could speak. "Left hand draws a circle, right hand draws a square." Nangong Ruo was stunned for a moment. Seeing Lin Feng not speaking, she raised her hand and, with 2 fingers on the coffee table, effortlessly drew a circle and a square. Lin Feng's mouth twitched slightly as he watched. Are swordsmen also unreasonable? Is it so simple to multitask? After finishing, Nangong Ruo looked at Su Chenyan with some expectation. "What's next?" Su Chenyan smiled and said, "Then it's time to read a book. Teacher, you can directly read the book The Legend of the Condor Heroes." "No." Lin Feng shook his head and said, "You should start with The Legend of the Eagle-Shooting Heroes." He said to Nangong Ruo, who was looking over, "To comprehend a skill, you must first have a relatively complete worldview. The chances of comprehension will be smaller if you start directly from The Legend of the Condor Heroes." "Understood." Nangong Ruo nodded and said with emotion, "It is truly fortunate for Huagua to have a master like you." Su Chenyan on the side also nodded in agreement. Lin Feng was a bit speechless, but his perception of Nangong Ruo, which was not very good before, was slowly changing now. Principal Nangong is too kind. I wonder if there is anything I can do for Lin Feng? Lin Feng shook his head. At the moment, he is still in the accumulation stage, and the replenishment of various resources in Huagui is already quite generous. Basically, whatever Lin Feng wants, he gets. It's true, you have been selected for the talent development program, so you must not lack resources. Nangong Ruo looked at Su Chenyan and said, "Chenyan, since you have chosen to come back to continue your studies, then get ready. We will go back to school for advancement later." In this era of Blue Star where everyone is involved, whether in life professions or combat professions, they are divided into several stages: 1st stage, 2nd stage, 3rd stage, collectively known as novice professionals, 4th stage, 5th stage are intermediate professionals, 6th stage is advanced professionals, and 7th stage is extremely rare top professionals. Within each stage, as long as the level is reached, automatic promotion occurs. Lin Feng is now at level 24, so he automatically becomes a 2nd stage teacher. However, to cross stages, one needs to complete advancement tasks. Advancing from the 3rd stage to the 4th stage is a transformation from a novice professional to an intermediate professional, and the higher the quality of the profession, the higher the difficulty of advancement. Su Chenyan's swordmaster is a legendary profession specializing in 2 attributes, so the advancement difficulty can be imagined. However, with the help of Nangong Ruo, a 6th level swordmaster, the problem is not big, just a bit time-consuming and laborious. Su Chenyan was stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly. Teacher, it may not be possible today. I just tried it out, and my energy is quickly depleting. Seeing Nangong Ruo's confusion, Su Chenyan explained, the move I just used was assisted by the left-right exchange technique. Although the power of the two attack skills has not weakened, the consumption is extremely high. Nangong Ruo nodded thoughtfully. I see, but it's normal like this. I guess, when the level of the skill called left-right exchange technique is higher, the consumption will also decrease a bit, right? Lin Feng, do we need to hide the information about the left-right exchange technique? Lin Feng decisively shook his head. No need. He smiled and said, whether it's martial arts techniques, internal skills, or even the left-right mutual combat technique, I sincerely hope that more people will learn. Lin Feng's words were extremely sincere. After all, the more people learn, the higher his skill level and quality. It's like automatic training. Who wouldn't want that? Le Shueshan sighed softly, then smiled and said, as a dual attribute epic profession, the difficulty of being a magic swordsman is naturally higher. Nangong, you are still young, you still have time to hone your skills. Speaking of skills, Le Shueshan couldn't help but think of Lin Feng. You called me before, have you met Lin Feng? Do you understand his situation? Seeing Nangong nod, Le Shueshan felt puzzled and sighed. It would have been better if Lin Feng had appeared earlier. Whether it's internal energy or the combat skills of those internal energy systems, they all help to improve combat power. I wonder. It also requires a lot of time to practice. Nangong agreed. Yes, I am ready to start over and carefully read the book written by Lin Feng. Le Shueshan was slightly stunned, frowned, and said, learning these now is indeed a bit of a loss for you. Instead of spending time on this, it's better to continue improving your magic swordsman's professional skills. Moreover, even if you want to learn, you should start with the meridian theory, see if you can comprehend internal skills, and add some attributes. Nangong smiled and said, I asked Su Chenyan, those few points of attributes added by internal skills don't mean much to me. However, today I saw a very special skill. With this skill, I should have no problem clearing the advanced dungeons. Oh? Le Shueshan was stunned, somewhat puzzled, and asked, what skill? Do you also have dragon-like creatures in your advanced dungeons that require the dragon subduing palm to intimidate? In his opinion, even if Nangong comprehended internal energy and some martial arts techniques, the improvement in Nangong strength would be limited, unless he spent time and effort to raise the level of internal skills. But now, Lin Feng didn't tell them how to raise the level of internal skills. Not to mention internal skills, even raising the level of those martial arts techniques is very difficult. In this situation, is there still a skill that can help Nangong clear the advanced dungeons? Nangong smiled and said, Le Zongshu, have you ever heard of the technique of ambidexterity? Le Shueshan opened his mouth, puzzled, and asked, ambidexterity? Nangong no longer kept it a secret, took out a paper with information on the ambidexterity technique, and handed it over. This, Le Shueshan looked at the information on the paper, unbelievably said, is this true? Of course. He raised his head, looked at Nangong very seriously, and said, are you sure? Nangong also replied seriously, I have seen with my own eyes that Su Chenyan, who comprehended the ambidexterity technique, simultaneously used two attack skills. Wow! Le Shueshan took a deep breath. With Nangong's testimony, there was no need for further testing. He looked at the skill information written on the paper, murmured, this is really amazing. Then, he seemed to remember something, put down the paper, picked up his phone, and dialed Lin Feng's number. After the call was connected, he said urgently, I'm sorry to disturb you, Lin Feng. I just saw the information on the ambidexterity technique and want to confirm something with you again. Can people from abroad really not comprehend skills from your book? Yes, I'm sure. Lin Feng's somewhat helpless voice came from the phone. Le Zongshu, rest assured, if someone can comprehend skills from the book, even if he is abroad, deep down, he still considers himself a person of the Huaxia nation. This matter, Lin Feng carefully studied and researched the system repeatedly, and has completely confirmed that only people from Huaxia can comprehend it. Otherwise, at the beginning, Lin Feng would not have let Le Shueshan and the others openly disclose it directly. Upon hearing Lin Feng's affirmation, Le Shueshan breathed a sigh of relief, and then somewhat helplessly said, Lin Feng, why didn't you tell us about this amazing skill of dual cultivation earlier so that we could have prepared early too? Even if I told you, you wouldn't believe it. Le Shueshan heard this and said seriously, Lin Feng, from the moment you were selected for the talent development plan, what you say, we will not only believe, but also unconditionally support and help. In the study on the second floor of the villa, Lin Feng heard this and put down the ancient spirit pen in his hand, with a slight smile on his lips. I see. Then, If nothing unexpected happens, our Huagua will soon have our own profession. Lin Feng's expression was filled with anticipation, something he had been looking forward to since he crossed over to this world. A martial arts dream. He never expected that this dream would come true in this way, in his hands. Soon. Lin Feng said softly, just give me a little more time. On the other end of the phone, Li Shueshen's voice sounded very solemn. Okay. In a certain place in Huagua, a place not publicly disclosed, a powerful force is stationed here. And the purpose is to defend against invasion. The Blue Star era, which has been open to the public, is not as peaceful as imagined. Apart from exploring dungeons, the safety factor is still very high. It is mainly used to level up and collect various materials. But the cracks are different. Not only are there many crises inside, but powerful monsters will occasionally rush out of the cracks. And the force guarding this is the largest crack within Huagua. The force is under the command of the Garrison Command, also known as the military. The director of the Garrison Command, Li, picked up the ringing phone, looked at the caller ID on the phone, and answered, Director Liu. Li Shueshen's voice came from the phone, Director Li, how are the arrangements for the previous matter? I have already informed them. All life support professions in the Garrison Command are required to study meridian theory and read The Legend of the Condor Heroes and The Return of the Condor Heroes to try to comprehend the skills. Of course, the Garrison Command cannot only have combat professions, as some support professions also have significant uses, such as physicians and skill trainers. Only life support professions? Hearing Li Shueshen say this, Li frowned and said, Director Lo, I do not doubt the authenticity of internal energy and that martial arts technique. But, as you mentioned in the information you provided earlier, it is impossible to form effective combat power in a short period of time. Our soldiers in the Garrison Command already need to spend a lot of time training skills, and they really can't spare the time. Moreover, the two energy systems cannot be used interchangeably, so trying to comprehend these is somewhat putting the cart before the horse. Li Shueshen did not refute Li Yi's words, but said in a strange tone, Have you not seen the latest notice from the 6 departments? No. I just finished the training. Ah. Then take a look before you say anything. Li Shueshen coughed lightly, leaving this sentence and then hung up the phone directly. Li Yi was stunned for a moment, then swiped his phone and checked the notification, new skills? Li Yi looked at the text in the notification, his eyes gradually widening, and finally stood up suddenly, as if he thought he might have read it wrong. Li Yi scrolled on his phone, read it again from the beginning, dual cultivation technique? Simultaneously using 2 types of attack skills, even 2 different energy system attack skills? Originally, the internal strength and martial arts skills had already given Li Yi enough shock. Although he did not arrange to study combat professions, he also understood that these 2 things would bring about great changes to the entire Hua country, especially to the professional workers. However, today, seeing this left and right mutual combat technique made Li Yi once again re-evaluate the value of the young man named Lin Feng. If internal strength and martial arts skills are things that can make Hua country rise in the future, then this left and right mutual combat technique is something that can immediately make Hua country stronger now. Li Yi carefully looked at the method to enhance the probability of comprehension, murmuring, left hand draws a circle, right hand draws a square? He put down his phone and shouted, Ida. Yes. A well-proportioned, resolute-faced young man immediately walked into the office. After all training today, add an extra training session. All combat professionals, regardless of status, must participate. Yes. After Ida responded, he quietly looked at Li Yi, the director of the garrison. Then he heard Li Yi say, the training content is, left hand draws a circle, right hand draws a square. Ida was extremely stunned, his mouth wide open. After reflexively shouting yes, he couldn't help but add, huh? What the heck? Li Yi said impatiently, go arrange it, I will also participate in how to train. Yes. Ida suppressed his doubts and left. Li Yi then went to the desk, picked up 2 pens, 1 in each hand, and began to draw simultaneously. After a moment, looking at the crooked and twisted shapes on the paper, Li Yi's mouth twitched slightly. It's harder than he imagined. Practice more now. Otherwise, you'll be laughed at by those guys later. Li Yi picked up the pen and continued to draw. The powerful effect of the left and right mutual combat technique skill, even Li Yi, a 6th-tier professional, was extremely eager to obtain. The Ministry of Education, after hanging up the phone, Li Shueshen did not care about the matters on the garrison side. As long as Li Yi was not a fool, he naturally knew what to do after seeing the notice from the 6th department. Nangong Rua had also left by now, leaving only him in the office. Li Shueshen did not rush to continue dealing with work matters, but unusually took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. His eyes gradually became confused in the smoke. Lin Feng just said, a new profession? A new profession unique to Hua country? A life profession? Or the hero he wrote about in his book? It's just, the new profession is too bizarre. Lu Shueshan didn't disbelieve Lin Feng's words, nor did he rush to convene a meeting of the 6th Department on this matter. The annual job transition ceremony had just passed, and even if there were new professions, it would be a matter for next year. Let's wait and see. For now, the surprises brought by Lin Feng are enough to keep us busy for a while. Lu Shueshan extinguished the cigarette but with his hand, as he said, give him some time. He did not know that the sometime mentioned by Lin Feng and the sometime he thought of were completely different concepts. Lu Shueshan sat down at the desk, opened a document. Lu Shueshan revealed a somewhat strange smile. I didn't expect that by being open about it, there would be unexpected gains. This is also good. Several major powers on the Blue Star, because Hua country suddenly claimed that reading books could lead to skill comprehension, naturally had some reactions, and many countries had already started arranging personnel for experiments. However, after experimenting for a while and finding it useless, they all condemned Hua country. In order to pioneer the new level 70 instance, they actually used such a clumsy strategy to try to divert everyone's attention. Currently on Blue Star, the 7th rank is the top combat power, and the level 70 instance is the highest level instance. Every new level 70 instance is the focus of attention for all powerful countries. Unlike other instances that belong to the country where they appear, level 70 instances are public. This is an agreement reached by all countries. After all, there are not many 7th rank professionals in the entire Blue Star. Your ability to pioneer successfully is your skill. After pioneering successfully, how many times you can clear it is also your skill. Recently, a new level 70 instance has been released, located in the Golden Triangle area. Countries such as Hua, Ing, Y, F, and Sakura, where the 7th ranks of various countries have almost all gathered there, are trying their best to pioneer it. I hope the comprehension difficulty of the left-right mutual combat technique is not so high. Lu Shueshan pondered, if even one of our country's 7th rank experts can comprehend it, it can play a decisive role in pioneering the level 70 instance. Thinking of this, Lu Shueshan couldn't help but pick up the phone again. President O, have you seen the left-right mutual combat technique matter? I have seen it. I have already sent someone to inform Tang Wang and the others. Okay, that's good. Tang Wang is one of the 7th rank experts of Hua country, and now he is in the Golden Triangle. Inside the evil dragon instance, Su Yuanfeng is trying to control the dragon, subduing 18 palms to intimidate the boss, while other team members are also outputting frantically. Having experienced pioneering once before, they seemed much more composed this time. With the final wail of the boss, all team members also breathed a sigh of relief with some exhaustion. After all, it is a level 40 instance, and in order to pursue speed, they have basically not rested these days, but fortunately, they have succeeded. Captain Guan Su reached into the boss's corpse for a long time, and finally found a round object. Got it. Guan Su pulled out the round ball, then he was stunned. He looked at the round ball in his hand with a hint of gold. This was not the gallbladder of the evil dragon. What's wrong? Didn't it come out? Seeing him stunned from a distance, Luo Hong said somewhat regretfully, after all, it's an epic quality item, it's normal not to drop. Captain, you. Captain? Guan Su, as if waking from a dream, raised his head and looked at the other team members, saying with a strange expression, the evil dragon's gallbladder didn't drop, but something even more powerful dropped. When this was said, the remaining team members all gathered around. Guan Su handed over the round ball, and the team members took a look. Wow, awesome. I didn't expect there to be such a thing. Su Yuanfeng looked at them somewhat puzzled, raised his hand and took the round ball from Luo Hong to examine it. Item, Evil Dragon Inner Dan, Level, 49, Quality, Legendary, Function. After taking it, there is a chance to generate internal force. Note, monster inner dantions usually contain strong toxins. Use with caution if not processed. Yanjing, Xiaojin Manor, inside the villa, Lin Feng and Su Chenyan, who had just finished their cultivation, walked out of the bathroom. Lin Feng, I may be gone for half a month this time. Su Chenyan explained hesitantly. Advancing requires going to specific advanced instances, which takes some time. Is it safe? Su Chenyan showed a confident smile. I have a good grasp of it, not to mention I now have internal force and the left-right mutual combat technique. That's good. Go ahead, stay safe. Lin Feng seemed to think of something and said, I'll move out later too. Su Chenyan was stunned for a moment, frowned and looked at Lin Feng. Why move out? Lin Feng helplessly spread his hands. You're not here. It's not good for me to stay here alone. Su Chenyan raised an eyebrow. What's wrong with that? The house is empty anyway. Seeing Lin Feng not saying anything, Su Chenyan suddenly felt a bit uncomfortable. As you wish, she said in a slightly cold tone, then turned and walked towards the door. Oh, I bought a house. Su Chenyan opened the door with her hand raised. Without looking back, she said, "Oh, congratulations." She had helped Lin Feng upload the manuscript of The Condor Heroes before, so she naturally knew how high Lin Feng's current manuscript fee was. A house was really not a big deal for him. "Oh, it's next door." Su Chenyan had already stepped out of the door. She paused, turned her head with a hint of doubt to look at Lin Feng. Lin Feng's mouth lifted, took big steps towards Su Chenyan, grabbed her arm, and pulled her out of the villa's courtyard. Su Chenyan, feeling a bit confused, was led by Lin Feng for a few minutes until they reached the villa next door. Lin Feng pointed to the house and smiled. "Here it is." "Ah." Su Chenyan's small mouth opened slightly, then she reacted, her cheeks blushing slightly. She softly said, "Oh." Lin Feng walked into the yard, took out a key from a file bag that had been placed inside for a long time, and handed it to Su Chenyan. "Go ahead." "Ha?" Su Chenyan took the key blankly, feeling a bit at a loss. "Aren't you going to advance?" Lin Feng pointed to the house behind him, smiling. "Go. I'll wait for you to come back and practice." In the morning light, the young man's eyes shimmered with brilliance, like a star falling into the mortal world, warm and dazzling. Su Chenyan's heart was gently stirred, causing ripples to rise. Lin Feng's villa, which was basically the same layout as Su Chenyan's, although Lin Feng had rarely left the house before, now buying a house was just a matter of a phone call. Zhuang now would help him handle everything properly. Originally, Lin Feng didn't even need money, but he insisted on paying. Now, worldly money didn't mean much to him. Moreover, buying a house with his own money had a different meaning. Lin Feng walked into the villa, looked around. This was his first house in 2 lifetimes. Or rather, it was his home now. This unprecedented feeling also made Lin Feng feel a stronger sense of belonging to the Blue Star and the Hua country. After putting away the things he had brought from Su Chenyan, Lin Feng went to the study, laid out the spirit pattern paper, and was about to start writing when his phone suddenly rang. Lin Feng glanced at the caller ID and answered, "Director Xiang?" The voice of Xiang, the director of the Nanhu Province Account Opening Bureau, came from the phone. "Lin Feng, have you seen the information I sent you before? The Evil Dragon Instance Dungeon has dropped some good stuff." Evil Dragon Instance Dungeon? Lin Feng was stunned for a moment, then scrolled through his phone to find the information Xiang had sent him before. "Inner Dan? Yes, I'll arrange for someone to bring it to you later, but the journey is a bit far, it probably won't arrive until tomorrow." "Director Xiang, it's not necessary." Lin Feng looked at the attributes of the Evil Dragon Inner Dan. He now had internal strength too, but this thing was not very useful to him. "Ha?" Xiang was stunned for a moment, then explained, "Lin Feng, we are currently clearing the Evil Dragon Instance Dungeon. It was arranged by the Hua country. As mentioned earlier, any props or equipment related to internal force obtained from the copy will be directly handed over to you." Lin Feng smiled and refused. "Director Xiang, you know that I have internal force, so these things are not very useful to me." He had a thought and asked, "Is it from the previous team that opened up the wilderness?" "Yes." "Then just give it directly to Su Yuanfeng. Maybe he can take this opportunity to comprehend internal skills." Xiang Shen hesitated a bit. Is it appropriate? Didn't you say it belongs to me?" Lin Feng smiled and said, "Then please ask Director Xiang to help me give it to him." "All right, Director Xiang, if there's nothing else, I need to write a book." Hanging up the phone, Lin Feng threw his phone aside. If Yin Jie's brother can comprehend internal skills with this opportunity, it's not bad. In that case, I can also have one more internal skill. As for the evil Jiao Inner Dan, it probably won't have much effect if he uses it himself, but if given to Su Yuanfeng, maybe he could gain another internal skill. In this way, why not do it? The Nanhu Province Wilderness Development Bureau. Xiang Shen hung up the phone, returned to the rest area, and directly threw the evil Jiao Inner Dan in his hand towards Su Yuanfeng, who was resting on the sofa. Su Yuanfeng caught the Inner Dan with a start, then smiled bitterly. "Director, you're not going to make me deliver it, right?" On the side, Luo Hong laughed. "Business trip on public expense, how nice. You can also visit your sister and brother-in-law." Su Yuanfeng raised his hand and gave Luo Hong a slap, making him yelp. Xiang Shen shook his head and sighed. "I'm not asking you to go, it's this thing, your brother-in-law." "Ah." Lin Feng said, "It's for you." For me?" Su Yuanfeng was extremely surprised, and the others in the rest area were equally astonished, but Luo Hong's expression was somewhat strange. Indeed, having a sister is good. Yes. After Xiang Shen confirmed, Su Yuanfeng took a deep breath, looked at the Inner Dan in his hand, and was about to put it in his mouth. "Wait a minute." Luo Hong acted quickly and directly knocked the Inner Dan away with a finger snap. "Brother, didn't you read the introduction? This Inner Dan is highly toxic. If you want to eat it, prepare some antidote first." Su Yuanfeng picked up the Inner Dan, shook his head. "No need, I'm immune. I learned a passive skill of immunity to toxins before, and by chance, I practiced it to a high level. Su Yuanfeng's expression was somewhat complicated. The immunity to toxins skill came from his deceased parents and Su Chenyan. After explaining, Su Yuanfeng picked up the inner Dan and put it in his mouth. The inner Dan, which was originally thought to be difficult to swallow, melted in his mouth, but the liquid turned out to be like burning liquor, extremely hot. The skin all over Su Yuanfeng's body visibly turned red, and even wisps of heat rose. Seeing Su Yuanfeng suddenly turning into a cooked shrimp, Xiangshan hurriedly said, "Recall the meridians theory, think about the skills related to internal power in novels." He had asked Lin Feng before about comprehending internal power, so he had some understanding. Su Yuanfeng nodded, and somewhat laboriously followed the instructions in the novel, sitting cross-legged, then closed his eyes and concentrated. The diagrams of meridians and the paths of the burning snake-like energy in his body flashed in his mind. Gradually, the meridians in his mind corresponded to the paths of the burning snake. Even Su Yuanfeng had a feeling that he could control the little snake. Comprehended internal skill, golden goose skill. With the appearance of the prompt, the scorching little snake inside Su Yuanfeng slowly dissipated, replaced by a gentle and mellow internal force. After circulating through the meridians in the body, it slowly returned to the dantian. Su Yuanfeng opened his eyes, an indescribable brilliance flashed by. He excitedly got up, raised his hand and struck outside the door. Descending Dragon 18 palms. The golden dragon-shaped internal force, accompanied by a crisp dragon chant, surged out from his palm. Under his control, the dragon-shaped internal force did not rush out of the door, but kept hovering in the air above the room, and finally dissipated slowly according to his will. Looking deeply at this scene, which was almost the same as the one Lin Feng demonstrated in Yanjing before, he muttered, "Have you comprehended it?" In Yanjing, Lin Feng, who was writing a book, suddenly stopped writing, feeling a sudden surge of internal force in his body. Lin Feng quickly checked the system prompt. Su Yuanfeng has comprehended the internal skill, golden goose skill, from your work, The Legend of the Condor Heroes. System reward, internal skill, golden goose skill. It really succeeded. Lin Feng checked the attributes of golden goose skill, internal skill, golden goose skill, current quality, ordinary, potential, epic. Current level 1, skill attributes, increase internal force value limit by 30 points, increase agility by 10 points, strength by 2 points, constitution by 2 points, spirit by 2 points, amplify light skill type skills by 50%. Note, with the improvement of quality and level, skill attributes will also increase. Amplify light skill? Lin Feng was slightly stunned, but then he realized that, in fact, the golden goose skill could indeed be considered a light skill, but with a strong auxiliary effect on internal force. However, it seemed to be directly classified as an internal skill here. It just increases the internal force limit a little less, but it can still be used. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction, then found out. His internal force limit had just reached 250. His mouth twitched slightly. Lin Feng picked up the spiritual pattern ancient pen and continued writing on the spiritual pattern paper. In the Sakura country, the head of the intelligence group, Inamura Yuichi, looked at the subordinate kneeling in front of him with an unpleasant expression. Baga. It's been so long, and no one has comprehended a skill? Nakane Yuka explained somewhat helplessly, "Leader, the people I arranged have watched The Legend of the Condor Heroes and The Return of the Condor Heroes over and over again. Even according to the descriptions in the books, they have tried various methods, but still no one has comprehended it." After a moment of silence, Inamura Yuichi suddenly spoke, "How did you show it to them?" Nakane Yuka was taken aback and said, "Of course, I showed them the translated version." Idiot! Inamura Yuichi slammed the table fiercely with his hand, and the wooden table instantly shattered into countless pieces. "Do you understand by reading the original text?" "Yes. Yes." After hesitating for a moment, Nakane Yuka gritted his teeth and said, "Leader, we don't have that many team members who understand Chinese." Inamura Yuichi took a deep breath, then angrily said, "Can't you recruit them? In our entire Sakura country, can't we even gather 10,000 people who understand Chinese?" "Lu, leader, won't this be exposed?" "Exposed? Exposed to what?" At this point, why hide anything? Inamura Yuichi forcibly suppressed the urge to strangle Nakane Yuka, waved his hand, and said, "Do as I say. Get out." After Nakane Yuka left for a long time, Inamura Yuichi remained silent for a long time before calming down. He picked up a report from the fragments of the wooden desk and read it again. Internal force, meridians, skills. What exactly do the people of Hua country want to do? Similarly puzzled, not only him, but also the major powers on the entire Blue Star, are a bit confused about the sudden operation of the Hua country. Can skills be learned just by reading books? And they are promoting that meridian theory in a big way. Could it be that this thing called inner strength really exists? Eagle sauce. In a very spacious underground laboratory, the president Said Ellerkuni frowned and said to the head of the laboratory, "Any progress?" The head of the laboratory shrugged and said, "Aide, I feel that the so-called skill comprehension from the book is just a joke from Hua country. There are 200 people who understand Chinese here, and they have been reading those 2 books for 10 days as per your instructions. And that meridian diagram, they can almost draw it directly. However, no one has comprehended the skills." The head of the laboratory said helplessly, "Aide, I think the experiment should end here. I have also read those reports. Even if skills can be comprehended, they are just useless skills. And, how could this new energy system called inner strength be possible?" The president Said Ellerkuni pondered for a while, and finally nodded helplessly. "Okay, let's pause the experiment for now." After that, he turned and walked away. After more than 10 days of experiments with no results, if it continues, he will be held accountable, and now he also suspects that this is just a conspiracy of Hua country, a diversionary conspiracy. What's the point of doing this? Will our focus and investment in the level 70 instance decrease because of this? Ellerkuni shook his head in confusion. Golden Triangle, deep in a forest, stands a huge stone monument, and behind the stone monument is a light curtain. Here is the latest level 70 instance that has appeared, the Divine Botanical Garden. This originally uninhabited tropical rainforest has become very lively due to the appearance of the instance. The current world situation is mainly based on peace and stability, coupled with long-standing rules. The level 70 instance is public. If you have the ability, you can successfully clear it and farm it multiple times. An instance can easily accommodate dozens of teams clearing it at the same time. Of course, the higher the instance level, the longer the duration, but the fewer times it can be cleared. Compared to low-level instances that can be cleared tens of thousands of times or more, this level 70 instance, the Divine Botanical Garden, can only be cleared 100 times. Before the instance, many people gathered, not only the 7th tier strong, but also logistics personnel, professional medical staff, and many intelligence personnel from various countries. "Someone is coming out," a logistics personnel from Eagle Sauce shouted. The light curtain at the entrance of the instance flickered with a faint light, and then a group of 5 people walked out of the instance, led by an old man with a somewhat dusty face, who did not look like a 7th tier master, but more like a scavenging old man. He is Tang Wang, the 7th tier master of Hua country. His appearance did not invite any ridicule. Surviving a 7th tier instance is already good enough, and anyone who comes out looks dusty. Not to mention he seems to be uninjured. After coming out, Tang Wang first glanced at the stone monument standing at the entrance of the instance. Hua country, 10 days 3 hours and 15 minutes, not cleared. Eagle Sauce, 5 days 20 hours and 6 minutes, inside the instance. Sakura, 9 days 5 hours and 59 minutes, inside the instance. Sakura hasn't come out yet? Tang Wang showed a somewhat gloating expression. "I hope they die in there." Behind him, a tall and thin man said helplessly, "Tang Wang, hurry back to the camp, otherwise I don't know if the people of Sakura will live or die. But I'm about to die." Just then, a stream of light rushed towards them from a distance, and in front of everyone's eyes, it landed directly in front of Tang Wang. Fu Yan looked around and then said softly, "Tang Wang, there is something going on in the country that I need to tell you about." Tang Wang frowned, wasted no time, and quickly returned to the camp with his group. "What happened?" Tang Wang asked with a frown, but Fu Yan remained silent. He took out 2 thick books and a document from his pocket. After scanning the document, Tang Wang's pupils contracted, and he said in a serious tone, "The art of mutual destruction? Is it real?" Fu Yan nodded and said, "I came all this way just to make sure you believe it." He then pointed to the 2 thick books. "Here are The Legend of the Condor Heroes and The Return of the Condor Heroes." Tang Wang, the author, said that to increase the chance of comprehension, you must first believe that the world in the book is real. Then, you must empathize. You may not be able to empathize with Xiaolongnu, but you can try with Zhou Badong. After leaving behind these strange words, Fu Yan walked away. Tang Wang looked thoughtfully at the records in the document and murmured, "Zhou Badong? Let's give it a try." Tang Wang put down the document, took 2 branches, and started drawing on the ground in the camp. He drew circles with his left hand and squares with his right hand. After a moment, looking at the slightly crooked shapes on the ground, Tang Wang took a deep breath and his expression became serious. This time in the instance dungeon, the other several 7th tier individuals had all suffered some injuries to varying degrees, but he, relying on his strong physique, was unscathed. Feeling a bit bored, he decided to practice more. Several hours later, Tang Wang looked at the perfectly drawn circles and squares on the ground, nodded in satisfaction, and then picked up the book titled The Legend of the Condor Heroes that was lying nearby and started reading it. Has the Hua Kingdom given up? Before the instance dungeon, a Sakura person looked strangely at the Hua Kingdom's camp. It had been 3 days since the people of Hua Kingdom came out of the dungeon. Normally, after resting and healing for 2 to 3 days, they would continue exploring, but today was the 3rd day, and there was no movement at all from the Hua Kingdom's camp. Who knows, maybe they were too seriously injured last time. Last time when they came out, they didn't seem to be missing any limbs. It's better if they give up. The first clear of this dungeon will definitely belong to our Jiang. Oh, someone is coming out. Dozens of people stationed in front of the dungeon all looked towards the direction of the Hua Kingdom's camp, only to see a sturdy old man in plainclothes walking out. It was Tang Wang, the 7th-tier powerhouse of the Hua Kingdom. He held a book in his left hand, occasionally flipping through the pages with his right hand, looking extremely focused, as he read and walked towards the dungeon. In the puzzled gazes of everyone, Tang Wang walked up to the stone stele of the dungeon, glanced at it, said nothing, and then turned and walked away. It wasn't until he entered the Hua Kingdom's camp that the people from various countries in front of the stone stele looked at each other and said, Tang Wang, what is he doing? Maybe he came to take a look at the records? Is it necessary for him to come in person to do that? I guess he's here to prove that he's not injured. In the crowd, a Sakura intelligence officer seemed to remember something and raised an eyebrow. What book was he holding just now? His companion frowned and responded, the cover seemed to be a blank page. Did you see what was written on it? The text was so small, and from such a distance, how could you read it clearly? Besides, I can understand some Hua language, but I don't know many Hua characters. Because of the Tang King's matter, everyone discussed it for a long time and couldn't figure it out, so they finally calmed down. However, at this moment, the Tang King, with an indifferent attitude towards his relatives, walked out of the Hua Kingdom camp. This time, his posture changed. Previously, he held the book in his hands, but now he held the book up with one hand while the other hand occasionally flipped a page. And most importantly, the previously blank white cover now had some large words written on it, afraid that others might not see them. Among them were the Chinese characters and the English words divine sculpture. The intelligence officer from the Sakura Kingdom watched as the Tang King leisurely walked from the camp to the stone stele, glanced at the stele, and then walked back to the camp. Divine sculpture. Statue of God? What does that mean? Not only the intelligence officer from the Sakura Kingdom was confused, but also those from other countries. The intelligence officer from the Eagle Sauce directly took out his phone to start sending messages. Inside the Hua Kingdom camp, the camp's chief, Wen Yuanzhang, felt a bit embarrassed when he saw the Tang King coming in. Elder Tang, there seems to be a mistake. The Tang King was stunned and asked, what's wrong? It's a translation error. Divine Eagle might be more appropriate. After saying that, he took the book handed over by the Tang King, took out a pen, and drew a diagonal line on divine sculpture, then wrote Divine Eagle below it. The Tang King, who didn't understand English, took it back indifferently, then held up the book again, ready to go out for a stroll. Tang Lao, what are you doing? Huagua's 7th-tier strongman Ning Yan, who had just finished treatment, saw the Tang King's strange appearance and couldn't help but ask curiously. The Tang King left a word empathy without looking back and walked out of the camp. When Yuanzhang explained with a somewhat strange smile, Elder Ning, this is considered performance art, or cosplay? Cosplay? Ning Yan looked even more puzzled. It means role-playing, so, what role is Tang Lao playing? When Yuanzhang smirked and said, Zhou Badong. Outside the camp, as the Tang King appeared again, various intelligence officers looked at the crossed-out divine sculpture and the clearly newly written Divine Eagle, completely puzzled. Inside the Hua Kingdom camp, after Ning Yan heard Wen Yuanzhang's explanation, she asked incredulously, using 2 attack skills at the same time? And no side effects? When Yuanzhang nodded, it's not without any side effects, the consumption has increased. What kind of side effect is that? Ning Yan took the left and right mutual combat technique practice guide published by the Ministry of Education. Although it was called a practice guide, it was just a few words. After quickly scanning through it, Ning Yan raised her hand and picked up 2 twigs, drawing a circle with her left hand and a square with her right hand. Soon, 2 very regular shapes appeared on the ground. After throwing away the twigs, Ning Yan said, it seems not difficult? Seeing her draw so neatly on her first try, when Yuanjing couldn't help but smile bitterly. Tang Lao practiced for a whole day before he could draw it. And I've been drawing for 3 days now, and I still can't draw as neatly as Elder Ning. When Yuanjing handed over 2 thick books without covers, these are the 2 books, The Legend of the Condor Heroes and The Return of the Condor Heroes. Call me next time when you're exploring. With that, Ning Yan took the 2 books and walked towards her resting room. When Yuanzhang sighed, I'm afraid it won't be possible to open up the land in a short time. Since the appearance of the left and right mutual combat technique, there is no rush to open up the land, as sharpening the knife does not delay the chopping of firewood. If any of the 5 level 7 powerhouses can comprehend this left and right mutual combat technique, there is hope for opening up the land. If 2 or 3 people can do it, then the 70th level instance Divine Botanical Garden can definitely be conquered. 2 days later, the light curtain at the entrance of the instance flickered, and Eagle Sauce's 5 level 7 powerhouses successively walked out of the instance. The leader, Steve Rogers, turned to look at the steel. No one had cleared it, and he breathed a sigh of relief. However, he was taken aback when he saw that the team from Hua country was not in the instance. Shouldn't they have come out early? Just as Steve Rogers was about to ask in confusion, an old man holding a book walked slowly towards the entrance of the instance with an indifferent attitude towards everyone. Tang Wang. Steve Rogers narrowed his eyes and asked in a deep voice in Chinese, "What, did your Hua country give up on opening up this instance?" Tang Wang withdrew his gaze from the book, glanced at him, and replied, "None of your business." He then turned back to the book, and in front of Eagle Sauce's 5 level 7 powerhouses, walked to the steel, glanced at it, clicked his tongue twice, then turned around and continued to walk towards the Hua country camp with an indifferent attitude, following Eagle Sauce's team. This series of actions left the just out of the instance Eagle Sauce team a bit confused. Steve Rogers frowned at Tang Wang, then noticed the prominent English on the cover of the book he was holding. Divine Eagle? Tang Wang stopped in his tracks, looked at him disdainfully, and said, "Are you uncultured? This is Divine Eagle." Without waiting for Steve Rogers, he walked into the camp holding the book. Steve Rogers clenched his fists suddenly. How could this veteran level 7 from Hua country suddenly act so abnormally? Has he gone crazy? Mr. Steve. Eagle Sauce's staff approached and greeted. "Do you need treatment?" Steve Rogers shook his head, pointed in the direction of the Hua country camp, and asked, "What is Tang Wang doing? Is he out of his mind?" Mr. Steve, let's go back to the camp and talk. 10 minutes later, at the Eagle Sauce camp, after listening to the briefing from the intelligence personnel, Steve Rogers frowned and said, "Can you learn skills just by reading a book? How is that possible?" "Yes, Mr. Steve, we also think it's just a joke from Hua country." Wait. Steve Rogers remembered the book Tang Wang was holding. The book that can teach skills to the reader is called Divine Eagle? More accurately, it's Divine Eagle. The intelligence officer added in Chinese with a clear tone. The author of The Legend of the Condor Heroes and The Return of the Condor Heroes, one author's 2 books, with The Legend of the Condor Heroes already completed in over 900,000 words. Have you arranged for anyone to experiment? Experiments were conducted, but there was no effect when brought back, so they were stopped later. Steve Rogers furrowed his brow. "I don't think this is a joke." Tang Wang, a level 7 powerhouse, would not stoop to joking around. The intelligence officer smiled bitterly. 2 days ago, when Tang Wang first walked out of the camp holding the book, I thought the same. But in these 2 days, Tang Wang has almost been waving the book in front of us every hour. It's as if he got something good and can't help but show off in front of everyone like a child. Seeing Steve's expression gradually bewildered, the intelligence personnel shrugged and said, "Now the staff bureau over there is analyzing. This is a conspiracy of the Hua Kingdom, not hesitating to cooperate with the conspiracy of the Tang King, a 7th-order powerhouse. The purpose? Probably to waste our energy and divert our attention." Steve frowned again, feeling that things should not be so simple, but, for a while, he didn't know what the purpose of the Hua Kingdom was. Inside the Hua Kingdom camp, including Ning Yan, 7th-order powerhouses gathered, watching Tang Wang walking in with a book. Ning Yan spoke, "Tang Lao, it's been 3 days. Why don't we enter the instance first?" Beside her, a burly bald man grinned and said, "Lao Tang, don't bother with that broken book." The bald man is called He Zhang, also a 7th-order powerhouse of the Hua Kingdom. Tang Wang said impatiently, "What do you know? Why wouldn't I know?" He Zhang smiled and said, "You empathize with Zhou Badong, wanting to be an old naughty boy. I have no objection. But there's no need to wander outside every day. I've read that book, wanting to comprehend the art of mutual exchange. Why don't you just let your left hand and right hand fight directly?" With these words, Tang Wang was stunned, then he directly threw the book in his hand aside, raised both hands, and muttered somewhat confusedly, "I'll just fight with my left and right hands directly." After saying that, his hands really started waving in front of his chest, at a very fast speed, making a sound of collisions. He Zhang sighed helplessly, "You are practicing what's written in the book. You've gone astray, haven't you?" Before he finished speaking, Tang Wang's movements stopped, the confusion in his eyes disappeared, and he said with great joy, "Damn, I've comprehended it. With this statement, the other four present were all stunned. He Zhang opened his mouth, wanting to say "don't tease me," but ultimately didn't say it. Ning Yan said solemnly on the side, "Tang Lao, this is no joking matter." Tang Wang didn't waste words either, raised both hands and struck towards Ning Yan and He Zhang at the same time. However, he used different skills. Yanjing, Xiaojin manner, inside the villa, Lin Feng wrote on the paper. End of the book. This book, The Condor Heroes, has finally been completed. After Lin Feng uploaded the final ending of The Condor Heroes to the novel website, the system prompt appeared again. System prompt: congratulations to the host for completing the second martial arts work. Task: propagate and inherit. Phase 2 update. Current progress 2 of 3. Continue to create long martial arts novels and improve the martial arts worldview. System prompt: successfully published the new 10,000 word work, The Condor Heroes, received 10,000 experience points. Finally reached the third level. Lin Feng sighed, not knowing that his speed of advancement was terrifyingly shocking. You know, it's only been about a month since the job change ceremony, and under normal circumstances, those who have just changed jobs, when they enter university, are still at the first level, and the third level. That's the graduation standard. Only high-demanding institutions like Yanjing University would have a requirement for graduation at the fourth level. After finishing The Condor Heroes, Lin Feng didn't rush to write the third book immediately, but checked the previous system upgrades. Countless messages of comprehension skills flashed by. Lin Feng sighed slightly. Still no one comprehended internal skills, but quite a few have comprehended the art of mutual exchange. Lin Feng looked at the names of the latest people who comprehended the art of mutual exchange, furrowing his brows slightly. Tang Gosheng? Lin Feng's mouth twitched slightly. What the heck? What era is this? There are still people called Dog Shang. Feeling a bit speechless, Lin Feng checked his current attributes. Lin Feng, level 31, third tier, occupation, teacher, strength, 90, agility, 103, constitution, 91, spirit, 91, internal force, 255. Internal force does not increase with level. The 5-point increase in limit comes from the improvement of internal skill level. Even though Su Chenyan is not around, Lin Feng can still cultivate on his own. After all, in addition to the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra, Lin Feng also obtained the Golden Goose skill through Su Yuanfeng's comprehension. Internal skill, Golden Goose skill, current quality, normal, potential, legendary. Current level, 2, skill attributes, increase internal force limit by 35 points, increase agility by 15 points, strength by 3 points, constitution by 3 points, spirit by 3 points, amplify light skill type skills by 50%. Note, skill attributes will also increase with quality and level improvement. Apart from internal skills and martial arts techniques, 2 other key skills have also changed. Textbook, 2/5, occupational skill, textbook, can set a self-written textbook as a textbook, improve reading and learning efficiency. Increase the chance of comprehension skills. Special passive skill, teacher, readers who comprehend skills through your work will automatically learn that skill. The more people comprehend, the higher the skill level and quality. Increase the chance of comprehension skills. The textbook limit has become 5, which did not surprise Lin Feng, but the additional increase the chance of comprehension skills attribute in the textbook skill and teacher skill made Lin Feng somewhat surprised and exclaimed, "This is a good thing." However, just as Lin Feng was marveling, the effect of this attribute came out. System prompt: Ning Yan comprehended the skill left and right attack technique from your work The Condor Heroes. System reward: left and right attack technique skill experience plus 1000. Ning Yan? This name seems familiar. However, this seems to be just the beginning. Countless prompts for comprehending skills kept flashing, forcing Lin Feng to control his mind and block them directly, but he felt a somewhat strange internal force suddenly appearing in his body. Damn! Lin Feng was stunned for a moment, and checked the system prompts again. From the sudden influx of numerous prompts, he found the comprehension prompt for internal skills. System prompt: Xiegun comprehended the internal skill 9 manual from your work The Shooting Heroes. System reward: internal skill 9 manual. Talented. Lin Feng's eyes lit up slightly. Although this Xiegun was the third to comprehend an internal skill, the first 2 relied on external forces. Su Chenyan did it out of absolute trust in Lin Feng and directly reading the manuscript written by Lin Feng. The manuscript set as a textbook and the electronic version naturally have some differences in the effect of comprehending skills, but Lin Feng did not want to lend the manuscript to others. This kind of thing written stroke by stroke must be well preserved. As for the second person to comprehend skills, Su Yuanfeng, he relied on the effect of the evil dragon inner Dan, which had a chance to give people internal force. But this Xiegun almost entirely relied on his own strength. However, among them, there should still be a reason for reaching the third tier. the attributes of increased comprehension chance in the textbook and teacher skills. It seems that after reaching the third tier, more people will gradually comprehend internal skills. After another sigh, Lin Feng checked the attributes of the famous 9-in manual. Internal skill, 9-in manual, current quality, normal, potential, legendary. Current level, 1, skill attributes, increase internal energy limit by 70 points, increase all attributes by 10 points, amplify all martial arts techniques by 30%, amplify internal energy by 10%. Note, with the improvement of quality and level, skill attributes will also increase. Truly worthy of the 9-in manual, Lin Feng exclaimed, feeling that these attributes completely outclassed the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra and Golden Goose skill. The 9-in manual focuses on techniques, hence the amplification of technique skills. As for the 9-yang manual, which focuses on internal energy, or the 9-yang divine skill, it's unclear how much internal energy it can increase. Dismissing the system prompts about comprehending skills, Lin Feng stretched lazily, a smile playing on his lips. I wonder if chaos has already broken out outside? With so many people suddenly comprehending skills, it must be quite lively. However, Lin Feng returned to his bedroom, threw himself onto the soft bed, decided not to recover his vitality and spirit through cultivation today, and also not to continue writing his book. Let's just have a good sleep first. In the level 70 instance, the Divine Botanical Garden, Tang Wang watched as Ning Yan, who suddenly unleashed a powerful attack that instantly killed an elite tree person, and said in astonishment, "You comprehended the left-right mutual combat technique?" The absolute powerful attack skills Ning Yan displayed just now were truly remarkable. Ning Yan nodded with great excitement. Yes, Tang Lao, I comprehended the left-right mutual combat technique. Tang Wang was speechless. He had pretended to be crazy and acted foolish, forcibly immersing himself in the mindset of Zhou Badong, the old imp, for so many days, only to finally comprehend it while controlling his hands to fight each other. And Ning Yan, without doing anything, just comprehended it? Great! He Hanjing chuckled and rubbed his bald head. Since that's the case, why should we continue to play it safe? He pointed directly at the giant tree in the center of the instance. Let's just chop it down. Tang Wang took a deep breath, weighing the pros and cons in his mind as he looked at the towering tree. They had already come to this instance 4 or 5 times. They were very experienced with this boss. The boss wasn't difficult, but the challenge was that when it was injured to a certain extent, it would call for reinforcements. At that time, all the monsters in the instance would attack. This was something they could handle. Moreover, the boss had tough skin and was hard to kill quickly. Previously, their strategy was to first try to clear out the other monsters in the instance, but this was obviously very time-consuming and laborious. They had previously exhausted themselves in endless clearing and had to exit the instance due to fatigue. Now, both he and Ning Yan had the left-right mutual combat technique, so they could really give it a try. Tang Wang gritted his teeth. Let's do it. Then he charged towards the boss. The other 4 7th-tier players, seeing this, also followed him with excitement. Outside the instance, the 5 7th-tier players of Team Eagle were ready. As the captain, Steve Rogers glanced at the stone tablet in front of the instance. Hua Country, 2 days 1 hour, in the instance, a group of 7th-tier powerhouses actually playing childish tricks. 2 days ago, the team from Hua Country entered the instance, undoubtedly confirming Team Eagle's thoughts. Alright, Captain, don't dwell on it. Don't let those guys from Hua Country outdo us. The first completion of this level 70 instance will definitely belong to our great Team Eagle. Steve Rogers also nodded confidently, that's for sure. After saying that, he walked forward, but just as he was about to enter the instance, the light screen in front of him emitted a burst of light. Steve Rogers frowned and took a few steps back. Someone was about to exit the instance. At this time, there is no way to get in. But who will be at this time? Steve Rogers turned his head to look at the stone tablet. Cherry blossoms? They just entered not long ago. Country Y? Country F? They have not even been in for 10 days. Just as Steve Rogers frowned, a cry came from beside him. Oh, shit, Hua Country. Steve Rogers was stunned, looked up, and saw that the top line of text had changed at some point. Hua Country, 2 days and 1 hour, cleared the level. Cleared the level? How is that possible? Steve Rogers was stunned, and the countless staff and intelligence personnel from various countries in front of the instance were also stunned. Hua Country cleared the level? Heavens, what happened? It's impossible to clear the instance in 2 days? How did they manage to clear out so many plant-based monsters in the instance in just 2 days? Could it be that they killed the boss in one shot? Even the strongest firepower team like Team Ing Sauce couldn't do it. How could Hua Country do it? Then how did they clear the level? In the crowd, when Yuanzhang, the head of the Hua country camp, looked at the scene, clenched his fist fiercely, then took out a walkie-talkie and called out, "Late stage, guards, assemble. Welcome Tang Lao and the others out of the instance." In the next moment, more than 10 Hua country professionals rushed out of the camp and waited at the entrance of the instance. Steve Rogers glanced at Wen Yuanzhang, who was not far away, and suddenly thought of a possibility. He opened his mouth and said to Wen Yuanzhang, "Is it worth it?" Wen Yuanzhang was stunned, frowned, and asked, "What?" To clear the level in 2 days, there is only one possibility: killing the boss by force. Steve Rogers said very confidently, "With the strength of Tang Wang and the others, it's impossible. Unless they traded their lives for it. Is it worth it for you to do this?" Wen Yuanzhang looked at Steve Rogers speechlessly, and didn't bother to explain. At that moment, under everyone's gaze, the light curtain at the entrance of the instance shone brightly, and a figure walked out, touched his bald head, looked at everyone looking at him, grinned, "Look at you guys." At this moment, everyone who understood Chinese twitched slightly at the corners of their mouths. "Make way." A cold female voice came from behind He Zhang, Ning Yan said impatiently, but her voice sounded weak, and her steps seemed a bit weak. After her, there were 3 figures, and the remaining 2 7th-tier Hua country players supported Tang Wang out. When the logistics personnel of Hua country saw this scene, they swarmed up, but Tang Wang waved his hand before they could get close. It's okay. I'm just a bit exhausted." Tang Wang and the others, surrounded by the crowd at the camp, walked towards the Hua country camp. They didn't even pay attention to Steve Rogers and the others standing at the entrance of the instance. Instead, when Yuanzhang, the head of the Hua country camp, smiled at Steve Rogers and said in English, "It's not worth it to trade lives, of course. But now, it's worth it." After saying this, when Yuanzhang left, leaving everyone with a very triumphant back view. Steve Rogers' forehead veins were throbbing. A 7th-tier strongman from Teaming Sauce beside him hesitated for a moment and said, "Captain, should we still go in?" "Go in for what?" Steve Rogers rarely cursed, then turned and left. Not only him, but also the dozens of people from various countries in front of the instance, most of them left. Hua country clearing a level 70 instance is a big deal. And after the successful clearing, another level of competition has begun. After all, when a country successfully pioneers, the strategy for that successful pioneering is extremely valuable. Many countries with weak strength but quite wealthy are most fond of waiting for powerful countries to successfully pioneer and then directly purchasing the strategy. After all, this level 70 Divine Botanical Garden instance has 100 clearance opportunities. Even in a short period of time, the Hua country cannot clear it all. Normally, as long as the price is right, the strategy can be sold. Inside the Eagle Sauce camp, the person in charge, Edinson Kerr, asked Steve Rogers, who had a somewhat unpleasant expression, "Mr. Steve, shall we continue pioneering now?" Steve squinted his eyes and remained silent for a while before saying, "Do as you wish. I will return to my country soon." Edinson Kerr was taken aback for a moment, then sighed. He understood Steve's meaning. Strong countries are keen on pioneering level 70 instances. The instance output is only one aspect, and the other aspect is the strategy after the first clearance. This strategy can fetch a good price. If the strategy has a significant impact, it may even lead to directly signing a good agreement, requiring the country buying the strategy to pay a percentage of the instance output as the money for purchasing the strategy. And now, after the Hua country has cleared it, continuing to pioneer through the Eagle Sauce is not very valuable. How did they manage to do it? A 7th-order strongman from the Eagle Sauce was extremely puzzled, while another 7th-order strongman pondered for a moment and hesitantly said, "Could it be related to the actions of the Tang King before? You just saw it, the Tang King did indeed as he said, exhausted. It indicates that their successful clearance this time is closely related to the Tang King." As he said this, it made the camp's leaders Edinson Kerr and Steve Rogers look pensive. The two looked at each other and said in unison, "That book? Shat." Steve Rogers cursed, "The intelligence agency and the staff bureau are a bunch of useless idiots. Why was that experiment terminated? Their successful clearance of the instance this time is definitely related to that book, the book that can help people comprehend skills." Inside the Hua country camp, when Yuanjing asked curiously in a low voice, "Tang Lao, is it that skill?" Tang Lang nodded, raised his hand somewhat weakly, and pointed at Ningyan. "She has learned it too." When Yuanjing suddenly realized, so that's how it is. He didn't need to ask for details anymore. 2 7th-order strongmen who can use the left and right mutual combat technique can directly overpower them. But if that's the case, when Yuanjing smiled bitterly, this strategy that cannot be replicated won't sell for a good price. He raised his hand and a golden shield covered everyone, then he grinned. "Now we can speak freely." When Yuanjing sighed, this Strategy that cannot be replicated won't sell for a good price. Why won't it sell for a good price? Tang Wang weakly pointed to the table beside him. This thing, isn't it valuable? He laughed particularly happily. Our Hua country is generous. We can give them this directly, but if they can't comprehend the skill, it's not our fault, right? The people present looked at each other and smiled. They knew that the author of this book had confirmed that only people from the Hua country could comprehend it, but those outsiders didn't know. The clearance of the level 70 instance Divine Botanical Garden is a big deal. It's not just about the benefits the instance can bring. Just the honor of being the first in the world to clear it is immeasurable. After receiving the news, the 6 departments also held a meeting at the first opportunity. Seeing the leaders of the other departments again, Li Shuishen's expression at this moment is somewhat subtle. The last time all 6 departments gathered together was when confirming the list of talent development program. At that time, he strongly recommended Lin Feng for selection, but he was rejected. And now, Li Shuishen smiled and said, I think you are right. Lin Feng is indeed not suitable for the talent development program. Xiao Yihong, the head of the Logistics Resources Department, saw Li Shuishen looking at him meaningfully, and smiled bitterly. Director Li Shue, can't I admit my mistake? It was my oversight before. Or, should I go apologize to Master Lin Feng? That's not necessary. Li Shuishen said with a hint of pride, he doesn't even know you, so these formalities are meaningless. Then, what do you suggest? Xiao Yihong looked as if he was about to be slaughtered. What about the Tier 3 energy reduction set you collected before? It's ready, but Lin Feng is only at Tier 1 now, so even if we send it to him, he can't use it. Whether he can use it or not is his business. Oh, Jianqing interjected, we'll all go together to deliver it to Lin Feng during the meeting later. Alright, I have no problem with that. As one of the leaders of the 6 departments, Xiao Yihong naturally understood the intentions of Jianqing and Li Shuishen. Some things are better off being discussed openly. After all, Xiao Yihong was initially against Lin Feng entering the talent development program. Although Xiao Yihong had no ulterior motives at the time, Li Shuishen and Jianqing were afraid that Lin Feng might have some misunderstandings. Now that everything is out in the open, and Xiao Yihong personally delivers the energy reduction set, it can avoid any misunderstandings from Lin Feng to the greatest extent. After discussing this matter, Jianqing cleared his throat and summarized the previous discussions. Since everyone has no objections, let's go with this plan. First, hold a press conference to announce the successful clearance of the 70th level instance, the Divine Botanical Garden, by the 7th-tier strongman Tang Wang and others in our country. It took 2 days and 1 hour. At the peak of the national era, the execution power of Huagua has reached a certain level of peak. Just after the 6 departments meeting in the morning, the press conference was held. The news had been received earlier, and journalists from various countries flocked in prepared. The spokesperson Su Chenyan smiled at the reporters and numerous cameras present, saying, today is mainly about 2 things. The first thing is that, with the efforts of the 7th-tier strongman in our country, Tang Wang and others, we successfully cleared the 70th level instance, the Divine Botanical Garden. It took 2 days and 1 hour. At that moment, all the reporters raised their hands to ask questions, and countless cameras started flashing. Such announcements made through press conferences are more authoritative than official accounts. Although there were some rumors circulating online before, the official side of Huagua had not been able to confirm it. At the same time, Su Chenyan ignored the reporters who wanted to ask questions and continued, we have reached agreements with countries such as Sakura, South Korea, White Elephant, etc. on the issue of exploring the Divine Botanical Garden. Watching the live broadcast of the press conference in Huagua, President Said Elarkuni snorted, how much did Huagua sell this time? The staff next to him looked through the data and said, Mr. Aide, this time Huagua's asking price is very low. It's unbelievably cheap. But they have sold to many countries, and they claim that their methods may not be suitable for everyone. Errol Cooney took the documents from the staff and glanced at the offer from the Huagua people, opening his mouth in astonishment. So low? Yes, Mr. Aide, the finance department has already calculated these materials. It's probably around 1 billion. Get a copy. Errol Cooney instructed, but don't use our Eagle Sauce's name. Understood. After giving the instructions, Errol Cooney turned his head to continue watching the live broadcast of the Huagua press conference. After talking about clearing the level 70 instance, Su Chenyan looked down at the countless raised hands and smiled slightly. After we finish our announcement, it will be time for questions from the press. Secondly, after discussions among the 6 ministries, it was decided to strengthen the spiritual and cultural development of our Huagua people, launching a 1-week nationwide reading campaign. As soon as these words were spoken, all the journalists below were dumbfounded. Nationwide reading? What is this? All the journalists looked at each other in confusion. Not to mention journalists from other countries, even journalists from their own country could see the big confusion in each other's eyes. You know, this is the world that has opened the era of nationalization. Before changing jobs, it was fine, but once becoming a combat profession, most of the time and energy would be spent on clearing instances, leveling up, obtaining materials and equipment, and constantly honing one's skill levels. Su Runcheng looked at the bewildered journalists below and smiled. When he first received this news, he was just as surprised as them. However, now that he understood the details, Su Runcheng couldn't help but marvel. Master Jingu, truly a divine being. The announcement has been made. Any questions? Su Runcheng looked at the journalists still in confusion and reminded them. This time, all the journalists woke up as if from a dream, frantically raising their hands. Su Runcheng pointed to a domestic journalist. May I ask, is this nationwide reading activity mandatory? No. Su Runcheng explained, the specific rules will be announced by the professional association later. But I can tell you in advance, although it's not mandatory, it will affect the association's points and treatment levels. The questioning journalist was stunned. She immediately understood the meaning in Su Runcheng's words. Not mandatory, but if you don't read, it will affect the points and treatment. Isn't that almost the same as mandatory? After explaining, Su Runcheng pointed to another domestic journalist. May I ask, what books to read? How will it be assessed? The assessment details will also be included in the professional association's announcement. As for what books, Su Runcheng smiled and said, before the press conference, the Ministry of Education had already released a list of required reading. You may not have noticed. But I can tell you now, the current list of required reading includes 2 books, titled The Legend of the Condor Heroes and The Return of the Condor Heroes. The questioning journalist gasped for breath. Not only him, but most of the journalists present also showed a surprised expression. As news workers, they naturally would not be unaware of the various actions in Huagua recently. Suddenly, the journalists from various countries raised their hands even higher, and many even raised both hands. Su Runcheng saw this scene of journalists raising both hands as if surrendering, and with a slightly strange expression, he said, "Journalist friends, one hand is enough." He raised his hand and pointed to an eagle-sauce journalist. May I ask, is this nationwide reading plan because reading these 2 books can help understand skills? Su Runcheng, who had been reminded earlier, said solemnly, it is for the development of spiritual civilization. With such a superficial answer, it was obvious that the eagle-sauce reporter was not satisfied. Before he could continue questioning, Su Runcheng pointed to a reporter from the Sakura country and asked, May I ask, is the meridian theory previously released by Hua country true? Do meridians really exist? This reporter from Sakura country was obviously well prepared. If meridians exist, then the probability of inner strength existing is very high. I'm sorry, I will only answer questions related to this press conference. Su Runcheng decisively moved on to the next question. May I ask if there are new professions in Hua country? As far as I know, there are none. May I ask, is Master Jin Guliang? Sorry, that belongs to the personal privacy of that master. Su Runcheng directly interrupted the question from the Gallic Rooster reporter. Speaking seriously, we in Hua country have a strict rule, not to inquire into others' privacy. Similarly, we will also protect and highly value the personal privacy of citizens. After answering a few more questions, Su Runcheng spoke up. It's about time, this press conference is over. For related information, please pay attention to our official account. With that, he turned and left. It wasn't until he left that the reporters from various countries realized that due to the overwhelming impact of the second national reading plan, they had forgotten to ask about the questions related to Hua country's level 70 instance dungeon. In Hua country's Yanjing, a business car drove into the Xiujin Manor and stopped in front of the villa where Lin Feng was located. The president of the professional association, Jiansheng, and the head of the logistics resources department, Xiaohong, got out of the car. Is Lin Feng here? Xiaohong glanced at Jiansheng, who had pulled him over. He should be here. Jiansheng raised his hand and pressed the doorbell outside the villa. You didn't call to confirm before you came? His phone is off. Xiaohong looked at Jiansheng somewhat speechlessly. After waiting for a moment and seeing no movement inside the villa, he couldn't help but ask, is he not at home? Maybe not. Maybe? Xiaohong frowned. Why not ask the security personnel? We didn't arrange for security personnel. Xiaohong widened his eyes. You, President you didn't arrange for anyone to protect him? Jiansheng waved his hand indifferently. He has a node card. Hearing this, Xiaohong breathed a sigh of relief. In that case, there was no need to send anyone to protect him. With a 7th-tier spacewalker who could appear at any time, Lin Feng's safety was basically not a problem, at least in Yinjing. As the capital of Hua country, any advanced combat professionals from other countries entering would need to report, otherwise they would be considered enemies and directly killed. It seems he's not at home. Jianqing took out his phone, ready to ask Lin Feng's contact person, Zhuang Na. Just then, the roar of an engine came from a distance. Jianqing and Xiaohong turned to see a very imposing heavy motorcycle approaching quickly. With the sound of the wheels and the friction on the ground, the heavy motorcycle stopped in front of Jianqing and Xiaohong. The rider took off the helmet and asked somewhat puzzled, "President O? Why are you here?" Jianqing looked at Lin Feng's appearance and his mouth twitched slightly before saying, "Lin Feng, what's with this?" "Oh, just curious, bought it to play with." Lin Feng opened the villa gate, parked the motorcycle, and compared to cars, he preferred riding motorcycles. The feeling of rushing through the wind and electricity was something cars couldn't provide. Of course, what Lin Feng liked the most, and wanted to experience the most, was definitely flying with a sword. However, it seemed that even with the help of a divine-level writing system, it was not something that could be achieved in a short time. Why doesn't anyone understand light skills? Lin Feng was a little helpless. "Mr. Oh, who is this?" "Xiaohong." Xiaohong said very politely, "I have met Master Lin." Jianqing looked at him unkindly and introduced, "This is the head of the Logistics Resources Department, Minister Xiao." Another big shot from the 6 departments. Lin Feng thought to himself, "Why would the Logistics Resources Department come to me? I wonder why you two are here this time." Xiaohong smiled and took out a ring, to give Master Lin a gift. Lin Feng took the ring, slightly surprised in his eyes. It turned out to be an extremely precious spatial ring. Name, First Order Spatial Ring. Type, Equipment, Quality, Legendary. Attribute, has a 5 cubic meter dimensional space, can store non-living items, you can use it at the First Order. Xiaohong explained with a smile, "This ring is extremely rare. The dungeon that produced this equipment has long disappeared." Lin Feng nodded, "Thank you." For him now, this thing is quite useful, whether it's a pile of spirit rune paper or the manuscripts he wrote himself, they all need a safe and reliable place to store them. "I have prepared a 3rd order consumption reduction set for you in the ring." Xiaohong pointed to the ring in Lin Feng's hand. "When you reach the 3rd order, you can take it out and wear it. Although it's not a teacher's professional set, the effect should be pretty good." "A set is here?" Lin Feng showed a bit of surprise, put the spatial ring on his left hand. After wearing it, Lin Feng had a thought and took out the 4 pieces of equipment from the spatial ring. Name, Captain Kreezen's waterproof boots. Rank, 3rd order. Quality, legendary. Attribute, agility +10, constitution +10. Passive effect, slightly increased speed in water. Name, Captain Kreezen's belt. Rank, 3rd order. Quality, legendary. Attribute, constitution +20. Passive effect, slightly increase the speed of controlling the ship. Name, Captain Kreezen's clothes. Rank, 3rd order. Quality, legendary. Attribute, strength +10, constitution +10. Passive effect, reduce water damage by 10%. Name, Captain Kreezen's wrist guards. Rank, 3rd order. Quality, legendary. Attribute, strength +20. Passive effect, increase the impact force of operating the ship. Set, Captain Kreezen's attire. 2 pieces, slightly increased stamina recovery rate. This effect is increased by 25% in water. 4 pieces, reduce all consumption of stamina, spirit, energy, etc. by 10%. This effect is increased by 25% in water. 3rd order legendary set. Lin Feng showed a bit of surprise, not to mention the attribute points added by the 4 pieces of equipment. Just the set's 4-piece attribute of reducing all energy consumption by 10% is very good. It is indeed a legendary quality set. Xiaohong saw Lin Feng's satisfied expression and also breathed a sigh of relief. Although the effect of the set is average, it is indeed not easy to find a low-level set. When you advance to the 4th order in the future, I will definitely find you another one. Before he could finish his sentence, Xiaohong was stunned. He stared blankly as Lin Feng put on one piece of equipment after another, directly confused, "Isn't it? Am I mistaken? These equipment are 3rd order. How did a 1st order person put them on?" Jianqing on the side was also a little confused at this time. He directly asked, "Lin Feng, are you at the 3rd order?" Lin Feng, who had put on the captain's set, nodded nonchalantly. "Yes." Jianqing. Xiaohong. Lin Feng looked at the two of them like this, smiling and said, "I can gain experience from writing books." This point, he is not prepared to hide, nor can he hide it. Compared to being able to let others comprehend skills from his own written books, gaining experience from writing books seems rather ordinary. Jianqing took a deep breath. "I see, that's not bad. Lin Feng, how long until you reach the 4th rank?" After a brief estimation, Lin Feng said, "Soon, it should be almost done after I finish my third book." Jianqing said solemnly, "Teachers at the fourth rank will gain new occupational skills, teaching." Lin Feng nodded, of course he knew this. With the teaching skill, he might be able to directly impart martial arts techniques or internal skills to others. At the very least, through teaching skills, he could increase the chances of others comprehending skills from books. The more people comprehend, the stronger Lin Feng's own skills will become. Jianqing continued with a somewhat emotional tone, "The advancement task for the teacher profession should not be difficult for you either. The advancement task for a fourth-rank teacher is to create a textbook, set it as a coursebook, and ensure a certain number of students are learning from it. This might be something that others could only accomplish in their lifetime. But for Lin Feng, it was not a problem long ago. Whether it's The Legend of the Condor Heroes or The Return of the Condor Heroes, either is enough to complete this task." "Lin Feng, what are you planning to write for your third book?" Xiaohong asked curiously. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Heaven Sword Dragon Slaying." Dragon Slaying. Jianqing paused for a moment, his tone somewhat serious, "But, will there be martial arts techniques like the left-right mutual combat technique?" Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, "You guys noticed?" Jianqing chuckled bitterly, "Lin Feng, Master Lin. Next time, can you give us a heads up about these things? Do you know how significant the left-right mutual combat technique is?" Lin Feng paused and said, "Is it significant? It should be fine. After all, while this skill enhances explosiveness, it also increases consumption." Jianqing said somewhat speechlessly, "It was because of this skill that we cleared the first level 70 dungeon." Lin Feng nodded thoughtfully, "So that's how it is. No wonder he came over today." "Lin Feng, in your new book, Heaven Sword Dragon Slaying, will there be a skill that all professions can use like the left-right mutual combat technique?" Hearing Jianqing's question, Lin Feng furrowed his brows and thought for a moment. The 9-Yang divine skill was definitely not suitable. The universe-shifting skill seemed good, but it would definitely require inner energy to activate. The 7 Injuries Fist and the Profound Darkness Divine Palm were the same. Lin Feng's eyes lit up slightly. If the martial arts known as a national treasure were comprehended, it was unclear what method it would be. A skill that borrows strength to strike? No, it was very likely to be a health-preserving technique. After thinking for a while, Lin Feng said to Jianqing and Xiaohong, "There should be one." Jianqing suddenly stood up. "What is it?" Lin Feng helplessly spread his hands, "I haven't started writing yet. But this may not be a skill that enhances explosiveness like the left-right mutual combat technique. If nothing unexpected happens," Lin Feng said with a somewhat strange expression, "it might be related to health preservation." "Health preservation?" Jianqing and Xiaohong exchanged a glance, both seeing confusion in each other's eyes. "What is health preservation?" "Strengthening the body, you'll know when the time comes." "Strengthening the body?" Jianqing repeated it in his heart, then asked, "Lin Feng, have you decided on a name?" Lin Feng nodded and said with a smile, "Tai Chi." After seeing off Jianqing and Xiaohong, Lin Feng did not rush to write a book. Instead, he searched on his phone about the matter of the copy he had just mentioned. After seeing the official announcement of the Huagua, Lin Feng was also slightly stunned. No wonder the number of people comprehending skills has skyrocketed recently, especially the left-right mutual combat technique. So the official actually came up with a nationwide reading plan. Lin Feng shook his head with a smile, but this was also a good thing. Back at the desk, Lin Feng spread out the spirit pattern wood paper on the table, picked up the spirit pattern ancient pen, and wrote on the paper, "Heaven Sword Dragon Slaying." The nationwide reading plan mentioned in the official press conference caused a great sensation after the detailed regulations were issued by the professional association. If the previous official was promoting and publicizing The Legend of the Condor Heroes and The Return of the Condor Heroes as well as the theory of meridians, then now, it's mandatory. This difference is significant. Especially in the regulations issued by the professional association, it was mentioned, all combat professions need to carefully read the books on the reading list and write a book review. For a moment, countless combat professions felt like they were back in their student days. Book review. Oh my god. Such a strange yet familiar term. Who understands? I read books with my son, write book reviews together. Hey, you know what? I originally thought it was some boring textbook, but, oh my god, it's really good. I was originally against this mandatory reading behavior, but, after reading for a while, just 2 books? Can I have more? Is it just for show? Siegun looked at the comments online, with a slight smile on his lips. He swiped on his phone and entered a forum, a newly created one named Martial Arts Exchange Forum. In the forum at this time, a post was highlighted and pinned, official recognition. Xie clicked in to take a look, and in the post, not only were there screenshots of all the official tweets and notices, but also an analysis of the official press conference a few days ago, as well as an analysis of the recent nationwide reading plan. In conclusion, we can now fully confirm the authenticity of the skill comprehension through reading. The only regret is that, so far, I have not comprehended any skills. Envious of those who have comprehended skills. Seeing this, Xie couldn't help but smile. Not only did he comprehend skills, but he also comprehended the peerless internal skill recorded in the book, the Nine Manual. After feeling proud for a while, Xie continued to read the replies below the post. Shi Kuang, no need to envy, although I have comprehended the desolate soul poem, I am a life profession, without internal energy, I can't use it at all. Seeing this, Xie was stunned for a moment, then his expression became even more proud. Others comprehended martial arts techniques, but without internal energy, they couldn't use them, and I have both internal energy and techniques, but I'm afraid of being sliced. Xie sighed, about to exit the forum to continue reading when he inadvertently glanced at a post, the reason for clearing the level 70 instance Godly Botanical Garden. Xie was stunned. Why was the reason for clearing the instance posted on the forum? He then clicked to take a look. First, stack armor, just a guess. Haven't you noticed a magical skill that runs through 2 books? Left-right mutual combat technique. You think it's just fighting with your left and right hands, not very useful. Think about it, after little dragon girl learned the left-right mutual combat technique, one hand is the Jade Maiden swordsmanship, the other hand is the Chuanjin swordsmanship, the power skyrocketed. If you see this and still haven't reacted, well, suppose, I said suppose. Can a warrior who has mastered the technique of ambidextrous combat perform a half-moon slash with one hand and a blaze slash with the other? Yes. Xie looked at the content of the post, showing a pensive expression, murmuring, in this way, even without internal strength, this ambidextrous combat technique can still be effective against all combat professions. Although I don't know if there are any side effects, but this simultaneous use of 2 skills will definitely increase explosive power. So, it's really possible to clear that level 70 dungeon because of this. Xie suddenly stood up, his breathing becoming somewhat rapid. So, the series of actions by the country is to let more people learn the ambidextrous combat technique. So, Xie raised his hand, the internal strength of the Nine scripture in his body began to circulate, and a layer of faint light appeared on his hand. After comprehending internal skills before, Xie searched online and found that no one claimed to have comprehended internal skills, but there were quite a few who claimed to have comprehended martial arts techniques. So Xie did not reveal this secret. As a medical professional, he was afraid of becoming material for colleagues and being put on the operating table. But the official actions time and time again gradually made Xie feel the recognition and attention of the authorities. Maybe, after I speak out, I will receive some resource cultivation? Xie, who had been stuck at the 3rd stage for many years, finally made up his mind, picked up his phone, and dialed the headquarters of the professional association. This was an inquiry call for the nationwide reading campaign. May I help you? I have comprehended internal skills. What did you say? I said I have comprehended internal skills. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a while, then the voice rang out again. Hello, can you please elaborate on your situation? Xie took a deep breath and detailed his situation. Since he had already made up his mind, there was nothing to hide. Take a chance. Okay, I have collected the information and reported it. Looking at the hung-up phone, Xie suddenly felt a bit at a loss. Why did he feel ignored? Is that it? They didn't even leave me a specific contact information? Could it be that I'm overreacting? Xie smiled bitterly. Maybe there are many people who have comprehended internal skills. Just as he was pondering, the door was pushed open. Xie, why are you still here? Aren't you going to work? Coming. Xie sighed, tidied up his things, and walked out of the rest area. It seems like I was overthinking it. In the afternoon, after working for an hour at his workstation, all his previous fantasies had been shattered. An hour passed, no phone calls, no messages, as if nothing had happened at all. Xie chuckled self-deprecatingly, regretting that he had thought he was the one in a million, fearing being taken to the slicing room. Just as he was thinking about it, a group of people walked in. Are there so many injured professionals today? Xie furrowed his brows slightly, stood up and turned to look, then he was stunned. President? Xie quickly sat down. Although he didn't see the newcomer clearly just now, he immediately recognized the president of the medical division in the crowd, Wei Yonglu. It seems like some big shot got injured. However, the next moment, Xie sensed something was wrong. Why were the footsteps getting closer? Xie raised his head in confusion, looking at the crowd surrounding him. Then he heard the voice of the president, European president, "This is Xie." In the Physician Association lounge, Xie nervously looked at the three people in front of him. President Wei Yonluo was the highest-ranking figure he had encountered before, and at this moment, he spoke with a respectful attitude to the person in the middle. It was the president of the Professional Association, O Jiancheng. "Young man, don't be nervous." O Jiancheng smiled and said, "I heard that you have mastered internal energy skills?" "Yes." "Is it the 9 in scripture?" "Yes." Perhaps due to O Jiancheng's kind attitude, Xie nervousness eased slightly. At this moment, he realized something: the president had come in person. This was not just a matter of not taking it seriously. This was as serious as it could get. A hint of excitement gradually appeared in Xie eyes. He had made the right bet. However, O Jiancheng's next question made him feel half cold inside. "Can you demonstrate it?" Xie looked around and asked somewhat uncertainly, "President O, here?" O Jiancheng pondered for a moment. This was the Physician Association lounge, with no testing equipment or wooden stakes. However, he looked at a burly man next to him. "Use your internal energy to strike him with a palm." "Ha?" Xie looked at O Jiancheng, then at the burly man next to him, hesitating. Seeing his expression, the burly man grinned and said, "6th rank, Guardian Knight. Go ahead and strike." Without resistance, he even puffed out his chest. Sixth rank? And a Guardian Knight, a specialized defense epic profession. Xie no longer hesitated. He took a deep breath, a gleam of determination flashing in his eyes. With 70 points of internal energy mobilized by his mind, he fiercely slapped towards the protruding chest. Bang! With a dull sound, the burly man did not retreat, but his expression changed. O Jiancheng narrowed his eyes and asked, "How was it?" The burly man grinned, "I'm fine." O Jiancheng said impatiently, "Who asked if you were fine? How strong was the attack?" It was roughly equivalent to a full-force strike at the 2nd rank. The key point is that this attack can penetrate my defense and cause damage to my body. The burly man said somewhat embarrassedly, "I suffered a slight injury." O Jiancheng was taken aback, somewhat incredulous. "You got injured?" "Yes, but I've already recovered using my self-healing ability." The burly man nodded, looking somewhat moved as he glanced at Xie. "If you can sustain this level of attack, I might really get seriously injured." A hint of surprise flashed in O Jiancheng's eyes. 6th rank, and a Guardian Knight, a defense-oriented epic profession, actually got injured by a life profession. In the past, even a 6th rank like Wei Yonluo would not have been able to do this. And now, a 3rd rank like Xie achieved it. And without any martial skills or techniques, solely relying on internal energy. Your internal energy skill is still at level 1, right? Seeing Xie nod, O Jiancheng sighed as if in admiration. If you knew martial skills and techniques, the power would probably be even stronger. Xie was stunned for a moment, then said, "I do know." "Well, it's okay. Maybe you'll learn by reading more." Before he could finish his sentence, O Jiancheng suddenly realized, "You know?" Xie nodded, "Descending Dragon 18 palms. Then, why didn't you use it just now?" Xie said somewhat aggrievedly, "President, you asked me to use internal energy." O Jiancheng took a deep breath. "Please, show it again." Xie scratched his head somewhat embarrassedly and said, "I used up all my internal energy with that palm just now." O Jiancheng's mouth twitched slightly. "Forget it, we'll talk about this later." O Jiancheng calmed down a bit and said very seriously, "Xie, I have a national-level action plan here. Would you like to participate?" "Of course, I guarantee it will be beneficial and harmless to you." Xie nodded without any hesitation. "I'm willing." If it were someone else talking about this, he might hesitate a bit, but coming from O Jiancheng, the concept was completely different. As one of the top 6 leaders, personally inviting him, the level of attention was unmatched. Xie would not have any hesitation. The president of the Physicians Association, Wei Yonluo, who had not spoken the whole time, shook his head helplessly and said, "President O, you can transfer him, but can his position remain in our branch?" "No." O Jiancheng said with a smile, "In the future, he may not be considered a medical professional anymore." Inside the hall of the Physicians Association, Zhang Dawei, who had just finished treating a combat professional, returned to the office area and saw an empty seat next to him. He asked somewhat speechlessly, "Is Xie slacking off again?" A physician spoke up, "The president just came and called him over." "The president?" Zhang Dawei was stunned. "The president personally came to find Xie? This doesn't make sense." Just as Zhang Dawei was wondering, Xie walked into the hall and returned to his workstation, starting to pack his things without saying a word. Xie, what are you doing?" Zheng Dawei looked at Siegung's dazed expression and a thought flashed through his mind. Siegung, did you get into some trouble and receive disciplinary action? Thinking of this, Zheng Dawei became anxious. Even if that's the case, you can't leave. I'll go to the president to plead for you. No need. Siegung, who had come to his senses, quickly stopped him. It's okay. Then what are you? Dawei, I'm leaving. When Siegung said this, everyone in the hall looked over. You're saying you didn't cause any trouble? I really didn't. Then as a doctor, where are you going if not at the association? By this time, Siegung had almost finished packing his things. He said with a strange expression, I'm going to study. Study? Zheng Dawei opened his mouth, looking like he was being teased. Didn't you just graduate? Yes, I'm going to further study at Yenjing University. In the lounge of the Physicians Association, Wei Yonluo looked at O Jiancheng with a strange expression and asked, President O, why send Siegung to Yenjing University? Doesn't Yenjing University only recruit combat professionals? Not this time. This time Yenjing University will open a class specifically for auxiliary professions. As for why send Siegung there, O Jiancheng smiled. Naturally, to study. Study? Yes. O Jiancheng's eyes flashed with a hint of amusement, but he didn't continue the topic and instead said, how is your research on meridians going in the Physicians Association? Wei Yonluo shook his head and said, no progress at all. However, based on the information you sent me before, I have a guess about Siegung's comprehension of internal energy. A guess about how to comprehend internal energy? O Jiancheng became interested and asked, oh, what's the guess? According to the descriptions in The Legend of the Condor Heroes, The Return of the Condor Heroes, and The Theory of Meridians, the human meridians are originally blocked. The experts in the books have all opened the run and do meridians. But, if someone is born with fully open meridians in their body, or if someone uses internal force to help others open up all the meridians in their body, would it be easier for them to comprehend internal force skills? Oh, Jianxing's eyes lit up. The possibility is very high, at least. Worth a try. So, Wei Yanglu said somewhat helplessly, our branch finally has someone with internal force, and you arranged for them to study at Yenjing University. Why not let Siegung stay with me first? No need. Oh, Jiancheng waved his hand. I will arrange for someone else to work with you for this experiment. Siegung over there. Well, Yenjing University is about to start. Can't delay his studies. Someone else? Wei Yonglu was taken aback. Then his eyes slightly brightened. Someone else has comprehended internal force? At the entrance of the evil dragon instance, a team walked out. Luo Hong sat on the ground. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to vomit. He looked at the Captain Guansu helplessly. Captain, can we take a few days off? Guansu gave him a disdainful look. Yuan Feng isn't complaining about being tired. Why are you? Come on, he's already reached the 5th rank. Of course he's not tired. Luo Hong muttered quietly. Besides, he's not tired because he's collecting materials for his brother-in-law. Su Yuan Feng placed a hand on Luo Hong's head, expressionless. Want to try the dragon subduing 18 palms? Luo Hong's feet trembled, and he quickly moved away. Then he raised his middle finger. Watch out, I'll use my finger-flicking divine skill on you. Enough, stop messing around. Guansu interrupted helplessly. Just then, a staff member ran over holding a phone. Guansu took it, looked at it, then turned to Luo Hong with a strange expression. Alright, we can take a break now. Really? Luo Hong quickly got up from the ground. Let's go, let's have fun tonight. No partying for you. Guansu looked at Su Yuan Feng. You need to go to Yenjing. The medical association has something they want your help with. Su Yuan Feng took the phone handed over by Guansu, glanced at it, open. He swallowed the words meridians and realized that the instance entrance was not just for them. Su Yuan Feng handed the phone back to Guansu, sighed helplessly. Why does it feel like he's been so busy lately? But, if opening the meridians can help others comprehend internal force, then he shouldn't have to spend all day and night clearing instances, right? With that in mind, Su Yuan Feng turned to Luo Hong. Have you mastered the meridians? Luo Hong nodded confidently, backwards and forwards. Then come with me to Yenjing. Luo Hong? Yenjing, Xiujin Manor. Lin Feng drank a 3rd-rank recovery potion of legendary quality, stretched lazily from the desk, and flexed his muscles a bit. I wrote 400,000 words in 5 days. As expected, the consumption of writing increased again towards the end. Lin Feng sighed, then took out an unknown fruit from his spatial ring and started nibbling on it. This was a product of an instance, called Radiant Red Apricot. It tasted good and nourished the body, restoring energy. While eating, Lin Feng checked his several skills. The other skills only leveled up by 1 or 2 levels, not much change, but, so many people have recently comprehended the left and right exchange technique? Level 7 is one thing, but it's already at epic quality? Lin Feng was surprised as he looked at the information of the skill. Passive skill, left and right exchange technique, current quality, epic, potential, legendary. Current level, 7, attribute 1, able to use 2 different energy systems technique skills simultaneously. Consumption increased by 50%, attribute 2, using 2 offensive technique skills of the same energy system. Consumption increased by 30%. Note, with the improvement of quality and level, consumption will also decrease. But consumption has indeed decreased a lot. Seeing the increase in level and quality, it is indeed quite helpful for actual combat. Lin Feng glanced at the system prompt. Looking at the numerous hints about the left and right mutual art, Lin Feng was stunned for a moment. The effect of increasing the chance of understanding skills by the textbook skill and the teacher skill alone should not be so strong. Lin Feng pondered, after knowing the role of the left and right mutual art, the official promotion and even mandatory learning should be one of the reasons why so many people understand this skill. As for another reason, Lin Feng looked at the spirit pattern paper on the desk and murmured, it should be because the book detailed the process of Zhou Badong teaching the little dragon girl the left and right mutual art. Left hand draws a circle, right hand draws a square. Wait, what the heck? Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. He thought of a possibility. Throwing the fruit core into the trash can, Lin Feng impatiently took out a piece of spirit pattern paper from the spatial ring, laid it on the left side of the desk, picked up a regular pen with his left hand, and a spirit pattern pen with his right hand, took a deep breath. In his mind, the memory palace resembling a bookshelf emerged, flipping through the original text of the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber page by page. At the same time, Lin Feng started writing with both hands. But the content he wrote was different. After a while, Lin Feng stopped writing, put the 2 sheets of spirit pattern paper filled with words into the scanner, and as he uploaded and published them, the system prompt sounded, system prompt, successfully published the work The Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber with 10,000 words, received 20,000 experience points. Useful. Lin Feng revealed a surprised smile. Although the consumption has increased significantly, the writing speed has doubled. However, this also allows for more time to recover. Overall, the writing speed has been greatly improved. Originally, with the set in items that reduce consumption, along with various replenishing potions and food, my replenishment speed has already exceeded the consumption speed. Now, the consumption speed has once again exceeded the replenishment speed. Lin Feng sighed with emotion. I have to find a way to increase the replenishment speed again. While he was contemplating, the doorbell of the villa rang. Lin Feng was slightly startled, walked to the window of the study. This was the 2nd floor. The position of the window allowed a clear view of the courtyard below and the entrance of the villa. The night was as gentle as water, with the soft moonlight shining down. Illuminated by the moonlight, Lin Feng could see a graceful woman standing quietly at the entrance of the courtyard. Her face was as clear and flawless as white jade under the moonlight. At this moment, Su Chenyan also saw the handsome young man appearing at the 2nd floor window. She smiled slightly, a charming curve appearing at the corner of her mouth. Then, she leaped and instantly appeared on the edge of the 2nd floor window, half crouching. Su Chenyan looked at Lin Feng, who was close by, and said with a smile, "Training today?" "Yes." Sakura Country, President's Office of the Professional Association, the head of the Intelligence Division, Inami Ryu, knelt respectfully, not daring to make a sound, while on the other side, the President of the Sakura Country Professional Association, Yamamoto Genryu, looked expressionless as he finished reading the report in his hand. "Inamura, not a single success?" Inami Ryu bowed his head and said, "Yes." A total of 1,000 people were organized, including 200 who speak Chinese. The translated versions have also been carefully proofread. And, these 1,000 people have repeatedly practiced as described in the Divine Eagle book, drawing squares with their left hand and circles with their right hand countless times. Yuichi Inamura paused, lowering his head even more. Still, not a single person has comprehended the art of ambidextrous combat. Mototaka Yamamoto squinted his eyes, asking in a deep voice, have they comprehended any internal skills? None. Yuichi Inamura dared not raise his head to continue. All of these 1,000 people have completely memorized all the content of the meridian theory, but have not comprehended any internal skills. President, based on the information our intelligence team has gathered, it seems that there is no one in the entire Hua country who has comprehended internal skills. I suspect. Bang. Before Yuichi Inamura could finish his sentence, he felt a surge of intense power sending him flying, crashing heavily into the wall of the room, and then falling to the ground. Whether it's the art of ambidextrous combat, internal skills, or even ordinary martial arts techniques, I'll give you another 5 days. Either someone among those 1,000 people comprehends it, or you provide me with evidence that this is a lie from the people of Hua country. If you can't do it, the volcano crevice will be your fate. Yuichi Inamura got up from the ground, bowed, and said, "Yes, I understand, sir." Then he quickly left. Being thrown away just now was nothing to him with his 6th-tier strength. It was even as if he was deliberately cooperating. But, the volcano crevice. Yuichi Inamura's body trembled involuntarily. That was the largest and most dangerous crevice in the country of Sakura, with extremely high temperatures inside, along with monsters flowing with lava, which would ultimately roast anyone who entered alive. Compared to committing suicide by disembowelment, this was a more terrifying torture. Eagle Sauce, the 7th-tier strongman Steve Rogers, was walking back and forth in his estate, under the puzzled gazes of numerous servants. He held a book high in one hand, occasionally flipping through it with the other hand, and the cover of the book prominently displayed Divine Eagle in large letters. Oh, shit. Another 7th-tier strongman, Tony, threw away the pen in his hand, looking at the crooked squares and circles on the paper. He stood up angrily and said, "Steve, are you sure this is useful?" Steve stopped in his tracks, glanced at him, and his posture and expression bore some resemblance to the demeanor of the Tang Emperor in front of the instance. "You've only been drawing for less than a day. What's the rush?" "Humph." Tony walked out of the room. "You can figure it out yourself. I don't have the patience for this." Just then, the presidential aide, Errol Cooney, walked in. Tony looked at him questioningly. "Are you sure the people of Hua country aren't playing us? Is this really the method to clear the divine botanical garden?" "Mr. Tony, I am sure." Errol shrugged helplessly. "In matters like this, even the most unprincipled person wouldn't lie. Otherwise, if their reputation is tarnished, who would trade walkthroughs? But this is simply impossible." Tony pointed to the paper that had turned into squares and circles on the side, then pointed to Steve, who was still holding the book. "Can one learn a powerful skill like this? I, for one, don't believe it." With that, he soared into the sky and disappeared from the estate. Errol watched his retreating figure, then looked at Steve, who was still pacing back and forth, and said, "Captain Steve, I also think that what you're doing is a bit of a waste of time. We gathered 1,000 people to read The Legend of the Condor Heroes and The Return of the Condor Heroes, and even the newly released Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. But so far, not a single person has comprehended any skills. There must be some mysteries that we have not yet understood." Steve stopped in his tracks and turned to Errol, asking, "Is it just us who haven't grasped the skills, or is it that no one has?" Errol's expression narrowed slightly as he replied, "It seems that no one has, at least so far. No country has indicated understanding skills through this method, including Hua country." "Alright, I got it." Errol saw Steve continue to hold up the book and walk back and forth, shrugged, no longer interested, and turned to leave the manor. However, not long after he left, a loud noise rang out in the manor. Bang! Steve looked at the table he had smashed with his fist, as well as the countless papers flying around, filled with circles and squares. Veins popped on Steve's forehead as he gritted his teeth. Shit. He spent 2 whole days drawing perfectly round and square shapes. Then, imitating Tang Wang, he walked back and forth holding the book Eagle Shooting Heroes for 3 days. 3 days. No effect at all. What a joke, the left-right mutual combat technique. Steve looked at the flying white papers, clenched his teeth, and said, "Tang Wan, Hua country, you just wait for me. Damn it, someone is cursing at me." Tang Wan, who had just arrived in Yanjing, felt his eyelid twitch. Either that little brat is thinking about me, or as a 7th-level master, how could my eyelid twitch? In front of him, Fu Yan, a 6th-level mechanic controlling the small aircraft, turned back somewhat speechless and said, "Tang Lao, could it be that the wind is too strong? Fly your plane." Tang Wang impatiently slapped Fu Yan on the back, causing the small aircraft flying at low altitude to shake violently. "My Tang Lao, don't scare me, okay? If we fall from this height, we're both done for. That's on you." Tang Wang disdainfully pinched his beard and said, "Just a kilometer or 2. Fu Yan sighed and stopped arguing with Tang Wang about this issue. He was really afraid that the now temperamental and disrespectful Tang Wang would give him a 2,000-meter free fall performance. "Xiaoyanzi, how much longer until we reach Master Jin Gu's place?" Hearing the nickname Xiaoyanzi, Fu Yan's eyes twitched, but he ultimately helplessly said, "We need to go to the Ministry of Education first, and then the Ministry of Joy will accompany you there." "So troublesome? Can't we just go directly?" "Tang Lao, I don't even know where Master Jin Gu lives, and besides, if we go directly, he won't know us." "Fine." Tang Wang pinched his beard and clicked his tongue in annoyance. Yanjing, Xiaojin Manor, Villa No. 7. Lin Feng bought No. 8, while this is Su Chenyan's villa. In the first-floor bathroom, Lin Feng guided his internal energy to slowly sink into his dantian, finishing his cultivation. After a rustling sound, he and Su Chenyan walked out of the bathroom. "What's wrong?" Seeing Lin Feng's slightly furrowed brows, Su Chenyan couldn't help but ask, "What happened?" "Nothing." Lin Feng came to his senses, smiled, and said, "Just thinking about cultivation." Hearing this, Su Chenyan blushed slightly and turned to the kitchen to prepare food. Lin Feng opened the door to the hall and walked into the courtyard. It was still early morning, and dewdrops hung on the numerous green plants in the courtyard, sparkling in the morning light. It seems that the internal energy is somewhat incompatible. Lin Feng furrowed his brows slightly. Just after finishing his cultivation, he discovered something. Simply cultivating the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra would only restore the internal energy belonging to the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra and the initial completion of the system task when the system descended with internal energy. The remaining internal strength from the 9 scripture and the Golden Goose skill has also recovered somewhat, but this is a natural recovery, not due to cultivation recovery. Fortunately, I estimate it's the help of the system that prevents the 3 types of internal strength in my body from conflicting. Otherwise, I would probably explode my dantian directly, and my meridians would be severed and I would die. I still need to research whether I can integrate the internal strength or find a way to quickly restore all internal strength at the same time. Lin Feng was contemplating when Su Chenyan, who was preparing breakfast, casually asked, "Lin Feng, are you writing a new book?" Lin Feng's thoughts were interrupted for a moment. He turned back with a smile and said, "Yes, Heavenly Sword Dragon Slaying." Su Chenyan immediately became interested and turned to Lin Feng, asking, "Are there any powerful martial arts in the book?" "Yes, there are 9 Young Divine Skill, Universe Shifting, and..." Su Chenyan saw Lin Feng pause and couldn't help but ask, "And what else?" Lin Feng slowly said, "Tai Chi." After that, he took a deep breath, turned and walked towards the courtyard. "Yes, Tai Chi. Regardless of the Tai Chi fist and sword used for attacking in the book, it must be an offensive skill, but, on Earth, the Tai Chi practiced by the elderly in the park is for health preservation. Moreover, Lin Feng, who walked into the courtyard, closed his eyes. In the palace of memories in his mind, the scenes of the elderly practicing Tai Chi in the park that he had inadvertently seen before began to replay frame by frame. As his breathing gradually slowed down, the internal strength in Lin Feng's body began to flow slowly. The 3 distinct internal strengths originally in his body converged at this moment, circulating along the meridians in his body. Following the scenes in his mind, Lin Feng began to slowly change his movements, and at the same time, he entered a mysterious state. At this time, Su Chenyan also appeared at the door, but she did not make any sound. She could feel the fluctuations of internal strength emanating from Lin Feng's body. Is he cultivating? Su Chenyan speculated in her mind with some confusion. It doesn't seem like cultivating internal strength. Is he practicing a certain skill? But what's the use of such a slow-moving skill? Just as she was puzzled, Su Chenyan suddenly shook. She sensed a natural aura forming slowly throughout the courtyard. Villa No. 8, 3 figures stood in front of the courtyard. The director of the Ministry of Education, Li Shueshan, frowned slightly and said, "Not here? But in my perception, there's no one inside." Tang Wang pinched his beard and said, "What, you don't believe me? After all, I'm also a 7th rank." Tang Lao misunderstood. Li Shueshan smiled bitterly. "Maybe he's gone out for something, let me make a call to check. Maybe he's at Villa No. 7. Nangong Ruo, who was beside him, said with a slightly strange expression, "My student came back yesterday, maybe Lin Feng went to Villa No. 7. Li Shueshan was taken aback and asked, "You mean Su Chenyan?" "Yes." Li Shueshan also nodded slightly with a strange expression. "Let's go and take a look." Villa No. 7 was only a few hundred meters away from Villa No. 8. The 3 of them quickly arrived at Villa No. 7. Li Shueshan immediately noticed a young man practicing boxing in the yard. He was about to speak but was stopped by Tang Wang. Then, Tang Wen's serious and subtle voice sounded in his ear, "Keep quiet. Don't disturb him." Li Shueshan's heart trembled, his eyes scanning Lin Feng who was practicing boxing. Beside him, Nangong Ro also sensed that something was not quite right. She held her breath and focused silently on the courtyard. Before long, feeling the natural aura in the courtyard, Nangong Ruo's eyes revealed a shocked expression. "This is a domain? A skill only available to 7th level experts?" At this moment, Tang Wang also put away his previous nonchalant expression and looked extremely serious as he gazed at the courtyard. In a voice only he could hear, he murmured, "This is not a domain skill. This aura seems to be changing with his movements." Tang Wang saw the plants in the courtyard gently swaying with Lin Feng's movements. He sighed softly. With just a gesture, he influences everything in this courtyard. Unheard of. Truly worthy of being Master Jingu. Li Shueshan watched as the branches and leaves gradually lifted into the air and danced with Lin Feng's movements, reminiscent of the scene from Heavenly Dragon Slaying that Lin Feng released yesterday. Li Shueshan's heart stirred. This is Tai Chi? When Tang Wang heard this, he was taken aback. Tai Chi? Is this Tai Chi from heavenly dragon slaying? Since learning the technique of ambidexterity, Tang Wang naturally did not miss reading Master Jingu's new book, Heavenly Dragon Slaying. Currently, Tang Wang was fully focused on studying the Nine-Yang divine art and Qiankuan moving from heavenly dragon slaying, an internal power skill and a technique skill. These two skills were perfect for Tang Wang, who focused on physical training. As for Tai Chi, he hadn't paid much attention to it before, but now seeing the imposing manner in which Lin Feng displayed it, well, Tai Chi seemed quite good too. Moreover, it would be relatively easy to imitate Zhang Sanfeng, right? Tang Wang pinched his beard. Due to his high physical attributes, although Tang Wang was not young, his hair and beard were shiny and black. Wasn't Zhang Sanfeng supposed to have white hair and beard? Maybe he should dye it later when he had time? In the courtyard, as the final move of Tai Chi came to an end, all the branches and leaves slowly fell to the ground, forming two connected Tai Chi fish. After completing a set of Tai Chi, the internal energy that had gathered in Lin Feng's body dispersed once again. However, this time, the internal energy belonging to the Nine-Yin scripture and Golden Goose technique noticeably recovered a large portion. It seems effective, but Lin Feng carefully checked and finally, with some regret, confirmed that he had not comprehended the skill of Tai Chi. Could it be that this thing is really just a health-preserving exercise? Oh well, it doesn't matter if I don't have the skill. After all, this is another means of restoring internal energy. Lin Feng let out a slow breath and then opened his eyes. However, when he saw the scene in front of him, he was suddenly stunned. Looking around, Lin Feng saw a very neat Tai Chi diagram made up of branches and leaves on the ground. Just as Lin Feng was somewhat surprised, a somewhat elderly voice sounded, truly worthy of Master Jingu. The set you just performed was Tai Chi, right? A man dressed in plain clothes, with black hair and beard, appeared in front of Lin Feng, looking spirited. Lin Feng frowned. This old man looked like an ordinary elder with dyed black hair and beard, lacking any aura of a strong individual. However, his sudden appearance, like a ghost, made Lin Feng wary. As he contemplated whether to activate the node card, Le Shueshen's figure appeared. He glanced helplessly at Tang Wang and introduced, Lin Feng, this is our country's 7th level expert, Tang Wang. Tang Wang? Lin Feng was taken aback and looked at the seemingly ordinary old man in front of him, but he really couldn't tell that this was a 7th level expert. Tang Wang saw Lin Feng sizing him up, but didn't mind. Instead, he asked urgently, the martial art you just displayed, is it Tai Chi? Yes. Seeing Lin Feng's confirmation, Tang Wang, Le Shueshen, and Nangong Rua all brightened up. Martial arts techniques? What attributes? It shouldn't count. Lin Feng pondered for a moment and said, at least not now. Then, is it like what is described in the books, 4 ounces deflect 1,000 pounds? Lin Feng looked at Tang Wang strangely and explained, in my opinion, to achieve 4 ounces deflect 1,000 pounds, first, you need to have a strength of over 1,000 pounds. I see. Seeing disappointment in Tang Wang's eyes, Lin Feng smiled and said, but who knows, maybe when you comprehend Tai Chi in the future, you really can deflect 1,000 pounds with just 4 ounces. Tang Wang shook his head and said, you are the author, if you think it's not like that, then it must not be like that. Lin Feng was suddenly stunned. Tang Wang's words made him think of many things. Yes, it makes sense. For example, the Golden Goose technique, it can be called light skill or internal skill, but in Lin Feng's view, it belongs to internal skill. So, he classified it as an internal skill technique. The Nine-Yin scripture is even more so. If it were to follow the original work, it would be like the essence of all martial arts. But, in Lin Feng's heart, he always believed that the Nine-Yin scripture is a powerful internal skill. So, it is an internal skill. Thinking of this, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly. The game misled me. Before crossing over, those various martial arts games were divided like this, and playing them a lot changed Lin Feng's perception subconsciously. Oh well, this may not necessarily be a bad thing. If it were really according to the original work, then the Nine-Yin scripture would be impossible to comprehend. Now, as an internal skill technique for enhancing moves, it's also good. But since that's the case, Lin Feng smiled and said, the main purpose of Tai Chi is to strengthen the body and keep fit. Tang Wang was stunned. Strengthen the body and keep fit? What's the use of that? But Le Shueshen beside him trembled suddenly. He took a step forward and looked at Lin Feng intently. Does it require inner strength? It should not be necessary. Lin Feng said with a smile, suitable for all ages. Le Shueshen took a deep breath. If that's the case, then the significance of Tai Chi for the Huaxia country is definitely not inferior to the art of mutual combat. Tang Wang didn't understand when it came to strengthening the body and keeping fit, but how could Le Shueshen not understand? Attribute enhancement. And without the need for inner strength, suitable for all ages. This means that those young people before changing careers have another way to enhance their attributes. Lin Feng, the relationship with this Tai Chi seems significant. When you have time, can you teach me? No need to be so troublesome. Tang Wang interjected, Master Jingu, can you demonstrate it again? Lin Feng nodded, took a deep breath, and began the Tai Chi starting move. Le Shuetian and Nangong Roa quickly stepped back to give Lin Feng space, while Tang Wang stood opposite him, following his movements perfectly, executing a flawless Tai Chi starting move. An old man and a young man, in this small courtyard, slowly practiced Tai Chi. This time, Lin Feng did not enter a profound state, nor did he close his eyes to respond. With his current attributes, after going through it once, he naturally wouldn't forget it. As he performed one move after another, Lin Feng could clearly feel the internal energy gathering in his body, circulating with his movements continuously. Originally, the internal force that had not fully recovered also gradually recovered to its peak unconsciously. On the other side, Tang Wang's eyes gradually became confused, and a mysterious aura slowly rose up. The two of them fought for nearly 30 minutes. As the two of them ended their Tai Chi movements, the originally fluttering leaves also slowly fell down, outlining a Tai Chi diagram on the ground beneath their feet. The positions of Lin Feng and Tang Wang happened to be the positions of two Tai Chi fish eyes. At the same time, Lin Feng also received a system prompt. Tang Doshing has comprehended the skill, Tai Chi Fist, from your work, The Heaven Sword and Dragon Slaying. System reward, skill, Tai Chi Fist. Tang Wang is indeed a 7th level strongman. Lin Feng marveled, he comprehended it just by following along. Amazing. Wait a minute. Lin Feng checked the system prompt again, confirmed that he didn't read it wrong, and looked at Tang Wang with a somewhat strange expression. So, his real name is Tang Goshen? Tang Wang, how are you? Le Shuetian saw the two of them finish and quickly asked. At this moment, Tang Wang's originally confused eyes gradually became clear, and he immediately answered Le Shuetian's question. He clasped his hands together and bowed to Lin Feng, saying, Thank you, Master Jingu. Tang. Lin Feng used great willpower to swallow the two words Goshing down. Tang Wang, you're too kind. At the same time, a system prompt sounded in Lin Feng's mind. System prompt, due to the host's guidance, the number of people who have comprehended the skills in the book has reached 3 times, unlocking the Good Teacher task. System task, Good Teacher, task objective, guide others to comprehend the skills created in the book 100 times. Task progress, 3 out of 100. Task reward, randomly obtain martial arts from the book that have not been comprehended yet. Note, this task is a recurring task, can be completed repeatedly. The more times completed, the higher the target number of people. After accepting the system task, Lin Feng frowned slightly. Good Teacher? And a recurring task? It seems to be similar to the writing tasks of the system, but this task is much more difficult than writing. However, this is also good. Finally, there is another way to comprehend martial arts. After all, some martial arts in the book are only fragments, and ordinary people find it difficult to comprehend. But where can I find someone to teach? I can't just go out on the street, randomly pick someone, and tell them, young man, you have unique bones. I have a palm technique that descends from the sky. Lin Feng's mouth twitched slightly, suppressing his thoughts. This matter is not urgent. Let's first look at the attributes of Tai Chi Fist. Lin Feng had a thought and checked it. Skill, Tai Chi Fist, current quality, ordinary, potential, legendary. Current level, 1, form 1, 85 moves, a non-attack skill, during the execution, slightly accelerates the recovery speed of internal force and spirit. After completing a certain number of executions, you will receive free attribute points, 2/100. Current maximum obtainable attribute points, 5. Form 2, 42 moves, locked, requires the skill to reach epic quality. Form 3, 24 moves, locked, requires the skill to reach legendary quality. Note, upgrading the quality will unlock new forms, and upgrading the level will enhance the skill effect. 3 forms? Lin Feng was slightly stunned, then reacted. Unsurprisingly, one of these 3 forms must be used for combat. The combat effect is probably not bad. This should not be just the Tai Chi Fist recorded in the book. Lin Feng's eyes flashed with some speculation. Tang Wang's Tai Chi was not so much understood from books as directly taught by Lin Feng, who learned it from the parallel universe Earth, where Tai Chi is hailed as a national treasure. The effect is naturally different. However, it seems that it is very difficult to understand Tai Chi directly from books. 5 points? Lin Feng's thoughts were interrupted by Le Shuetian's uncontrollable exclamation. Tang Wang, this is not a joke. You should be clear about the meaning of 5 free attribute points. Tang Wang, who had just described the skill information of Tai Chi, looked at Le Shuetian impatiently and said, how could I not know? And can I mess around with this kind of thing? Le Shueshan took a deep breath and turned to Lin Feng, saying excitedly, Lin Feng, can this Tai Chi? Before he could finish, Lin Feng interrupted, Lu Bureau, same as before. The more people learn, the more they can automatically improve their skills, otherwise, when will they refine their skills to what extent? You know, I'm curious about the effects of the 42 forms and the 24 forms. Lin Feng smiled and said, the more people learn openly, the better. Tang Wang raised his thumb and said, Master Jingu is generous. Brother Gusai is polite. Lin Feng replied in his heart. Su Chenyan at the door quietly watched all this, watching Lin Feng, who was chatting and laughing with the 7th rank stronger in one of the 6 departments, feeling a bit of unnamed melancholy in her heart for a moment. Lu Bureau, why did you come this time? Hey! Le Shueshan was stunned, then realized and said, I forgot about the main business because of Tai Chi. Shall we go inside and talk? Although the matter of Tai Chi is important, compared to that, Lin Feng's matter is undoubtedly more important. You guys go ahead. Tang Wang slightly parted his legs, shoulder width apart. I'll do Tai Chi again. Le Shueshan nodded indifferently. If it weren't for Tang Wang insisting on visiting Lin Feng again, he hadn't planned to bring him today. However, it can be considered an unexpected gain, or a huge gain. Le Shueshan and Nangong Rua followed Lin Feng into the villa. At this time, Su Chenyan, who had come to her senses, brought out breakfast from the dining room. Lin Feng didn't stand on ceremony, picked it up and started eating. After practicing Tai Chi twice, although his internal strength and spirit had recovered somewhat, his stomach was a bit hungry. Lin Feng, do you have any plans for today? Not for now, just writing a book. Nangong Rua suddenly spoke up. Lin Feng, today is the enrollment ceremony at Yenjing University. Are you going? Lin Feng was taken aback, then somewhat nostalgic. Time really flies by. Unconsciously, it was time for the new school year. Go ahead, but isn't my identity a bit conspicuous? Lin Feng still had some longing for the higher education institutions in this world, and where else to write a book. Don't worry, we have arranged everything. Le Shueshan smiled and said, this year, Yenjing University will open a class full of life professionals. If you go, you won't stand out that much. A class full of life professionals? Lin Feng was taken aback. Seeing his confusion, Le Shueshan explained, the students in these classes have all understood martial arts techniques and internal skills. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's eyes lit up slightly. Isn't this like falling asleep and someone brings a pillow? Just got the good teacher cyclic skill, was just worried about who to guide, now it's good. Lin Feng hurriedly asked, Lu Bureau, how many people are in this class? Including you, 27 people. Le Shueshan explained, they are all just graduates, or haven't graduated yet, so you won't stand out in there. Staying at home every day to write a book is not good after all. In a safe situation, interacting with more people and things can also enrich your creative inspiration. Lin Feng nodded. Although he had a system and could become stronger by writing books, he was still a person. Writing day and night without rest, even if his energy and internal strength recovered, his mentality could not keep up. That's why after finishing The Legend of the Condor Heroes, he didn't immediately start writing Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber but went to wander around Yenjing City, eat delicious food, enjoy the scenery, and even bought a motorcycle when he felt like it. Don't worry, Lu Zongshu, I understand. Lin Feng said with a smile, I also want to go to Yenjing University to experience college life. Hearing him say that, Le Shueshan smiled and candidly said, arranging so many life professions with insights into techniques and internal skills is indeed to help cover for you. On the other hand, it's also to see if you can help them improve. Of course, it's entirely up to you, no pressure. Lin Feng nodded. Even if Le Shueshan didn't say it, he was prepared to do so. After all, with system tasks, guiding others to comprehend skills could also benefit himself. Just, Le Zongshu, in that case, am I going to be a student or a teacher? Ah. Of course, a student, we have already arranged the teacher for this class. Le Shueshan glanced at Su Chenyan and said to Lin Feng, you should know Su Yuanfeng. Su Yuanfeng? Lin Feng was stunned, and Su Chenyan beside him was also stunned, opening her mouth in confusion, my brother? Yes. Nangong Rua on the side spoke, he has already reached the 5th level, and not only has he comprehended the 18 dragon subduing palms but also internal skills. Being the teacher of this class is extremely suitable. Le Shueshan also smiled and said, moreover, he knows Lin Feng, which makes it convenient to help cover for Lin Feng. Lin Feng's mouth twitched slightly. Le Shueshan's straightforward words made it impossible for him not to understand that Su Yuanfeng was going to help cover for him under the guise of a teacher. After all, letting him teach probably wouldn't yield any results. Lin Feng, if you're ready, let's go. Nangong Rua said, it's getting late, and the enrollment ceremony is about to begin. Seeing Lin Feng nod, she said to Su Chenyan, "You come along too." Le Shuetian followed Lin Feng and the others out of the villa. Watching Lin Feng get into the car, Le Shuetian asked, "Lin Feng, about Tai Chi, overseas?" "No worries, it's the same as before, Le Zongshu." Watching the business car leave, Le Shuetian breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that it's the same as before. The importance of Tai Chi is no less than the art of mutual destruction. If foreigners were to learn it for no reason, it would be a big loss. But since Lin Feng said it's fine, then there's no problem. In these months, the actions of countries like Eagle Sauce and Sakura in the East have naturally been noticed by Huagua. But after learning that they had spent a lot of manpower and resources trying to comprehend the skills in the book, others may not know. But Le Shuetian felt quite comfortable. The things are there, we're not hiding anything. If they can't learn it, it's not our fault. In the small courtyard, after finishing a set of Tai Chi, Tang Wang, with some doubts, asked, with Master Jingu's current attainments and role, why send him to school? Isn't that a waste of time? Le Shuetian shook his head and said, "Tang Lao, I don't think this is a waste of time. Regarding this matter, we have organized several seminars, and every time the results of the discussions are unanimous. Give him the best resources, the best environment to keep writing, keep creating." Le Shuetian said seriously, "This is a disguised form of utilization and exploitation, a method that those people like to use." Tang Wang narrowed his eyes, his expression rarely becoming serious. Of course, he knew who Le Shuetian was referring to as those people. Wasn't it the group led by Ying Jiang? Le Shuetian continued, "Talent development plan, talent is the premise, but the core is cultivation." Tang Wang nodded, feeling emotional. "Truly worthy of being the director of the Education Bureau, I have learned. Tang Lao is too polite." Le Shuetian looked at Tang Wang, showing a smile and said, "Tang Lao, do you have some time later?" What's up? Can you help me with something? Cough? Tang Lao wouldn't mind appearing, right? Tang Wang raised an eyebrow, looking at Le Shuetian with some confusion. "What exactly is it? Just say it. Isn't it almost time for the junior and senior high schools to start again?" Le Shuetian smiled brightly. "We have been using the same set of exercises for a long time. It's time to change it up." Tang Wang looked at Le Shuetian with a strange expression. "Are you suggesting to have them practice Tai Chi during break time?" The vast Yinjing University today is not as desolate as when Lin Feng last visited. With the end of the holiday, countless students have started returning to school. In this era of national unity, this so-called holiday is just a time for everyone to improve themselves freely. As students of the top university in Huagua, would they really waste 2 months playing around? And today is the day when a new batch of freshmen enter the school. The square in front of Yinjing University's main gate is bustling with people. This is the welcome area. Each class has a separate area where class teachers and senior students are responsible for welcoming the newcomers. Ding Peng, dragging his tired body, walked through the crowd to a table and chairs. This is the welcome area for the Thunder Department. When he saw a figure sitting on a chair, he was slightly stunned. "Oh, Brother Xiu, you're here." Shang Chengxiu's forehead twitched. He looked at Ding Peng with an almost thunderous look in his eyes. "What did you just call me?" Ding Peng felt a shock through his body, quickly corrected himself. Teacher Shang. Slip of the tongue, I misspoke just now. But, since Teacher Shang is here, I'll go to the Physician Association. Ding Peng shrugged, pointing to his explosive hairstyle. "The experiment failed yesterday, almost electrocuted myself. I need to go for treatment." Shang Chengxiu's forehead twitched again, suppressing the reprimand that almost came out of his mouth, turned to someone nearby and said, "Yuan Feng, is he a physician? Can you help him?" Ding Peng was taken aback, turned to look, and saw a sturdy man in his 30s sitting upright at the nearby table and chairs. Beside him, there was a slightly thin young man, Brother Xiu. Cough, Teacher Shang, who is this? As a senior student in his 4th year, Ding Peng had a basic impression of the school's teachers, but he had never seen this person before. Su Yuan Feng, my junior brother, is now also a class teacher at Yinjing University. Class teacher? Ding Peng took a few steps back in confusion, looked at the sign nearby, Life Assistance Class? Ding Peng exclaimed, "Since when did we have such a class at Yinjing University?" Shang Chengxiu said impatiently, "What's with all the fuss? Half a month ago, the school had already announced it. Didn't you see it yourself? Hurry up and come over." Ding Peng opened his mouth and walked to the table and chairs, looking at Su Yuan Feng with a magical expression. "So, he is a life support professional? The class teacher, definitely. But with that physique, he doesn't look like one, is he? A blacksmith?" Su Yuan Feng obviously noticed Ding Peng's gaze. He twitched his mouth slightly and said to Xiegung beside him, "Go help him." "Yes, teacher." After Xiegung walked over, Su Yuan Feng sat alone at the reception desk of the life support class, continuing to receive countless gazes. What is all this about? Su Yuanfeng sighed in extreme frustration. Yesterday during the day, he was still a member of the pioneering team, and last night, he became an assistant to the Physician Association in researching inner strength. And now, he had unexpectedly become the class teacher at Yinjing University. Moreover, the class teacher of the life support class. How absurd! However, thinking back to yesterday when he was personally received by the Director General of the Education Bureau, Lu Shueshan, Su Yuanfeng sighed again. Just as Director Lu said, let's go with it for now. As the class teacher of this class, he naturally knew the situation of the 26 students in the class, all of whom were life support professionals who had acquired skills from books. Without a doubt, this class was an important experiment for Huagua. Maybe he could also gain strength from it. At this moment, Su Yuanfeng did not know that there were 27 people in his class. Director Lu did not deceive him either. After all, Director Lu only confirmed this morning that Lin Feng would come. At the reception desk of the Thunder class, Xiegang looked at Ding Peng and smiled professionally. Where does it hurt? Ding Peng was confused. Are you really a physician? Of course. Ding Peng was stunned for a moment, then finally sat down next to Xiegang and smiled bitterly. I used lightning technique to strike myself yesterday, and I was numb for a few hours. I just started feeling better. Xiegang looked at Ding Peng with a strange expression. Striking yourself with lightning technique? So, have you been having trouble sleeping and having many dreams lately, feeling stressed? If you feel like you can't release your emotions, I suggest you see a mental health counselor. Or go to the Physician Association for a professional instrument test. Xiegang raised his finger to his head, implying without saying it clearly, but Ding Peng understood. His mouth twitched. I'm not crazy. Shang Qingxiu, who was beside him, said impatiently, if you strike yourself a few more times, I don't know if you'll go crazy, but you probably won't make it to the Physician Association for a test. Ding Peng shrank his head and whispered, I'm just trying to stimulate my inner strength. With that said, Xiegang's body stiffened, and Su Yuanfeng also narrowed his eyes and looked over. Ding Peng continued, brother, I don't know if you've read the works of Master Jin Guliang 1? Have I read it? Xiegang nodded with a strange expression. Ding Peng's eyes lit up. He leaned in front of Xiegang and whispered, since you've read it, you must know about acquiring skills from reading books. Many people online have claimed to have comprehended martial arts techniques, but not a single person has comprehended inner strength. I was thinking, how can one comprehend it? By chance, I thought of a possibility. Doesn't the book say that inner strength circulates in the meridians? I wondered if the reason I haven't comprehended it is that the governor vessel is not open, so I can't comprehend it. So, Ding Peng's expression became excited. I used the power of lightning to strike the location of the governor vessel and make it pass through. Xiegang gasped in shock. This guy, not dying is already a miracle. Cough, of course I don't recommend you try this. Ding Peng coughed lightly. I am an epic profession, thunderer, with strong resistance to thunder and lightning. Xiegang looked speechless at Ding Peng. Why should I use thunder and lightning to strike myself? And I already have internal strength, right? Thinking of this, Xiegang suddenly had a thought. How about using internal strength to investigate? Don't move, let me check. After speaking, Xiegang raised his hand and pressed it on Ding Peng's chest, and the internal strength slowly passed through his palm into the position of Ding Peng's purple palace acupoint. However, just as Xiegang concentrated on controlling the internal strength, Ding Peng frowned slightly. Why are your hands so cold? And a little itchy. Su Yuanfeng, who was on the side, saw Xiegang's actions and, combined with Ding Peng's words, instantly realized what he was about to do. Cough. Xiegang, if you're not sure, don't do it. Internal strength entering the body is not that simple, and Su Yuanfeng, who had been tossing about it all night at the Physician Association yesterday, had the right to speak on this matter. Xiegang was stunned for a moment, nodded, okay, teacher. Then, with a thought, he slowly withdrew the internal strength. However, at this moment, a pleasant female voice with a hint of elusive meaning asked, excuse me, is this the Thunder Department class? Imobingyu looked strangely at the welcoming place labeled Thunder Department, her gaze stopping between Xiegang and Ding Peng, on the hand placed on the chest. Is this university? Imobingyu couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Even this kind of relationship can be so open and unreservedly displayed? Xiegang did not notice Imobingyu's strange gaze. After being reminded by Su Yuanfeng, he withdrew his hand, somewhat embarrassedly saying, why don't you go to the Physician Association for a checkup? But at this time, Ding Ju was staring blankly at Mobingyu, muttering, no need. Shang Qingxiu on the side frowned, health is important, go to the Physician Association for a checkup now. No! Ding Ju stood up suddenly, patted his chest with his hand, Teacher Shang, I'm fine. Besides, the welcoming work, of course, is done by us senior students. After saying that, he took a few quick steps, came to Imobingyu's front, and showed a smile that he thought was gentle. Are you a freshman in the Thunder Department class? I'm Ding Pang, a junior in the Thunder Department. Oh no, now I'm a senior. I'll take you to complete the enrollment procedures. Then, in Imobingyu's somewhat confused state, he directly took the luggage from her hands and led her towards the academic affairs building. Where are you from, junior? Baisha. Oh, we're fellow townsmen. At the welcoming place, Shang Qingxiu's forehead veins were bulging. This kid. Su Yuanfeng glanced at Ding Peng's departing figure and said to Shang Qingxiu, he is, Director Ding's nephew? Yes. Shang Qingxiu sighed and said, such a worrying kid. After that, Shang Qingxiu flipped through the information on the table. This Imobingyu is also from Baishano. One middle school. It seems that Baishano, one middle school has produced quite a few talents this year. Su Yuanfeng was stunned for a moment, then nodded with a somewhat complicated expression. Yes, quite a few talents have emerged. He couldn't help but think of Lin Feng, the Lin Feng who wrote a masterpiece that could influence Huaguo, and even the whole world. Ha! Su Yuanfeng paused for a moment. Lin Feng seems to be a graduate of Baishano. One middle school this year too. Will he go to university? Then, Su Yuanfeng's expression became strange. He glanced at the sign next to him with the 5 big characters life assistance class. His mouth twitched slightly. It can't be, it shouldn't be. With Lin Feng's current identity and status, it's unlikely for him to continue studying at university, right? Moreover, his identity is too sensitive. How could he openly come to study? Besides, if he comes, why bother calling himself over? With him around, why would I need to be a teacher myself? The most crucial thing, Su Yuanfeng glanced at the roster on the table. Although he didn't look closely before, he also glanced at it, and there was no mention of Lin Feng among the 26 people in the life assistance class. I was overthinking, he definitely won't come. Su Yuanfeng breathed a sigh of relief. Teacher. Xie Geng, who had returned to his side, approached and whispered, I just found out. His method seems to be somewhat effective. Su Yuanfeng asked in surprise, what do you mean? Xie Geng leaned in closer and whispered, it seems that lightning can really stimulate the meridians and acupoints. Su Yuanfeng's eyes widened suddenly. Yes, he was surprised, not just because of what Xie Geng had just said, but by a young man who walked out of the crowd and came in front of him. He was surprised. Lin Feng? Lin Feng raised a corner of his mouth and smiled. Hello, Teacher Su. At the welcoming area, Su Yuanfeng looked at Lin Feng in front of him. For a moment, he didn't know what to say, and even didn't know how to address him. Calling him Lin Feng seemed a bit impolite, regardless of whether it was the day he taught himself the dragon subduing poem or Lin Feng's achievements now. Su Yuanfeng felt it was not quite appropriate. Call him Master Lin? That's even worse, it undoubtedly exposes Lin Feng's identity. Call brother-in-law? Su Yuanfeng's mouth twitched. Thinking about this, he decided to just call him Lin Feng. Impolite is impolite. This student. Xie Geng, who was beside him, saw that Su Yuanfeng had not spoken all along, and felt it was not good, so he asked, are you from the life assistance class? How should I address you? Lin Feng smiled, I'm Lin Feng. Xie Geng looked at Su Yuanfeng. The class roster was in his hand. He needed his confirmation. Su Yuanfeng took a deep breath and ordered, Xie Geng, take Lin Feng to complete the enrollment procedures. Xie Geng? Lin Feng was slightly stunned. He wouldn't forget this name. The one who comprehended the 9 in scripture. Lin Feng looked at Xie Geng with some curiosity. He appeared to be in his early 20s, tall and thin, looking slightly more mature compared to the surrounding students. Xie Geng showed a smile to Lin Feng and said, Lin Feng, come with me. Before he could finish his sentence, a clear female voice interrupted, hello. Xie Geng and Lin Feng turned to see a girl standing in front of them, wearing a simple long dress, fair skin, and picturesque features. Her bright and intelligent eyes glanced at them, revealing a sweet smile, 2 dimples like 2 small moons hanging on her cheeks. Excuse me, is this the life assistance class? Su Yuanfeng, who had been silent, spoke up at this time. Yes, and you are? Gong Sun Lu. Su Yuanfeng flipped through the roster on the table, then said to Xie Geng, perfect, you take the 2 of them together. Go quickly and come back quickly. Yes, teacher. Xie Geng nodded and said, Gong Sun Lu, I'll take you and Lin Feng to complete the procedures. The enrollment procedures at Yanjing University were not complicated, and this life assistance class seemed somewhat special, not even requiring tuition fees to be paid. After Xie Geng led the 2 of them to collect a stack of thick books, they walked out of the teaching building. Lin Feng and Gong Sun Lu arrived late, and there were not many people outside the teaching building at this time. Do you need me to help you carry them? Xie Geng looked at Gong Sun Lu and asked, no need, thank you, senior. Even if it's a professional life, physical fitness won't be too bad, just a stack of textbooks. I'm not a senior. Gong Suanlu was stunned for a moment, then with a hint of apology, said, sorry, I thought you were a senior in the 4th year. Xia Gung's mouth twitched a bit. You might as well just say I look old. What are these books? Why are they so thick? Gong Suanlu asked with some confusion while holding the books, The Legend of the Condor Heroes, The Return of the Condor Heroes, and some parts of Heaven Sword Dragon Saber. When Lin Feng heard this, he was stunned, then looked somewhat strangely at the thick stack of books he was holding. No wonder they're so thick. The Legend of the Condor Heroes and The Return of the Condor Heroes together have 2 million words. How could they not be thick? And, receiving the books he wrote himself. This feeling is somewhat strange. Why are you distributing this? Gong Suanlu, still puzzled, asked, naturally, to read them. Xie Gong looked at Gong Suanlu strangely. These are copies of the original manuscripts by Master Jin Guliang. It is said that reading these can help improve comprehension chances. Wow! Lin Feng's mouth twitched, so the Bureau of Music came to borrow the original manuscripts a while ago just to make copies. But, reading copies can improve comprehension chances? How come I didn't know? Lin Feng's expression became even more strange, but fortunately, the other two didn't pay attention to him. Xie Gong glanced around, found no one, and said softly, what skills have you all comprehended? After waiting for a while and getting no response, Xie Gong felt a bit embarrassed as he looked at Lin Feng and Gong Suanlu, only to find the two of them smiling at him. His mouth twitched involuntarily. Ahem, we don't need to keep it a secret between us, right? The confidentiality agreement says we can communicate normally among classmates. Confidentiality agreement? Lin Feng and Gong Suanlu were both puzzled at the same time, then they looked at each other, two slightly puzzled gazes intertwined. Lin Feng and Gong Suanlu were slightly stunned. She didn't know about the confidentiality agreement? The same thought came up again. The gaze of the two also simultaneously became somewhat meaningful. However, Xie Gong, who turned around to look back, was confused. What's going on? How long has it been? These two are already having a staring contest? They hit it off so quickly? Love at first sight as they say? Xie Gong assessed the two, thinking to himself, before saying, sorry for the interruption. Professor Su is waiting for me to go back. I'll walk you back to the dormitory first. Since your dormitories seem to be next to each other, you can go back and. The two people who were staring at each other quickly looked away from each other when Xie Gong spoke. Gong Suanlu blushed slightly, raised the books in her arms subconsciously to cover her face, while Lin Feng calmly said to Xie Gong, thank you. The three of them walked back to the dormitory again, and along the way, they didn't talk about the previous topic of comprehending skills. Yanjing University has a large campus area, and with high admission requirements, the actual number of students is not that many. The dormitories are not the kind of collective dormitories with several people in one room, but single rooms with small courtyards. Xie Gong walked to a corner of the dormitory area with Lin Feng and Gong Sunlu. Two exquisite and small courtyards appeared in front of the three of them. Xie Gong looked at Lin Feng and Gong Sunlu with a strange expression and said, Teacher Su is still waiting for me over there, so I'll leave first. He pointed to the books in their arms and said, there is an admission notice inside, with our class group on it. Remember to join later. Course notices and schedules can be checked on the school's internal network, and notifications will also be sent in the group. All the details are in there. After speaking, Xie Gong turned and left without looking back. Lin Feng and Gong Sunlu, who were preparing to thank him, were stunned for a moment. The two looked at each other again. Gong Sunlu smiled lightly and said with some meaning, Lin Feng, nice to meet you. At the reception, Su Yuanfeng took a deep breath, unable to hold back, took out his phone, found Nangong Ruo's number. Yesterday, she and Le Shueshan found out about Lin Feng together. As the vice president of Yanjing University, she naturally knew about it. Su Yuanfeng didn't make a call because there were too many people here. He swiped his finger and sent a message to Nangong Ruo, Principal Nangong, is Lin Feng also a student in the life assistance class? Shortly after the message was sent, Su Yuanfeng's phone vibrated. Nangong Ruo, yes, it was confirmed this morning. I'm sorry I couldn't inform you earlier. Su Yuanfeng, since he's here, why do you need me to come as a teacher? Nangong Ruo, the meaning of the Bureau of Joy is that in the absence of Lin Feng's self-protection ability, we need to temporarily help him hide his identity. Su Yuanfeng? Nangong Ruo, simply put, we need your help to cover for him. Su Yuanfeng looked at the words on his phone, his mouth twitched a bit. Okay, he understood. He fully understood. Previously, Su Yuanfeng was a bit uneasy about whether he could teach these 27 students well. After all, he was only half-baked in internal skills and martial arts techniques. This experiment on the feasibility of life occupation combat, which the Bureau of Joy attached great importance to and told him about that day, Su Yuanfeng was also afraid of messing up. Now that he thought about it, it turns out that he was just a scapegoat. Su Yuanfeng sighed. His expression on his face was helpless but also somewhat relaxed. Shang Qingxiu, who was beside him, saw his changing expression as he looked at his phone, and couldn't help but ask, Yuanfeng, what's wrong? Everything okay? Su Yuanfeng put away his phone, shook his head, and said, nothing. It's quite a coincidence. If I hadn't sat next to you today, I wouldn't have known that you suddenly came to Yenjing University to be a teacher. Shang Qingxiu saw that there were no more new students coming in at this point, so he asked curiously, weren't you in the pioneering team before? Yes. Su Yuanfeng's eyes subtly narrowed. He agreed to Li Shueshen's request, came to Yenjing University as a class teacher, and also helped with the research on internal force and meridians at the Physician Association. As a citizen of Huagua and a member of the 6 departments, this was only part of the reason. The other reason was that Li Shueshen promised him that after reaching the 6th rank, he could directly obtain a spot to go to the Dragon Palace instance. You know, the Dragon Palace instance, which only opens once a year, is not something you can enter just because you want to. Each person entering is carefully selected. And entering the Dragon Kingdom to pay respects to his parents is Su Yuanfeng's greatest obsession. It is also the biggest motivation that has driven him to fight on the front lines of pioneering, fearless of life and death. Su Yuanfeng calmed down a bit and smiled, I'm here for further study. I will return to the pioneering team later. So that's how it is. Shang Qingxiu nodded in understanding. This kind of thing was not uncommon at Yenjing University. Just as the two were chatting, Xiegung rushed over, Teacher Su, are there any new students who haven't arrived yet? A few arrived earlier, and Shang Lusher's students helped them with the procedures. Su Yuanfeng flipped through the roster on the table. It seems like there's only one missing, named. Just then, a man with a physique even more robust than Su Yuanfeng's in dark skin walked over. He scratched his head and asked, is this the living assistance class? I'm Li Daniu, here to register. Su Yuanfeng looked at this seemingly older new student in front of him, opened his mouth, and didn't know what to ask for a moment. Are you a new student? Xiegun looked incredulously at Li Daniu. Yes. Excuse me, may I ask? How old are you? I just turned 18. Xiegun opened his mouth, not knowing what to say for a moment, but a thought arose in his mind, it seems. The days at Yenjing University in the future should be exciting. It seems that university life won't be too boring. Lin Feng sighed with a smile, quickly arranged his luggage, took out his phone, scanned and joined the class group for living assistants, checked the schedule, tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock, no. 1 playground, school assembly, tomorrow afternoon at 1 o'clock, no. 3 classroom, new student orientation, the schedule isn't too tight. Lin Feng put down his phone, took out 2 pieces of spirit paper and 2 spirit pens, and began to write a new draft of The Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. At the same time, in the dormitory next to Lin Feng's, Gong Xuanlu, who had put away his things, walked out of the dormitory, glanced at the closed door of Lin Feng's dormitory, and muttered, sleeping? Then forget it, I was planning to ask him to go out together. Gong Xuanlu walked outside while taking out his phone. As he swiped his finger, he sent a message, Auntie, who is Lin Feng? He seems very mysterious. Nangong Ruo, I don't know. Gong Xuanlu looked at the message on his phone, his mouth slightly raised. Don't know? Trying to fool a child. However, she didn't ask further, put her phone in her pocket, hummed an unknown tune, and bounced happily towards the dormitory area. In the vice principal's office, Nangong Ruo put down his phone, shook his head, this little girl, I'm afraid she has figured something out. But, it's fine. Nangong Ruo sighed, arranging your residence next to Lin Feng's, is already me using my power for personal gain. I hope you can learn something from him, like Tang Lao and Chenyan. Having some self-defense skills is always better. Just as he finished his thoughts, there was a knock on the office door. Come in. Principal Nangong, is this appropriate? Director of Education Wu Wei walked in with a document. Is it too grand to have the whole school practice this Tai Chi together? This is a document issued by the Education Bureau. If you have any objections, go to the Education Bureau. But, Principal Nangong, Wu Wei smiled bitterly, do we have to practice during the new student assembly? Nangong Ruo shook his head. If it weren't for the instructional videos still being made, I would have gathered the entire school to start learning now. Alright, this matter is settled, no need to discuss it further. Make sure everyone is notified, all students on campus must participate. Guo Wei sighed helplessly, okay, I understand. As he was about to leave the office, Nangong Ruo seemed to remember something and said, oh, remember to install a real-time broadcasting device. I want to see if I can invite Tang Lao to come and teach in person. Tang Lao? Guo Wei was startled, turned around and said, "You mean the 7th rank undying war god, Tang Wang?" Seeing Nangong Ruo nod, Guo Wei, who was originally puzzled, brightened up. "Don't worry, I'll arrange it right away. Let me go to Yanjing University to teach Tai Chi." Tang Wang, somewhat puzzled, picked up his phone and said, "Nangong girl, isn't Jingu master there? Why do you need me to go?" Nangong Ruo's voice came from the phone. "Isn't it about hiding your identity?" Tang Wang glanced at Le Shueshan beside him, put the phone on speakerphone and placed it on the table between them. "Le Shueshan, I've always been puzzled. Why do you and O Jianqing insist on Jingu master hiding his identity? So what if those guys outside know? You must know that a true genius needs to face crises and challenges. Only in this way can one grow into a true strong person." Tang Wang became more and more excited as he spoke. As a 7th rank expert, he had the right to say such things. However, Le Shueshan's expression became increasingly strange. He cleared his throat and interrupted Tang Wang's passionate words. "Tang Wang, he is a life professional. What's wrong with being a life professional without experiencing?" Tang Wang's words suddenly stopped. The office of Le Shueshan fell silent. At this moment, Nangong Ruo at Yanjing University, listening through the phone, raised a corner of her mouth, feeling a bit embarrassed for Tang Wang. After a period of silence, Le Shueshan continued, "If Lin Feng were a combat professional, we wouldn't hide it, and we would even publicize it widely. But he is a life professional, so fragile." Tang Wang fell silent. He understood Le Shueshan's meaning. The difference between life professionals and combat professionals was significant. On one hand, there was a difference in attributes. Most life professionals only gained a slight increase in all attributes each time they leveled up, while combat professionals would see a much greater increase in attributes related to their main skills and the quality of their profession, far surpassing the attribute points of life professionals. Not to mention, combat professionals also had various professional skills for combat. In front of combat professionals, ordinary life professionals had no resistance, so it was too easy for people from other countries to use some means. Just send a 4th or 5th rank and they could easily deal with a life professional. After pondering for a moment, Tang Wang frowned and said, "As the dignified Hua country, can't we even protect a life professional? Protect him?" Le Shueshan smiled bitterly, "But if that's the case, every time he goes out will be a big deal." Nangong Ruo, who heard all this through the phone at Yanjing University, sighed and said, "So we have to keep this a secret for a lifetime?" He. Hearing Nangong Ruo's voice from the phone, Le Shueshan chuckled and said, "Nangong, do you think your life support class is just a cover for Lin Feng?" Le Shueshan didn't beat around the bush and continued, "The feasibility experiment of life professional combat is not just talk. If Lin Feng's combat power reaches the level of 4th or 5th rank, then many things naturally don't need to be hidden anymore. 4th or 5th rank is currently the most mainstream combat power in the world. With this kind of combat power, one naturally has the ability to protect oneself, at least in Hua country, there shouldn't be any problems." "That would work." Tang Wang nodded beside him. "I just don't know how long it will take." Le Shueshan chuckled and said, "Lin Feng is still young anyway." However, they did not know. Nowadays, Lin Feng, whether in terms of attributes or skills, has completely crushed the 3rd-tier combat professions, even the legendary quality combat professions. He can even compete with ordinary 4th-tier combat professions. Nangong, consult Lin Feng himself about the matter of Tai Chi. If he is willing, of course he can teach. Le Shueshan said meaningfully, "After all, it's just a skill, and there are many who comprehend skills." "No more hiding?" Le Shueshan smiled and said, "There are suitable times for everything, the unexpected happens in the dark. By the way, Nangong, if Lin Feng agrees, remember to inform me. It's time to give everyone an explanation about comprehending skills." In the single dormitory, Lin Feng, who was writing diligently, suddenly stopped, put down his pen, and picked up his vibrating phone to take a look. "Nangong Ruo, Lin Feng, the school will organize all teachers and students to learn Tai Chi together at the freshman assembly tomorrow. Can you demonstrate teaching on stage?" Freshman assembly, all teachers and students, learning Tai Chi? Lin Feng was slightly stunned, then a bit puzzled. Wasn't it supposed to be keeping a low profile? After a moment of thought, Lin Feng realized that since Yanjing University had recruited a class where everyone comprehended skills from a book, as a student in the class, he naturally needed to have a skill from the book too. Tai Chi is a good choice. Lin Feng slid his finger on the phone screen. "Lin Feng, okay, I have no problem with that." "Nangong Ruo, that's great. Also, Lu Zongshu wants to ask if it's possible to record a video tomorrow. He wants to use your Tai Chi video for teaching promotion." "Record a video?" Lin Feng's eyes lit up. "This is a good idea. In this way, those who learn Tai Chi from watching his teaching video, is it considered self-guided? Will the system acknowledge it?" But even if it doesn't, there's no harm in it. The more people learn Tai Chi, the higher the quality and level of his Tai Chi skill. Lin Feng, sure. After sending the message, Lin Feng put his phone aside and resumed writing. Write more at night, consume more internal energy and spirit, and then practice Tai Chi tomorrow to recover. At the other end of the dormitory area, Su Chenyan finished her internal energy cultivation, opened her eyes, and after practicing the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra with Lin Feng a few times, she naturally understood the route of internal energy circulation and could cultivate on her own. However, compared to practicing with Lin Feng, the familiarity with the skills she gained from self-cultivation was much lower. Su Chenyan got up and went to the window, opened it, and looked at the darkening sky, gradually becoming lost in thought. Today she didn't go to find Lin Feng. Doing so rashly at school, Su Chenyan was afraid it might have some impact on Lin Feng and his identity. Tomorrow we will enter the instance. Su Chenyan sighed softly. After completing the advancement task and reaching the 4th tier, the level cap was also unlocked to level 50. She would frequently enter instances to level up. It's going to be busy. I need to work hard to become stronger. Su Chenyan encouraged herself, walked to the desk, picked up her phone, skillfully opened the tomato novel website, and started reading Lin Feng's Heaven Sword Dragon Slaying Saber. While reading, a notification popped up on the phone screen. Eagle Sauce, Sakura, Stick, White Elephant, and other countries jointly issued a statement. Su Chenyan's eyes suddenly narrowed. Is something big happening? Just as Su Chenyan said, indeed something big was happening. Eagle Sauce, Cherry Blossoms, and other countries' official accounts all posted articles together, accusing the Hua country of falsifying the walkthrough guide for the level 70 instance Divine Botanical Garden. It's a disgrace to a great nation. They even attached the walkthrough guide provided by Hua country, saying, read, understand the art of ambidextrous combat, and kill strongly. This brief guide content immediately caused an uproar among countless netizens. Subsequently, countless foreign netizens boiled over. Eagle Sauce netizen, this is blatant deception. Cherry Blossom netizen, shouldn't Hua country compensate and respond? Bear netizen, haha, well done. Stick netizen, I just read it. Hua country is really good at boasting, talking about ambidextrous combat, reading to understand skills, really good at fabricating. White Elephant netizen, as a great nation, they actually don't abide by the spirit of the contract. In the future, don't buy their guides. They are just like Stick country, both like to deceive. Stick netizen? Eagle Sauce netizen, Hua country probably got a rare opportunity to sell the first clear guide, ready to make a quick buck and run away. Countless mocking and disdainful comments made Hua country's netizens restless, and of course, there were countless Hua country netizens responding and refuting. However, as soon as they spoke up, they were angrily criticized by netizens from other countries, leaving Hua country's netizens feeling frustrated. It's not that they lack numbers or can't curse, but they lack evidence and can't stand their ground. In the dormitory of Yanjing, Ding Peng slammed the table, his eyes flashing with 2 arcs of electricity. Looking at the surging public opinion online, he felt anxious and uncomfortable, but he couldn't do anything. He didn't know how. Whether it was martial arts techniques or internal skills, he didn't know. Damn it! Ding Peng shouted, Chu Bin. Not long after, a long-haired young man walked in, looking somewhat helpless as he looked at Ding Peng. What's wrong again, Peng Ji? Hit me. Chu Bin shook his head and waved his hand. No, you almost died yesterday. Yesterday, at Ding Peng's strong insistence, Chu Bin used the thunderbolt technique on Ding Peng. Although Ding Peng was also of the thunder element, the thunder power he condensed could not harm himself. I went to the Physician Association for a checkup today. I'm fine. Peng Ji, do we have to be so desperate? Even if we want to experiment, let's take a few days off to recover. Rest my ass. Ding Peng pointed to the computer on the side. I want to prove to those foreign bastards that we Hua country don't lie. Come on, hurry up. Chu Bin, who had also learned about what was happening online before coming, naturally knew what Ding Peng was referring to. Without hesitation, he gritted his teeth and said, okay, I'm coming. Peng Ji, be careful. As soon as he finished speaking, a flash of lightning passed through Ding Peng's dormitory, and after the lights flickered, they disappeared. In the now pitch-black dormitory, a voice rang out, damn, Peng Ji. Peng Ji, are you okay? 10 minutes later, Shang Qingxiu looked at Ding Peng lying on the ground with twitching corners of his mouth. I know a crack. It's full of thunder element monsters. Why don't you guys go there, die inside, and it will be considered a contribution to the country. Chu Bin smiled bitterly. Teacher Shang, I'm innocent. He took out a crumpled piece of paper from his pocket. This is a disclaimer signed by Peng Ji. Not only mine, but also yours. Get out of here. Shang Chengxiu's forehead veins bulged. He got up, picked up the completely unconscious Ding Peng, and walked out. Seeing Chubin still standing there, he said impatiently, "Come on, go." "Where?" "Physician Association." On the road, Shang Qingxiu, who was driving, glanced at Chubin supporting Ding Peng in the back seat. "Although you guys have a bit of a problem in your heads, it's not like you don't have any at all. You were almost killed yesterday, and now you're here again today?" Chubin explained with a bitter smile, upon hearing that Ding Peng strongly demanded to continue the experiment because of the previous online public opinion, wanting to master skills and comprehend internal skills to clear the name of the Hua country. Shang Qingxiu showed a somewhat strange expression. As Ding Peng's background, Shang Qingxiu, as his supervising teacher, naturally knew. As the nephew of the director of the Education Bureau of Nanhu Province, having such patriotic aspirations was reasonable and normal. However, the reason for Shang Qingxiu's strange expression was, "Actually, if you were a little later, you wouldn't have ended up dead." "Ha?" Shang Qingxiu glanced at the puzzled Chubin through the rearview mirror. "Just check the hottest news on your phone and you'll know." At these words, Chubin took out his phone, and a few seconds later, Chubin's expression also became strange. He looked at the unconscious Ding Peng, wondering what Peng Ji's reaction would be when he woke up and saw the official response notice. In response to the matter of the misinformation in the Level 70 Instance Godly Botanical Garden Guide released by countries such as Eagle Sauce, Sakura, Stick, White Elephant, etc., our Bureau officially responds that, as stated in the guide, read books, comprehend the left-right mutual combat technique, and kill forcefully. Not a single word is wrong, nor is there any falsehood. Attached, video. Chubin clicked on the video attached to the notice, and an old man with black hair and beard appeared, Tang Wang, a 7th-level strongman of the Hua country. Tang Wang did not speak, raised his hand, and threw 2 punches at the 2 specially made iron stakes in front of him, one with his left hand and one with his right hand simultaneously. His right hand smashed down from above, and at the moment of contact with the iron stake, a blood-red flame erupted, crushing the iron stake into countless pieces. The skill of the indestructible war god, mountain crushing strike. And his left hand struck upwards towards the iron stake, enveloped in a blood-red energy, and upon contact with the iron stake, a blood-red beam shot up into the sky, instantly annihilating the iron stake that had just been knocked away. The skill of the indestructible war god, flame reversing hook punch. 2 skills, one left and one right, simultaneously shattered the 2 iron stakes. Tang Wang's movements were quick, and the video was short. But the shock it brought to Chubin was immense. Having watched The Legend of the Condor Heroes, The Return of the Condor Heroes, and the unfinished Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber, Chubin, who was faintly looking forward to mastering skills, naturally recognized the signature move of this old rascal, left-right mutual combat technique. "Teacher Shang." Chubin suddenly looked up at Shang Qingxiu, who was driving, and asked, "Is this real?" "Of course." Then, how do I comprehend it?" "Read books," Shang Qingxiu said with a smile, "and I also received some news. Tomorrow morning at the freshman assembly, someone will teach Tai Chi." Chubin shivered, his eyes widened. Tai Chi? Just as Chubin was still in a daze, Shang Qingxiu had already driven the car to the Physicians Association. He turned to the still-dazed Chubin and shouted, "What are you staring at?" "Ha? We're at the Physicians Association. Help Ding Peng get off the car." "Oh, okay." Chubin snapped out of it, helped Ding Peng off the car, carried him on his shoulder, followed Shang Qingxiu, and entered the Physicians Association. "Ha? Yuan Feng?" As soon as they entered, Shang Qingxiu saw Su Yuan Feng. "What are you doing here?" Su Yuan Feng was taken aback for a moment. He didn't expect it to be so coincidental, but soon he reacted, pointing to the side where Xiegang was. "I'm here to accompany him for some business." "Oh, I see." Shang Qingxiu nodded. During the welcoming event, he chatted with Su Yuanfeng and learned that Xiegang was a physician. "Perfect, this Xia student, right?" Shang Qingxiu pointed to the unconscious Ding Peng behind him. "Could you please call someone to check on him?" What's wrong with him?" Xiegang was also stunned when he saw Ding Peng. Wasn't this the person who struck himself with lightning during the day? Just like before, struck himself with lightning again. Hearing this, Xiegang's expression was a bit strange. He turned to look at Su Yuanfeng, who happened to be looking at him too. Although they didn't speak, they both understood each other's meaning. They had planned to report to the president of the Physicians Association, Wei Yanglu, about the effects of lightning on meridians and acupoints, and to conduct an experiment. Now, the test subject had been brought in. Su Yuanfeng cleared his throat. "Xiegang, take over the patient." After Xiegang took over Ding Peng from Chubin, Su Yuanfeng said, "This student, Qingxiu, and I need to discuss something. Could you wait outside for a moment?" Chubin looked puzzled at Shang Qingxiu. Seeing Shang Qingxiu nod, he didn't say anything and walked out of the Physicians Association's gate. "Should nothing happen, right?" Chubin muttered to himself. But since they were already at the Physicians Association, there shouldn't be any problems. Chubin relaxed and squatted at the gate of the Physicians Association, took out his phone, unlocked it, and looked at the screen. He hadn't finished reading the official announcement just now. Upon seeing this, Chubin couldn't help but laugh. Let them talk, and just not let them see it. In fact, this restriction wouldn't have much effect, but it would make those countries like the Eagle Sauce uncomfortable. And most importantly, we explicitly stated not to let you see it, so don't bring it up again in the future. Can't learn skills by reading? Huh, I didn't allow you to read. You shameless thief. After laughing for a while, Chubin continued to read, too. The Eagle Sauce, Cherry Blossom, Stick, White Elephant, and other countries have blatantly leaked our Level 70 Instance Dungeon Divine Botanical Garden Raid Guide, which seriously violates the previous Instance Raid Guide trading agreement. In the coming days, we will demand compensation for breach of contract from the above countries. Note, due to the actions of the above countries not adhering to the spirit of the contract, we remind other countries to remain vigilant in future transactions. Ha, good. Chubin laughed heartily. This counterattack made him feel great. It had been many years since he had seen the official side so strong. This official announcement not only made Chubin feel great but also excited the previously suppressed Chinese netizens. They had been mocked and scorned by the netizens of those countries like the Eagle Sauce, Cherry Blossom, and Stick for a long time, and they had been holding back their anger. Now, it was time to sound the horn of counterattack. Hashtag name? Stick, according to your style, shouldn't you claim that the left-right mutual combat technique is unique to you? Asterisk asterisk Eagle Sauce, asterisk asterisk Cherry Blossom, Stick. Get lost. Compensate. You leaked the guide, compensate. Ha, now it's good. Don't sneak a peek at our literary works anymore. Forget it, with their shamelessness, they must be peeking. By the way, do they understand Chinese? Even if they can translate, the great heroes, for the country and the people, even if translated, they won't understand. Want to learn skills? First, learn Chinese well. Originally, those foreign netizens who were clamoring are now silent. The announcements previously made by Eagle Sauce and a few other countries have become a carnival for Chinese netizens. However, just when Chinese netizens thought things were over, Eagle Sauce's account posted another announcement. This announcement had no content, only a video. In the video, the 7th-tier strongman Steve Rogers appeared in front of two specially made iron stakes. He held a shield in his left hand and a long sword in his right hand, using Divine Shield Strike and Holy Light Slash almost simultaneously on the two stakes. The two iron stakes turned into powder under the powerful attacks. Steve Rogers turned to the camera and, in somewhat awkward Chinese, said, "The speed of a 7th-tier strongman makes it look like the two skills were used almost simultaneously. Isn't it difficult?" The video ended there, leaving Chinese netizens a bit confused, but the foreign netizens were excited. Eagle Sauce netizen, a fabricated dungeon guide, still need to keep it secret? Eagle Sauce netizen, China didn't abide by the contract first, yet they have the nerve to ask us for compensation. Stick netizen, sending his 7th tier to act, TSK, truly worthy of China. Sakura netizen, making it seem like no one else has a 7th tier. Bear netizen, does Stick have a 7th tier? Oh, it seems there's a nearly 100-year-old 7th tier who's almost dead, don't know if they can still move. Eagle Sauce netizen, where are the chatty Chinese people from before? Keep on chatting. Chubin, squatting at the entrance of the Physician Association, was also a bit confused by this sudden turn of events. Damn, these guys. Chubin frowned. He didn't think Tang Wang was acting. He and Ding Peng both firmly believed that one could learn skills from reading novels. Otherwise, they wouldn't have studied and figured out how to use lightning to open the governor vessel and learn internal skills. But just believing wasn't enough. How can I prove it? Chubin turned to look at the Physician Association. Or, should I wait for Peng to recover and continue? Since we're right at the Physician Association, might as well stay here and get electrified. They've been inside for a while, why haven't they come out yet? Chubin looked at the tightly closed doors of the Physician Association with some doubt. Should I call and ask? Just as Chubin was about to call Shang Qingxiu, a commercial vehicle stopped at the entrance of the Physician Association. Chubin took 2 steps back to make way. At a time like this, those who came to the Physician Association were usually seriously injured. However, as soon as this thought came to mind, Chubin froze because he recognized the person getting out of the car, someone he had seen frequently in various news reports, the president of the professional association, O Jiansheng. How did he end up here? Watching O Jiansheng walk into the Physician Association, Chubin subconsciously followed. But after a few steps, he was stopped by a middle-aged strong man. Sorry, no entry allowed for now. If you have an urgent matter and need a physician, I can convey it for you. Chubin opened his mouth, looked at the closed door after Jianqing entered, and said, "My friend is undergoing treatment inside. But, it's okay, I'll just wait outside." After speaking, Chubin walked towards a corner. Perhaps Jianqing had something to discuss. Chubin muttered to himself, after all, the Physician Association is also a branch of the Professional Association, with hierarchical relationships. Well, I'll just continue waiting outside. In the Physician Association, inside a treatment room, Shang Qingxiu looked at Su Yuanfeng with a strange expression. "You said you have comprehended internal skills, I believe it. After all, that descending dragon 18 palms just now really seemed like the real deal. But, can lightning really open up the meridians? This." Su Yuanfeng helplessly shrugged. "Brother Xiu, it's an experiment. I mean, you have to try it out to see if it really works." Shang Qingxiu glanced at Ding Peng lying on the treatment table, shook his head and said, "You can experiment, but you can't use him for it. Given his current condition, I'm afraid his body won't be able to handle it." Su Yuanfeng was taken aback for a moment, then helplessly said, "With President Wei here, what could possibly go wrong?" On the side, Wei Yanglu, who was examining Ding Peng's body, raised his head and said, "Don't worry, I just checked, his body is fine. The reason for his fainting is because the lightning power was too strong, triggering his body's protective mechanism. But that's not enough." Shang Qingxiu looked at them seriously and said, "Even if his body is fine, he still needs to consent himself." Su Yuanfeng and Wei Yanglu fell silent, because that made sense. Xie Geng on the side also nodded in agreement. He had comprehended internal skills before but didn't dare to say it, fearing being dissected by others. Just then, a voice rang out, "I agree. For such matters, one's consent is indeed necessary." The door of the treatment room opened, and upon seeing the person walking in, Shang Qingxiu was stunned and exclaimed in surprise, "President O?" Jianqing first glanced at Ding Peng lying on the treatment table, then smiled and asked Wei Yongluo, "Is there a way to wake him up?" Wei Yongluo hesitated. Forcibly waking him up could harm his body. Xie Geng suddenly spoke up, "Can I give it a try? I promise there won't be any after effects." He raised his hand, and a faint light appeared on it. Internal energy is a relatively gentle force. Ding Peng felt that he had comprehended internal energy. There was a cool sensation running through his body, different from his violent thunder source force. This thing felt gentle. Internal energy, this must be internal energy. Ding Peng, pleasantly surprised, instantly woke up. Opening his eyes and looking at the somewhat familiar ceiling he had only seen during the day, he thought, "So I was just dreaming earlier?" He struggled to sit up but was stopped by a hand. "Don't rush." A somewhat elderly voice sounded, "How do you feel now?" Ding Peng turned his head and then froze in surprise. "Oh my, President Wei Yongluo of the Physician Association? President Wei, I'm fine. This minor injury shouldn't bother you." Wei Yongluo gave a strange smile. "How do you feel now?" "Me?" Ding Peng hesitated for a moment and said, "I'm fine, really." "Oh, that's good then." Su Yuanfeng picked up a prepared confidentiality agreement and said, "Ding Peng, if everything is okay, sign this. We have something to discuss with you." Ding Peng, lying on the treatment table, took the confidentiality agreement in confusion, but before he could open it, another voice with a hint of amusement said, "No need to sign, it's not necessary anymore." Ding Peng turned his head, his eyes narrowing. "Oh my. Jianqing? How come this big shot is here too?" Jianqing raised his hand to check the time, and with a smile, he said, "If everything goes as planned, the left-right mutual combat technique should have been made public by now. So, Su Yuanfeng, you can change the name of the class you're leading." Su Yuanfeng was stunned for a moment, not understanding, and asked, "What should we change the name to, President O?" "Martial arts class." In an instant, everyone else in the treatment room was stunned. Xie Geng clenched his fists tightly, his expression somewhat excited. Just changing the name may seem insignificant, but the meaning expressed is completely different. Ding Peng, lying on the treatment table, was also a bit confused. "Dance class? Changing the name of the life support class to dance class? What the heck?" He twisted his neck, glanced around the room, and when he saw Shang Qingxiu, he breathed a sigh of relief and weakly asked, Can I get up now?" No one answered his question. Instead, President Jianqing smiled and said, "Ding Peng, do you want to possess inner strength?" Ding Peng was stunned for a moment, then immediately nodded and said, "Of course." At this moment, Ding Peng had already realized. He had a look of determination on his face, lying on the treatment table, gritting his teeth and saying, "President O, what do you need me to do?" Outside the gate of the Physician Association, Chubin was still squatting in a corner, playing with his phone. At this moment, the online world was in an uproar. Chinese netizens were collecting and displaying various information to prove the existence of the technique of mutual combat and that reading books can indeed lead to skill comprehension, while netizens from other countries like Eagle Sauce were constantly questioning and mocking. However, slowly, he began to feel that something was not quite right. Suddenly, both sides, who were arguing heatedly, gradually fell silent. And the cause was a video released by the Chinese Garrison Bureau. The title of the video was very plain and simple: "Sorry, the video is too long, delayed due to the upload time." Xu Bin took a look and thought, a 20-minute video? Could it be some kind of documentary or promotional video? Curious, Xu Bin clicked on it. The video began with a formation of 100 soldiers from the Garrison Bureau, facing two specially made iron stakes. When Xu Bin saw these two very familiar iron stakes, his eyes widened suddenly. Could it be? Thinking of a possibility, Xu Bin became excited. The video continued to play. In the formation of 100 soldiers, one soldier stepped forward, walked to the equipment rack, picked up two long swords, and facing the camera, shouted with full vigor, "Third rank, professional, warrior." Then, the soldier approached the two iron stakes, holding a long sword in each hand, and simultaneously struck the two iron stakes. Left hand, crescent slash. Right hand, blazing slash. The two skills were activated simultaneously and struck the iron stakes at the same time. After completing all this, the soldier remained silent, returned the two long swords to the equipment rack, and returned to the formation. The second soldier also stepped forward, picked up a shield and a short hammer, third rank, professional, knight. Under the activation of the two skills, the shield and short hammer simultaneously struck the iron stakes. Then came the third, the fourth. The entire video had no narration, only the declaration of rank and profession: third rank, professional, blood warrior. Third rank, professional, mage. Third rank, professional, wind caller. With each announcement, the two specially made iron stakes were simultaneously hit by two skills. In this way, one soldier after another stepped forward, demonstrating the simultaneous use of two skills, just like Tang Wang did before. Watching this, Xu Bin was extremely excited. He had unknowingly stood up from his squatting position, and his eyes even flickered with uncontrollable electric arcs. At this moment, Xu Bin had only one thought in his mind: rise, China. As a third-rank combat profession, Thunder Caller, he understood very well what it meant to be able to use two skills simultaneously. Powerful explosive power, even if there are side effects, can instantly change the course of a battle. And the ability to use two skills at the same time in combat professions, after the video of Jin Shouxi was released, no one can question its authenticity anymore. Even, almost everyone has realized a problem. So many people can comprehend the technique of using two skills at the same time. Then, can I do it too? The netizens of Huagua were boiling, but almost none of them went to Eagle Sauce's account to mock. They don't have the time now. Countless netizens replied under the video released by Jin Shouxi, praising, sighing, and excitedly expressing the pride awakened by the video in their hearts. This news from Jin Shouxi was pushed to the top of the hot search list in no time. What was originally a public opinion against the credibility of Huagua turned into a feast of national pride. Eagle Sauce, in a certain training ground, just recorded a video, watching Steve, who smashed two iron stakes, looking extremely ugly while watching the video released by Jin Shouxi of Huagua. He raised his hand violently, smashed the phone, and looked at the presidential aide Errol Cooney beside him. "Errol, is this what you call the deception of the people of Huagua?" Errol's face was also hard to look at this time. "Steve, there must be a problem in this. If the technique of using two skills at the same time is really so amazing, why did Huagua easily put the book The Condor Heroes online? And, we have tried before, no one has comprehended it, not even you who understand Chinese. Didn't you comprehend it either?" Steve snorted. Huagua must have concealed some key conditions that affect comprehension. After speaking, he turned and walked away. "Captain Steve, where are you going?" "To read." Sakura, Yamamoto Motoyanaji looked at Inamura Yuichi with a look of despair, and said coldly, "You should have gone to the volcanic fissure long ago, but for the sake of your Inamura family's face, I gave you a chance." Now, Yamamoto Motoyanaji narrowed his eyes. "Go to the volcanic fissure. Save some face for your Inamura family." Inamura Yuichi trembled and made a shaky salute, then left. "Humph." Yamamoto Motoyanaji snorted coldly. He was not afraid that Inamura Yuichi would not go. The honor of the family was more important than personal life and death. He said to the other person kneeling in the room, "Makino Gaku, from today, you are in charge of the intelligence department." "Yes." After saluting, Makino Gaku asked, "President, should the reading experiment continue?" "Continue." Yamamoto Motoyanaji said coldly. "At the same time, send someone to find out who this Jin Guliangwan is." Makino Gaku nodded, got up and said, "Understood, President, I will arrange it first." Yamamoto Motoyanaji nodded, and when he left, he picked up the phone on the table and dialed a number. "Mr. Errol, this is Yamamoto Motoyanaji. I want to communicate with President Jabal about the matters of Huagua." The video released by Zhenshou Si of Huagua was reposted by countless netizens. As more and more people saw it, a question was raised: how can one learn the technique of using two skills at the same time? However, at this moment, the account of the Huagua Ministry of Education, which had been silent, reposted this comment and replied with 2 words: read books. At the same time, a simple picture was attached, a piece of white paper with a circle on the left and a square on the right. However, these simple and profound words and images have left many people who have just learned about this matter confused. It wasn't until the renowned skill training master Tong Yifan reposted and explained that the skill of left and right mutual combat in the book The Legend of the Condor Heroes was detailed in a teaching description of Zhou Badong teaching Zilongnu. The premise of mastering this skill is to hold a pen in each hand, draw a circle with the left hand, draw a square with the right hand, remember the key points, and start, proceed, and end simultaneously. I remind everyone who is preparing to try it out, reading the book is a prerequisite, read before practice. And I suggest starting from The Legend of the Condor Heroes. Some things require gradual progress. Haste makes waste. Tong Yifan's reputation in Huagui is still good, and the analysis is also very reasonable, and most importantly, the official account of the Huagui Education Bureau came over and liked it. This official recognition has given many unaware netizens a direction on how to understand the skill of left and right mutual combat. Guided by many fans of The Legend of the Condor Heroes trilogy, countless netizens flooded into the Tomato Novel website. In less than 5 minutes, the website crashed directly. Zhang Sanming, the person in charge of the novel website, saw the scene and ordered calmly, "Switch to the backup server." The technical director nodded and led a group of technicians to start operations. After a while, the novel website returned to normal. The technical director curiously asked, "Zhang, which company provides the backup server we connected to?" "Impressive. Don't ask what you shouldn't, this is a trade secret." Although Zhang Sanming appeared calm, he couldn't help but feel emotional. Can it not work well? This is the official server base station provided. If this thing still crashes, the entire network of Huagua will collapse with it. But of course, this cannot be told to the technical director. Zhang Sanming said calmly, "It's just a few 100 million people, what's the big deal?" The technical director looked back at him with a strange expression. "Zhang, a few 100 million people? Just now, at least 500 million people visited. At this rate, our website's daily traffic may exceed 1 trillion times." Hearing this, Zhang Sanming couldn't help but be amazed. 1 trillion level traffic. What a concept. Fortunately, the official intervened, otherwise, even if he sold all his assets to buy more servers, he wouldn't be able to handle this traffic. In front of the Physicians Association, Chubin put down his phone and let out a long sigh of relief. In just 1 or 2 hours in the evening, he felt as if he had won a great battle, exhilarated. Unlike those who just learned about The Legend of the Condor Heroes, Chubin is a loyal fan of the Jingu Liangwen master. He had already read The Legend of the Condor Heroes and keeps up with the latest chapters of Heaven Sword Dragon Saber every day. Left and right mutual combat. Chubin muttered to himself, "I'll start practicing drawing circles with my left hand and squares with my right hand when I get back." Oh, Teacher Shang mentioned in the car earlier that the school will organize a Tai Chi class tomorrow morning. Originally, he was a bit skeptical if Shang Qingxiu was teasing him, but now it seems that this is definitely true. "I just don't know who will be teaching it." "That's Tai Chi." Chubin showed a longing expression, but soon sighed softly. He and Ding Pang, as well as Shang Qingxiu, belong to different types of lightning warrior professions. He is a lightning mage type profession, so the left and right mutual combat skill is naturally useful for Chubin, but Tai Chi, it's probably not useful. After all, I'm not a melee fighter. But if it's not for mage-type professions, why did Teacher Shang say the school will organize the entire school to learn together tomorrow? Chubin thought for a long time, but couldn't come up with a result, so he decided to put this matter aside and deal with it tomorrow. He turned to look at the tightly closed gate of the Physician Association, feeling hesitant. It had been 1 or 2 hours, and Ding Peng had not come out yet. Is everything okay? I wonder, what would he think about what just happened? However, judging by Peng Ji's personality, he will probably continue to try. After all, the official confirmation about internal skills has not yet come out. Just as Chubin was looking around, the tightly closed gate of the Physician Association opened. Shang Qingxiu poked half of his body out and looked around before waving to Chubin, saying, "Chubin, come over." Chubin immediately ran over. "Teacher Shang? Peng Gu. He's fine, come with me." Seemingly receiving an order, the strong man who had blocked him before did not speak this time. Chubin followed Shang Qingxiu through the dimly lit hall, walked for a long time, and finally stopped in front of a treatment room. However, after Shang Qingxiu opened the door, Chubin was stunned. Teacher Shang. This is. Chubin looked somewhat dazedly at the room, where the president of the Professional Association, Jiansheng, the branch president of the Physician Association, Wei Yongluo, Dingpeng lying on the treatment table, and two people Chubin did not know were present. What stunned Chubin the most was that these people were all gathered around Dingpeng on the treatment table. If Dingpeng wasn't looking at him with his eyes open at that moment, Chubin would have thought that Dingpeng had passed away and these people were paying their respects to him. What are you standing there for? Come in. Shang Qingxiu pulled him in and began to explain the reason for the situation. After a while, Chubin's mouth opened wide, and he looked uncertainly at Su Yuanfeng and Xiegung, Teacher Su. And this classmate Xie, I can't control the power of the thunder I summon. It's okay, just come, leave the rest to me. Shang Qingxiu said, as a fifth-order thunder roarer, weakening a lightning spell from a third-order thunder caller a bit was no problem. The reason Chubin was called in was also because previously, Shang Qingxiu's use of the unique thunder power of the thunder roarer to stimulate Dingpeng's meridians and acupoints had no effect. However, when Chubin's thunder spell struck, it seemed to have an effect. Chubin took a deep breath. Shall I proceed? Go ahead with confidence. Dingpeng on the treatment table grinned. It's not like I haven't been through this before. Chubin no longer hesitated and a thunder mark appeared on his forehead. He raised his hand, a thunderbolt appeared out of thin air, and swiftly struck downward. Shang Qingxiu, who was prepared on the side, raised his hand and directly trapped the descending thunderbolt with thunder power, then after weakening it, guided it to strike Dingpeng's purple palace acupoint. Dingpeng frowned, trying hard to control the trembling of his body. Although the thunder spell had been weakened by Shang Qingxiu and did not cause any trauma to him, it still hurt. Xiegung and others on the side immediately raised their hands after the thunder strike, and their internal energy slowly entered Dingpeng's body. After a moment, Xiegung raised his eyebrows in surprise and said, his purple palace acupoint is open. The people in the treatment room all showed expressions of surprise. This method worked. Dingpeng lying on the treatment table suddenly felt no pain. He closed his eyes and carefully felt it, but after a while, Dingpeng opened his eyes somewhat confusedly. I didn't feel any internal energy. He looked at Xiegung and said, and I didn't comprehend any internal skills either. At this moment, not only him, but everyone in the treatment room looked at Xiegung. Xiegung opened his mouth, shrunk his head, and said, what I said before was stimulating and opening the meridians and acupoints, not comprehending internal skills. Dingpeng was confused. He looked blankly at Xiegung Dao. So, what exactly are we doing? Xiegung cleared his throat and explained, my guess is that once all the meridians and acupoints are opened up, we should be able to comprehend internal skills. All of them? Dingpeng's scalp tingled. As someone trying to comprehend internal power, he naturally was familiar with the theory of meridians, 720 acupoints, all opened up? Damn! Even though Dingpeng's willpower was strong, the thought of being struck by lightning 720 times made his mouth twitch. Even if his body was fine, he would still go crazy. Chubin on the side also smiled bitterly and said, I'm only at the 3rd level, I can't even release 720 thunder spells. Even at the 5th or 6th level, it's impossible. Wei Yanglu frowned and said, even if you can comprehend internal skills this way, it's not practical, it doesn't have much significance. Su Yuanfeng glanced at Jiansheng and said, why not go farm that item instead? He didn't say it explicitly, but Jiansheng naturally understood. The item he mentioned was the Evil Dragon's Inner Dan dropped in the Evil Dragon's Nest dungeon. With the ability to counterattack using the left and right mutual combat technique, there was no need to intimidate the final boss with the dragon subduing palm, just a direct kill. Currently, the Exploration Bureau and the Garrison Office have joined forces to send 10 teams to continuously farm the Evil Dragon's Nest dungeon. So far, all 10 teams have cleared it once, but not only did they not get the Evil Dragon's Inner Dan, they didn't even get the Evil Dragon's gallbladder. Jiansheng narrowed his eyes, pondered for a moment, then suddenly smiled, wait here, I'll make a phone call. Since the experiment was at a standstill, why not ask someone who knows what they're doing? Jiansheng walked into an empty lounge, took out his phone and dialed Lin Feng's number. Master Jingu, sorry to bother you. In the dormitory of Yenjing University, Lin Feng, holding his phone, said somewhat surprised, opened the purple palace acupoint with lightning? Lin Feng's mouth twitched slightly. What talent? Truly a talent, to even attempt such a method. Master Jingu, with this method, can one comprehend internal skills? Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's expression changed. If All the meridians in the body are clear, and then someone guides the circulation of internal energy along the meridians, it might actually work. No, it doesn't even need all the meridians to be clear, just the relevant ones for the circulation of energy along the meridians. Mr. Oh, I'll send you a diagram of the energy circulation along the meridians later. Do you have anyone with internal energy on your end? Yes. Xiegang and Su Yuanfeng are both here with me. That's good. Lin Feng smiled and said, when the person with the open meridians is ready, have Xiegang guide the energy circulation along the meridians according to my diagram. Oh, by the way, you only need to open the relevant meridians, no need to connect them all. Understood. Lin Feng hung up the phone, took out a piece of spiritual paper. What kind of energy circulation diagram should I draw? Whether it's the Nine scripture or the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra, the meridians involved in the circulation are quite complex. The Golden Goose technique is a bit simpler, but also, that's it. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He remembered the simple and mysterious circulation of several internal energies during his Tai Chi practice. That's it. Lin Feng picked up a pen and started drawing on the spiritual paper. Before long, a diagram of the energy circulation along the meridians was completed. However, to Lin Feng's surprise, drawing this diagram consumed a huge amount of energy, comparable to writing tens of thousands of words. It's good that it consumes energy, it means this thing is useful. Lin Feng took out his phone, took a picture of the meridian diagram, and sent it to Jiansheng. It consumes quite a bit of energy. Lin Feng stretched lazily, walked to the bed, sat cross-legged, and closed his eyes to cultivate. The Physician Association, Jiansheng, looked at the picture sent over and smiled. The meridians and acupoints involved in this are completely different from the whole body in terms of quantity. Worth a try. In the treatment room, Xiegang was studying the meridian chart sent by Lin Feng, while Su Yuanfeng, who was idle, looked at Deepening and said, "Deepening, may I investigate?" Seeing Deepening lying on the treatment table nodding indifferently, Su Yuanfeng stepped forward, placed his hand on his chest, and slowly transferred internal energy into his body. After a moment, Su Yuanfeng looked at Xiegang, who was studying the meridian chart, with a strange expression and asked, "Xiegang, when you say clear, do you mean completely unobstructed?" Xiegang raised his head, somewhat puzzled, and said, "Yes." Su Yuanfeng sighed silently, pointed at Deepening, and said, "In my opinion, the meridians in his body are already unobstructed, just slightly narrow." With these words, Xiegang's expression also became strange. "That level, isn't it blocked?" Su Yuanfeng twitched his mouth and said, "You may have some misunderstandings about blockage and unobstructed." Deepening lying on the treatment table looked at Su Yuanfeng and Xiegang in confusion. "What's wrong with you two big shots?" "Nothing." Xiegang took a deep breath and said slowly, "You might? Well, no need to be hit anymore. Let's try specifically." Su Yuanfeng also spoke up. "Why don't you sit up, sit cross-legged? Calm your breathing, focus." After Deepening followed the instructions, Xiegang also came behind him, sat cross-legged, and placed both palms on Deepeng's back. Internal energy slowly flowed into Deepeng's body from his left hand, followed the route of the meridian chart, and finally returned from his right hand. In this way, under everyone's gaze, it took nearly an hour. When the first circulation was completed, both Deepeng and Xiegang trembled. Then, Deepeng suddenly spat out a mouthful of black blood. Shang Qingxiu's face changed, and he was about to step forward to separate the two, but was stopped by Su Yuanfeng. At this time, Xiegang, with a pale face, withdrew his hands, and his body leaned back, supported by Wei Yanglu. "Xiegang, are you okay?" "I'm fine, just exhausted." Xiegang weakly smiled, and Deepening, who had previously spat out black blood, also opened his eyes. He showed an extremely excited expression on his face and couldn't help but shout loudly, "I understand. Ha ha, I have mastered internal energy skills. Ha, I also have internal energy." Seeing his spirited appearance, Shang Qingxiu breathed a sigh of relief and said unkindly, "Lower your voice. What internal energy skill did you master?" Deepening grinned, "Breath control technique." Hearing this name, Su Yuanfeng and Xiegang frowned. "Breath control technique? Shouldn't it be the 9-in manual or something else? This name doesn't seem to be mentioned in the book." Su Yuanfeng asked, "Quality, maximum internal energy?" Deepening grinned, "Normal quality, 10 points maximum internal energy." Su Yuanfeng twitched his mouth. 10 points maximum internal energy? Xiegang also asked helplessly, "If you just mastered it, are the current qualities all normal? What about potential quality?" Deepening turned his head and grinned, "Also normal." Xiegang opened his mouth, not knowing what to say for a moment. After all the effort he put in, almost losing half his life, he ended up with such a rubbish internal energy skill? Seeing his expression, Ding Peng's expression slightly softened, and he said sincerely, "Thank you, and this skill may not be as unbearable as you imagine." Yanjing University, dormitory, Lin Feng, who was practicing, suddenly felt a small amount of internal force added to his body, and slowly stopped practicing. It seems to be successful, but this internal force is too little. Lin Feng was somewhat helpless. If it weren't for his excessive consumption, it would probably not be easy to notice under normal circumstances. System prompt: Ding Peng has comprehended the internal skill breathing technique from your work internal meridian chart. System reward: internal skill breathing technique. Internal meridian chart? Lin Feng was slightly stunned, then reacted. It seems that the meridian chart in that painting has also been recognized as a work. Lin Feng's mind moved and checked the attributes of breathing technique. Internal skill, breathing technique, current quality, ordinary, potential, ordinary. Current level, 1, skill attribute, increase internal force value limit by 10 points. Note, entry-level internal skill with no attributes or traits, can be seamlessly converted after comprehending other internal skills. Seamless conversion? Lin Feng shook his head. It seems to be a truly entry-level internal skill, but it is more suitable for promotion. Yanjing, a business car driving on the street in the morning light. Chubin looked out the window and sighed slightly. When he came, it was night, but now when he was going back, it was already the next morning. And when he came, there were 3 people, but when he was going back, it became 5. Don't be discouraged. Perhaps sensing Chubin's sigh, Ding Peng comforted, "I will take you in when I comprehend the peerless martial arts in the future." Su Yuanfeng, sitting in the front row, heard this and twitched his mouth slightly. After guiding Ding Peng to comprehend the breathing technique, Xiegung directly fainted. Naturally, he could no longer guide another person. So, Su Yuanfeng took over, and the test subject was Chubin. However, Su Yuanfeng, who possessed the golden goose skill, could not guide Chubin to complete a full cycle of internal force consumption. The reasons for this have been speculated by everyone. First, the internal force of the golden goose skill is inferior in both quality and quantity to the 9 True Classic's internal force. Second, Chubin's meridians are narrower compared to Ding Peng's, and the reason for this, as analyzed by everyone, is likely due to Ding Peng's several reckless experiences of enduring thunderbolt technique, which stimulated the expansion of all the meridians in his body. Without completing a full cycle, Chubin naturally could not comprehend it. Su Yuanfeng took out his phone and checked the time. Compared to Xiegung, who was still somewhat weak, Su Yuanfeng, whose internal force was depleted, did not show any abnormalities. After all, he was a 5th-tier combat professional, and that amount of internal force had little impact on him. "Brother Xiao, it's 6 o'clock. Let's hurry up." "Okay." The freshman assembly of Yanjing University was scheduled for 7 o'clock in the morning. As the leading teachers, they naturally had to arrive early to organize. Yanjing University, 6:55 in the morning, on the largest No. 1 playground on campus, more than 5,000 teachers and students were gathered in an orderly manner. Under the organization of the teachers, all the teachers and students had lined up properly. Yanjing University's school rules were very strict, and this time, the notice clearly stated that those who did not attend would be punished. Almost everyone who was not in the instance was present. However, since the time had not arrived yet, there was inevitably some noise on the No. 1 playground. "Why is the freshman assembly so early this time? I only slept at 4 o'clock. I guess they think we've been slacking off during the holidays. Look at the lineup for morning exercises, it's all set. Why are we lining up with this loose 1 meter spacing for morning exercises? Are we doing calisthenics? Come on, that's something only middle and high school students do. Hey, have you guys noticed? What's the stage for? The principal doesn't need a stage to speak, right? Who knows? And haven't you noticed, our lineup is around the stage." In the queue of the life assistance class that has not yet been renamed, Gong Suanlu looked around with some confusion. Where's Lin Feng? Not coming to the freshman assembly. Did he oversleep? Unlikely. After scanning and not finding Lin Feng, Gong Suanlu looked at the stage within arm's reach. The life assistance class was assigned the closest position to the stage, and around them, the majority were freshmen. However, Gong Suanlu didn't mind. In the freshman assembly, freshmen are in the front, seniors are in the back, so it's normal. As the time approached 7 o'clock, the once noisy playground gradually quieted down. At this moment, on the stage, several figures appeared, with a spirited old man in the middle, Yanjing University president, a 7th-level powerhouse, Qin Daojun. Beside him were Vice President Nandong Rua and the management of Yanjing University. "Welcome to Yanjing University." Qin Daojun didn't use a microphone, but his voice echoed throughout the playground. He briefly introduced Yinjing University and emphasized the university's motto, a routine for every freshman assembly. However, his speech was not long. After a few minutes, Shin Daojun smiled slightly and said, "This time we have established a new class, I'm sure you all know, right?" With these words, the old students on the playground who were not very spirited instantly woke up. The school had unusually opened a life assistance class this time, which was puzzling not only to outsiders but also to them. After all, since its founding, Yinjing University had only recruited combat professionals. Originally, this matter was not easy to talk about. Shin Daojuan's voice carried a hint of ease. But after last night's events, there's no need to hide it anymore. Last night's events? The students on the playground began to get excited. The incident from last night was so big, how could they not know about it? In the lineup, Ding Peng looked confused. He was one of the few who didn't know. There was no way. He had been electrocuted all night last night, and then because of the internal force, he was extremely excited to try various things, so he didn't have time to pay attention to what happened online afterwards. However, he did know the beginning of the matter. Eagle sauce in those countries jointly questioning the strategy for the level 70 instance. But was it suitable to address this kind of public opinion against Huagua at the freshman assembly? Could it be? He turned to look at Chu Bin, who was standing a meter away from him. "Bin, did someone come forward to clarify things last night?" Chu Bin nodded with a strange expression. "You'll find out soon." On the stage, Shin Daojun looked at the students whispering and smiling. The temporary name of the life assistance class used to deceive people's eyes is no longer needed. This year, we have added a new class at Yinjing University, named Martial Arts Class. With these words, the students who were discussing were now looking surprised at the principal standing on the stage, and the entire playground fell silent. Martial arts class, martial as in martial arts, and Dao as in the principles, the core idea being the saying of Master Jingu, the great ones of chivalry, for the country and the people. Below the stage, in the lineup, Ding Peng took a sharp breath. Originally, it's this martial arts class. I heard President O mention it yesterday, and I thought it was a dance class. But in that case, what kind of monsters are in the martial arts class? Ding Peng knows that Xiegang, who guided him to comprehend the skill breathing technique yesterday, is a student in the martial arts class. A genius who comprehended the 9 in scripture. Cough. He was accompanied by Chu Bin, who had an excited look on his face. He had learned from Shang Chang that the freshman assembly was going to involve Tai Chi. On the playground, Shin Daojuan's voice continued to ring out, and the freshmen in this martial arts class have all comprehended martial arts skills. At this, all the students' gazes turned towards one place. There, it was the previous life assistance class, now the place where the martial arts class lined up. Xiegang, standing at the forefront of the line, felt countless fiery gazes and showed a wry smile. If it were yesterday, he would have been extremely proud, but now, Xiegang's mouth twitched a bit. "Principal, please talk about martial arts techniques and skills, but please don't mention internal skills. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll be drained." Shin Daojun, standing on the stage, looked at the students below, almost all of whom were looking in the direction of the martial arts class at this moment. He couldn't help but smile and say, "Looking at them is useless, but studying is useful." Seeing the students gradually shift their focus back, Shin Daojun asked, "Want to learn?" The entire student body responded in unison, "Want." What do you want to learn? The answers to this question were not as unanimous. The dragon subduing palm, the finger flicking technique, the heartbroken palm, the 9 yang divine skill, the universe shifting technique, and many other popular techniques were mentioned, but the highest demand was for the left-right mutual combat technique. After all, this was a skill that had been proven to be extremely helpful for combat professions. Shin Daojun smiled and said, "Left-right mutual combat technique, just work hard according to the method Tong Yifan mentioned. And today, let's learn something else first." Not only you, but I also want to learn along with you." After saying that, he walked towards the stage below. The other management members of Yendu also followed him to the stage below, standing apart. At this moment, more than 10 high-definition cameras, microphones, and speakers were all turned on the stage. Under the gaze of all Yendu students, a figure slowly walked onto the stage from behind. With a handsome face and a slender figure, it was Lin Feng. He smiled as he looked at the 5,000 teachers and students below the stage and said softly, "This fist is called Tai Chi." Below the stage, Gong Suanlu was stunned. It was him? No wonder he hadn't seen him before. Xiegang also had a pensive expression. To enter the martial arts class, one must have comprehended martial arts skills, so this classmate Lin Feng must have comprehended Tai Chi, right? Lin Feng's voice echoed through the sound system on the playground, originated from the Heaven Sword Dragon Slaying Manual, created by Zhang Sanfeng of Wudong in the book. At this moment, The Yendu students also reacted, Tai Chi. It's actually Tai Chi. Damn, I really liked this martial art when I read about it before. Who is this? Why hasn't anyone introduced him? I guess he's from the... Oh no, the martial arts class. Oh my, envy, he actually comprehended Tai Chi. In the lineup, Su Chenyan looked somewhat complicated as she gazed towards the stage. The lineup at Yendu this time was divided based on strength. In order for everyone to see clearly, the stronger the strength, the further back they were placed. Su Chenyan, as a fourth-tier combat professional, was already close to the edge of the playground. Will he be in danger like this? Su Chenyan was a little worried, not only about what happened last night, but she also knew that the ability to comprehend skills by reading books was spreading. Coupled with the extremely effective technique of left and right mutual combat, the authors of these books would surely attract the attention of countless countries. But Lin Feng is now stepping onto the stage like this, is it really okay? Su Chenyan frowned slightly, feeling that she would have to ask her mentor, Nangong Rua, later. It's actually Tai Chi. Ding Peng looked extremely excited as he watched the figure on stage. This is the martial arts skill I most want to comprehend. Chu Bin beside him said unkindly, just a minute ago, when the principal asked, I remember you were shouting for the great shifting of the universe. Well, that was a minute ago. Now, what I most want to learn is Tai Chi. The noise gradually rose on the playground. Qin Daojun shook his head and said, quiet. A loud voice instantly drowned out all the noise. The entire playground fell silent again, and Lin Feng on stage also spoke, if you want to learn, then don't speak. Slow down your breathing, calm your mind, and then listen to me, follow me. Lin Feng opened his feet to shoulder width, slowly bent his legs, sank his body, and raised his hands slightly. Tai Chi, starting form. And at that moment, his voice rang out, Tai Chi is born from the infinite. On the playground, countless students of Yandao University followed suit after seeing Lin Feng's movements, but Lin Feng's movements were very slow, and they could hardly keep up. Many students who were puzzled couldn't help but think at the same time, who is this person? He's so good. He's deliberately moving so slowly, afraid that we won't be able to keep up and learn. However, after 5 minutes passed, many people felt speechless in their hearts. Why is he moving so slowly? But they only muttered in their hearts. At this moment, only Lin Feng's voice echoed slowly across the entire playground. Tai Chi has both yin and yang, with both softness and firmness. Harmony of firmness and softness, tranquility arises naturally. On the stage, under the filming of more than a dozen high-definition cameras, Lin Feng performed Tai Chi slowly and naturally. Under the naturally flowing movements, a sense of mystery quietly arose. At the same time, under the stage, Xie Geng's eyes were a bit absent, but his hands did not stop moving. The internal force in his body had just recovered a bit and began to circulate automatically in his body, following the same path as the breathing technique. Xie Geng's originally weak appearance slowly disappeared. Not only did his spirit gradually recover, but the remaining trace of internal force also began to grow slowly. A mysterious momentum slowly rose. It echoed with the mysterious intent on the stage. And this seemed to be just the beginning. Chu Bin, who was earnestly following along with the Tai Chi movements, suddenly stiffened. He looked down and saw countless short green grass being pulled by an invisible force, and this force came from Ding Peng. Xie Geng turned his head abruptly and looked over. At this moment, Ding Peng's expression was somewhat vacant, but his movements did not stop, slow and natural. The grass under his feet was swaying in an extremely orderly manner with his movements. At this moment, as if looking down from above Ding Peng's head, one could see the grass under his feet swaying, forming a circular Tai Chi diagram. Brother Peng. Has he learned it? Xie Geng took a deep breath slowly and looked back at the figure on stage. This time, he was even more serious. The people around Ding Peng also noticed this situation and made the same serious gesture as Xie Geng, becoming extremely focused. On the stage, as the final move came to an end, Lin Feng completed the entire set of Tai Chi Quan. He formed his left hand into a palm, his right hand into a fist, and performed a fist salute to the 5,000 teachers and students below the stage. Even those who had already understood Tai Chi Quan did not hesitate and followed Lin Feng's movements, performing a fist salute together with him. The scene of 5,000 teachers and students saluting themselves in unison made Lin Feng slightly stunned. He then smiled, said nothing, and walked off the stage, followed by everyone's gaze, back to the lineup of the martial arts class. Seeing that he had no intention of performing again, many people showed disappointed expressions. The momentum created by understanding Tai Chi Quan was not small, especially the momentum created by Ding Peng, which almost everyone present had witnessed. This successful demonstration of understanding made everyone confirm that Tai Chi Quan could indeed be understood in this way, while also feeling envious. Since the set of moves only took half an hour, Wouldn't it be excessive to do it again? Can that student perform it again? Yeah, I didn't remember all the moves. Let's do it again. Just once. I'm sure I can understand it this time. Qin Daojun shook his head, walked onto the stage, and said, "Listen to me." His voice instantly echoed throughout the playground, overpowering all other sounds. Like you, I haven't mastered it either. But this thing requires gradual progress. While practicing, you also need to continue reading the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber repeatedly. So, that's it for today. From now on, morning exercises will be held here every morning, and the content of the exercises will be Tai Chi Quan. Alright, this freshman orientation event ends here. With Qin Daojun's announcement, people on the playground began to disperse. However, some people ran towards the location of the martial arts class, more precisely towards Lin Feng. Soon, Lin Feng was surrounded by numerous students from Yandao University. Those who couldn't get close changed their target to Ding Peng, who had caused quite a stir earlier. Soon, Ding Peng was also surrounded. Not only that, the students of the martial arts class were also surrounded by enthusiastic senior students. Teacher, what martial arts have you mastered? Li Danio, who was surrounded, scratched his head and said, "I'm a freshman, not a teacher." Upon hearing this, the crowd surrounding him was shocked. Teacher, don't joke around." A somewhat thin senior student looked at Li Danio's dark skin and mature face. He seemed to be at least 30, if not 40. How could he be a freshman? "I really am a freshman, I'm only 18 this year." Damn! The crowd surrounding Li Danio was shocked, then they all took a step back in unison. The thin senior student's mouth twitched slightly. "So, what martial arts skill have you mastered?" Li Danio scratched his head and said, "Iron Sand Palm." As soon as they heard this name, the students surrounding him instantly lost interest. Iron Sand Palm sounded quite low. Those who could enter Yandao University were all outstanding individuals, with epic professions everywhere and numerous legendary professions. The low-sounding skill of Iron Sand Palm was better left unsaid, as it would be embarrassing to introduce it to others in the future. Moreover, the key point was that there were more than 20 freshmen in this martial arts class. Just as they were about to leave to find other students, Li Dali's somewhat embarrassed voice rang out, "And I just understood Tai Chi Quan." With a swish, the crowd that had quietly stepped back suddenly stopped and then tightly surrounded Li Danio. The thin and weak senior student looked up at Li Danio, who was a head taller than him, and said, "This classmate, no, big brother. You haven't had breakfast, have you? I'll treat you to breakfast later, and after eating, let's do some exercise to digest the food. I think Tai Chi would be good." Compared to other martial arts classes freshmen, the people surrounding Lin Feng were the most. Gong Suanlu looked at the senior students around Lin Feng with eager eyes, clicked his tongue twice, and nudged Lin Feng with his elbow. "What should we do?" After President Qin announced the end of the freshman meeting, Gong Suanlu approached Lin Feng to ask about the attributes of Tai Chi, but before she could speak, numerous senior students surrounded them. "How should we address this junior? Junior, have you had breakfast? Let me treat you. Junior, could you please tell us about the attributes of Tai Chi? Let's spar again, Junior." Lin Feng looked somewhat helpless at the Yandao students surrounding him. Just as he was about to find an excuse to leave, a cold snort echoed through the entire field, and then Lin Feng felt a gust of wind blowing past him. The Yandao students who were surrounding him were blown over by the sudden appearance of the strong wind. Nangong Ruo's figure appeared in front of Lin Feng, and she coldly looked at the students who were knocked down by the wind she had summoned, saying coldly, "What are you doing? As students of Yandao, are you so impatient? He is a student of the martial arts class, not a teacher. No obligation." President Nangong. Lin Feng stepped forward, interrupting Nangong Ruo. He helped his senior sister who was still lying on the ground and smiled at the somewhat embarrassed senior students. "Just following me won't necessarily help you understand Tai Chi quickly. I suggest that all senior students go back and study first. As for Tai Chi, if nothing unexpected happens, I will come here to practice every morning. When you want to practice together, you can come over." Lin Feng didn't want Nangong Ruo to directly expel them, depriving him of the opportunity to guide others in learning Tai Chi and complete the good teacher task in the system. However, Nangong Ruo behind him had a strange expression at this moment. Just as he had helped him out as a villain, he came out as a good person? Nangong Ruo raised an eyebrow. "Indeed, Master Jin Gu. Thank you for the reminder, Junior. I will definitely come tomorrow morning. I was a bit abrupt earlier. Junior, how should I address you?" Lin Feng smiled and said, "Lin Feng." With this incident, not only Lin Feng, but also those who had surrounded the martial arts class students before, dispersed immediately. Of course, there were exceptions. Ding Peng looked somewhat helpless at the few people who had lifted him up. "What are you doing? The burly young man holding up his left foot turned around and revealed an evil smile. Peng Ji, you can't escape. Ding Peng felt a chill. I'm not running. Can you put me down? No. Well, then can you tell me what you want to do? Nothing much. There are still 3 hours before the first class, enough time for you to demonstrate Tai Chi 6 times for us. Ding Peng. This time at the freshman meeting of Yenjing University, the organization of the whole school's teachers, students learning Tai Chi was not meant to be hidden at all. Some students even specifically asked the teachers if they could post it online, but the casual response they received immediately started circulating online. And at this time on the internet, the popularity of left and right mutual combat technique from last night has not diminished at all, and the news of the martial arts skill Tai Chi fist from the book has appeared, instantly attracting the attention of countless netizens. What is Tai Chi fist? Is it a very powerful martial art? I just finished watching The Legend of the Condor Heroes and am currently watching The Return of the Condor Heroes. In Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber, it's an amazing martial art. If described according to the book, it should be stronger than the left and right mutual combat technique. The strength of the left and right mutual combat technique lies in its ability to simultaneously use two different skills. While Tai Chi fist is for attack, the two cannot be compared. Repost, a student from Yen University describes Tai Chi fist. After practicing a set of fist techniques, it took a full half hour. The attack aspect is uncertain, but it looks quite mysterious. Is there anyone from Yen University who can tell me how to learn Tai Chi fist? Suddenly I have a feeling of returning to my student days. I'm already 40 years old, and I'm staying up late to read. But The Return of the Condor Heroes is really good. With the increasing discussion on Tai Chi fist on the internet, the number of people asking how to learn it is also increasing. After all, a top-tier institution like Yen University organizes all its students to study it, so this Tai Chi fist must be very powerful. However, unlike the left and right mutual combat technique, which already has a clear method of understanding, those who are paying attention to this matter do not know where to start. As a result, the comments section below Yenjing University's official account exploded. Since Yen University organizes collective learning, there must be a mature method, right? Oh my, could it be that Yen University is not planning to make it public? Can you please inform us of the method of understanding? We are willing to pay for it. Just as countless people were asking about Tai Chi fist, Yenjing University's official account suddenly posted a message. The Tai Chi fist teaching video has been submitted to the Ministry of Education. Please be patient. With this announcement, the lively comments section suddenly became quiet. Countless netizens rushed to the official account of the Ministry of Education to petition. And not long after, the official account of the Ministry of Education issued a notice. Starting today, all primary, middle, and high school physical education classes will be replaced with Tai Chi fist. Teaching videos can be downloaded from the education system's intranet. Note: it is prohibited for any country to obtain and learn the videos by any means. The netizens who were already eager to start practicing were taken aback when they realized that the teaching videos could only be downloaded from the education system's intranet. Physical education classes? Oh my! If they are used for physical education classes, why not just make them public? I understand now. To learn Tai Chi fist, you have to have a child. After the child learns in school, learn from your own child. My child is only in first grade, should I learn Tai Chi with him? The comments section was bustling, with many preferring to make it public, but this time, the official account of the Ministry of Education did not respond again. Luo Hong, who had just come out of the Evil Dragon's Lair dungeon in Nanhu Province and was resting, put down his phone and asked the team leader Guansu, who was eating next to him, "Captain, what does the Ministry of Education mean by this? Are they not planning to make Tai Chi fist public?" Guansu replied while eating, "It's being used for physical education classes. What's the difference with making it public? It's just that the Ministry of Education is indirectly expressing something." What thing? The role of Tai Chi fist. With this statement, several other team members around looked over, and Guansu explained without beating around the bush, the Ministry of Education is mandating students in primary, middle, and high school levels to learn it, but for those who are already adults or have changed professions, it's up to them whether to learn or not. Luo Hong pondered and said, "So, Tai Chi fist should be most useful for students who haven't changed professions yet, right? Of course, have you ever thought about it? Tai Chi can replace the original physical exercise during class. That set of physical exercises was introduced from Eagle Sauce at a high cost by the country. Continuously practicing that physical exercise during class has a certain chance of increasing attributes." Luo Hong nodded. This was something everyone knew. That set of physical exercises, when practiced for 2.5 years, had a certain chance of gaining a point of attribute. The first time was constitution, the second time was strength, and the third time was agility. In a total of 7.5 years, there was a chance to gain 3 points. Of course, very few people in the entire Blue Star could gain 3 points through this exercise. The probability was too low, but there seemed to be about 10% of people who could gain 1 point. And now, without hesitation, the Education Bureau has replaced this set of physical exercises with Tai Chi. There is only one possibility: the effect of Tai Chi is better than this set of exercises. Luo Hong shrugged. So Tai Chi is useless to us? Guansu nodded. The Bureau's intention is that our current focus should still be on trying to understand the art of mutual combat. Understood. The Blue Star, which has entered the era of universalization, starts the university semester earlier. At this time, in a meeting room at Baishano, one middle school, all the teachers of Baishano, one middle school have gathered here. The chairs in the meeting room had long been moved away. In the huge meeting room, the teachers stood dispersed, preparing. Principal Wang Quan looked at Tang Xin, who was operating the computer, and asked, "Is it ready yet?" "It's done, just finished downloading," Tang Xin replied without looking up. Then, under his operation, the huge projection screen in the meeting room displayed an image. Tang Xin quickly stood up and ran to join the queue. But as soon as he looked at the projection screen, he froze because a very familiar young man appeared in the image. Lin Feng? Teacher Tang, are you mistaken? A teacher beside him looked at the screen with some confusion. As teachers of Baishano, one middle school, who wouldn't know Lin Feng? The genius who chose a life support profession instead of 2 legendary professions. This background. Is Yen University? Lin Feng went to Yen University? I didn't hear about it. At the front of the queue, Wang Quan looked at the young man in the image, his mouth twitched. Damn it, didn't you say you were going to keep it a secret before? What kind of secrecy is this? Behind him, Tang Xin was the first to come back to his senses. He cleared his throat and said, now I understand why Lin Feng chose to be a teacher back then. As soon as he said this, everyone, including Wang Quan, turned to look at him. Look, isn't he now teaching us Tai Chi? Perhaps, he was reading novels back then and had already comprehended martial arts techniques. Then he got the approval of the Education Bureau and chose to be a teacher. Although Tang Xion's words were not foolproof, they were still a reasonable explanation. Wang Quan gave him an approving look and said, "All right, focus your minds. This is a mandatory order from the Education Bureau. If you can't learn it now, how will you correct the students' wrong movements? Be serious and follow our outstanding graduate to learn Tai Chi." At Yenjing University, the morning class in the martial arts class was just a simple self-introduction and an introduction to the various rules and regulations of the school. It didn't take much time before it was dismissed. Compared to high school, university was much freer, especially with the Blue Star era of universalization. It was all up to individual self-discipline. Of course, the reason why Yen University is so desirable to countless people is because of its strong resources, whether it is faculty strength, various training equipment, or countless copy products, materials, props, equipment, everything you could ask for. Of course, these are not free. If you want to obtain them, you have to use credits. Apart from the credits that the school will distribute according to each person's situation each semester, the rest has to be earned by oneself. However, for Lin Feng, these things are meaningless. Nowadays, he basically doesn't lack these things. After returning to the dormitory, Lin Feng tidied up a bit and sat in front of the desk. He didn't rush to write a book, but checked the system's tasks. System task: be a good teacher. Task objective: guide others to comprehend the skills in the created book 100 times. Task progress: 12 out of 100. The goal of the system task is person times, not the number of people. The same person, under Lin Feng's guidance, comprehends 3 martial arts, which counts as 3 times. It's fewer than I imagined, only 12. Lin Feng slightly frowned. It seems that I have to continue practicing Tai Chi every morning. Last night, a person named Ding Peng, through the meridian diagram of the breathing technique he drew, comprehended the breathing technique under Xie Geng's guidance. At that time, Jianqing deliberately sent a message to inform Lin Feng of this matter. Lin Feng also checked the progress of the Be a Good Teacher task at that time and found that it did not increase. Lin Feng understood at that time that in order to continuously complete this task, he needed to personally guide others. Most likely, those who comprehend Tai Chi through his teaching videos will not increase the progress of this task. If I want to complete this task, it's simple. With my current internal strength, guiding around 10 people to comprehend the breathing technique in a day is achievable. Coupled with teaching Tai Chi in person, it's not a problem to complete the task with 20 to 30 people in a day. But it might not be worth it. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and continued to calculate in his mind. The most important thing now is to focus on writing books. At the current pace, it won't take long to finish writing the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber and unlock the warrior profession. Moreover, when I reach the 4th rank and acquire the new teaching skill in part, it will be easier and faster to complete this task. However, it seems a bit uneconomical to complete it at the martial arts stage. Lin Feng's eyes flashed. In fact, the martial arts skills in martial arts, even internal skills, are still traceable. But if it's about cultivating immortality, that's an extremely elusive legend. It might be better to wait until after writing a cultivation novel before completing this task. For now, let's just do the be a good teacher task as it comes, and in the future. Well, why not start a class? No, establish a school. The Martial Arts and Immortal Cultivation University sounds pretty good. After sorting out the current situation, Lin Feng checked the system prompts again. Among the numerous system prompts, Lin Feng found something unusual. System prompt: Li Dania watched you practice Tai Chi and comprehended the skill. Tai Chi, incomplete. System reward: Tai Chi skill experience plus 100. Lin Feng was slightly stunned, and looked again. A total of 9 people comprehended Tai Chi this morning. Among them, only Ding Peng and Xiegun comprehended Tai Chi, while all the others comprehended Tai Chi, incomplete. Could it be because of internal strength? They don't have internal strength, so they can't comprehend the complete version of Tai Chi? In that case, what about Tango? Cough, Tang Wang? After thinking for a moment, Lin Feng picked up his phone and dialed Nangong Rua's number. Principal Nangong, do you know how many students have comprehended Tai Chi today? I was just about to tell you about it. Nangong Rua's voice came through the phone. A total of 9 people have comprehended Tai Chi this time, but their understanding of Tai Chi is somewhat different. The attributes provided by Ding Peng and Xiegun are the same as those provided by Tang Lao. However, the remaining 7 people are different, but the effect of attribute enhancement is still there. I will send you the details later. Better effect? Lin Feng hung up the phone, feeling puzzled. Shortly after, a message came through: skill, Tai Chi, current quality, normal, potential, normal. Current level, 1, 85 forms of Tai Chi, complete execution 100 times to gain a free attribute point. Current maximum obtainable attribute points, 5. Note, this skill level cannot be increased. It really is an incomplete version. Lin Feng was speechless. This version of Tai Chi has truly become a health-preserving exercise for strengthening the body and mind. At that moment, his phone rang again, and it was Nangong Rua. Lin Feng, have you seen it? I have. Is there any issue with it? After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng said, unless something unexpected happens, the simplified Tai Chi is easier to comprehend. To comprehend the complete version, one probably needs to possess inner strength. I see, understood. Nangong Rua's tone became more relaxed. This is good. 5 free attributes are already completely sufficient. Moreover, we just experimented and found that with this simplified version, the number of times it can be practiced per day has increased to 3 times, which has significantly improved efficiency. Oh, Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. In that case, it's not bad at all. The complete Tai Chi, the 85 forms, with its effect of restoring inner strength and vitality, can only be activated once a day. To increase 5 attribute points, it would take a full 100 days. Of course, although it takes a long time, as the skill level increases, the maximum obtainable attribute points will also increase, and the number of times it needs to be fully executed will decrease. Not to mention the yet unlocked 42 forms and 24 forms. After hanging up the phone and tidying up a bit, Lin Feng took out the spiritual pattern paper and laid it on the desk. There were still a few hours before the afternoon class, just enough time to deplete the inner strength and vitality restored by Tai Chi. On the internet, as the Ministry of Education's announcement to replace physical education with Tai Chi continued to stir up discussions, just as netizens' reactions were becoming more intense. One person, Eagle Sauce, couldn't sit still. Amanda Layton, a 6th-tier auxiliary professional, the developer of physical education. What are they doing? Inside a luxurious mansion, Amanda Layton shouted angrily, that Tai Chi thing, can it compare to the physical education I invented? Shat. Amanda Layton stood up and dialed a number. Lord Errol Cooney, I think my second improved set of physical education can be released early. In the phone, the voice of President's aide Errol Cooney sounded. Layton, why the rush? Cooney, it's not your money that's lost. Layton said with a hint of annoyance, I'm just informing you, not seeking your opinion. He then directly hung up the phone. Layton, who achieved financial freedom and a high status through physical education, did not care about the occasional change of presidential aides. Bring me my computer. Layton shouted to the steward in the manor next to him. Before the incident caused by the left-right mutual combat technique between Eagle Sauce and Huagua, Layton was still enjoying watching the excitement. He didn't expect that in just one day, it would turn into a mess for himself. The reason he was so excited was because of the usage fee for the fitness exercises. This thing, he didn't sell it as a one-time deal, but collected a considerable annual usage fee. Of course, this was aimed at credit-worthy countries like Huagua. For some despicable thieves like the Koreans and the White Elephants, Leiden could only collect a pitiful symbolic penalty through lawsuits and court battles. And now, his main client, the extremely credit-worthy Huagua who always paid on time, unexpectedly declared that they no longer needed the fitness exercises? How could Leiden sit still with this? The second set of fitness exercises he had prepared to release in a few years seemed like it couldn't be hidden anymore. Sitting in front of the computer, Leiden operated while muttering to himself, "What lousy Tai Chi, can it compare to my carefully designed fitness exercises?" Leiden hit the enter key, released the message, and deliberately smiled. "With such amazing effects, I'll have to sell it at a higher price this time." Dear friends, I am pleased to announce that the second set of fitness exercises I developed, also known as the strong body exercise, is officially released today. The attribute enhancement effect of this set of strong body exercise has been significantly improved. After practicing for 2.5 years for the first time, you will get a 100% increase in physique. And there is a chance to get a second point of physique. The maximum attribute enhancement that this strong body exercise can achieve has reached an astonishing 4 points. Yes, with good luck, 4 attribute points can give you a legendary profession. And most importantly, the guaranteed point of physique attribute. Friends in need, feel free to contact. Leiden looked at the browser where he sent out the message, which was increasing at an astonishing speed, smiled triumphantly, then got up and went to the nearby recliner, lit a cigar, and said to his assistant, "Get ready for your phone to blow up, my dear Mary." As expected, Mary's phone started ringing frantically, calls and messages kept pouring in. Leiden, enjoying his cigar, felt blissful. As time passed by, after more than an hour, Mary's phone finally calmed down. Leiden, seeing this, asked, "How is it?" Mary looked at the notes she had written while answering the calls and said, "Mr. Leiden, Sakura, Koreans, White Elephants, Gauls, Bears." She listed dozens of country names. They all inquired about the situation. Leiden nodded, then hesitated, looking at Mary who remained silent. "You just mentioned all those countries, but there was no mention of Huagua." Mary's expression was somewhat strange as she said, "Mr. Leiden, Huagua did not contact me." "That's impossible, maybe they contacted you by email. Huagua likes to use email for communication." "Mr. Leiden, I checked, there were no calls, messages, or emails. Even the social media accounts and comments sections where I posted the message, I checked. There were no official comments from Huagua." Leiden snorted, "Arrogant people from Huagua, can that Tai Chi effect of theirs really surpass my strong body exercise? What about other countries, any with purchasing intentions?" Mary's expression became even more peculiar as she said, "None." Leiden, who had been lying on the recliner, suddenly sat up straight, staring at Mary intently. "What did you say, Mr. Leiden?" Mary hesitated for a moment and explained, "I asked, and they meant that they would only consider it if it was bought by the Hua country. They think Hua country's Tai Chi, maybe it would also be a good choice." Leiden suddenly stood up, threw the unfinished cigar directly on the ground, mad. His breathing became rapid, his chest heaving. "A group of ignorant fools. This is something I spent more than 10 years carefully researching and designing for physical fitness. That nonsense Tai Chi, a sudden emergence of nonsense plaything, how could it possibly surpass me in this field? Hua country. Hua country." Leiden took a deep breath, forcibly calming his mood. "Help me find the contact number on the Hua countryside. I want to ask, what the hell is that Tai Chi? What kind of thing is it?" "Yanjing, Ministry of Education Office Building," Senior Steward Li Jia politely said on the phone. "I'm sorry, Mr. Leiden, we don't need your physical fitness program. As for the information you want about Tai Chi, well, you can keep thinking about it." After speaking, Li Jia hung up the phone directly. A colleague beside him chuckled and said, "Shouldn't we be more polite to international friends?" Li Jia disdainfully pursed his lips. "I'm not from the Foreign Affairs Bureau, not scolding him is already polite enough. Coming in with such a high and mighty attitude, who does he think he is?" Alright, let's go, the meeting is about to start." "What meeting?" "Feasibility seminar on promoting internal skills and breathing techniques, attended by us, the Garrison Bureau, and the Professional Association. Yanjing University, the largest number 1 tier classroom. This afternoon's class was a very important one. All the freshmen of this year were present." Lin Feng was sitting in a seat towards the back, meditating. Since using the left-right mutual combat technique to write books, his writing speed had greatly improved, but the consumption had also increased. Lin Feng, who had written tens of thousands of words in just a few hours, once again felt a sense of emptiness in his body. However, with a few types of internal energy, even if he did nothing, the internal energy could slowly recover and regulate the body, but it would take a longer time. It was just right for listening to lectures. Lin Feng didn't really care about attending other classes, but this one was the long-awaited introduction to the world. Just as Lin Feng was meditating, a fragrant breeze accompanied by cheerful footsteps approached. Lin Feng opened his eyes and turned to see Gongsun Lu sitting down beside him. "Lin Feng, do you mind if I sit next to you?" People were already sitting down, so why ask? Lin Feng nodded somewhat helplessly. Having a beautiful and youthful girl sitting beside him was better than. Lin Feng turned to look at his other side, where a burly, dark-skinned, mature-looking man was sitting. It was Li Daniu. Lin Feng let out a sigh and turned to look at Gongsun Lu. Well, it was better to look in this direction, which made him feel more pleasant. Are you okay? Gongsun Lu saw that Lin Feng's face was a bit pale and couldn't help but ask, "Are you injured?" Lin Feng shook his head, but before he could say anything, Gongsun Lu took out a reddish-brown pill and handed it to Lin Feng. "Here you go." Lin Feng was a bit stunned as he accepted it. Name, red date pill, type, first-tier legendary quality, attribute, slightly restores energy, note, refined product, concentrated essence of energy recovery potion. Seeing these attributes, Lin Feng was somewhat surprised. First-tier legendary quality. Even though Lin Feng was already at the third tier now, this thing could still have some effect. "Thank you." Lin Feng nodded. Under the expectant gaze of Gongsun Lu, he directly stuffed it into his mouth. Then, an extreme bitterness swept through Lin Feng's mouth, and his expression changed instantly. "Oh my goodness, I have never eaten anything so difficult in this life and the previous one. It was really hard to bear." Lin Feng raised his hand and took out a bottle of water from the spatial ring, and drank it down. After finishing the bottle of water, Lin Feng felt a little better, but had to say, now he was full of energy, whether it was due to the effect of the medicine or the bitterness. Gongsun Lu, who was beside him, flashed a hint of curiosity in her eyes. She naturally noticed Lin Feng suddenly taking out a bottle of water from the spatial ring. "Spatial ring?" Gongsun Lu muttered to herself. "It seems that my guess was correct. This Lin Feng definitely has a background. Could it be a descendant of a big family? But if that's the case, why wouldn't I know him? And I haven't heard of the Lin family either. Oh well, he can't escape anyway. Sooner or later I will find out his background." Gongsun Lu blinked her eyes, and with a hint of anticipation, she asked, "How is it?" By this time, Lin Feng had recovered. He nodded and said, "The effect is good." "No, I mean, how does it taste?" Lin Feng looked sincerely at Gongsun Lu and said, "Very good." Gongsun Lu looked at Lin Feng, suddenly smiled mischievously, raised her hand and presented a reddish-brown pill. "Do you want another one?" Lin Feng's mouth twitched and he decisively refused. "No need, I'm already fine. You should keep such a precious and good-tasting medicine for yourself." Gongsun Lu burst into laughter, revealing two dimples on her flawless white cheeks. She put away the reddish-brown pill, approached Lin Feng a bit, and said in a very low voice, "I don't know why, the medicines I refine always turn out a bit strange." "She refines them?" Lin Feng looked at Gongsun Lu with some surprise. Legendary quality medicines are not so easy to refine. It seems that this girl is quite talented. Just like he thought, she might also be on the list of talented individuals. Just as he was thinking, the previously noisy staircase classroom suddenly fell silent. An old man with white hair and beard entered the classroom. "My name is Kong Yuren, an old man who likes to study history in this world when I have nothing to do." Kong Yuren glanced around the staircase classroom and said loudly, "For this first class, let this old man tell you all about this world." Lin Feng took a deep breath, his expression becoming serious. Gongsun Lu beside him also sat up straight, her expression becoming solemn. However, not long after, both of them felt a bit disappointed because Kong Yuren was only talking about some very basic information and knowledge, such as instances, rifts, etc. "So, our world is not peaceful. The reason you can stay here peacefully and enjoy a good learning environment and cultivation resources is because someone is carrying a heavy burden. Of course, I don't recommend you to go to the rifts and seek death now. Your current task is to grow as much as possible, better and faster." Kong Yuren on the stage was passionate, but the new students in the audience were falling asleep. Lin Feng sighed slightly. It was a waste of time to hear things they already knew again. He looked at the schedule. There was still half of the time left. Then he glanced at Gongsun Lu beside him, who was looking very serious at the podium, but upon closer inspection, Gongsun Lu's eyes were unfocused. Was she daydreaming? Lin Feng's mouth twitched slightly, then glanced to his right. The burly, mature-looking classmate was now slumped over the table, dozing off. "Fine, I'll take a break too." Just as Lin Feng was about to rest his eyes, Kong Yuren at the podium chuckled and said, "We finished discussing those cliches, now let's talk about professions. Or rather, professional systems." Lin Feng's eyes snapped open at the mention of professional systems. Beside him, Gong Suanlu's gaze refocused, looking intently at Kong Yuren once again. Only, Li Daniu was still in dreamland. You might think that epic professions, legendary professions are the most important. But what I want to say today is, the most important thing is to open up a series of basic professions in the professional system. Ordinary quality warriors, mages, priests. Kong Yuren wrote down the 3 professions on the blackboard behind him. These are currently known, and only, 3 ordinary quality professions. Even the warriors' variants like assassins, archers, the combination of priests and warriors like knights, are at least rare quality professions. Of course, what I just mentioned are universal system professions. Any country or individual, during the job change ceremony, has a chance to obtain universal system professions. In addition, there are some special exclusive professions unique to certain countries. Pay attention. Kong Yuren raised his hand and wrote the word system behind exclusive professions on the blackboard, then drew a big cross. He looked at the new students who were staring at him intently and said with a smile, "Professions that are not systematic will not have exclusive inheritance dungeons." The difference here is significant. As Kong Yuren continued to lecture on the podium, Lin Feng for the first time gained an understanding of the professions and professional systems in this world. Many of these things cannot be found outside, let alone organized and explained as neatly as Kong Yuren did, making Lin Feng almost instantly understand. Just like the Battle Magic Priest professional system that Kong Yuren mentioned, it is currently the mainstream on Blue Star. It covers almost all combat professions. Whether it's Su Yuanfeng's Berserker, Tang Wang's Immortal War God, they are all extensions of the warrior profession route, while Su Chenyan's Magic Swordsman is a fusion of the warrior and mage routes, but still falls within the Battle Magic Priest system. And those special exclusive professions, like Sakura's Ninja, White Elephant's Curse Master, are professions outside the Battle Magic Priest system. Currently, the professions within the Battle Magic Priest system have the strongest applicability. Kong Yuren directly stated the conclusion: the main reason is the development of the energy system and the maturity of skill cultivation. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng had a moment of enlightenment. So that's how it is. The combat power composition of combat professions has 4 main aspects: one's own attributes, energy such as fighting spirit, magic power, skills, and combat techniques. The latter is particularly important. After all, powerful skills need to be used at the right time to have a good effect. The skills and combat techniques applicable to the universal Battle Magic Priest system are being continuously researched throughout Blue Star. In some cases, there may even be exchanges. For example, the 11th Professional Exchange Conference to be held in Hua Country in a few months. In this situation, the professions within the Battle Magic Priest system are becoming more mature in all aspects. Thinking of this, Lin Feng couldn't help but show a bitter smile. It seems that many things are not as simple as he imagined. I thought that after finishing the 3rd book of the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber and introducing the warrior profession, the Huagua country would surely rise, and then I could directly research and write novels about cultivating immortality. But now it seems that it may not work. A simple warrior profession may not be able to form a complete system. This profession must be enriched. Lin Feng's eyes flashed, thinking that in the world of martial arts, besides the common warriors, what is the most distinctive and unforgettable? It must be swordsman. And the book that best highlights the swordsman, The Smiling, Proud Wanderer. This is acclaimed as the pinnacle work of Jin Yong. However, Lin Feng's expression suddenly became a bit strange. What is the most famous martial art in The Smiling, Proud Wanderer? Is it the Dugu 9 Swords? No, it is the Evil Resisting Sword Manual, or the Sunflower Manual. Will there really be someone who castrates themselves to practice it? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter quietly. Sun Lulu beside him turned to look at Lin Feng. What did you just say? Nothing. Lin Feng coughed lightly and said, "Cough, let's listen to the lecture." On the podium, Kong Yuren's lecture was coming to an end. He looked at the new students listening attentively below, nodded with satisfaction, and said, "The part we discussed today ends here. If you are interested in this topic, you can come to me anytime. So, do you have any more questions?" In an instant, many new students raised their hands to ask questions, but most of them were about professions and skills. After explaining to them, Kong Yuren looked at the time and said, "Alright, that's it for today's class." Before he could finish his sentence, he saw a handsome new student slightly further back raising his hand. "Do you have any more questions?" Lin Feng stood up and asked, "Why doesn't our Huagua have its own exclusive profession?" Kong Yuran was taken aback for a moment, then said meaningfully, exclusive professions in other countries were not available from the beginning. The fact that our Huagua doesn't have one now doesn't mean we won't have one in the future. Recent events. Kong Yuran paused, revealing a meaningful smile. Perhaps, our Huagua will have one soon. He didn't elaborate on his words, but the new students present all showed pensive expressions. The recent events, aren't they? The left-right mutual combat technique and Tai Chi fist? And these two skills also point to the 3 books that can help people comprehend the skills, martial arts novels. Combined with the announcement at the freshman assembly that the life assistance class will be renamed the martial arts class, many quick-thinking individuals have already figured out what Kong Yuran was referring to. Perhaps, the Jianghu heroes depicted in those 3 martial arts books, who use internal energy and martial arts techniques, might become our Huagua's exclusive profession. Thinking of this, the new students became excited, and their gazes towards the martial arts class were filled with curiosity. Among these people, has anyone already obtained this exclusive profession? Alright, that's it for today's class. Kong Yuran picked up the materials on the podium, smiling and said, "May you all have a bright future." He was a very famous scholar in Huagua. This class was the first and last class he taught to the new students. So, after leaving his blessings, he left the classroom amidst the applause of the new students. "Shall we go to the cafeteria for a meal later?" Sun Lulu looked at Lin Feng, but before Lin Feng could answer, Li Daniel, who had been dozing off, suddenly perked up and exclaimed, "Meal? Meal!" Li Daniel looked at Lin Feng and Sun Lulu, showing a simple smile. "Would you two like to go for a meal?" Lin Feng's mouth twitched slightly as he looked at the classmate who had been sleeping soundly just a moment ago but was now full of energy and ready to eat. "You guys go ahead." Lin Feng stood up and walked towards the door. "I'm going back to the dorm." Together. Gong Sun Lu followed Lin Feng out of the classroom. Li Daniel scratched his head and said, "Don't they eat? No wonder they are so thin." Passing by, Xiegung heard this and looked at Li Dali's burly figure, speechless. "I'm going to the cafeteria, do you want to come with me?" "Sure." Li Dali's eyes lit up and he stood up abruptly. "Let's go, the teacher who brought me here to study said it's all inclusive. I want to have a good meal." Seeing Li Dania's posture, Xiegung felt like he was going to bankrupt Yenjing University with his appetite, and his mouth twitched slightly. "Let's go." The two of them also walked out of the classroom. Xiegung asked curiously, "Li Daniu, what do you do?" "I'm a farmer." Xiegung frowned. "Farming? A livelihood? A farmer?" It seems that the martial arts class is really made up of auxiliary professions. "And you?" Xiegung smiled and said, "I'm a doctor." Li Dania's eyes lit up and he looked at Xiegung. "Can you help me with something?" Xiegung looked at his sturdy physique and asked somewhat puzzled, "Do you have any problems?" "I eat too much and I get sleepy easily." Xiegung sighed. "Being able to eat and sleep well is a blessing. It's not an illness, is it?" Li Dania scratched his head and muttered in a low voice, "But I eat a lot." On a small path inside Yenjing University, Lin Feng looked at Gong Sun Lu in front of him and said somewhat puzzled, "Do you have something to tell me?" "No." Gong Sun Lu walked in front of Lin Feng with his hands behind his back, bouncing along. "I'm going back to the dormitory too, it's on the way." "Aren't you going to the cafeteria for a meal?" "No, I'm on a diet." Lin Feng had a few black lines on his forehead, but he didn't say anything more. The two of them walked along the path towards the dormitory. At this time, most of the students at Yenjing were walking from the teaching building to the cafeteria, so there weren't many people on the path to the dormitory. The two of them arrived at a corner of the dormitory area in this way. Gong Sun Lu, who was walking in front, saw a figure standing at the gate of the small courtyard, and was stunned for a moment. Then he exclaimed in surprise, "Yan Jia." "Yan Jia?" The same name came from the mouths of the two. Gong Sun Lu was stunned for a moment, then turned his head sharply and looked behind him, coincidentally meeting Lin Feng's gaze. Their eyes met, but this time, they quickly looked away. Then the two of them said in unison again, "Do you know her? Do you know her?" In front of the courtyard, Su Chenyan looked at the two with a somewhat complicated expression, sighed imperceptibly, and said, "Let's go inside and talk." After Lin Feng opened the door, the three of them walked into the courtyard, not into the room but sat at the table and chairs in the courtyard. Su Chenyan placed a multi-layered box that she had been carrying on the table, took out the food inside, and said, "Lulu, have you eaten?" Gong Sun Lu looked at the steaming dishes and licked his lips, shook his head and said, "I haven't eaten yet." Su Chenyan smiled and said, "Luckily I brought a lot, it should be enough for you two to eat." Lin Feng naturally took the bowl and chopsticks handed to him by Su Chenyan and said, "She's not eating, she's on a diet." Su Chenyan was stunned for a moment, feeling somewhat strange in her heart, and smiled somewhat forcefully at Gong Sun Lu. At this moment, Gong Sun Lu glared at Lin Feng angrily. "That was before, now I've finished my diet." After saying that, she raised her hand and a set of bowl and chopsticks appeared. Later, Su Chenyan looked at Su Chenyan eagerly and said, "Yen jia." Su Chenyan helplessly said, "Just eat yours." After getting Su Chenyan's permission, Gong Xuanlu glanced at Lin Feng in a demonstrative manner, then unceremoniously started eating. Lin Feng didn't say anything, but a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He looked at Gong Xuanlu's hand, which had just casually conjured up a pair of bowl and chopsticks. A spatial ring? It seems. She is also a member of the talent cultivation plan in Hua country. Lin Feng's mouth slightly curved up and he picked up the chopsticks and started competing with Gong Xuanlu to quickly finish the food on the table. Seeing this, Su Chenyan sighed imperceptibly again, but she didn't say anything, silently waiting for the two to quickly sweep the food off the table as if fighting for it. Wow, so full. Gong Xuanlu put down the bowl and chopsticks, touched her belly, but was slapped away by Su Chenyan beside her. "Girl, don't make such gestures." Gong Xuanlu stuck out her tongue, straightened her posture, and protested, "Yen jia, I'm not a child anymore." Su Chenyan was slightly stunned, then expressed a somewhat complicated feeling. "Yes, you've grown up." She then explained to Lin Feng, "Lulu is my mentor's niece. We've known each other for a long time." "Nangong Rua's niece? I see." Lin Feng nodded, while Gong Xuanlu, with curiosity in her eyes, asked, "Yen jia, how did you and Lin Feng meet?" Su Chenyan's body stiffened for a moment, not knowing how to answer, but Lin Feng calmly said, "Yen jia is my landlord." "Landlord?" Gong Xuanlu looked at Su Chenyan with some suspicion, then at Lin Feng. "What are you looking at? Why is this little brat asking so many questions?" "Little brat." Gong Xuanlu suddenly stood up, showing a considerable, extremely dissatisfied expression. "I'm not little." Su Chenyan impatiently said, "All right." Gong Xuanlu sat down sulkily, glanced at Lin Feng, and muttered softly, "You're not that old either." Su Chenyan sighed, "I'm leaving soon, you can argue after I leave." Gong Xuanlu was stunned, and quickly asked, "Yen jia, where are you going?" "I heard from my aunt that you were so happy when you came back. I was planning to go shopping with you in a few days." Lin Feng didn't say anything, but also looked at Su Chenyan with a puzzled look. "I'm at the 4th stage." Su Chenyan tidied up the tableware and said, "I'm going to the inheritance dungeon." Gong Xuanlu opened her mouth, then finally said somewhat helplessly, "Going to Europa?" Lin Feng asked. Originally, he didn't know about this, but after attending a class by Kong Yuran today, he naturally understood. After reaching the 4th stage as a combat professional, one can enter the inheritance dungeon once, with a very small chance of obtaining a higher quality advanced profession. Even if you don't get an advanced profession, you can improve the quality of your professional skills and gain some new combat skills. This is the advantage of having an inheritance dungeon in the warrior mage system. And the inheritance dungeon of the warrior mage system is in Europa. Initially, this inheritance dungeon was forcibly controlled by various countries in Europa, not allowing other countries to enter. But as the cracks increased, the entire Blue Star's environment became a defense against the invasion of the cracks, and this ban was naturally lifted. Of course, there were various interests involved in this. Hua country used to pay a considerable price for this. Fortunately, now with more and more strong people in Hua country, their influence is also increasing, and Europa now only symbolically charges some fees. Su Chenyan nodded. "Just so happens that many graduates have also reached the 4th stage, so I will go with them. Once you leave, it will take some time, you." Su Chenyan paused, glanced at Gong Xuanlu, and said, "Pay attention to your cultivation and don't exhaust yourself too much." With Gong Xuanlu present, she naturally couldn't say the words "writing a book." Lin Feng nodded and said, "You also take care of your safety." Su Chenyan smiled and said, "With a 7th level expert leading the team, nothing will happen." Gong Xuanlu, on the side, looked at Su Chenyan, then at Lin Feng, her eyes turning, "These two. Something's not right. Landlord? Who would believe that?" After Su Chenyan finished speaking, she picked up the box with the plate and stood up. "I'm leaving." Then, without any delay, she walked towards the courtyard. Lin Feng naturally got up to see her off, until Su Chenyan's figure disappeared on the path. Lin Feng turned to Gong Xuanlu beside him. "Aren't you leaving?" Gong Xuanlu was stunned for a moment and asked in a daze, "Why should I go to Europe?" "I didn't ask you to go to Europe." Lin Feng raised his hand in exasperation and gestured, "This is my dormitory. At Yenjing University, Canteen Number 1, within the entire Yenjing University, there are 4 canteens, with Canteen Number 1 being the largest and most cost-effective. Of course, the taste can only be described as passable. At this moment, in a corner of the canteen, Xiegung stared blankly at the table, where various foods were piled up like a small mountain. "Duh, Dinyo, you don't have to get me food." Li Dali, who had just put down a pile of food, was stunned for a moment. "You want to eat? Should I go get you more?" No need. Xiegung decisively shook his head. I'm not hungry. Looking at the mountain of food, Xiegung felt for the first time what it meant to be full just by looking. After Li Dali sat down, he eagerly grabbed a chicken leg and stuffed it into his mouth. Moments later, a complete chicken leg bone was pulled out by him. Xiegung watched in amazement. So fast. Then, Xiegung had a close-up view of a feast. Li Dali not only ate a lot but also ate quickly. It wasn't until the pile of food on the table disappeared completely that Li Dali lay back in the canteen chair, letting out a satisfied burp. Xiegung asked in a daze, Dinyo, have you been checked by the Physician Association? Previously, Li Dali had claimed to be ill, and Xiegung didn't believe it, but now, he had no choice but to believe it. Unless he was a high-level expert who could forcefully consume energy while eating, how could one person possibly eat enough to satisfy the appetites of 10 people? There must be something wrong. However, Li Dali nodded and said, I've been tested, and they said there's no problem. But the doctor who did the test said to come to Yanjing and then go for another check. Did you go? Li Dali shook his head and said, I don't know the way. Xiegung's mouth twitched. Then shall I take you? Sure. Li Dali stood up and asked, what do you want me to do? Do I need to undress? No need. Just sit down. Give me your hand. Xiegung placed his hand on Li Dali's outstretched hand, suddenly having a whimsical idea to see if Li Dali, like himself, had naturally open meridians. Xiegung closed his eyes and began to mobilize the internal energy of the Ninein scripture, slowly transferring it into Li Dali's body along his fingers. However, as soon as it entered, the energy seemed to encounter a strong obstacle. Xiegung frowned, added more energy, but still couldn't make any progress. Completely blocked? Xiegung opened his eyes abruptly, frowned, and looked at Li Dali. Does it hurt? Li Dali shook his head. It doesn't hurt. Xiegung took a deep breath, stood up, and went behind Li Dali, instructing, don't move. Later, he raised his hand and placed it on the back of Li Danio, and his internal force once again probed out, but still couldn't get in. Xiegung tried multiple acupoints and meridians behind Li Danio, without exception, all blocked. There was not a single gap. This is not right. Xiegung frowned. Previously, Ding Peng's meridians were also somewhat blocked, but there were still cracks that allowed internal force to enter. However, this Li Danio was completely blocked. Xiegung then came to the front of Li Danio, placed his hand on Li Danio's chest, internal force probed out again, still blocked. Just then, a voice with a strange tone sounded, Brother Xia, what are you doing? Xiegung looked up and saw more than 10 people carrying food walking towards them, with Ding Peng at the forefront. This was the Thunder class. At Yanjing University, classes were divided by profession, meaning that whether you were a senior or a freshman, as long as you belonged to a certain profession, you were in the same class. So, even the newly enrolled freshman Mo Bingyu was there. At this moment, her eyes were shining with a certain brightness, and she even felt a bit excited, caught in the act. Senior Ding caught them red-handed. Mo Bingyu had a look of watching a show. The drama between the three men was so exciting. Meanwhile, Xiegung withdrew his hand and shook his head. It's nothing. Talking about internal force and meridians in front of so many people from the Thunder class was obviously inappropriate. Later, he said to Li Dania, let's go. Mo Bingyu was slightly stunned. Was he breaking ties with Senior Ding? Then she heard Xiegung say, are you free tonight? Li Dania nodded, yes. The two gradually walked away, while Mo Bingyu couldn't help but take a deep breath. She looked at Ding Peng, who was frowning and lost in thought, with a somewhat sympathetic look. Forget it, let's sit down. After Mo Bingyu sat down, she thought for a moment and handed the plate of broccoli she had just ordered to Ding Peng. Senior Ding, please have this. Ding Peng was taken aback for a moment. Although he didn't like broccoli, he couldn't refuse when a beauty offered it. Ding Peng smiled and said, thank you. After happily accepting it, Ding Peng couldn't help but adjust his expression slightly and turn his head in a more melancholic direction, showing a side profile to Mo Bingyu. Yes, as Chubin said, this was more handsome and more appealing to girls. Just as he struck this pose, Ding Peng felt Mo Bingyu's gaze on him. He was delighted. Chu Bin was right about this. However, with his face turned to the side, he did not notice that Mo Bingyu's gaze was full of sympathy. Senior Ding, are you heartbroken? In the dormitory area, Lin Feng spread out the spirit pattern wood paper on the desk. After practicing Tai Chi during the day and naturally recovering during class, both his internal force and mental state were good, making it a good time to write a book. This book, The Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber, is almost finished. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. The system's mission, Passing on Knowledge Part 2, was also about to be completed. If before, Lin Feng was most curious about how the system's reward, the Pathfinder talent, guided others to change professions as warriors. Now he was curious about whether the warrior profession was a basic profession of ordinary quality. Lin Feng let out a sigh, picked up 2 spirit pattern ancient pens in each hand, thinking too much was useless. After finishing the Heaven Sword, completing the mission, he would naturally find out. And, at the current pace, it would be completed in about 3 days. At the Physicians Association, Xiegun lay weakly on the side, saying with no strength, Your meridians have a problem. A big problem. On the treatment table, Li Danio, who was sitting cross-legged somewhat awkwardly, scratched his head and said, What does this mean? I don't understand. He grinned and continued, but that cool feeling just now was quite comfortable. Wei Yanlu, standing beside him, also asked with some confusion, What's wrong with his meridians? Xiegun smiled wryly and said, The width of his meridians is indescribable. The degree of blockage is also indescribable. And the toughness is also indescribable. Upon hearing this, Su Yuanfeng's heart stirred and he said, Let me try. He then went behind Li Danio, placed his hand on him, and slowly transferred his internal energy through his palm. After a moment, Su Yuanfeng stopped and looked at Li Danio with a strange expression. Is he a martial arts genius with wide and tough meridians as mentioned in the legend of the Condor heroes, or is he a waste with blocked meridians? Wei Yanlu, seeing his expression, asked, How is it? Just as Xiegung said, his meridians are wide and tough, but the blockage is too severe. It's not something we can clear. However, if they were cleared, he should be very powerful in internal energy cultivation. At least, his potential in this aspect will be much higher than ours in the future. As a 5th-tier combat professional, Su Yuanfeng's understanding of meridians and energy was different from Xiegung's. Xiegung approached it from a physician's perspective, while Su Yuanfeng approached it from a practical combat perspective. The wider and tougher the meridians, the more internal energy can be released, resulting in higher damage when using skills. This is a very simple logic. Li Danio's meridians are unexpectedly wide and tough. If they were cleared, Su Yuanfeng furrowed his brows slightly. Even if Xiegung and I work together, it would probably be difficult to clear your meridians. Without clearing the meridians, you won't be able to comprehend internal energy skills. Su Yuanfeng had already received permission from the Professional Association and Yanda University. The entire martial arts class students were arranged in batches to help him clear his meridians and assist him in understanding breathing techniques. Since Li Danio was also a member of the martial arts class, they naturally had to find a way to clear his meridians. Otherwise, what would be the point of him staying in the martial arts class? Just as Su Yuanfeng was pondering what to do, Wei Yanlu, the head of the Medical Association branch, suddenly suggested, Why not try using electricity? Su Yuanfeng's eyes lit up. Right, electricity. If the meridians are tough, it means they can withstand it. If the blockage is severe, then just increase the intensity of the lightning spells. It's just a bit wasteful. Wasteful of the lightning spells, and wasteful of Li Danio. After some contemplation, Su Yuanfeng said seriously to Li Danio, Are you afraid of pain? Li Danio shook his head and said, I have been strong since I was young. I can hardly feel a little pain. That's good. Do you want to learn internal energy skills? What is internal energy? Su Yuanfeng was stunned. You don't know what internal energy is. How did you join the martial arts class? Li Danio scratched his head and said, When I was farming, I overheard someone telling a story, which was quite interesting. It mentioned something called iron sand palm. Listening to it, I acquired a skill called iron sand palm. Oh, and in the morning when practicing Tai Chi, I also learned it. Su Yuanfeng took a deep breath. Wow, this guy is probably really the kind of martial arts genius written in the books. The next morning, Lin Feng, looking somewhat tired, organized the manuscript, scanned and uploaded it one by one, and then stored the manuscript in his spatial ring. The liaison arranged by the Professional Association, Zhuang Na, would come regularly, and she would organize and take away the copies at that time. After finishing all this, Lin Feng looked at the time and saw that it was almost 7 o'clock. He walked out of the courtyard as agreed earlier to practice Tai Chi at Square One in the morning. The morning at Yen University was not as lively as Lin Feng had imagined. The bustling alley from yesterday was now deserted with not a single person in sight. It seems that even Blue Star University students still love to sleep in. Lin Feng sighed. However, when he arrived at Square One, he was taken aback. At this moment, thousands of students were lined up neatly, and the stage in the middle of the square was still intact. Everything seemed to be replaying from yesterday, leaving Lin Feng a bit confused. And most importantly, they were practicing Tai Chi at this moment, already reaching the final few moves. It turned out they weren't sleeping in but had arrived early to practice Tai Chi at the square. Lin Feng didn't disturb or approach them rashly but instead looked towards the high platform in the center of the square. The high platform had undergone some changes, with several huge screens added. The screens were playing the video of Lin Feng practicing Tai Chi yesterday in real time from multiple angles, providing a very vivid view. What surprised Lin Feng was the person practicing Tai Chi on the high platform. Although he didn't recognize the person, judging from the appearance, he should be a student. That distinctive explosion hairstyle was probably not something any teacher would approve of. Lin Feng didn't know this person and confirmed that he wasn't from the martial arts class, yet he was performing Tai Chi very skillfully, exuding a familiar aura. This person must have internal energy. Without internal energy, one couldn't perform Tai Chi so vividly. Lin Feng had only seen one person, Tang Dosheng, who was a 7th stage expert. But why hadn't such a person joined the martial arts class? Lin Feng couldn't understand. Just then, the Tai Chi performance of thousands of people on the square was coming to an end. As the final move was completed, the previously quiet square started buzzing with chatter. Why is there a different person today? Isn't that Senior Ding Pang? I know him. Yes, isn't he from the Thunder class? How come he knows Tai Chi too? Who cares, as long as he can learn it. Hey, do you know that mastering Tai Chi can earn you free attribute points? Of course, I didn't know you could get them just by understanding it. After understanding, you have to practice it 100 times. So what? Just 100 times and you get 5 free attribute points. I could wake up laughing from a dream. The attributes of Tai Chi had long been spread among the students of Yen University. Of course, this was because the Hua Nation had no intention of hiding it. After all, the nationwide promotion of Tai Chi, forcing all elementary and high school students to practice it, meant that the attributes of Tai Chi would not be a secret. This was also the reason why thousands of students had come to Square One early in the morning. Those who could enter Yen University naturally wouldn't be lazy or incompetent. As everyone was discussing, a cry of surprise rang out. Oh, Lin Feng is here. Lin Feng's name was no longer a secret now. Suddenly, everyone's gaze turned towards Lin Feng, and a few students near him tactfully made way for him. Lin Feng, you finally came. Hurry up, we're waiting for you to lead us in practicing Tai Chi. Yes, I always feel that whether it's Ding Pang or the video playback, it doesn't have the charm of your live performance yesterday. Lin Feng smiled and said as he walked forward, sorry for being late, I'll come earlier tomorrow. It's okay, we came too early. You're too kind. We're already grateful that you're willing to teach us. Amidst the polite greetings and gazes of the crowd, Lin Feng walked along the path cleared by the crowd to the platform. Ding Pang let out a sigh of relief and said, you finally came. Before, they insisted on me coming up to fight. My mediocre Tai Chi skills would be a laughingstock. Lin Feng looked at the young man with an explosive hairstyle in front of him. He had already learned the name of this person from the discussions of the crowd in the square. Senior Ding is being modest. You fought very well. Lin Feng said with a smile, however, you focus too much on the movements. It doesn't have to be completely identical to mine. Tai Chi is naturally harmonious. Sometimes, going with the flow is even better. With that, Lin Feng walked towards the center of the platform. Ding Pang stood dumbfounded on the spot for a while before coming back to his senses. Then he realized something was amiss. His Tai Chi skills had leveled up. Is it that easy? Just a few casual words and my skill level increased? Ding Pang looked towards the center of the platform, where Lin Feng was slowly assuming a starting posture. He took a deep breath and began following him, once again practicing Tai Chi. When Lin Feng reached the center of the platform, he didn't waste any words and directly started the Tai Chi routine. As he moved, several strands of internal energy intertwined within him, circulating along the path of breathing techniques. Lin Feng's breathing also began to slow down, becoming rhythmic. The square once again fell silent, with everyone gazing intently at the figure on the platform, earnestly learning Lin Feng's movements. Unlike Ding Pang, who had already comprehended the Tai Chi skills, those who hadn't must start from the beginning of the movements. To understand the divine, one must first learn the form. Half an hour later, Lin Feng slowly finished his practice, and his internal energy and spirit had significantly recovered. With more people comprehending Tai Chi, the level and quality of Tai Chi were steadily improving, now reaching a rare quality level of 4. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Tai Chi was steadily being promoted throughout the entire Huagua, and he believed that before long, Tai Chi would become the second legendary skill of full-grade quality after the left-right mutual combat technique. Lin Feng stepped down from the platform. Today, Ding Peng had practiced with him once, and now he was going to practice again. The students from Yen University on the square didn't ask Lin Feng to repeat, but instead kept making appointments with him for the next day. Lin Feng nodded, walked through the crowd, and left square one. He was ready to return to the dormitory to write his book. The completion of Heavenly Sword Dragon Slaying was near, and he needed to write more diligently these days. As for the courses, apart from special classes like yesterday, all other courses were optional. There were classes teaching combat skills and classes explaining the characteristics of dungeon monsters. Most freshmen, including those in the martial arts class, went to attend the basic combat skills class. Lin Feng didn't care much about these, as he didn't need to enter dungeons and could gain a lot of experience through the divine level writing system. Now, the most important thing was to quickly bring out the warrior profession. Lin Feng spread the spirit pattern paper on the desk and began writing. "Shogu, where are we going?" Shan Chengxiu stopped in his tracks, turned coldly to Ding Peng, and asked, "What did you just call me?" Teacher Shang. We're going to the martial arts class." Ding Peng's eyes lit up. "Great, I was just thinking of seeking advice on how to practice other martial arts." But, Ding Peng glanced at Chu Bin beside him and asked with some confusion, "Is Bin coming too?" Chu Bin had a few black lines on his forehead. "Pengu, what do you mean? Are you looking down on me?" "What I mean is, you haven't comprehended any skills or internal energy, so why are you going?" Chu Bin stopped talking. He knew that Ding Peng was not intentionally targeting him, but this made him even sadder. Later, he would go to the martial arts class and make Xiegung help him guide and teach the breathing technique. Last time it was done by Teacher Su, so it failed. Maybe this time, with Xiegung, I can comprehend it. Seeing Chu Bin not speaking, Ding Peng looked at Shan Qingxiu. "Teacher Shan, what are we going to do?" "To help." Ding Peng asked, somewhat confused. "Help with what?" "It's none of your business." Shan Qingxiu turned to him. "Why don't you go back to class? I and Chu Bin will go." "Ha ha ha." Chu Bin, who was a bit sad before, suddenly laughed, feeling that he was the protagonist and Peng Gu was just a supporting role. Ding Peng was stunned for a moment, then quickly raised his hand to hold Chu Bin's neck and said to Shan Qingxiu, "Teacher Shang, Aben was injured yesterday. He can't move easily, I'll take him over." Shan Qingxiu said impatiently, "Stop dilly-dallying, hurry up. They are waiting over there." The three of them entered a small classroom. As soon as they entered, Ding Peng and Chu Bin were stunned because there were quite a few people in the classroom. Especially the president of the Physicians Association, Wei Yongluo, actually came over. And, Vice Principal Nangong Ruo was also there. There were no tables and chairs in the classroom. Instead, there were two cushions in the middle of the room. A burly figure and mature-looking Li Dainiu and Xiegun were sitting on the cushions. "They're here." Su Yuanfeng greeted and then pointed at Li Dainiu. "Come, give it a try." Seeing Chu Bin standing there looking puzzled, Su Yuanfeng asked, "Hey, Shixiang, didn't you tell them? It's supposed to be kept confidential, right? It's not appropriate to talk about it outside." Nangong Ruo said, "Now, there's no need to be so concerned about confidentiality. As long as it's not deliberately publicized, everything else is fine." Su Yuanfeng and Shang Qingxiu exchanged a glance. It seems that the country is not planning to hide the matter of internal energy anymore. "Does this student know?" Shang Qingxiu asked Li Dainiu, who looked mature. Li Dainiu also smiled and said, "They said if I could comprehend internal energy, maybe it could save my life." "Save a life?" Shang Qingxiu was a little puzzled, not quite understanding how it came to this. Wei Yongluo sighed. "His situation is a bit complicated, but you don't need to ask. Chu Bin, just like that day, try using the thunder technique to see if you can open his acupoints and meridians." Chu Bin hesitated for a moment, looked at Shang Qingxiu, and after a moment of contemplation, Shang Qingxiu said, "Come on. Same as last time. Li Dainiu, lie down." Anyway, with the strongest physician in Huagua, Wei Yongluo, there shouldn't be any problems. Let's listen to them first and then decide. Chu Bin came to Li Dainiu's side. A thunder mark appeared on his forehead. He raised his hand, and a thunderbolt appeared out of thin air. On the other side, Shang Qingxiu, who was prepared, reached out and weakened the thunderbolt, then pressed it into the purple palace acupoint on Li Dainiu's chest. Li Dainiu trembled slightly all over, and after a moment, he frowned and said, "It's a bit numb." Ding Peng, who saw the scene, twitched his face. "Just a bit numb? Isn't it very painful?" Not only did his chest hurt, but it felt like there were small knives cutting all over his body. Ding Peng recalled the painful memories of being struck at the Physicians Association that day and couldn't help but speak. "If you're in pain, you can scream out. It might make you feel better." Li Dainiu scratched his chest and said, "It's not very painful." He grinned. "Compared to being hungry, this feeling is much better." On the side, Xiegun walked up to him, raised his hand and pressed it on his chest to explore with internal force. After a moment, Xiegun opened his eyes somewhat awkwardly and shook his head, saying, "No effect." As he said this, Su Yuanfeng and Wei Yanlu both sighed silently. Ding Peng said in confusion, "Could it be that the thunder technique has been weakened too much?" Shang Qingxiu shook his head and said, same as that day. Ding Peng opened his mouth, looking somewhat surprised. This Li Daniu, who exactly is he? The thunder technique with the same strength as that day directly opened up his Purple Palace acupoint completely, but he had no effect at all. In the classroom, Xiegang also added at this time, not to mention opening up, there is not even a slight loosening. After hesitating for a moment, he said, should we inform the European Council? After all, that miraculous meridian circulation diagram from that day was provided by the European Council, maybe they have a solution? In the classroom, Su Yuanfeng's heart stirred. Others may not know, but how could he not know, that meridian circulation diagram, although issued by the European Council, was definitely from Lin Feng's hand. But he couldn't rashly go to find Lin Feng about this matter, otherwise it would be a big deal. On the side, Nangong Ruo also thought of this possibility. She said, I will inform the European Council about this matter. Since it's not effective, let's leave it at that for now. After all, the damage from the thunder technique is not small, let's not cause any problems. You guys go back to class first. Su Yuanfeng nodded and said to Shang Qingxiu beside him, Brother Xiu, thank you very much. There's no need to be so polite. Shang Qingxiu waved his hand. Just as everyone was preparing to leave, Ding Peng suddenly spoke up, Teacher, Principal, can I transfer to the martial arts class? Shang Qingxiu frowned and said, what do you mean? Do you have a problem with me? Hey, that's not what I mean. I just prefer martial arts. Shang Qingxiu fell silent. He believed this. If it wasn't for a genuine interest, Ding Peng wouldn't have been studying how to produce internal force every day. Even though he was half dead from being struck by the thunder technique, he never gave up. Ding Peng raised his hand and demonstrated a move from Tai Chi, saying, I now have Tai Chi and internal force. He looked at Su Yuanfeng and then at Nangong Ruo, is it okay? And besides, I come from a good family. I will definitely not reveal any secrets. Nangong Ruo's mouth slightly curved up and said, alright, I think it's fine. Joining the martial arts class, entering this combat profession, is also good. Seeing Ding Peng about to cheer, Nangong Ruo shook her head and said, but what I say doesn't count. I will talk to Principal Qin. This was like a bucket of cold water poured on Ding Peng. Talk to Principal Qin. Principal Qin had already led the team to Europe. He was probably still in the sky. Of course, I will also ask the European Council. If the European Council agrees, there is no problem. Ding Peng breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, Principal Nangong. In the dormitory area, Lin Feng put down the pen in his hand, stretched lazily, and at this moment, his phone rang. European Council? The voice of Jianxing came from the phone. Lin Feng, there is something here that I want to discuss with you. It's about a student in the martial arts class named Li Daniu. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Li Daniu? That burly figure, extremely mature-looking Li Daniu? Jianxing, go ahead. Then Jianxing briefly introduced the situation of Li Daniu. Lin Feng became more and more surprised as he listened. The meridians were unusually wide and tough, but severely blocked? The thunder penetration method that had been successful in previous experiments was ineffective on him? Is it impossible to clear it with internal force? Xiegang and Su Yuanfeng both tried, but there was absolutely no way. Lin Feng secretly marveled, isn't this the legendary martial arts genius? The kind that becomes extremely powerful once the governor vessel is opened? However, considering the large population of Huagua, it's normal to have one or two such individuals. What does President O mean? Do you have a way to try to open his meridians? We are very curious whether the width and toughness of the meridians should also be included in the comprehension of internal energy skills. After pondering for a moment, Lin Feng said, President O, let's wait a few more days. These days, he needs to hurry up and finish writing the heavily sword dragon slaying, and it's meaningless to consume a lot of internal energy to help Li Daniu open up his meridians. Moreover, Lin Feng thought of a better way. I'm also close to the 4th rank, so I can try using the teacher's professional skill teaching after that. Oh, you're about to reach the 4th rank so soon? Jianxing was somewhat surprised, then said, let's talk about it after you reach the 4th rank. By the way, Li Daniu hasn't changed jobs yet. I wonder if it will have any impact. Hasn't changed jobs? Lin Feng was surprised and asked, why? He lives in a relatively remote area and didn't go to the city to attend high school. In addition, before changing jobs, he was not yet 18, which does not meet our requirements. According to the regulations of Huagua, no matter how remote the place you are in, the local authorities must organize the Huagua citizens who are over 18 and have not changed jobs to change jobs before the annual job change ceremony. Before the job change ceremony was held, Li Daniu was just 1 month away from turning 18. I see. Lin Feng's heart moved and said, then let's not change jobs for now, it's just right to try something. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a while, and Jianqing's solemn voice sounded, "Are you suggesting a new profession? Lin Feng, what quality profession? Is it exclusive to our country?" Jianqing's voice sounded urgent, and Lin Feng smiled and said, "President O, I can't be sure yet. Wait a few days for me. By the way, if possible, let the Li Dania read more of the legend of the Condor heroes, especially the Shaolin Yi Jin Jing mentioned in the book. In fact, if nothing unexpected happens, there are several martial arts techniques that are quite suitable for Li Dania, such as the Nine Yang Divine Skill and the Dragon Elephant Prajna Skill. The reason why Lin Feng mentioned the Yi Jin Jing is because Li Dania's meridians are currently blocked. The Yi Jin Jing should be more suitable for Li Dania now. After his meridians are unblocked, he can then cultivate other internal skills. Okay, I understand. Jianqing's voice carried a hint of seriousness. Lin Feng, if there is any news related to the new profession, remember to inform us as soon as possible. Got it. After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng did not continue writing the book, but started to contemplate, not about Li Dania, but about Jianqing mentioning the matter of opening the meridians with thunder and lightning again. He had previously drawn a diagram of the meridian operation of the breathing technique but hadn't thought deeply about it. Now it seems there is some trick to it. According to the information provided by Jianqing, the thunder and lightning power of the Thunderer himself cannot work, but the thunder and lightning technique summoned by the Thunder Caller, a lightning mage, can work. And the difference between the two: the Thunderer is one's own energy, while the Thunder Caller uses magical power to summon. It is similar to the thunder and lightning in the natural world, coming from external forces or the power of this world. A flash of understanding passed through Lin Feng's eyes. Can I understand that in the thunder and lightning of the natural world, there is a certain special power, similar to the spiritual power needed for cultivating immortality? Spiritual power, cultivating immortality, refining qi. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes, suddenly thinking of an internal skill. The meridian route automatically operated by Tai Chi Quan evolved into a technique, the breathing technique. Even if it has the characteristic of being transformed without damage, but the ordinary quality is not quite right. In the dormitory area of Yanjing University, Lin Feng, who was pondering based on the current information, thought of a possibility: this world lacks spiritual energy. Although there is no direct evidence yet, Lin Feng feels that this speculation may be true. In that case, the breathing technique has changed from ordinary quality internal strength to normal. After all, its most important breathing effect is basically useless. Without spiritual energy, what's the point of breathing in? No way. Lin Feng showed a bitter smile. I still want to wield my sword energy across 30,000 miles, with one sword chilling 19 continents. It seems that it's better to honestly improve the martial arts system first. Lin Feng self-deprecatingly smiled, realizing that he was aiming too high, thinking about cultivating immortality even before establishing the martial artist profession. He took out a restorative potion from the spatial ring and drank it, restoring his vitality and spirit. Looking at the empty bottle, Lin Feng inexplicably remembered that pill, the red date pill. It's bitter, but the effect is really good. Lin Feng sighed and picked up his pen to write again. Gaul National Airport, a huge passenger plane slowly landed. Qin Daojun walked out, looking at the few people standing under the plane, smiled and said, "Wells, long time no see." Wells, a 7th order strongman from Gaul, also smiled and said, "Qin, my friend, it's been a long time indeed." Not long after, several business cars followed by more than 10 large buses drove out of Gaul International Airport towards the inheritance instance. In the extended version of the leading business car, Wells poured a glass of wine for Qin Daojun, who politely declined, so Wells drank it by himself. "Qin, as soon as I heard that you were leading the team from Hua country this time, I rushed over immediately." Qin Daojun smiled and nodded. The two had previously dealt with several small rifts together, and even faced the siege of a large army inside a rift. At that time, neither Qin Daojun nor Wells abandoned each other. They worked together to fight their way out in the end. This also forged a deep friendship between the two. "Weren't you led by King Tang before? How come it's you this time?" "King Tang is busy." Wells slapped his thigh, shook his head with a smile. "Look at my memory. He's probably busy brushing the divine botanical garden." After saying that, he sighed and said, "Your Hua country this time really stole the show." "That strategy." Qin Daojun interrupted with a smile. "As far as I know, when Hua country sold that strategy, they had already repeatedly warned that it was not universal. And, for this, Hua country deliberately lowered the price." Wells took a sip of wine. "My friend, we don't need to argue about this, it's none of my business." After placing the wine glass back, he shrugged. "Gaul asked me to help ask, how can one learn the left-right mutual combat technique?" "Read books." Shin Daojun said seriously, currently, all those who have learned the left-right mutual combat technique in our country have done so through reading and comprehension. Wells, up to now, all the announcements made by Hua country have never fabricated facts or told unrealistic lies. Wells sighed, I know, but now, the whole Blue Star is reading a book called Divine Eagle. The two words Divine Eagle in his mouth were pronounced clearly and distinctly. But so far, apart from your Hua country, no country has claimed that anyone has learned or comprehended the left-right mutual combat technique. After saying that, Wells noticed Shin Daojun's strange expression and immediately reacted, saying, Shin, don't look at me like that, Gol won't default, we've paid every time we read it. He spread his hands and said, 1 renminbi per time is not expensive, right? Shin Daojun nodded with a smile, yes, compared to the fees you charge for inheriting copies, 1 renminbi is nothing. Hey, my friend, this money is not collected by us Gauls, it is collected by the European Union of Countries. You Gauls are also a member of it, aren't you? Wells sighed, alright, before we argue, let me finish the last thing I have to do for Gaul. He looked seriously at Shin Daojun and asked, your Hua country abandoned bodybuilding exercises and switched to Tai Chi, can you tell us the reason? Yes, the reason is simple. Shin Daojun smiled and said, because the effect of Tai Chi is better than bodybuilding exercises. Wells' eyes widened, and he asked, how much better? Or, how many attributes can that Tai Chi add? Shin Daojun looked at the time, and casually said, 5 points. Wells froze, 5 points? Is the maximum possible only 5? Just as he finished asking, Wells took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, please tell us the specific attributes. Gaul is willing to exchange with 10 free inheritance copy slots. Shin Daojun said somewhat speechlessly, 10 free. What's the use? We have over 500 people here this time, can you exempt them all? After speaking, he shook his head and said, go see for yourself. Ha! Seeing Wells somewhat puzzled, Shin Daojun pointed to the clock on the side of the car and said, go online and check, at this time, Hua country should have made an announcement. Wells was stunned, and quickly took out his phone, but before he could check, a call came in, Wells. Oh my god, Tai Chi, you must buy it. Wells took a deep breath and said, I'm with Chin right now. After a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, a slightly calmer voice spoke again, Dear Chin, I am Rog Kiss, the president of the Gaul Professional Association. I wonder if your Hua country is willing to sell and guide us in learning Tai Chi. Shin Daojun smiled and said, this matter is useless to find me. Our Hua country should have a specialized department for this. Rog's voice on the phone sounded somewhat helpless, I know. But the phone of your Ministry of Commerce is probably already ringing off the hook. Shin Daojun chuckled and said, then I can't help. Eagle sauce, Mary hurriedly ran to a room with a tablet in her hand. Knocking on the door, she said, Mr. Layton. Mr. Layton. Damn it. A roar came from the room. After a moment, Layton, with an angry face, opened the door and looked fiercely at Mary. You better give me a satisfactory reason. Mary sighed in her heart, then handed over the tablet in her hand. Mr. Layton, the official announcement of Hua country has revealed the attributes of Tai Chi and released the download link. Layton's eyes lit up. He took the tablet and opened the paused video. In the video, a handsome young man was slowly performing some movements that Layton couldn't understand. At the same time, Mary took out a phone with the announcement from Hua country on it. She took a deep breath and said, Hua country says that long-term practice of Tai Chi can increase 5 attribute points. It will definitely increase, not a chance to obtain. Mary's voice was very complex, and they are free attribute points. Eagle sauce, in the estate of the famous fitness creator Master Lydon, after experiencing intense emotions such as questioning, venting, and anger, Lydon slowly exhaled, forcibly calming his mood. Then he projected a video of Lin Feng practicing Tai Chi on the large screen next to him, and calmly followed Lin Feng's movements to practice. It has to be said that as the creator of fitness exercises, Lydon's skills are quite impressive. In the eyes of Mary on the side, Lydon's movements were almost identical to those of the young man in the video, without any difference. They practiced for half an hour, and as the video ended, Lydon suddenly laughed loudly. Huagua, haha, Huagua has gone crazy. Yes, definitely. Otherwise, with such slow movements, and even movements that don't target many muscles, how could it enhance attributes? After hesitating for a moment, Mary on the side spoke up, Mr. Lydon, this is officially released by Huagua. So what? Lydon turned abruptly, staring at Mary. If it's not, then it's not. That's what I say. Moreover, what the notice says, that it's effective only after practicing 100 times, is clearly an excuse from Huagua. Not to mention 100 times, even if it's 1,000 times, 10,000 times, it's all useless effort. After saying that, he picked up his phone from the side and started scrolling frantically with his fingers. Before long, he posted a message on his social account, Tai Chi? Ha, I've practiced it once, and I guarantee with my reputation that this thing is useless. Deceptive. At that moment, the internet was buzzing with the article about Tai Chi released by the Huagua official account. Leiden's sudden voice instantly attracted the attention of countless netizens. What started as mere questioning by Eagle Sauce and other netizens seemed to have found evidence and began to speak out loudly. Huagua netizens, backed by the official endorsement, also fought back, making it quite lively. Mr. Leiden, is this okay? Mary looked at the online public opinion on her phone, expressing some concern. After all, Huagua previously strictly prohibited other countries from downloading and learning Tai Chi videos. Ha! Leiden sneered, that's the country, I'm an individual. And, in Eagle Sauce, what can they do to me? Just as Leiden finished speaking, Mary exclaimed, Mr. Leiden, Huagua. Huagua. Her voice sounded somewhat frightened. Huagua says they will sanction you. Sanction me? Leiden scoffed. How are they going to sanction me? Forbid me from traveling to Huagua? I'd be happy to go. Mary tremblingly handed him the phone. Severe warning. Amanda Leiden, inventor of fitness exercises, disregarded our country's ban, privately downloaded Tai Chi videos for learning, and made inappropriate remarks. At Amanda Leiden, within half an hour, destroy all Tai Chi related videos and provide evidence of destruction, retract the previous inappropriate remarks, and apologize. Otherwise, face the consequences. TCH. Leiden disdainfully pursed his lips. Just a warning, I'm an Eagle Sauce. What can they do to me? With a hint of dissatisfaction, he picked up his phone again and posted another message, this time with a location attached. A useless Tai Chi that they treasure so much. Location sorry, I'm an Eagle Sauce, you Huagua can't touch me. For a moment, Huagua netizens were furious. Under this message, there were all blocked characters, well, some dirty insults that couldn't be displayed. Of course, while Huagua netizens were angry, Eagle Sauce and other netizens were delighted, starting to taunt each other. Huagua has warned, so scary. I'm also an Eagle Sauce, will Huagua come over? Smile. JPG, well done, Master Leiden. What a lousy Tai Chi, still treating it as a treasure. Exactly, 5 points of freedom attribute. Ha, why not just say 50 points directly? No, it should be more exaggerated. Level up after practicing once, invincible after practicing 100 times. Leiden laughed when he saw this comment and manually pinned it to the top. Later, he said to Mary, you see, even this group of clueless people understand that the warning from Hua country cannot harm me. Go, bring me a bottle of champagne. After a moment, Leiden opened the champagne, took a picture and posted it online, once again increasing the heat of the matter. However, as the online quarrel among netizens from various countries intensified, almost 30 minutes had passed, and it was almost time for the restriction mentioned in the warning from Hua country. Leiden sneered, then burped, saying, I told you, the warning from Hua country is useless to me. But as soon as he finished speaking, not far in front of him, on the small grass field of the manor, a light curtain suddenly appeared. Then, a young man in a white robe, with a gentle appearance, walked out of the light curtain. This scene made Leiden, who was drinking champagne, stiffen. Spacewalker. This is an extremely rare legendary profession. On Blue Star, there is only one spacewalker, the 7th tier peak powerhouse of Dragon Country, Tianyi. No. Impossible. Leiden muttered, 7th tier powerhouse, not allowed to enter. How dare he? Just as Leiden was shocked, Tianyi's figure disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already by Leiden's side. Do you speak Chinese? Tianyi's voice was gentle, but it made Leiden feel like he was in an ice cellar. He trembled a bit and said, a little. Tianyi smiled and nodded, then raised his hand and asked, where is the video of Tai Chi? At this moment, Leiden had no temper at all, as meek as a lamb. In the tablet. Very good. Tianyi's voice became even gentler. He raised his hand and made a gesture towards the tablet on the side. In the next moment, the tablet traversed space and appeared in his hand. Tianyi gestured and, after watching the video of Lin Feng practicing Tai Chi, nodded in satisfaction. He then made the tablet disappear. He then gently said to Leiden, please log into your social account on your phone, the one you posted before. Leiden quickly took out his phone and logged in, saying as he operated, rest assured, I will delete it now and apologize. No need. Tianyi took the phone from Leiden's hand, switched to selfie mode, aimed at himself and Leiden, and with a gentle smile, said, come on, smile. Asterisk click. Asterisk a photo of Tianyi and Leiden was taken, both with smiles on their faces, but Tianyi's was gentle, while Leiden's was a forced smile under fear. Tianyi swiped on the phone, directly posted the photo through Leiden's social account, then made Leiden's phone disappear too. Then, he came to Leiden's side and said, please, come with me. Ah, Leiden trembled suddenly, looking at Tianyi who was already by his side, his voice trembling. No, please don't. Respected Mr. Tianyi, I am willing to compensate. 1 billion, 5 billion, I am willing to compensate for my wrongdoings. Tianyi shook his head, still in a gentle tone, no. Then he raised his right hand and directly grabbed Leiden's neck. Leiden fell into a coma instantly, even though he was a 6th-order auxiliary professional, but in front of a 7th-order peak powerhouse, there was no difference between him and an ordinary person. Tianyi raised his left hand, lightly touched in front of him, and a light curtain appeared. Carrying Leiden, Tianyi walked into the light curtain, then turned to look at Mary. Ma'am, do you understand Chinese? Mary, who was originally expressionless, trembled instantly because Huagua was their biggest client before, so she and Leiden naturally knew some Chinese. I understand a little. Well, that's good. Tianyi smiled gently. Someone will contact you later to discuss compensation and penalties. After speaking, Tianyi carried Leiden into the light curtain. My goodness. Mary sat down on the ground, completely stunned by the scene just now. It wasn't until the light curtain disappeared that she breathed a sigh of relief. A 7th-order powerhouse entering without following the rules? What exactly does Huagua want to do? Just as Mary was pondering, a streak of light appeared from the sky and landed in the manor in an instant. Tony, the 7th-order powerhouse of Eagle Sauce, glanced around the manor and finally fixed his gaze on Mary. What happened? Why is there an alert here? Mary stammered, just now. Tianyi took Mr. Leiden away. Tianyi? Tony was shocked. You mean Tianyi, the 7th-order spatial traveler from Huagua? Mary calmed down a bit at this point and nodded. Yes, Mr. Tony. What is he here for? Where did he go now? He took Mr. Leiden away. Mary pointed to the table. And he took the tablet. Tablet? The tablet with the Tai Chi video. And he also took a photo. It should have been uploaded online. Mary, a little flustered, took out her phone and searched for a while before handing it to Tony. Tony took a look at the photo, which showed Tianyi and Leiden, with the manor in the background. Damn it! Tony cursed. What does he want to do? What is Huagua up to? Just as he was cursing, another figure fell from the sky and landed on the grass in the manor, creating a large pit. Steve walked out. Tony, what's going on? After Tony briefly explained the situation, Steve took a deep breath and said, let's go. Go? Just like that? Steve glanced at Tony. What else can we do? He raised his hand, and a flying craft that had been hovering in the air descended. After the two got on the craft, Steve spoke solemnly. Tony, Tianyi is probably 8th order. 8th order? That's impossible. If he's not 8th order, how could he easily come here and take Leiden away? Tony's eyes narrowed. Yes, if Tianyi came and went by himself, it would be normal, but taking someone away. A 7th order Tianyi shouldn't be able to do that. How did he complete the advanced instance? That's not something that can be accomplished at the current stage. Steve said in a deep voice, if he also knows the left-right mutual combat technique? The biggest weakness of spatial travelers is their lack of attack power and explosiveness. And doesn't the left-right mutual combat technique just make up for that? After he finished speaking, the flying craft fell into silence. After a long silence, Tony suddenly spoke. Steve, do you still have that book about the Divine Eagle? Give me a copy. Steve nodded. I have it, but it's not called Divine Eagle, it's called Divine Eagle. Leiden's social media account was almost overwhelmed at this point. Especially in his latest photo, perhaps some people didn't recognize who that gentle and refined young man was before, but they were quickly informed by netizens from various countries that he was Tianyi, the 7th-level powerhouse of Hua country. The significance of a 7th-level powerhouse from Hua country in Leiden's selfie is completely different. At this time, Eagle Sauce's netizens started to angrily post messages full of blocked symbols, while netizens from other countries were sarcastically watching the excitement. Isn't Leiden in Eagle Sauce's territory? TSK, someone's house got stolen. Eagle Sauce, this can't be tolerated, let's fight. Hua country, let's all take down Eagle Sauce together. TSK, I'm curious, will Eagle Sauce issue a serious warning too? Meanwhile, netizens from Hua country did not reply or mock, but instead uniformly posted flag emojis, the implication of which was self-evident. They were extremely satisfied with Hua country's thunderous actions this time, making them feel incredibly proud as Hua country people. Just as netizens from Hua country were celebrating, Eagle Sauce's official announcement was released. Considering that Hua country violated international cooperation treaties by sending the 7th-level space traveler Tianyi into our country and forcibly taking away Amanda Leiden, our country will file a formal lawsuit. When did Eagle Sauce become so easy to talk to? In the lobby of a hotel not far from the inheritance copy, Gong Sun Yan looked curiously at his phone screen. He was also a 4th-level combat professional who was about to enter the inheritance copy this time. Gong Chenyan and several other 4th-level professionals from Hua country beside him also looked at their phones and said, yeah, normally, doesn't Eagle Sauce impose all kinds of sanctions? This time, no sanctions, just a lawsuit? Who knows what tricks Eagle Sauce will play this time? Damn, our officials have issued a statement. As soon as this was said, everyone fell silent and started swiping on their phones. After a moment, Gong Chenyan muttered, damn. Tianyi is already at the 8th level? On his phone screen was the official response from Hua country to Eagle Sauce's lawsuit. Regarding the explanation of Eagle Sauce's lawsuit, we have always adhered to the principle of peaceful coexistence, firmly supporting and upholding international cooperation treaties. At the same time, our country did not violate the 7th level. Individuals are not allowed to enter the country privately treaty. As for Amanda Leiden, she openly provoked us and ignored our serious warnings. She has been captured and detained by our 8th level powerhouse, Mr. Tianyi. In the coming days, we will announce the verdict on Amanda Leiden, 8th level. Ha ha ha, Gong Chenyan burst into laughter, feeling extremely happy. He never expected that in just a few decades, Hua country went from not having a 7th level individual and lagging behind the major powers to becoming the first country on the entire Blue Star to have an 8th level powerhouse. 8th level. In the current Blue Star, they possessed absolute dominance. And the joy was not limited to Gong Chenyan alone. Almost all Hua country people who saw or heard the news immediately showed joyful smiles. After so many years, they finally took the lead. At Yenjing University, Lin Feng looked at his phone with a strange expression and said, 8th level? Yes. Oh, Jianqing's tone was extremely cheerful. Tianyi's meaning is, if you want to reveal your identity, he will protect you. Oh, President. After pondering for a moment, Lin Feng said, let's put this matter aside for now. He smiled and said, let me finish writing the final chapter of Heavenly Sword Dragon Slaying Saber. Okay. Lin Feng hung up the phone, shook his head with a smile, and spent almost all his time in seclusion writing, except for practicing Tai Chi with Yendai students every morning for the past 2 days. I wonder how much chaos the online world has been in because of Tai Chi. However, just now Jianqing called and briefly explained the situation. The most crucial point is that the peak 7th order powerhouse, the legendary professional, the spatial traveler Tianyi, after mastering the technique of left-right mutual combat, cleared the advanced dungeon and successfully advanced to the 8th order. He became the first combat professional on the entire Blue Star to reach the 8th order. And after reaching the 8th order, Tianyi gained the ability to carry one person and perform spatial teleportation. Therefore, Jianqing mentioned that if the current Tianyi can protect Lin Feng, even if Lin Feng publicly reveals that he is the author of the Legend of the Condor Heroes trilogy, Jingu Lianglan, his safety should not be a big issue. However, Lin Feng is not thinking about these things now because he has already written the final chapters of Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. Today, I will finish it. Lin Feng picked up his pen and started writing. He did not use the left-right mutual combat technique to work with both hands simultaneously because there were only a few chapters left. With the increased consumption using the left-right mutual combat technique, he might not finish writing today. Half an hour later, Lin Feng looked somewhat helpless at the unfinished manuscript. At this point, his physical strength was still okay, but his mental state was falling behind. Although I have replenished all the restorative potions, the effect on the mental aspect is not as good as before. Lin Feng put down his pen, walked out of the courtyard, and went to the next door. By this time, the sky was gradually darkening, and there was light coming from the house in the neighboring courtyard. Knock, knock. Lin Feng knocked on the courtyard door. Soon, the door of the house opened, and a small head peeked out. Upon seeing that it was Lin Feng knocking, Gong Suanlu walked out of the room with some confusion. What's up? The homebody is out today? Do you need something? Gong Suanlu walked to the courtyard door, just opened the door, and was startled. Are you okay? Gong Suanlu looked at Lin Feng's extremely tired and even somewhat pale face and asked, do you need me to take you to the physician association? No need. Lin Feng shook his head and said, do you still have the pills you gave me last time? Gong Suanlu was taken aback for a moment, then nodded and said, the jujube pills? Yes, I have them. She raised her hand and 4 reddish-brown pills appeared in her hand. Do you want them? They are all here. Thank you. Lin Feng took the 4 pills from Gong Suanlu's hand and directly threw them into his mouth. Gong Suanlu saw his action, widened her mouth suddenly, and even in that moment doubted whether the pills were not that bitter. Otherwise, how could Lin Feng dare to swallow 4 at once? Are you okay? Lin Feng shook his head, rinsed his mouth with a bottle of water. Although it was a bit bitter, the effect was really good. He, who was extremely mentally exhausted before, was now full of energy. Thank you for the jujube pills. Lin Feng thanked again and then turned and left. Gong Suanlu stood still in place, wondering if this person's brain was broken. An hour later, Lin Feng, holding the spiritual pattern ancient pen, wrote the last 3 words on the spiritual pattern wood paper, the end. He got up, tidied up the manuscript a bit, and started scanning and uploading it. With the completion of the upload, the last book of The Legend of the Condor Heroes, the 3rd martial arts novel, was officially completed. Tomato Novel Network, which had long been prepared, went online with the top and push notifications, congratulating the completion of Heaven Sword in Dragon Saber. This news quickly became the #1 hot search, bringing some improvement to the various speculations and analyses in the online environment about whether there would be a world war soon. Of course, Lin Feng didn't have time to pay attention to these things now because the system prompt kept ringing frantically. System prompt, mission, teaching and guiding, part 2, completed. Reward, talent skill, Pathfinder. System prompt, task point activated, current task point, 346 note, task points are obtained through system cyclic tasks. Guiding others to change careers requires consuming task points. Lin Feng muttered, knowing that guiding others to change careers would not be so simple. These 346 points were most likely earned through completing his own 346 times, a 10,000-word writing cyclic task, 1 point per time. And another cyclic task, the Good Teacher task, was still lacking 4 people. The task on this side of Good Teacher should give more task points, right? After all, the difficulty of completing this task was much higher than the writing cyclic task. After contemplating for a while, Lin Feng checked the talent skill he had just obtained. Talent skill, Pathfinder, can consume task points to guide others to change careers. Current career available for guidance, Warrior, Common Quality, consumption for guidance, 50 points for Common Quality, other qualities currently locked. Note, consuming points for guiding those who have already changed careers will double. 50 points. Lin Feng was somewhat speechless. My goodness, so high. Writing 500,000 words just to help one person change careers. His current 300 plus points were only enough for 6 people. Moreover, for those who had already changed careers, the consumption would double, meaning it would require 100 points. Lin Feng shook his head. This would take forever. Just then, the system prompt sounded again. Task, Preach and Teach, Part 3 Task Objective, continue creating long martial arts novels, enrich the martial arts career system current progress, 1/4 task reward, martial arts system inheritance instance. Note, need to create and unlock 4 qualities of martial arts careers, common, rare, epic, legendary warrior, indeed the basic career of common quality in the martial arts system. Lin Feng sighed. But the rare, epic, legendary one's ahead. The swordsman must be one, it's just a matter of whether it's rare or epic. The other careers like knife wielders should be similar to swordsmen. As for the remaining careers, Lin Feng furrowed his brows slightly, but ultimately shook his head. Let's take it one step at a time. First, let's try the warrior career. He picked up the phone and dialed O Jiansheng. President O, I just awakened a talent. On the phone, O Jiansheng's voice sounded surprised and puzzled. Awakened talent? That's great. Yes, the effect of this talent is to guide others to change into warriors. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a clang on the phone, and after a moment, O Jiansheng's urgent voice came through. Warrior career? What quality? Lin Feng smirked. Common quality, the basic career of the martial arts system. In the office of the Professional Association president, O Jiansheng held his phone, standing in front of the broken desk, and said with a serious expression, Lin Feng, did you just say system? Yes. Lin Feng's voice came through the phone. Once I continue writing and perfecting it, most likely, this martial arts system will also have its own inheritance instance. O Jiansheng took a sharp breath. A new career system with an inheritance instance. Then he thought of a crucial question. Is this warrior career exclusive to our Huagua? Yes. Not only the warrior career, the entire martial arts system is exclusive to our Huagua. O Jiansheng let out a slow breath, suppressing his excitement, and said in a deep voice, where are you? I want to talk to you privately. I'm in the school dormitory, President O. Just by my words alone, you probably wouldn't believe it. O Jiansheng interrupted, Lin Feng, since you entered the talent development program, we will not question what you say anymore. I will arrange for someone to pick you up immediately, and also inform the 6 departments. Okay. Lin Feng's voice came from the phone. If it's convenient, bring Li Dania with you. If he is willing, I want to guide him to become a warrior. At the headquarters of the Professional Association, although it was already dark, the office building of the Professional Association was brightly lit. Especially after several commercial vehicles drove in, the gatekeeper in charge was stunned for a moment. What big event is happening at this hour? All 6 departments are gathering. Just as he was feeling emotional, a handsome young man walked over. Excuse me. Excuse me. The gatekeeper raised his hand to stop him. The association is already past working hours. Whom are you looking for? Let me check if they are still here. Lin Feng smiled and said, he should be here. Just as the gatekeeper was about to say something, Zhuang Na hurriedly ran over. Uncle Li, he is looking for me. Then she grabbed Lin Feng's hand and led him inside. When they reached an empty area, Zhuang Na let go of his hand. Mr. Lin, why didn't you wait for me to pick you up? If it was Zhuang Na driving, Lin Feng naturally wouldn't have been stopped by the gatekeeper. It's okay, taking a taxi is also convenient. At this hour, it was the peak of rush hour on Yanjing Road, which was already congested, and with Yanjing University located in a remote suburb, who knows how long it would take for Zhuang Na to arrive. They just arrived. I'll take you over. Lin Feng followed Zhuang Na to the deepest part of the headquarters of the professional association. Zhuang Na opened the door to the meeting room, gestured to invite him in, but she didn't enter herself. Her rank was not high enough. Lin Feng nodded and walked in. As soon as he entered, he heard a greeting. Lin Feng, you're here. The Director General of the Ministry of Education, Lu Shueshan, hadn't even sat down yet when he saw Lin Feng coming in right after him. Lin Feng nodded in greeting and then glanced around the meeting room. There were only 6 people in the meeting room, namely, the President of the Professional Association, Jiansheng, the Director General of the Ministry of Education, Lu Shueshan, the Director General of the Land Development Bureau, Su Si, the head of the Garrison Department, Shi Jun, the head of the Logistics Resources Department, Xiao Yihong, and the Director General of the Administrative Office, Liang Jinnan. The heads of all 6 departments were gathered, and sitting in the main seat was Liang Jinnan, an elderly man with a somewhat affluent demeanor. Master Lin Feng, I've long admired you. Liang Jinnan stood up at this moment, walked up to Lin Feng, covered Lin Feng's hand, and said, I often read your works. Old Liang, let's get down to business. Jiansheng sighed. Unlike them who were full-time in their own fields, Liang Jinnan's responsibilities were extremely diverse and extensive, so his style of doing things would naturally be more diplomatic. Liang Jinnan smiled, let go of Lin Feng's hand, and said, Of course, Master Lin Feng, please have a seat. Lin Feng nodded, but instead of sitting down, he looked at Jiansheng and said, President where is Li Daniu? He's on his way and will be here soon. Jiansheng showed a somewhat strange smile and said, Lin Feng, why don't you tell us the specific situation first? They still don't know. Lin Feng was taken aback, thinking that Jiansheng had already informed them. Xiao Yihong smiled bitterly. President Master Lin Feng, everyone is very busy, so please don't keep us in suspense, okay? The others also felt the same way. Jiansheng only said there was a big event and to come quickly, without mentioning any details. They were all confused, but with Jiansheng's status, he couldn't be joking, so they rushed over immediately. It was only Lu Shueshan sitting on the side who showed a change in expression and asked, Lin Feng, could it be? Lin Feng nodded with a smile, I have awakened my talent. Without beating around the bush, he continued, I can guide others to switch to a new profession exclusive to our Huagua, the warrior. This is a common quality profession. Several leaders of the 6 departments present trembled, including Lu Shueshan, showing a mix of surprise and disbelief. Exclusive profession, that's one thing. But common quality. Does this mean? Lin Feng didn't wait for them to ask, and continued, the warrior is a basic profession in the martial arts profession system. In the future, this martial arts profession system should gradually introduce rare, epic, and legendary quality professions, yes, also exclusive to our Huagua. Several leaders of the 6 departments took a cold breath, while Jiansheng on the side had a look of watching a show, feeling somewhat relieved. Surprised? Shocked? To see this scene, to make you 5 guys show such inexperienced expressions together, yes, it's worth it. He never thought that when he heard this news initially, he would directly lose control and smash the desk in front of him. Lin Feng continued, without any surprises, the warrior profession or all professions in the martial arts profession system are based on internal energy as the energy system, and the skills are those mentioned in my book. Of course, the specific effects. Well, you'll know when you try them later. The meeting room fell silent, everyone digesting Lin Feng's words and calming their shocked hearts. After a while, Lu Shueshan spoke up. Will the warrior profession be included in the transfer stele and appear in future transfer ceremonies? After pondering for a moment, Lin Feng replied, I don't know. Lu Shueshan was speechless. Su Kai, the Director General of the Development Bureau, asked, What kind of attributes does the warrior specialize in? I don't know. Su Kai was speechless. Ji Jun, the head of the Garrison Department, asked, What are the professional skills of the warrior? I don't know. The people in the meeting room took a cold breath, looking at Lin Feng with strange eyes. Wow, 3 questions, 3 unknowns, are you kidding us with what you just said? Lin Feng was also a bit helpless. What he just said was all the information he knew and speculated about. The questions just asked. Who should I ask if you ask me? Ask the system? I've asked, but the damn system ignores me. Of course, he couldn't say this to the people in the meeting room. Lin Feng shrugged. These questions, you can actually wait until Li Daniu becomes a warrior before asking. Jianqing nodded, picked up his phone, glanced at it, and said, he's already in the testing room. Shall we go together? In a testing room deep inside the headquarters of the professional association, Li Daniu scratched his head and said, Teacher Su, are we not playing games today? Su Yuanfeng's mouth twitched. This guy is addicted to gaming. We're not playing games today. As for why you're here, I don't know either. It was notified by the professional association. Oh. Li Daniu nonchalantly took out the Legend of the Condor Heroes, squatted down on the side, and began to read with relish. Before he could read for long, the door of the testing room opened. Su Yuanfeng turned to look, only to see Jianqing walking in. Before he could greet him, Lin Feng also walked in. This is. Su Yuanfeng was stunned for a moment, then. Liang Zhenan, Le Shueshan, Xiao Yihong, and other leaders of the 6 departments walked in one after another. Su Yuanfeng opened his mouth, not knowing what to say for a moment. What is happening? Such a big lineup, all the leaders of the 6 departments gathered? European General Assembly, Liang General Office. Su Yuanfeng, who came back to his senses, greeted everyone one by one. Jianshang waved his hand and walked up to Li Daniu, asking, Classmate, are you Li Daniu? Li Daniu nodded, yes, what's the matter? Jianshang smiled and said, Classmate, haven't you changed jobs yet? Do you want to change jobs? After thinking very seriously for a moment, Li Daniu replied, I don't know. Jianshang was suddenly speechless. Lin Feng stepped forward and said, Li Daniu. He pointed to the book in Li Daniu's hand and asked, do you want to become one of those martial arts masters written in this book? This time, Li Daniu nodded without hesitation, yes. Lin Feng smiled. Just as he was about to use his newly acquired talent skill guiding the way, Su Yuanfeng next to him showed a thoughtful expression. It seemed that Lin Feng was preparing to help him clear his meridians and comprehend internal skills. But, is this enough to gather all 6 department heads? Le Shueshan behind suddenly spoke up, wait, Yuanfeng, first give this classmate Li Daniu a detailed attribute check. Su Yuanfeng nodded, suppressing his doubts, and led Li Daniu to the side for an attribute check. After a moment, Li Daniu's detailed attributes were displayed, surprising everyone present. Level 10, Occupation, not changed, Strength, 21, Agility, 10, Constitution, 21, Spirit, 5. Looking at these attributes, Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. It's really extreme. Both Strength and Constitution have already exceeded 20, while the Spirit attribute is unusually low. Normally, at level 10, the lowest attribute in the 4 dimensions should be 10. If it's lower than 10, it's usually due to some kind of defect or illness. Despite Li Daniu's strength and constitution far surpassing ordinary people, the average of the 4 dimensions is only 14 points, dragged down by agility and spirit attributes. A very ordinary and common average of the 4 dimensions. Le Shueshan and Jianshang exchanged a glance, sighed, as they both knew Li Daniu's situation. Le Shueshan looked at Lin Feng and said, Lin Feng, go ahead. Lin Feng nodded, walked up to Li Daniu, raised his hand, and activated the Guiding the Way skill. With the consumption of 50 task points, a faintly glowing light cluster appeared in Lin Feng's hand, then slowly floated towards Li Daniu and merged into his body. Li Daniu's eyes lost focus. After a moment, a white light flashed across his body, successfully changing jobs to a warrior. At the same time, Lin Feng also received a system prompt. With your guidance, Li Daniu successfully changed jobs to a warrior. Activate the Guiding the Way series of tasks. Task, Guiding the Way 1, Task Objective, reach 10 warriors in the profession. Current progress, 1 out of 10, Task Reward, unlock the martial arts profession system, rare profession, Knight. Knight. Lin Feng's mouth slightly curved up, it seems the system is still powerful. Just wondering how to improve the martial arts profession system. However, even if guiding 10 warriors to change jobs, it still requires 500 points. And now, after using 50 task points, there are only 296 points left. If it's about writing tasks, it would require writing 54 million words. This is not a small number. Lin Feng's eyes flickered slightly. Perhaps he could try another recurring task from the system, being a good teacher. Just as Lin Feng was contemplating, the heads of the 6 departments had already surrounded Li Daniu. Le Shueshan asked nervously, did it succeed? Lidania was stunned for a moment before speaking. I have changed jobs to a warrior. As soon as these words were spoken, the heads of the 6 departments began to breathe rapidly. What are the attributes? What are the occupational skills? Which attribute is the mainline? Is the energy system internal force? Several people bombarded Li Dan with questions, leaving him completely bewildered, staring blankly at them, not knowing what to say. On the side, Su Yuanfeng also had a blank expression, but he did look at Lin Feng just now. What did President O and the others say? Transition to warrior? What kind of occupation is a warrior? And the energy system is internal force? Su Yuanfeng had an unbelievable thought in his mind, that the kind of chivalrous character, the martial arts master described in Lin Feng's book, appeared in the form of an occupation? Su Yuanfeng took a deep breath, thinking of the 18 dragon subduing poems he comprehended by reading books. Thinking of the golden goose technique he comprehended by taking the evil Jiao inner Dan and seizing that opportunity, he suddenly felt. The appearance of occupations in the book seemed reasonable. At this moment, the people surrounding Li Dan saw him looking bewildered, and they all stopped talking. O Jiancheng said in a deep voice, first, check the attributes. Then, contact Qin Daojun at the Bureau of Music. Lu Shueshan was slightly stunned, then reacted, do you mean the occupation steel? O Jiancheng nodded. Gul, after 2 days of rest, more than 500 fourth-tier combat professionals from Hua country arrived at the entrance of the inheritance instance of the war law pastoral system. Brother Yen, is that the occupation steel? A young man with a square inch of green hair looked at the huge steel standing next to the instance and asked. Gong Sunyen nodded, also looking at the occupation steel. Yes, the occupation steel that appeared together with the transition steel. Unlike the transition steel, this occupation steel is the only one in the entire blue star. It records all the known occupation names to date. The young man with the square inch of green hair looked at the tall occupation steel and said with some emotion, I never thought there were so many occupations. On the steel, countless occupation names were densely written. The mysterious symbols were not any kind of writing, but everyone who saw them could recognize and understand their meaning immediately. This magical symbol was being continuously researched by various countries, but when copied down, it lost its effect. Only on the steel did it possess the magical power to make people of different languages instantly understand its meaning. Gong Sunyen also looked at the steel and said, naturally, during the transition ceremony, this place was filled with intelligence personnel from various countries. The young man with the square inch of green hair asked in confusion, why? Every new occupation obtained will appear on this occupation steel for the first time. The young man with the square inch of green hair suddenly realized and nodded. Then his gaze swept down from the top of the steel. The occupation steel arranged the quality of occupations, with legendary quality occupations at the top and ordinary quality occupations as the foundation at the bottom. However, just as the young man with the square inch of green hair reached the bottom, he suddenly exclaimed, am I seeing things? He rubbed his eyes, looked again, and then jumped up, oh my god. The attributes of a fourth-tier combat professional far exceeded those of ordinary people. With this jump, he leaped 3 to 4 meters high on the spot, immediately attracting everyone's attention. What are you doing? Gong Sunyen frowned, this is not the country, be careful of the impact. Yen Ge. The young man with the square inch of green hair stared at the bottom of the occupation steel, looking over and over again. After confirming that he was not mistaken, his voice trembled with excitement, occupation. New occupation. Previously, because of his sudden movement, everyone looked at him. Although his voice was not loud at this time, most people heard what he said. New profession? Countless people turned to look at the professional monument. The closest to the young man was Sun Yen, who followed his gaze and looked directly at the bottom of the professional monument. There. Originally there were only 3 mysterious symbols representing warriors, priests, and mages, but now there was an additional mysterious symbol. The moment Sun Yen saw that mysterious symbol, a piece of information automatically appeared in his mind. Warrior exclusive to Hua country. Hiss. Sun Yen took a deep breath, his eyes widened suddenly, warrior? Before the words fell, a noisy sound erupted in the entire square in front of the instance. Warrior. A new profession, warrior. It's actually our Hua country's exclusive profession. Ha ha ha, damn, it's just common quality. This is a basic profession that can establish a system, and it's exclusive to our Hua country. At this moment, the vast majority of the forces gathered in front of the instance square were from Hua country's 4th-tier combat professions, and when they saw the appearance of the warrior profession, their excitement level can be imagined. On the other side, the people from the Europa Union who were responsible for handling procedures and guarding the instance looked at each other, they also saw it. However, unlike the excitement of the people from Hua country, they only had one thought at this moment: this is going to be a big deal. A common quality exclusive profession. Oh my god. Heavens, does this mean that the system to which this profession belongs is exclusive to Hua country? Warrior, what is a warrior? Is it related to the fierce martial arts and Tai Chi that have been popular in recent days? The discussions gradually grew louder, but there were also many people who sullenly took out their phones, made calls, or sent messages, wanting to quickly inform others of this matter. Just as the square continued to be noisy, the figures of Qin Daojun and Wells appeared. Quiet down a bit. Wells frowned. His voice was not loud, but it rang in the ears of everyone in the square. Qin Daojun also looked somewhat puzzled at the team from Hua country. Such a commotion, it's not like their style. Has something happened? At this moment, Sun Yan quickly came to Qin Daojun's side, took a deep breath, calmed down his emotions, and said in a deep voice, "Principal, a new profession has been released." Qin Daojun nodded calmly. "If it's out, it's out. What's there to be so surprised about?" Hearing this, Sun Yan's expression was somewhat strange. Coincidentally, at this moment, Qin Daojun's rarely used phone in his pocket rang. Qin Daojun took it out, glanced at it, furrowed his brows slightly, answered the call and said, "Director Liu. Yes, I'm here at the professional monument." "What?" Qin Daojun's eyes whitened suddenly. He glanced at Sun Yan, who still had a hint of excitement on his face, then his figure disappeared rapidly and appeared in front of the professional monument. The previously calm Qin Daojun was now staring blankly at the additional mysterious symbol at the bottom of the monument. Warrior, a common quality profession, not inferior to the warrior mage-priest system, belonging to another new system's basic profession. Most importantly, exclusive to Hua country. In Qin Daojun's phone, the voice of Lu Shueshan sounded, "Old Qin? Old Qin, what's going on? Has it appeared or not?" Lu Shueshan's urgent voice made Qin Daojun come back to his senses slightly. Then, Lu Shueshan and Yan Jing heard a burst of hearty laughter. "Ha ha 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 ha. We, Hua country, also have an exclusive profession now. Ha ha ha. Warrior. Great. Ha ha ha." Qin Daojun's laughter echoed throughout the square in front of the inheritance dungeon. Gong Suanyan's mouth twitched slightly. Didn't he just say there was nothing to be surprised about? But he also showed a very cheerful smile. "In the future, let's see how you criticize our Hua country." Nowadays, with the increasing number of 7th-tier individuals, Hua country's international status has also been elevated. However, in the eyes of many foreigners, Hua country has always been seen as a country without depth. The reason is the lack of exclusive professions. No matter what you say, they all say, they don't even have exclusive professions, which has made countless Hua country people defensive and indignant. And now, it's different. Gong Sunyan looked at the steel. "Not only do we have exclusive professions, but we may also have a profession system exclusive to our Hua country. Even an inheritance dungeon exclusive to our Hua country." In front of the professional steel, Wells, who knew the situation, looked at Qin Daojun with a complex expression and said, "My friend, congratulations to you, and congratulations to your Hua country. Now, you also have exclusive professions." Qin Daojun, who had finally restrained his emotions, couldn't help but smile broadly. "Oh, it's just an ordinary quality profession, can't compare to you. Your Gaul's exclusive profession is of epic quality." Although he said that, the expression on Qin Daojun's face was extremely pleased, even mixed with undisguised pride. Wells looked speechlessly at Qin Daojun. Just for a moment, he wanted to fight fiercely with this good friend he had known for many years. He wanted to use his size 44 feet to step on that proud old face. "What do you mean we can't compare? Can't compare ordinary quality to epic quality? Your basic system profession, not to mention our epic exclusive profession, even a legendary exclusive profession, can't compare to your warrior." Wells took a deep breath, suppressed the urge to fight, and said to the staff nearby, "What are you still standing around for? Don't you arrange for the people of Hua country to enter the inheritance dungeon?"